Xiaoyu was so excited that he picked up a stick and started drawing on the ground. Cijian looked a bit confused, but then he noticed something and looked up, meeting Jang Yimian's wide-eyed gaze. Jang Yimian felt regret. She had said she forgot something. She gave Cijian a look, signaling him not to say anything. But Cijian blinked in confusion and asked, "When did I?" Jang Yimian's heart raced. She rushed forward and covered Cijian's mouth with her hand, giving him a warning look. However, she didn't notice the slight smile on Cijian's lips. Xiaoyu looked at the two with curiosity, not understanding what was happening. Jang Yimian quickly said, "I don't recognize a few characters," and dragged him away. Once they were in a corner where no one else was around, Jang Yimian finally let go of her hand. After hesitating for a while, she said, "I hope you won't tell anyone that I can read." Cijian raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "You can read?" He hadn't meant to reveal it. He just wanted to tease her, but she took it seriously and told him. He couldn't help but smile as he watched the calm girl's expression change to wide-eyed surprise. Jang Yimian shot him an annoyed look, but she was momentarily taken aback by his smiling face. The boy was already quite handsome, with charming eyes that sparkled, especially when he smiled. The little red mole under his eye seemed to come alive, making him even more attractive. Jang Yimian's annoyance quickly faded. Well, if it made him smile, it was worth it. She said lightly, "I hope you can keep it a secret." But Cijian raised his long fingers, palm up, and casually asked, "What's in it for me if I keep your secret?" Jang Yimian was taken aback and almost lost her temper. If he weren't so good-looking, she would have punched him. After a sigh, she proudly said, "If you keep my secret, you can come to my house for dinner every day." He clearly didn't look like someone who could cook, and he probably only ate simple things to fill his stomach. Her home-cooked meals would definitely attract him. Sure enough, Cijian thought for a moment and nodded, then said something that nearly made Jang Yimian choke. "Grandpa just said that whenever I have time, I should come for a meal. If I want to eat at your house," and Fengqin would surely agree. Cijian's expression was calm, showing no emotion, but a brief smile flashed in his eyes. Jang Yimian. She decided to stop playing along. She wanted to argue that her mother wouldn't agree, but considering how her mother helped them drive away those refugees and taught a few children to read, it was clear her mother would invite him for dinner. She replied with annoyance, "Say what you want." With that, she turned to leave. Cijian was taken aback and quickly reached out to high-five Jang Yimian's palm, saying urgently, "It's a deal. I'll keep it a secret. As for the benefits, I'll think of something later." After saying this, he left first, not giving Jang Yimian a chance to refuse. Watching him walk away quickly, Jang Yimian smiled triumphantly. Competing with her was still too easy for him. If he really asked for something later, she would just deny it. She never agreed to today's arrangement. Having resolved a major concern, Jang Yimian felt lighter as she hummed a little tune and returned to the Liu family courtyard. At this moment, a few kids were gathered around Cijian, learning to read. Dogsheng and Zhao Dashu had clearly hidden away, likely to avoid him. Jang Yimian looked around, confirmed there weren't many people, and decided not to search further, silently mourning for the few. With a clever talkative one like Xiaoya around, once Cijian left, Xiaoya would surely stick to Dogsheng and the others, teaching them those characters until they learned, whether they wanted to or not. They couldn't escape it. What was meant to happen would happen. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally rich, with a pot of lamb soup and a large plate of braised rabbit meat. Almost every dish had a meaty flavor. Even the tofu was mixed with minced meat and spices, making it especially fragrant. They even specially fried some taro cakes, which were crispy and sweet, and the kids loved them. Everyone enjoyed the meal, especially the lamb soup, which was rich and had no gamey taste. After a bowl, everyone felt warm and comfortable. Indeed, autumn and winter are the best seasons for lamb soup. Although it was already autumn, the temperature was still quite high. After a bowl of soup, everyone was sweating but felt good. As they drank the soup and chatted, time passed quickly. With old Lu's invitation, Cijian would always come to the small valley for meals whenever he had time, bringing plenty of game each time, allowing everyone in the small valley to enjoy meat every day. It was clear that the kids had gained quite a bit of weight. Jang Yimian finally found a reason to gather cotton. Not far away, there were some wild cotton plants, and the cotton pods had burst open, with some cotton fluff already fallen to the ground. In a few days, more would likely drop. Jang Yimian quickly went over to pick the cotton pods, while Mimi was nearby chasing birds. Occasionally, it would catch an unknown bird and swallow it whole, filling the forest with the sounds of flapping wings and chirping. It was clear that the language used was quite rough. As Jang Yimian picked the cotton pods, she watched Mimi's skilled movements and felt that Mimi's wild side had been showing more lately. In just a few months, it had grown into a tiger over a meter long, with evenly distributed yellow and black stripes. Occasionally, it would roar, looking somewhat intimidating. Fortunately, Mimi only showed its fierce side when chasing birds, and in the small area, it still played with the children like before. Sometimes, it would accidentally use too much strength and crush the bamboo ball with a single swipe, which made the adults worry about the children getting hurt. Now, they only let the kids touch and feed Mimi from a distance. Luckily, the children were focused on learning to read and write, so they weren't too worried about not having Mimi to play with. After watching for a while, Jang Yimian turned her attention back to picking cotton. Although the wild cotton plants looked sparse, she managed to fill a basket. Later, she planned to mix the cotton fluff with the cotton from her space to share with a few families, and no one would likely notice. Having thought this through, she decided to take Mimi back. When she turned around, she saw Mimi struggling with some vines wrapped around it. Long vines were tangled around Mimi, and it was trying to tear them off with its claws. After a while, instead of getting free, it only got more entangled and couldn't move at all. Seeing Jang Yimian looking over, it stopped struggling and lay on the ground, letting out a soft "awa," as if asking for help. Jang Yimian found it amusing and went over to help. As she got closer, she noticed that the vines had large green leaves with small points. They were sweet potato vines. Jang Yimian was surprised to see the roots on the ground that Mimi had already broken. This little guy was good at finding things and had discovered quite a few wild sweet potatoes. She used a knife to cut the vines off Mimi before putting it away and took out a shovel from her space to start digging into the ground. After digging for a while, a few yellow-gray round balls that looked like spinning tops popped up from the soil. They were about the size of an adult man's fist, not too big, but considering they were wild and had not been fertilized, it was quite impressive. Sweet potatoes, also known as yam beans or sweet yams, are good for cooling down, quenching thirst, and relieving hangovers. They are nutritious and contain many essential elements for the body. They have a mild sweetness and are very juicy, making them a common snack for farm kids. Sometimes they are used in stir-fries or salads, which taste quite refreshing. Mimi watched curiously from the side, circling around Jang Yimian, clearly wanting to try some. Jang Yimian found it amusing, picked up a small sweet potato, peeled off the yellow-gray skin to reveal the tender white flesh, and popped it into Mimi's mouth. Satisfied with the treat, Mimi swallowed the sweet potato quickly and happily went off to chase birds nearby. Seeing many sweet potato vines around, Jang Yimian started digging them up, planning to take some home to eat. Mimi, after playing with the birds for a while, felt a bit bored and ran straight toward the edge of the forest. At that moment, Jang Yimian was focused on digging sweet potatoes and completely unaware that Mimi had run off. Even if she noticed, she wouldn't be too concerned. Now that Mimi had grown, she looked like a little tiger from a distance, and only others were wary of her. There was no need to worry about her safety. Meanwhile, near the forest where the refugees gathered, Lu Dafei was leading Li Xiaofeng and Lu Xiaofei deeper into the woods while no one was paying attention. A short man had noticed this early on and signaled for his companions to follow. As Li Xiaofeng walked, she glanced back nervously, saying, "Where are we going? Those people are definitely following us. Even if we find yams and taro, we can't eat them. These scoundrels eat well every day, while they have to dig up tree bark and roots." They claim they almost harmed Wang Zhuji and his group. How ridiculous. If it weren't for them, these people wouldn't be able to eat at all. They are all heartless. Just like that old man deep in the forest and that girl from the Jiang family, they are all troublemakers. Lu Dafei replied in a low voice, annoyed. Let's be sneaky. Once we find something, we can cook it right away. They won't have the time to keep an eye on us. If we go deeper, they definitely won't dare to follow. Lu Xiaofei nodded eagerly, pulling along Haiwa. Big brother is right. Let's go further and eat secretly. After eating tree roots and bark for several months, he felt like he was turning into something that couldn't even bite through bark. That old man, Lu, was making them live like this by not giving them food. If it weren't for the traps dug in the forest, they would have gone to get food long ago. They wouldn't have held out this long. He Xiaowei cautiously followed his father and asked, Dad, can't we just steal some? They leave their food in the shed. Every day, we could just take a little. In the past, whenever he wanted something to eat in the village, he did it this way, especially at Uncle Daong's house, where he even took some silver home. When Uncle Daong came to complain, his parents only scolded him. Now they could do the same. Besides, digging for yam and taro was hard work. It would be easier to wait for others to dig and then take some quietly. Lu Xiaofei slapped his foolish son's head and, while looking for wild yams and taros around, whispered angrily, You better not try stealing. Those people will skin you alive. Do you think this is still the village? Recently, many refugees had been digging for yams and taros and had brought back a lot, piling it near the shed. They clearly didn't care much since yams were everywhere on the mountain, and everyone could find them. But if they dared to take some, Wang Zhuji and his group would surely beat them up. He didn't want to get beaten again. Li Xiaofeng quickly warned, You better behave. If you get us beaten, I won't forgive you. He Xiaowei shrank his neck in fear, remembering the days when his mother was still around. Back then, she always made sure he had the best food, even on the road when they were fleeing. Now, his father ate first, and only if there was anything left would he get some. It was better when his mother was there. Just then, he heard Lu Xiaofei exclaim, Look, that's taro. There's a lot. Let's hurry and dig it up before someone sees us. With that, he took the lead and pulled He Xiaowei along. Li Xiaofeng and her husband quickly followed. Without tools, they could only pick up stones to dig. Just as they were getting into it, they heard a laugh. Wow, you found so many taros. Go tell everyone that Brother Dafei has helped us find food. Those who need it should hurry to dig. A tall, thin young man said to the person next to him. The person quickly agreed and went to call others, leaving Lu Dafei and the others very angry. Wang Zhuji is going too far. Why shouldn't we eat? If it weren't for us two brothers guiding you, you'd still be eating tree roots. Lu Dafei was so angry he was shaking. The tall, thin man scoffed and casually said, Who told you to be so heartless? You're related to the people in the forest, yet you brought Brother Zhu to steal food. That's what the people inside said. You can't eat it, ha ha ha. Heartless folks deserve this. He heard this from the short man, who accidentally let it slip. But he didn't think the people in the mountains were wrong. If he knew his relatives were hiding there, he wouldn't have brought anyone to steal food. They would definitely have kept him safe. These two brothers were shameless and probably used to doing heartless things, which is why they were driven away. When they learned that old Lu and his group wouldn't let them eat, they immediately started cursing and stopped digging for taro. That old man Lu, I'm going to demand an explanation today. He's not human, Li Xiaofeng said angrily as she stormed deeper into the forest. The Lu brothers quickly followed, clearly forgetting how dangerous it was in there. As soon as the tall, thin man saw them leave, he got a bit anxious. Brother Wang had said they weren't allowed to go deep into the forest, or they would get beaten. If it was found out that he had encouraged them, he would also get a beating. Just then another person arrived with a group of refugees. As soon as everyone saw the taro, they rushed to dig it up. The tall, thin man quickly stopped them and said, The Lu brothers are disobeying orders and heading deeper into the forest. You all need to go bring them back. I'll go tell Brother Wang. With that, he hurried off. The others hesitated for a moment before chasing after the Lu brothers. If Brother Zhu found out they had pushed people into the forest, they would definitely get a beating. The more they thought about it, the more scared they became, and their pace quickened. Brother Zhu also learned that the Lu brothers had gone back into the forest. He frowned and said irritably, "Didn't I tell you not to say that? If you get us in trouble and we run out of food, I won't let you off easy." With that, he quickly led his group into the forest. Those people had clearly said they weren't allowed to go deep in. If they were discovered, who knew if they would be cruel enough to take back the taro and yams? Although he knew the chances were slim, he still felt worried. That little girl knew so many things. Who knew if she would recognize a poisonous plant that could ruin their yams and taro, leaving them with nothing to eat? The more they thought about it, the more anxious they became. Just a quarter of an hour after they left, Lu Dafei and his group hurried back in a panic. Several refugees were so scared that they stumbled out, almost falling over themselves. "There's a tiger. There's a tiger in the woods." Lu Dafei trembled with fear, a fresh red mark on his forehead showing he had just fallen. The others were not much better off, their faces filled with panic and their legs shaking. Wang Zhuzhu frowned and looked closely. Sure enough, he saw a tiger peeking out from the bushes not far away, making him shiver. It was his first time seeing such a fierce creature, and it was truly frightening. If that tiger pounced on them, they would all be in serious trouble. Just when they thought they were about to be attacked, the tiger let out a loud roar and knocked a small stone, about the size of a child's head, away. The stone flew towards Wang Zhuzhu and his group, causing everyone to panic. By coincidence, the stone seemed to have a target and thud. Hit Lu Xiaofei's foot, which he hadn't had time to pull back. Instantly, the forest echoed with a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered, making everyone shiver again and close their eyes in fear. After a while, Wang Zhuzhu dared to look towards the bushes, only to find them empty, with no sign of the tiger. The tiger's roar was so loud that it echoed in the woods for a while before fading away, mixed with Lu Xiaofei's cries, leaving everyone trembling. Wang Zhuzhu finally regained his composure and sternly warned, "Anyone who dares to go deeper into the woods will face the consequences." The others were greatly frightened. Thinking of the tiger made them hesitate to run into the woods, and they all retreated to their camp. Others had also heard about the tiger in the woods, especially after hearing its roar, which made everyone hide in their makeshift shelters, too scared to come out. Occasionally, someone needed to relieve themselves and sought a companion, but they wouldn't go far, staying close by. Lu Dafei and his group were even more afraid to go out. They had encountered the tiger face to face. That creature had chased them with a leap, nearly making them lose control, and they were all injured by the tiger, losing any desire to find old Lu. They figured they might as well eat tree roots to survive. At least they wouldn't starve. The woods held a man-eating tiger, and meeting it could mean being swallowed whole. Old Lu and his group probably wouldn't last long either. Such a large tiger could easily eat them all. Staying outside was their safest option. Jang Yimian was still happily thinking about her good harvest today. She had tied the sweet potato roots together and was planning to head back home, but she couldn't find Mimi anywhere. Frowning, she looked around and finally spotted Mimi scratching herself nearby. Mimi had wandered off and was covered in leaves and vines. Jang Yimian thought Mimi must have been chasing birds again and didn't pay much attention. She went over, removed the leaves and vines from Mimi, and took her back to the small yard. As they approached the entrance of her yard, she saw old Lu and Lu Cijian returning, both carrying a pile of animal skins. Lu Cijian also had 3 fish weighing about 5 or 6 pounds each. As soon as old Lu saw Jang Yimian, he smiled and said, "Yimian, come pick out some good ones to take home so your mother can make you a warm coat." Others quickly gathered around when they heard him. Old Lu and Lu Cijian dropped the various animal skins on the ground, most of which were rabbit pelts. They weren't large, but there were many. Zhao Xinger looked very happy and exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot. With these pelts, we can make clothes. We also have a few rabbit skins at home. Let's bring them out and share them to make winter clothes. We'll definitely stay warm." Old Lu nodded, increasingly pleased with Lu Cijian. "This is all thanks to Cijian. He was worried we wouldn't have winter clothes, so he asked me to bring some for few families to share. I noticed Yimian's family has many children, so they can take more. Kids are more likely to get cold. We adults will be fine. Lu Xiaoran nodded repeatedly and pulled Wang Fengqin, saying, Uncle Lu is right. Fengqin, you should pick some out. I see some pelts are a bit hard from being stored too long. They probably can't be made into clothes. After saying this, she squatted down with Wang Fengqin to sort through the pelts on the ground. Zhao Xing'e helped nearby, happily saying, This is great. We won't have to worry anymore. With our cotton clothes ready and these fur coats, we'll surely have a good winter. It's all thanks to Cijian. Cijian didn't join the excitement. He was surrounded by a few children, teaching them to read. Jang Yimian was a bit surprised that Cijian had thought of their need for winter clothes and had brought the animal skins he had saved for so long. There were plenty of pelts on the ground, all cleaned and ready. They would be enough to make 2 warm outfits for an adult man. She realized Cijian must have prepared them for himself, but ended up giving them to them instead. Her heart stirred as she looked at the person who was seriously teaching the children. There was no usual coldness, nor the teasing and laziness when facing her. There was only seriousness. The young man lowered his eyes and patiently explained the meanings of words to a few children, his tone soft and low, as if he feared they wouldn't understand, showing great patience. She suddenly became curious about how Cijian ended up living alone in this deep mountain. He knew martial arts and could read, and his demeanor didn't seem like that of someone raised in a farming family. It was indeed strange for such a person to live in the wilderness. While she was thinking, she saw Wang Fengqin and the others had finished selecting the furs, leaving only a few pieces that were too stiff to use. She sighed, These pieces are too hard. I doubt we can make clothes from them. I'll just throw them away later. The others nodded in agreement. Jang Yimian quickly stopped her, smiling. Don't throw them away. I have a way to soften the furs. They can still be used. Looking at the white furs, although they were too stiff to make clothes, they could be processed into hats, which would be great. Seeing her daughter had a solution, Wang Fengqin smiled. All right, I'll leave them for you. Zhao Xing'e and the others also laughed and praised Jang Yimian for her cleverness. Then they noticed the cotton in her backpack and excitedly said, Yimian, where did you pick the wild cotton? Tell us, and we'll go pick some tomorrow. Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Fengqin were equally thrilled. They had originally thought they would have to use reed fluff to make clothes, which was light and would scatter in the wind, providing little warmth, just a comfort for the mind. Now that they saw the cotton, they were all a bit excited. Wild cotton was rare and hard to pick. They hadn't seen a single plant in the small lowland. Jiang Yimian smiled. There's still plenty outside. I can go by myself. Once these cotton pieces are dried, I'll bring some to you too. She was joking. If she took a few people to pick cotton, how would she stuff the cotton from her space into the wild cotton? Moreover, there was too little wild cotton for everyone in the lowland to make clothes. If others found out, it would be difficult for her to share the cotton with everyone. Wang Fengqin quickly said, Let's focus on making the fur clothes. Picking cotton can be left to Yimian. She often goes out and knows the way. It wouldn't be convenient for us to go with her. Lu Xiaoyan nodded. Yes, Yimian can go faster alone and gather more. If we go with her, we might distract her. Zhao Xing'e agreed, saying that Yimian should just call her if she needed help. Jiang Yimian smiled to herself and gave her mother a thumbs up in her heart. Her mother was amazing. With just one sentence, she solved the problem that had been troubling her. After sharing the sweet potatoes with everyone, Jiang Yimian returned to put down her basket. She noticed several women were looking at the furs, thinking about how to make clothes, so she quickly went to help. Since Cijian had already cleaned the furs, there was no excess meat or blood left. Even the parts of the legs and head that couldn't be skinned had been removed early, which saved them a lot of trouble. Zhao Xing'e looked at the fur in her hands and felt a bit conflicted. I wonder if this will attract bugs. I have no idea how those shops make mink fur cloaks and scarves. She had been so focused on using the fur to patch clothes that she only now realized the issue. Wang Fengqin and Lu Xiaoran also paused, clearly not having thought about this problem. Jang Yimian just smiled and said, "It's okay, Annie, don't worry. I have a way. Just leave it to me." With that, she took out some sharpening stones she had collected by the stream and started to smooth the hairless side on the stone. Wang Fengqin and the others quickly came to help. They knew this step was to thin the animal skin. Lu Deong and Chun Taizhu saw the activity and came over to assist. Soon, except for a few children who were learning characters with Lu Cijian and Zhao Dashu, everyone in the small area was busy working on the fur. Zhao Dashu and his friends found it interesting but didn't get up to help, only to be met with a cold glare from Jang Yimian, which made them sit back down and quietly watch the dizzying characters on the ground. Compared to learning characters, they prefer to help with the fur, as it felt more engaging. After nearly half an hour of busy work, once every piece of fur showed the roots of the hair, Jang Yimian instructed everyone to stop. She then added alum and clean water to the pot, brought it to a boil, and after letting it cool, poured it into 2 large basins, soaking all the furs in the water. The 2 extremely hard pieces of fur were placed in a separate basin to soak. Curious, Zhao Xing'e asked Yimian, "Why are you soaking them again after they just dried?" She didn't see any problem with the other pieces. Jiang Yimian smiled and replied, "Auntie, don't worry. Although these furs aren't too hard, they need to be softer to make clothes, and they also need to be disinfected and treated for bugs. We need to remove the grease from the fur too. We can't wear something oily, can we? To make clothes from these furs, several steps are needed besides polishing. First, the furs must be soaked in alum water for 1 to 2 days to soften the stiff material. Then, the degreasing process can begin. This involves applying an alkaline solution to the hairless side, ensuring it fully contacts the animal skin, and washing it after 15 minutes. This process is repeated several times to complete it. After this step, the furs need to be soaked in a detergent solution to further remove grease. They are washed again, and then the tanning process starts. The skins are soaked in a solution of Glauber salt and rice flour until they become soft and pliable. Finally, they are dried and stretched to finish the process. Jiang Yimian slowly recalled the time spent cleaning furs with the old woman in the mountains. Back then, she found it troublesome but was curious enough to try. Now, it proved useful. The winter in Dajin isn't too cold, but when it snows, the wind can be biting. With limited cotton and fabric, having more clothing made from animal furs is quite good, as it is both windproof and warm. For the alkaline solution and detergent needed, soapberry water can be used as a substitute, adjusted to the right concentration for similar results. She has Glauber's salt in her space, which is sodium sulfate. Like alum, it is also a traditional medicine available at the pharmacy, so she doesn't worry about scaring anyone when she takes it out. Zhao Xing'e responded, and seeing that the furs needed more soaking, the others went back to their tasks. Zhao Dashu and the others finally finished their literacy lesson and followed Lu Deong and Lu Laotu to continue digging for konjac and taro. After hearing Jiang Yimian say that these 2 items can be ground into powder and dried for storage, they had been busy digging, worried about not having enough food when winter arrives. Xiao Yi, Xiaonuan, and Dia continued to practice writing obediently. Dia learned slowly but was diligent, and with Xiaoya's encouragement, she finally recognized a few characters. Zhao Xing'e felt proud. Despite what others in the village said about her daughter being foolish, her daughter could read, and she wondered who the real fool was. Just as Jiang Yimian was about to move the basin of soaking furs under the eaves, she suddenly felt a lightness in her hands. She paused. Lu Cijian remained calm and asked, "Where should I put it?" Jiang Yimian snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "Just put it under the eaves." She was mainly worried about placing it in Chen's yard since Chen Taizhu had difficulty moving in his wheelchair. Lu Cijian agreed and placed the wooden basin under the eaves as she instructed. Both of them were a bit tired now, so they moved some small stools to sit in the yard. Besides the sound of chickens and a few children talking occasionally, there was the sound of Zhao Xing'e weaving. She still had a lot of hemp thread left from last time, but since she had been busy, Zhao Xing'e hadn't continued weaving and only took it out during her free time. Now that she had wild cotton, she hurried to weave more fabric to make winter clothes for everyone. Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Fengqin were sitting nearby mending clothes, occasionally chatting. Chun Taizhu was feeding the chickens and moving his wheelchair from time to time. Everyone was busy, while Jang Yimian and Lu Cijian found themselves with little to do. Jang Yimian looked at the lively little valley and felt happy. She turned to the person beside her and curiously asked, "Why are you on this mountain?" Lu Cijian withdrew his gaze from the distance and looked at Jang Yimian leisurely. The girl was fair-skinned with big, sparkling eyes full of curiosity. He smiled slightly and asked, "Why don't you speak if you can read?" He was also curious about this girl. She looked like an ordinary farmer's daughter, but she could read and knew many herbs and strange edible things. Most importantly, she was impressive. She could easily sense the people around her. Although he hadn't deliberately hidden his presence, an ordinary person wouldn't have noticed him. Yet Jang Yimian had instantly locked onto him. How could a farmer's daughter do that? Jang Yimian was taken aback. She didn't expect him to ask her this. After a while, she replied, "I can't tell you." Even if she did say it, no one would believe her, and they might think she was a monster and try to catch her. Lu Cijian chuckled lightly and didn't press further. He said, "If you want to know my secret, you can trade yours for it." That seemed fair. Jang Yimian shot him a glance and replied, "My secret would scare you to death." Lu Cijian raised an eyebrow, becoming even more interested. However, Jang Yimian didn't say anything more. She stood up, stretched, and casually said, "I didn't sleep well last night. I'm tired." With that, she went straight back to sleep. They say summer makes you sleepy, but she felt that spring drowsiness, summer fatigue, autumn weariness, and winter hibernation made every season a good time for sleeping. Lu Cijian, left wanting more. After a week and a half, Jang Yimian finally hung the furs out to dry again. Wang Fengqin looked at the much softer furs with joy in her eyes. "These furs are softer than before. Once they dry, we can make jackets for you all." Lu Xiaoyan, who was nearby, put down her sewing and came over to take a look, feeling very happy. She smiled and said, "Yimian is really amazing. If we three were to gather the cotton, we would freeze this winter." Zhao Xing'er also smiled and said, "That's right. I was thinking that we wouldn't have enough wild cotton, so I wanted to stuff some cotton fluff in. Yesterday, I was surprised to see the dried cotton. It looked just like the high-quality cotton in the shop, so white. We should plant some wild cotton next year. It's much better than the cotton grown in the village." This was the first time she had seen such clean, white cotton on a farm, and it would surely keep them warm when made into clothes. Lu Xiaoyan quickly nodded and asked with a smile, "Yimian, do you still have the wild cotton seeds? Let's plant them together next year." Jiang Yimian shook her head repeatedly, feeling regretful. "I don't know where I put them." If they really planted wild cotton and found something wrong at harvest time, how could she explain that? They definitely couldn't plant it. Although Zhao Xing'er and Lu Xiaoyan felt a bit disappointed, they didn't say much. Instead, they looked at the konjac flower and taro flower drying in each yard with a sense of helplessness. Go Sheng and Ishu have been digging up too much konjac and taro lately. The freshly dried flour will probably fill the yard again tomorrow. Every family had large and small winnowing baskets drying white flour blocks. Since there weren't enough baskets, many were laid out on mats, tightly packed. If they hadn't left a small path, there wouldn't have been any space to walk. Jiang Yimian also felt helpless. She had only mentioned that konjac and taro were usually harvested around October, and those that weren't dug up would continue to sprout the next year. The group had been searching the mountains for konjac and taro for several days. She was worried they might dig them all up and cause them to go extinct. Just then, the 4 culprits returned, each carrying a full basket of konjac and taro. As they were about to dump their haul into the cellar and continue digging, Jiang Yimian quickly called them to stop. "Go Sheng, Deshu, take the inedible konjac I cut off and plant it anywhere." Since part of the konjac was still connected to the outer stems and leaves, Jiang Yimian left that part intact. She just needed them to plant it to prevent the mountain's resources from going extinct. As for the taro, it would naturally produce some new bulbs. She had already told them to leave some bulbs buried in the ground to sprout again next year. Go Sheng quickly agreed, and he and Zhao Deshu hurriedly packed their things into their baskets and ran off, as if they were hiding from something. Jang Yimian wondered, why are they running so fast? Was she really that scary? Seeing her confusion, Lu Xiaoran sighed. They are trying to avoid Xiaoyi. They don't want him to bother them about learning to read. Since he hasn't come around lately, they prefer to go dig for taro and konjac instead. Now Jang Yimian understood and shook her head in resignation, not saying much more. It was good for them to gather more taro and konjac so they wouldn't have to eat only porridge and cornmeal all winter. She had underestimated the appetite of Zhao Dashu and the others. They say teenage boys can eat a lot, and she truly experienced that this time. Since these three came, the food in her house disappeared quickly. If she hadn't kept them at her home for meals and occasionally added rice and flour to the jars, along with foraging for wild vegetables and other food, they would have run out of supplies long ago. Now with taro flour and konjac flour, they could make taro porridge and konjac tofu, which would fill them up. At least they wouldn't starve before winter was over. She needed to find more food that was easy to store. Once winter came, all the leaves in the mountains would fall, and if it snowed, they wouldn't be able to go out to find food anymore. While she was thinking, Wang Fengqin expressed her concern. I almost forgot about Lai Cijian. He hasn't come to eat for almost half a month. I hope nothing happened to him. She had planned to get him a winter coat, but since Lai Cijian hadn't come, she couldn't guess his size and had to give up. Now that Lu Xiaoran mentioned him, she remembered. Zhao Xinger also wondered, yeah, Grandpa hasn't run into Lai Cijian lately. I hope nothing is wrong. I'll send Daong to check on him. In the past, Lu Laotu would often meet Lai Cijian while hunting, but he hadn't mentioned him recently. Lu Xiaoran nodded. When Goshen comes back, let him go too. It's strange that Lai Cijian hasn't been around for so long. Jang Yimian then realized that Lai Cijian hadn't been to Xiawadi for almost half a month. She frowned slightly and said, I'll go check on him. Uncle Daong is probably still in the fields with Grandpa, and Goshen is busy digging for taro. Only she, a completely free person, could go out to look for food and check on where Lai Cijian lived. The others were a bit worried about her going alone, but they agreed when they saw Mimi following her. With Mimi, the big cat, around, any other wild animals would be scared away. The king of the forest still holds his power. Jang Yimian walked with a basket on her back and Mimi by her side, picking a few mushrooms but not finding much else. A group had already come to the small wetland to gather mushrooms after the recent rain, so she only managed to fill half her basket this time. Seeing that there was nothing left to pick, Jang Yimian headed straight to where Lu Cijian lived. The weather had turned cooler, and many leaves had fallen from the trees, covering the ground with dry leaves that crunched underfoot. Mimi seemed to know where Jang Yimian was going and started running as soon as they entered the forest. Jang Yimian called out, but she had to let Mimi go. Before long, they arrived at the small wooden cabin. The door was tightly shut, and there were only traces of burnt twigs on the ground. Jang Yimian frowned and stepped closer to examine the ashes, which had been dampened by rain and then dried into clumps. She guessed that Lu Cijian hadn't been around for a few days. She found it strange that he hadn't been there for so long. She wondered if something had happened or if he was in danger. After looking around and confirming that there was no sign of Lu Cijian, Jang Yimian decided to head back. After all, he was quite capable and should be fine after escaping from an adult tiger. Just as she was about to leave with Mimi, she heard a faint cry for help. Jang Yimian frowned and sent Mimi aside to chase a bird while she followed the sound toward the woods near the cabin. As she entered, the cries grew louder, filled with urgency and desperation. Is anyone there? Can you help us? Are you there? Wang Zhuji looked at the traps in front of him, feeling anxious to go deeper into the woods to find someone, but he was afraid of angering the people he had encountered last time. He paced back and forth, worried. If he couldn't find help, not only would his wife and child be in danger, but the refugees on the mountain would likely suffer as well. Although he didn't have a close relationship with the others, they had built some bonds through mutual support over time. He didn't want his wife and child to die, nor did he want the others to perish. Taking a deep breath, He was about to avoid the traps and head deeper into the woods when he heard a cold voice. "It's you again." Jang Yimian turned to see a tired-looking man with messy hair, her brow furrowing slightly. She had told them not to come back. Just when I thought this guy was going to ambush me, he suddenly knelt down and pleaded, "Miss, please help my wife and children. They've been sick for several days, and so have others in the mountains. Please, we need your help." If he had any other choice, he wouldn't have come to ask for help. The refugees on the mountain had managed to find food and built grass shelters for protection. Their lives seemed to be getting back on track, but recently the weather had turned cooler, and after a heavy rain a few days ago, everyone was soaked and chilled to the bone. Before the rain even stopped, many began to cough and run fevers. At first, it was just the elderly, weak, women, and children, but soon a few men started coughing as well. The symptoms of those who were sick worsened, and seeing that everyone was at risk, he had no choice but to seek help. Jang Yimian was taken aback, but quickly realized that the heavy rain from a few days ago must have caused many to get sick. Given the season, when flu outbreaks are common, and with so many people crowded together, one illness could easily spread to everyone. If it wasn't controlled in time, it could turn into an epidemic, which would be disastrous. Wang Zhuji noticed she wasn't responding and thought she didn't want to help. He quickly bowed deeply to the ground and pleaded, "Miss, please. If you can help us, I will do anything you ask." Jang Yimian noticed he still had wet mud on him, likely from stepping into a trap in the forest. Although Wang Zhuji was anxious, he only ventured to the center of the forest and didn't go deeper, clearly not wanting to give her the wrong idea. He truly had come to seek help. Seeing that he was about to continue bowing, Jang Yimian said calmly, "I'm not here to save you." It was for herself and the people in the small valley. If a serious epidemic broke out among the refugees, the animals on the mountain could also be affected, not to mention the people in her small valley. Wang Zhuji was still processing her words when he saw Jang Yimian walking toward the edge of the forest. He was startled and quickly got up to follow her, his eyes filled with hope.
"Thank you, miss. Thank you."
The two walked together toward the mountain's edge, and after more than an hour, they finally reached the outskirts. Even though she had already learned about the refugees' situation on the way, seeing the scene before her made her frown. Many people were pale and coughing, some were lying on the ground with their eyes closed and their faces unusually red. Others, including the elderly, weak, women, and children, were lying in the makeshift grass shelters. 3 grass huts were already filled with people, roughly estimated to be over 60 refugees. It wasn't a large number, but the open space around the mountain was too small, making it feel very crowded as dozens of people were squeezed together with no place to settle. If it weren't for the bandit troubles below the mountain blocking the way, they wouldn't have all gathered here. Currently, there were only 50 to 60 people, but the number of refugees would surely increase. As long as the bandit issue remained unresolved, the refugees on the mountain would not decrease, and they would never find peace in their small valley. It was uncertain how things were outside. Jang Yimian sighed. It had been nearly 2 months since she first saw the refugee couple on the mountain, and the government's arrangements should be in place soon. She wondered when the county magistrate of Qingshui County would learn about the bandits and whether he would send someone to deal with them. After thinking for a while without any clarity, Jang Yimian followed Wang Zhuji to see Li and Daqiang. Her strength had nearly fully returned, and she had the ability to deal with the bandits below the mountain, but she was reluctant to help the government fight them at the risk of her life. Moreover, given the current situation, news of the bandits must have spread. If hundreds of bandits suddenly died overnight, it would raise too many suspicions. She couldn't act recklessly. Upon entering the grass hut, Jang Yimian frowned. Most of the elderly, weak, women, and children were lying on the ground, with only a thin layer of dry leaves beneath them, and it looked cold. The weather was much cooler now, and not only the feverish patients but even healthy people would get sick sleeping like this. Wang Zhuji quickly explained, "This grass hut was built not long ago, and everyone is sick. They didn't have time to gather firewood, so for now, this is all we can do." If he hadn't organized the building of a few more grass huts recently, these people would likely have to lie on the ground outside, exposed to the cold wind. Jang Yimian didn't say much and squatted down beside the unconscious Li. The woman was skin and bones, with deeply sunken cheeks, tightly closing her eyes, looking somewhat frightening. Jang Yimian reached out to check her pulse, which was better than she expected. It was just that due to long-term malnutrition and weakness, combined with suddenly catching a chill, she couldn't shake off the fever and had fallen unconscious. She then looked at the thin little child beside her and, confirming it was just a common cold, let out a sigh of relief. As long as it's not a plague, a common cold is not a big problem for her, but in ancient times, it could be a deadly illness. After thinking for a moment, she said to Wang Zhuzi, "You should take a few healthy people to gather some firewood. If you see mugwort leaves, bring some back and burn them in the forest." Although autumn mugwort is not as tender as spring mugwort, it has the same medicinal properties. Burning mugwort in the grass huts can not only repel mosquitoes, but also disinfect. During the season, when flu is common, burning mugwort is beneficial. Wang Zhuzi nodded repeatedly, but still worriedly said, "Is there still hope for my wife and child?" They had been burning with fever for several days, and he had been using cold water to cool their foreheads, but the fever wouldn't go down. He was so worried that he hadn't slept well for days. Jang Yimian nodded to reassure him, "It's okay, they can be saved." Fortunately, Wang Zhuzi came to get her in time. If the fever continued, it would be harmful to the child. Wang Zhuzi finally relaxed, and the worry on his face disappeared. He called a few people with mild symptoms and went to the forest to gather firewood and mugwort. Jang Yimian then took out some fever-reducing medicine from her supplies and gave it to the more serious patients. For those with lighter symptoms, she asked a few people to dig up some old ginger. A short man looked at the old ginger in his hands and said curiously, "Miss Jiang, this ginger is too old to eat. Why did you dig it up? Besides, this isn't the season for ginger. They say to eat radishes in winter and ginger in summer. Ginger is spicy and can cause heat in the dry autumn and winter. The elders in their village always say this." Jang Yimian was a bit surprised and asked while digging, "Do you know about ginger?" No one in the low area knew about it. If she hadn't said it could be used for seasoning, they would have thought it was useless. The short man looked at her curiously and nodded. "I'm from Yuezhong Prefecture. Many people in my village eat ginger. It's too spicy for my taste. Why are you digging so much? It can't be a meal. At most, it can only be used for flavor." Jang Yimian explained, "Ginger is also a medicinal herb. It can warm the lungs, stop coughing, induce sweating, and dispel cold and dampness. Many people on the mountain have cold-related coughs, and drinking boiled ginger water can help prevent fevers. As the weather gets colder, many refugees on the mountain are still wearing thin clothes. If they don't take measures to keep warm, they might not survive the winter. Now, this old ginger is just right to help everyone stay warm." Thinking about it, she said, "You all should build some more straw huts and gather extra firewood in the coming days. Otherwise, when winter comes, you won't be able to handle the cold. The straw huts may be simple, but they can provide some warmth. If they light a fire, close the door, and use fire carefully, the inside can be livable and prevent freezing." Though these people are not her responsibility, she cannot just watch as dozens of them freeze to death on this mountain. Helping them, even with a few reminders, is worthwhile. The short man quickly nodded, feeling grateful and respectful. This girl could easily ignore them since they were strangers, but she not only came to help but also taught them how to stay warm. Such kindness is rare. He noted everything Jang Yimian said and quietly suggested, "Miss, would you like to check on the Liu brothers? They've been coughing a lot, but they don't seem too serious." Jang Yimian just acknowledged him and didn't pay much attention to the brothers. As long as they were alive, that was enough. The rest didn't concern her. If she did visit them, they might even blame her for not helping sooner and complain that she caused their current situation. People with such ungrateful hearts aren't worth worrying about. Jang Yimian only asked about the mountain village. The short man paused, hesitating before saying, "We don't dare to go down. We've only looked from afar." Recently, the people in the village seem quite happy, and they even light fires and blow horns at midnight. They could hear the lively sounds from a distance, which frightened them at night, fearing the bandits might come up and attack a few people for fun. Jang Yimian understood. Winter would arrive in about 2 months, and the bandits must have recently gone to steal food and supplies for the winter. Their happiness over the past few days likely meant they had acquired a lot. The nearby villages had probably been raided by the bandits already, so there was nothing left to steal. Although the bandit group was not small, they couldn't go too far to rob villages. The fact that they had gathered so much recently suggested they had targeted passing merchant caravans. If merchant caravans were taking shortcuts through this area, the situation in several war-torn cities must have improved significantly. It wouldn't be long before the nearby villages and towns began to recover. With this information, Jang Yimian felt much better. After giving Wang Zhuji a few more instructions, she left. On her way back, she noticed a tree. A hickory tree. Walnuts can be eaten as food and also used as medicine. They are rich in fats and proteins and contain various amino acids that the body needs. They can help nourish the kidneys, warm the lungs, and improve digestion, as well as boost brain function. They are a highly nutritious food. At the moment, many leaves have fallen from the walnut tree, leaving only a few scattered leaves and fruits on the branches. On the ground, apart from the dry leaves, there are walnuts that have already fallen. The mature yellow skins stand out among the dry leaves. Jang Yimian picked up a few, removed the yellow skins, and found that the walnuts inside were still intact, so she collected them. Some skins had already fallen off, while others were still a bit green. After carefully removing the skins, she knocked some down from the tree and soon filled her basket. Once she finished this, she went to pick some mugwort leaves to take back to the small valley for drying. By the time she returned to the small valley, it was already noon. Mimi had also come back and excitedly circled around her as soon as she saw her. Jang Yimian reached out to pet Mimi before putting down the basket to eat. Lunch was plentiful. Although they had corn porridge, there was a large pot of rabbit and lotus root soup and several side dishes, which made everyone very satisfied. Zhao Dashu even had 3 bowls of soup, smiling as he said, "This lotus root soup is really delicious. The meat is so fragrant." The 2 children nodded in agreement, both enjoying the taste of lotus root. A few days ago, Jang Yimian noticed that the lotus leaves in the pond had withered and suggested that everyone dig up some lotus roots. Now every family had plenty of lotus roots. If they didn't dig some up this year, next year when the lotus leaves grew back, they would pile up and block the paths, not to mention it wouldn't look nice. For now, it gave everyone more delicious food. Wang Fengqin also asked about Cijian. Jiang Yimian replied honestly, he probably won't be around for the next few days. He might have gone hunting. Winter was approaching, and if they didn't store some food early, the winter would be tough. Wang Fengqin nodded, but didn't ask more. Zhao Dashu and the others were eager and cheerfully said, "Sister Mian, when Jiange comes next time, can we ask him to take us hunting too? It would be a good way to store some wild food." Compared to learning to read, he wanted to learn hunting from Cijian, which would improve his skills and help find food, both beneficial. Zhao Erei and Wang Xiaowei nodded eagerly, their eyes bright, showing no signs of the frustration they had when practicing writing. Jiang Yimian found it amusing and was about to speak when she heard a hurried shout from outside. "Yimian, Grandpa, there are wild boars running in. You all should come and see." Everyone was startled and immediately dropped their chopsticks, rushing outside. In the distance, they saw 2 large black wild boars heading towards the vegetable garden, but they were blocked by an area of unkempt forest nearby. The wild boars were crashing around in the woods, getting closer to them. Everyone was terrified, holding their hoes and shovels, but too scared to approach. If it were smaller animals like 2 wolves, they might have dared to confront them, but these large wild boars were intimidating. Gausheng was sweating and anxiously swallowing. "What should we do? Those big wild boars will ruin the vegetable garden. The vegetables were meant for winter, and if the boars destroyed them, they wouldn't have anything to eat." He had only stepped out for some fresh air and couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the 2 boars. It felt surreal. Old Lu was also anxious, grabbing a hoe and wanting to charge forward. How did these creatures end up here? I'll drive them away, even if it costs me my old bones. Once wild boars go wild, they could cause serious damage. Not only the garden but also their wooden house, built with traditional joints, could be at risk. These were two adult wild boars with tremendous force, especially with their long tusks that could easily break through the walls. He needed to divert their attention. Jang Yimian quickly grabbed the impulsive old Lu, calmly instructing, "Stay back and keep your distance. If the boars go wild, run away." With that, she charged straight towards the wild boars in the woods. Everyone was shocked and worried, but they quickly forgot their fear and wanted to rush after her. However, Lu Deong quickly spoke up to calm them. "Don't rush in and make things worse. If Yimian is in danger, we'll quickly go help her." In the past, he would never have believed anyone could handle two large wild boars, but after spending the last 6 months with Jang Yimian, he understood her strength. Though he felt some worry, he had more trust in her. If they rushed in to help, they might just complicate things and hinder Yimian, so it was better to stay back and observe. The others finally calmed down, putting aside their urge to rush in, and focused intently on the wild boars crashing through the woods. As the wild boar charged, it instantly snapped a sturdy tree, the size of a man's head, in half, leaving everyone wide-eyed in shock. Lu Deong also felt a jolt of fear. Several women were terrified, their eyes red, urging the children to stay back while clutching their clothes tightly, afraid something might happen to Jang Yimian. As she got closer, Jang Yimian noticed the wild boar was injured, with a bamboo arrow lodged in one of its eyes. The two wild boars looked frightening but were just crashing around in the forest, unable to see clearly due to their injuries, completely trapped in the dense woods. Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow and swiftly lunged forward, aiming her dagger at the other eye of the wild boar. At the same time, 2 fast bamboo arrows shot toward the other wild boar, piercing its eyes with a thud. The wild boar let out a terrible scream and, in panic, crashed into a nearby tree, breaking another large tree with a loud bang. Severe pain shot through its head, leaving the wild boar dizzy and momentarily still. Jang Yimian quickly pulled out a rope from her space and swiftly lassoed the frantic wild boar, while her dagger kept stabbing at the boar beneath her. Unfortunately, the boar's skin was too tough. Despite her effort, she only managed to make a deep cut. The other wild boar was also struggling to break free from the rope around its neck. Jang Yimian controlled the frenzied boar with one hand while using her dagger to stab at the other boar, finding it challenging due to the immense force. Jang Yimian frowned. The adult wild boar was incredibly strong, and even injured, it was not to be underestimated. She had underestimated it. She immediately shook off her disdain, gripping the rope tightly while using her dagger to stab at the boar's wound again. At that moment, Cijian finally appeared in the forest, wielding a sharp machete aimed at the wild boar restrained by the rope. With a powerful strike, the wild boar howled, trying to escape but was firmly held by the rope. After struggling for a while, it finally lost strength and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Jang Yimian held her dagger, which was embedded in the boar's flesh, and forcefully cut its throat. Blood gushed out instantly, and before the boar could let out another cry, it fell to the ground with a thud. Zhao Dashu and the others finally relaxed when they saw the wild boar fall. They quickly approached to check if the two were hurt. Old Lu, seeing the blood on them, was so scared that his legs felt weak. He stammered, Cijian, are you okay? Did you get hurt? As he spoke, he carefully examined them, worried that they might have been injured by the boar. Jang Yimian shook her head and smiled, glancing at the blood on her clothes. I'm fine. We won't have to worry about not having meat to eat this winter. 2 large wild boars would be enough for them to get through the winter. Old Lu was still a bit shaken and couldn't feel happy about the boars. He wondered, why did the wild boars come here? They had lived in the small valley for half a year without seeing any large animals, but now, in autumn, they appeared. Cijian cleared his throat and explained, It's my fault for not catching the boars properly, which scared you. Hearing this, old Lu finally relaxed. He had been worried that animals from the valley would return, but now he felt relieved knowing it was Lu Cijian who had come. He cautioned, "Cijian, if you go hunting again, you should take Daong and Dashu with you. It's too dangerous to go alone." Thankfully, nothing happened. If those large boars had gone wild, it could have been very dangerous. Lu Cijian agreed, but didn't say much more, his brow furrowed in thought. Jang Yimian found it strange that he could escape from a tiger, but struggled with 2 wild boars. She had seen that the boars were already injured and could barely see due to their wounds. Even without Lu Cijian, the boars would likely have exhausted themselves and run away, posing no threat to the people in the valley. Lu Cijian, like her, usually wouldn't take risks without confidence, so something must have happened on his way here. A few women came running over and were frightened to see Jang Yimian and Lu Cijian covered in blood. They relaxed when they learned it was from the boars. Now that everyone was there, they decided to bleed and gut the boars in the forest. Old Lu collected the blood in a wooden basin, filling it halfway with the blood from both boars. While it was still warm, he quickly added cold water to the basin. Before long, the pig's blood in the basin had solidified into chunks. Jang Yimian was surprised. It was her first time seeing someone prepare pig blood. She thought some chemicals were needed to make it solidify, but it turned out to be so simple. Just mixing hot blood with cold water did the trick. Jang Yimian watched curiously while the others were unfazed. Once the blood was fully drained, they began to cut the pig. Lu Laoda's family had raised pigs before, and every year during the festival, they would sell some for money and keep a small portion for themselves. Lu Daong was very skilled. With his shiny cleaver, he quickly opened the pig, splitting it in half. The pig's organs were immediately visible to everyone. Zhao Dashu and a few others quickly stepped in to help, removing the edible organs before cutting the pig into pieces. Lu Laotu and several women were responsible for carrying the chopped meat home. Everyone worked efficiently with clear rolls. After nearly an hour, they finally cleaned up the 2 wild pigs and washed away the bloodstains in the forest, as the strong smell of blood was quite unpleasant. Seeing everyone busy burning off the pig's hair, Jang Yimian also cleaned up a bit and changed into a fresh outfit. Lu Cijian did the same at Zhao Dashu's house and put on a new outfit made by Zhao Dashu, looking less disheveled and more refreshed. Except for the pants and sleeves being a bit short, everything else fit well. Daxing looked at his loose, oversized clothes, then at Zhao Dashu's well-fitting but ordinary outfit, and finally at Lu Cijian's. He couldn't quite understand and muttered, "They're all made by Aunt Fengqin, but why do they look so different?" He thought Cijian looked great in his outfit, especially since it fit him well. He felt like a child wearing an adult's clothes, while Dashu's outfit was just plain, not as nice as Cijian's. Zhao Dashu silently nodded. This guy looked thin but was surprisingly strong, and his clothes fit quite well. Lu Shaoran was also a bit surprised, exclaiming, "Cijian looks thin, but he's much sturdier than Daxing, and he's taller too. He can actually wear Dashu's clothes." Dashu was already considered tall among them and not particularly thin, but it turned out Lu Cijian, who looked tall and skinny, was actually quite strong. Unlike Daxing, who looked thin and really was thin, wearing slightly bigger clothes made him look like a child in adult clothes. Fortunately, he didn't mind as long as he wasn't too exposed. Wang Fengqi nodded and quietly estimated the length and size of the clothes before continuing to handle the wild boar hair. The wild boar hair was thick and tough, making it difficult to scrape off. Old Lu lit a few torches to burn the hair off the skin. Soon, the yard by the door was filled with a smoky smell. The children were sent aside by the adults. After a while, the smoky smell finally faded. Zhao Xing'er began to worry about how to clean the intestines. She didn't want to throw them away, but cleaning them seemed troublesome. Just thinking about what was inside made her feel a bit nauseous. It was better not to think too much about it. Lu Shaoyan poured some flour into a basin and smiled, saying, "I'll wash these. Once they're clean, we can make some sausages to eat." She had made many sausages with her mother when she was young and was quite skilled at it, but she hadn't done much since coming to Xinghua village, as the villagers didn't eat them often. Zhao Xing'er was a bit confused. "Can you really make sausages with these?" In the past, when pigs were slaughtered in the village, These parts were either thrown away or boiled casually after cleaning. She couldn't stand the smell and had never eaten them. Only old Lu and Lu Daong did. However, she thought the sausages bought in town tasted great. She never imagined they were made from these parts. Lu Xiaoyan just smiled and nodded. Seeing Zhao Xinger's disbelief, she called out to Jang Yimian, Yimian, do you know that these can be used for sausages? Jang Yimian glanced at the contents of the basin and replied with a smile, Aunt Xinger, these pig intestines can indeed be used for sausages. Originally, Lu Xiaoyan thought it would be difficult to convince them to eat this, but it turned out someone understood. With Jang Yimian's words, Zhao Xing'er was still hesitant but not as resistant as before. She quietly watched Lu Xiaoyan evenly sprinkle flour over the intestines. Just as Jang Yimian was about to help, she was shooed away. Lu Xiaoyan quickly said, go to the side. The smell isn't pleasant, and you just bathed. Don't get involved. Zhao Xing'er quickly added, yes, go play. We can handle this. Jang Yimian felt a bit helpless, thinking that after just bathing, cleaning the wild boar would make it pointless. She could only agree. Her gaze fell on Lu Cijian, as she had some questions for him. However, he was too popular in the small area, surrounded by a few children asking questions. She sat idly by, staring blankly at the little rabbits in the pen. Recently, several big rabbits had another litter of little rabbits, making the rabbit enclosure lively again. Fortunately, they strictly controlled the number of rabbits, preventing them from becoming too numerous like before. While she was daydreaming, someone appeared on the small stool beside her. Jiang Yimian glanced at him and saw that Xiao Yu was teaching Xiaonuan and Dea how to read. She said sincerely, thank you. She knew that the wild boars had been deliberately driven to the small lowland by him, just to provide them with more food for the winter. Lu Cijian stiffened and pretended not to know, saying, I was just casually teaching Xiao Yi and the others to read. It's no trouble. You don't need to be so polite. Jiang Yimian found it amusing and looked at the person sitting upright beside her, saying again, I mean the wild boars. You did bring them here on purpose, didn't you? She didn't believe he couldn't handle those 2 wild boars. Lu Cijian was taken aback, not expecting to be seen through so easily. He had indeed brought the wild boars on purpose. The 2 wild boars would be enough for the people in the small lowland to have a good winter. He had been coming to the small lowland for meals lately, and each time the food was excellent. No matter which household he visited, they always served him the best, and he felt a bit embarrassed about it. Fortunately, he had recently discovered traces of wild boars in the forest and thought to bring 2 over as a way to repay the family's kindness. With his lie exposed, Lu Cijian no longer hid the truth and said, it's already autumn, and many animals are hibernating. When winter comes, there won't be any prey in the forest. You can keep these 2 wild boars to get through the winter. Jiang Yimian found this strange, and after a while, she looked at the young man beside her and asked, aren't you planning to spend the winter with us? The young man's pupils shifted slightly, and he smiled, looking at Jiang Yimian with a cool voice that seemed to hide a hint of expectation. Do you want me to spend the winter with you? He was already good-looking, and with a smile, he became even more charming, especially with the red beauty mark at the corner of his eye, which stood out vividly. Jiang Yimian felt a bit flustered, her heart racing under his clear, expectant gaze. She hurriedly looked away, thinking to herself, who says only beautiful women are captivating? Men can be too. She suppressed her slight panic and casually replied, you can spend the winter wherever you want. It has nothing to do with me. If you're not with us, we can save some food. Lu Cijian paused, hiding the disappointment in his eyes before saying lightly, that's true. Then he seemed to remember something and added, I won't be on the mountain for the next few days, but you can still go to the hot spring. The place is hidden, so it's unlikely anyone would go there. Jiang Yimian originally wanted to ask where the other person was going, but instead said, I'm not going. Who knows if you'll peek? Lu Cijian's ears instantly turned red, and memories he had tried hard to forget came rushing back. Jiang Yimian regretted saying the wrong thing, and was about to explain when she suddenly noticed the boy's flushed ears. Feeling a bit awkward, she cleared her throat and said, Hey, what are you thinking? You're not allowed to think. As soon as she said this, Cijian was taken aback, then smiled and said, I was thinking of you. Why can't I think? Jang Yimian regretted her words and wanted to slap herself. What was she saying? Could she really control what others thought? Clearing her throat again to hide her strange feelings, she changed the subject and said sternly, Why did you drive the wild boars here but disappear? It's dangerous. Grandpa and the others are no match for those boars. Cijian couldn't help but laugh at the girl's puffed-up cheeks and casually replied, Aren't you here? Those 2 wild boars wouldn't be a match for Jang Yimian. Even if he hadn't come, she could handle it and wouldn't let the boars harm anyone. Seeing Jang Yimian still angry and ignoring his compliment, he became serious and said, I ran into a few people on the way to the small basin. He had just driven the wild boars into the small basin when someone spotted him. Worried they would follow him, he quickly led them away. But those people kept following him, clearly mistaking him for someone else. Unable to shake them off, he had to deal with the 3 of them and left their bodies at the cliff before leaving. This took up a lot of time, which is why the wild boars arrived at the small basin first and startled everyone. Jang Yimian immediately became alert and asked, Who were they? Cijian recalled their clothing and the machetes they carried, then said, They were probably bandits from the mountain below. They seemed to be looking for someone and mistook me for that person, which is why they kept following me. Jang Yimian frowned. The bandits seemed to have come up the mountain for the first time since the incident 6 months ago, and they shouldn't be related to this. She just didn't know what had happened in their camp. Seeing her worried, Cijian reassured her. The small basin is hidden and unlikely to be discovered. I also covered my tracks, so don't worry. The bandits won't find this place. Jang Yimian nodded, planning to go near the bandit camp in a few days to gather some information. After understanding what happened, she looked at Cijian and asked curiously, Aren't you planning to stay on the mountain for the winter? Are you thinking of going down? Cijian simply nodded. Seeing this, Jang Yimian didn't ask more questions. Instead, she started washing the walnuts she had collected in a basin of clean water. Cijian quietly helped her. The others continued to process the 2 wild boars, and for a while, everyone in the small valley was busy, with no one idle. But everyone wore smiles on their faces. The fear and anxiety faded away, and with over 400 pounds of pork suddenly available, it was hard not to feel happy. With 2 such plump wild boars, they would surely have a good winter. After a busy afternoon, they finally finished cleaning the pigs, and soon every house was filled with hanging meat. They planned to make smoked meat in a few days since they didn't have enough salt for curing, so smoking was the best option. Dinner that night was also plentiful, with pork rib and lotus root soup, stir-fried pig liver, pig blood hot pot, spicy stir-fried meat, along with several stir-fried vegetables and konjac. The table was full, and everyone felt particularly satisfied. However, when they learned that Cijian wouldn't be staying on the mountain for a while, their happy mood dimmed. Wang Fengqin frowned and said, Cijian, winter is coming soon. If you're planning to go home, you should wait until it's warmer next year. It's too cold once the snow falls. Moreover, they were unsure about the conditions on the road. Although many refugees had returned, without the government's control, the journey was surely fraught with danger, and incidents of refugees stealing food were still happening. Leaving recklessly could lead to trouble. The others shared the same concern, thinking Cijian was planning to head home. Old Lu also frowned, but seeing that Cijian was not swayed, he said, All right, just let us know when you leave, and we'll make some jerky for you to take on your journey. If it weren't for Cijian bringing the pigs, they wouldn't have had so much meat. He deserved a share, especially since he always brought some game when he came to the small valley and helped them drive away the refugees. Having shared hardships for so long, they had developed a bond. Since they couldn't stop him, they could at least send him off with some food so he wouldn't go hungry. Listening to everyone, Cijian felt a warmth in his heart and explained, I just have some things to take care of. I'm not going home. As for when he would return or if he would come back at all, he wasn't quite sure. Upon hearing this, Dog Sheng happily said, Brother Cijian, Will you come back after you finish your work? That's great. I can't wait for you to see my archery skills. I'm sure you'll be amazed. Besides his inability to read, he held great respect for Lu Cijian, who, along with Sister Yimian, was one of the two people he admired. Lu Cijian glanced at Jang Yimian, saw her quietly eating with her head down, and casually responded without continuing the topic. The meal quickly ended amidst laughter and joy. For several days, Lu Cijian really didn't come back to the small marshland. Wang Fengqin, while making clothes, said, "I wonder when Cijian will return. I should make him a winter coat." The winter in Cijian is not long, but it can be chilly, and she worried that Lu Cijian might not have warm clothes when he comes back. She had made winter clothes for every child in the small marshland, so she would naturally prepare a set for Lu Cijian as well. Jang Yimian simply replied, and then went to the lotus pond. Lu Cijian had his own things to do, and so did she. Although they had shared a few meals, they were still like strangers who had just met, with no one sharing their secrets or pasts, almost like meal companions. Jang Yimian didn't think about him anymore. She saw Dogsheng and Zhao Dashu digging lotus roots in the pond and felt a bit cold. From a distance, Dogsheng spotted her and cheerfully waved, "Sister Yimian, don't worry. Great-grandpa just reminded us that I won't dig up all the roots. I'll leave some for next year, so the flowers in the pond will be just as beautiful as this summer." Zhao Dashu and the others nearby also laughed and assured her, "Sister Mian, don't worry. We've dug lotus roots before and know to leave some for seeds." Their village also had a lotus pond, though it wasn't as big as the small marshlands. They would be called by the village head to dig lotus roots in the fall and winter, but they only found small roots, not the large ones from the current pond. Jiang Yimian nodded and noticed that there were already quite a few cleaned lotus roots on the shore. She smiled and said, "All right, don't dig too many. This is enough for us to eat. Let's get up. I'll take you to find something else to eat." At this time of year, chestnuts, walnuts, and hawthorns were ripe. She had seen chestnut and hawthorn trees in many places during the summer. It was the perfect time to pick them, as they would likely be gone in a few days. Moreover, she needed to check on Wang Zhuzi and the others. It had been several days, and they should be better by now. Recently, the small marshland had been burning mugwort and drinking some of the herbal medicine she had prepared, and she hadn't seen anyone with a cold. Everyone seemed to be in good spirits. As soon as Dogsheng heard he could find something else to eat, he became excited and quickly ran ashore, saying, "I'll wash up by the creek and be right back," and then he disappeared in an instant. Zhao Dashu and the others carried the lotus root back, quickly washed it, and followed Jang Yimian out of the small depression with their baskets. The group followed Jang Yimian through the forest and soon spotted several chestnut and hawthorn trees. The bright red fruits stood out against the green leaves, especially next to a few trees with yellowing leaves, attracting everyone's attention from afar. They all rushed over, looking up at the hawthorn, feeling both happy and a bit sour in their mouths. Dogsheng swallowed his saliva and quickly asked, "Sister Yimian, should we pick the hawthorn too? It's really sour, and I don't know how they made the candied hawthorn in town. It tasted sweet and sour, not bad at all." A string of candied hawthorn could buy 3 big buns, and he had only eaten one a long time ago. Later, when he craved it, he would come to the mountain to pick hawthorn, but it was nothing like the candied version. It was so sour it made his teeth feel weak. Now, seeing the hawthorn tree, he couldn't help but drool. Zhao Dashu and the others didn't even look at the hawthorn, focusing instead on picking up the fallen chestnuts on the ground, clearly having experienced the sourness of the hawthorn before. The 3 worked together, with 2 shaking the chestnuts from the trees while one stood by, using a stone to crack open the prickly outer shell, working in perfect harmony. Jiang Yimian was very pleased and smiled at Dogsheng, saying, "Do you want to eat candied hawthorn? Let's pick some today, and I'll make it for you." She didn't have much sugar in her space. Usually, Wang Fengqin was reluctant to use it. Only when the kids occasionally craved something sweet would she make some syrup, so the sugar jar didn't run low. Dogsheng was surprised, and his eyes lit up with excitement. He nodded repeatedly, "Sister Yimian, don't worry. I'll take care of picking the hawthorn. I'll fill a whole basket to bring back." With that, he rolled up his sleeves and quickly climbed the hawthorn tree, tossing a handful of hawthorn fruits into his basket. His movements were smooth, as if he was doing something sacred. Jang Yimian found it amusing and reminded everyone to be careful before leaving her basket behind and walking towards the edge of the mountain. After walking for over an hour, they finally saw a grass hut not far away. The last time they came, there were only 3 huts, but now there were 6. The homeless people who had been lying on the ground were gone, and only a few were cooking taro in front of the huts. Wang Zhuzai quickly approached her with a joyful expression. "Miss Jiang, you're here. My wife and child are better now, and so are the other refugees." After drinking the ginger water, they stopped coughing and are out digging for taro and collecting walnuts. At first, he had little hope for Jang Yimian's method, thinking it was unreliable, but with no other options, he let everyone try the ginger water and mugwort smoke. To his surprise, just a few days later, the feverish refugees recovered, and those who were coughing no longer did. Although they weren't completely well, they felt much better and had the energy to find food. They had dug up quite a bit of taro recently. Even though eating 3 meals a day was getting boring, no one complained as long as their stomachs were full. Seeing the once emaciated group slowly regain their strength made everyone very happy. Jang Yimian also felt relieved. With these people recovering, she didn't have to worry about an outbreak of disease affecting the small valley. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed Wang Zhuzai hesitating, as if he had something to say, but didn't know how to start. Jang Yimian asked curiously, "What's wrong? If you have something to say, just say it." Wang Zhuzai scratched his head and hesitantly replied, "Lu Xiaofei and the others have run away." Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow but wasn't too surprised. With the village at the foot of the mountain occupied and Wang Zhuzai's group up top, they weren't allowed to dig for taro. Eating tree roots every day without being full would make anyone want to escape. If they managed to hold out for a month before running away, she would have given them a thumbs up. However, Wang Zhuzai seemed a bit anxious and continued, "A few days ago, Lu Dafei and the others were also sick, but they refused to drink the ginger water, thinking you were trying to poison them. They didn't drink a drop. As a result, Lu Dafei got worse, feeling dizzy all day, and still had to dig for tree roots. Plus, his leg injury never healed, and he fell off a slope and died." Jang Yimian was surprised. She hadn't expected Lu Dafei to die like that. Although she hadn't treated them directly, she had seen them from a distance and thought they only had a cough. She believed they would get better if they just drank the ginger water. She hadn't anticipated that they thought she was poisoning them, which was not her fault. Then she asked, "What about Li Xiaofeng?" Wang Zhuzai felt a bit awkward, scratching his nose before saying, "She ran away with Lu Xiaofei and his father. I guess they headed toward the town." If the 3 hadn't run away, they wouldn't have known that Lu Dafei had fallen to his death. This woman is really heartless. Seeing her man dead, she didn't care and ran off with her brother-in-law. Jang Yimian almost choked on her own saliva, and after a while, she recovered and wondered, did Lu Dafei really fall to his death? She felt there was more to the story. Wang Zhuzhu shook his head, uncertain, and said, "We don't know either. When we found him, Lu Dafei had already slipped down the slope and died. There was indeed a big rock nearby. It looked like he had lost his footing." Meanwhile, Li Xiaofeng and Lu Xiaofei had already run away, and they didn't know the details, so they could only hastily bury Lu Dafei. Jang Yimian nodded, not paying much attention. No matter how Lu Dafei died, it didn't really concern her. With those people gone, the mountain was much quieter, and she didn't feel like chasing after them to see where they were going. Seeing that Jang Yimian truly didn't care, Wang Zhuzhu finally felt relieved. He had been anxious these past few days, fearing Jang Yimian would blame them for not keeping an eye on things. One person had died, and the other 2 had run away. Noticing that many who went to dig for taro had returned, he was about to invite Jang Yimian to see his wife and son. But Jang Yimian suddenly asked, "Have you seen any bandits coming up the mountain recently?" Wang Zhuzhu paused, thought for a while, and then shook his head. "I haven't seen any bandits heading up the mountain, but it seems the village has been a bit unsettled lately." Jang Yimian frowned. Wang Zhuzhu lowered his voice and said, "There's a person tied up at the village entrance. Every day, those bandits whip them. It's bloody and terrifying. This has been going on for several days now, and I don't know if that person is alive or dead." If he hadn't gone halfway up the mountain to dig for taro, he wouldn't have noticed. From a distance, he could see the blood on the ground, and he was so scared that he warned the people in the village not to go down. They might get caught by the bandits. Jang Yimian found it strange. Although bandits are usually unpredictable and act arrogantly, they wouldn't just tie someone up at the village entrance to vent their anger. Something must have happened in the village. Thinking this, she said goodbye to Wang Zhuzhu and headed toward the forest at the foot of the mountain. To avoid being seen, she stopped a distance from the lookout tower at the foot of the mountain and crouched in a bush to look toward the village entrance. At the entrance of the mountain stronghold, 4 or 5 people stood, each holding a whip. The leader, a scarred man, sneered and said, "You dare to be a traitor? Don't blame the brothers here for being ruthless. Don't worry, we will send your family down to join you." After saying this, the scarred man swung his whip and struck the person tied up at the entrance. The already bloody wounds were reopened, but the person being beaten didn't make a sound or even flinch, clearly already dead. The scarred man struck a few more times but found it boring.
Ah, he's dead.
"This isn't fun. You all can throw him to the dogs in the stronghold later." With that, he left. The others, except for a limping man who didn't whip the body, took turns striking it before dragging the corpse into the stronghold. Jang Yimian was a bit surprised and cautiously made her way up the mountain, wondering if she had seen someone familiar inside. After thinking carefully, she realized she hadn't seen clearly and thought she might have been mistaken. The matters of the stronghold had nothing to do with her. As long as they didn't plan to come after her, she could feel somewhat safe. However, worrying about the bandits attacking was indeed an uncomfortable feeling. She was also curious about the traitor the bandits mentioned. As Jang Yimian walked, she pondered the situation with the stronghold. There should only be the Mountain Tiger stronghold in this area. Any smaller bandit groups wouldn't be as large as Mountain Tiger. Zhao Sandao wouldn't allow anyone to threaten the stronghold's position, so the traitor couldn't have gone to another stronghold. If it wasn't another stronghold, what could have made the bandits so angry? She remembered Wang Zhuzhu saying that the man at the entrance had been hanging there for several days and was whipped daily. Suddenly, Jang Yimian recalled what Cijian had said about bandits on the mountain looking for someone. Could it be that the government was taking action? Thinking of this possibility, she raised an eyebrow. This would be great. If the government noticed the stronghold, it meant that the nearby villages were slowly recovering. If the government had the ability to deal with the stronghold, the refugees on the mountain would eventually leave, and life in the small valley would return to normal. If the government didn't have that capability, the stronghold would likely focus its attention on the government and wouldn't send people to search the mountains extensively, keeping the small valley safe. No matter which path, the small valley will be safe. However, it's hard to say about the refugees on the mountain. She needs to remind Wang Zhuzhu and the others that it's better to leave early. Even wandering around town would be safer than being on the mountain. Right now, the situation in the village is slowly improving, likely because there are soldiers maintaining order in the town. Those mountain bandits, no matter how bold, wouldn't dare to openly go into town to cause harm. Thinking of this, she hurried up the mountain. Wang Zhuzhu hesitated after hearing Jang Yimian's advice. They had passed through several towns on their way home, and they were still chaotic, with refugees fighting for food. But in the last 2 months on the mountain, since they had enough to eat, everyone had been living peacefully together. He was worried that the town would still be in disarray, and with bandits below, taking the villagers down the mountain could be dangerous. Jang Yimian understood his concerns and said, "I know a path down the mountain that can avoid the bandits. You can go to town without worry. If you're still unsure, you can send someone to check the situation first." She also needed to know the specific conditions in town. If the government was indeed coming to deal with the bandits, she could consider helping secretly. With bandits around, they would need to be cautious if they wanted to come down. The others in the small valley were not like her. They had no fighting skills and would naturally be worried. Wang Zhuzhu nodded and walked the path down the mountain with Jang Yimian before they parted ways. By the time Jang Yimian returned, it was already afternoon. Dogsheng and the others had come back early, each carrying a basket full of chestnuts, filling Jang Yimian's basket with half hawthorn and half chestnuts. The group then went out again to look for more chestnuts and walnut trees, while Mimi had disappeared to hunt. The small valley was much quieter now, with only women, children, and the Cijian Taiju remaining. Jang Yimian ate the food that Wang Fengqin had kept warm for her before starting to make candied hawthorn. She first soaked the hawthorn in clean water to wash it. Xiaoye, Xianwan, and Daya had noticed her busying about and quickly came over to help. When they learned she was making candied hawthorn, they became even more excited. None of the children had ever eaten candied hawthorn before. They had only seen others eat it from afar. Hearing that their sister was making it made their eyes light up. Wang Fengqin was a bit surprised and, while washing the hawthorn, curiously asked, "Yimian, the syrup for candied hawthorn is tricky to coat. Do you know how to make it?" Many people in the village know that candied hawthorn is made from hawthorn fruit, but they don't know how to coat it with sugar. After trying a few times, they give up, afraid of wasting the sugar. In a farming family, sugar is a precious item. If it weren't for the large jar of sugar found in a cave by Jang Yimian, they wouldn't have been able to enjoy sweet syrup these days. Jang Yimian just smiled and assured her mother, "Don't worry, I can do it. I won't waste any sugar." Wang Fengqin smiled helplessly but didn't say much more. As long as the children were happy, it didn't matter about wasting. After being controlled and troubled by her in-laws in the Jang family, she was determined not to follow their ways now that she was free. She just wanted her 3 children to grow up happily and safely. With a few people helping, they quickly cleaned a half basket of hawthorn. Jang Yimian placed the hawthorn in a basket to dry, then threaded them onto thin bamboo sticks before going to the stove to make syrup. Before long, the loose white sugar in the pot melted into a light yellow syrup. The children excitedly gathered nearby, afraid of missing a step and losing their candied hawthorn. Jang Yimian found it amusing and didn't stop them. When the syrup had completely melted and started bubbling, she dipped the threaded hawthorn into the syrup. The children watched for a while but couldn't understand how the red hawthorn turned into shiny candied hawthorn. As the candied hawthorn cooled on the stove, little Nwaner could hardly contain herself and swallowed hard, tiptoeing to look at the bright, shiny treats. Seeing the little one's eyes almost glued to the candy, Jang Yimian smiled and handed each of them a skewer. As soon as they got the candied hawthorn, the children eagerly popped them into their mouths. The sweet and sour taste made them all shake their little heads in delight. Daya nodded repeatedly, her chubby face breaking into a smile. "Sister Yimian, you're amazing." Little Nwaner's eyes squinted with joy as she said, "I got to eat candied hawthorn too, not just my cousin." Jang Yimian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and ruffled Nwaner's hair, saying seriously, "Whatever you want to eat in the future, you'll have it." Little Nwaner happily nodded vigorously and then followed Daya to look at the little rabbits. Xiaoyi moved closer to Wang Fengqin and said with a smile, "Mom, with my sister around, we can eat anything. Don't think about the unhappy things. I will work hard to grow up and protect you, my sister, and little Nwaner." Wang Fengqin only wiped her eyes and nodded with a smile. "Xiaoyi is right. Yimian is very capable, and we won't be the same as before." She had been too foolish and weak in the past, honoring her elders to the point that her own children suffered. In the end, she gained nothing and almost caused several children to die with her in the village. She would never let that happen again. Seeing the other person starting to blame herself, Jang Yimian felt a bit helpless. She handed her a skewer of candied fruit and smiled. "Mother, you're great, and I'm not the same Yimian as before. I won't let you be bullied again. Please try this, it's very sweet." Wang Fengqin smiled as she took the candied fruit. The first taste was sweet, followed by a sour flavor that balanced perfectly with the sweetness, making it delicious. "Yes, it's very sweet and tasty, just like the candied fruit sold in town." Jang Yimian smiled again and prepared some chestnuts. She stir-fried a batch of candied chestnuts with the leftover syrup and sent some to the Chun and Lu families. When Go Sheng and Zhao Daxu returned, they were instantly attracted by the delicious aroma in the air. Upon seeing the bright red candied fruit and shiny candied chestnuts, they were surprised. Once they tasted the sweet candied fruit and chestnuts, they couldn't believe Jang Yimian had actually made candied fruit. Go Sheng, while eating the candied fruit, exclaimed, "Sister Yimian, this candied fruit is really delicious. You're amazing." At first, he thought Jang Yimian was joking, but he was pleasantly surprised by the sweet and tangy flavor. Zhao Xing'a nodded repeatedly, amazed as she enjoyed the candied chestnuts. "This is my first time eating candied chestnuts, and they are so fragrant. They're much better than eating them raw or boiled." In autumn, many villagers would go up the mountain to find chestnuts, mostly eating them raw or boiled, but no one would think to fry them with oil and sugar. They had no idea that the plain-tasting chestnuts could be so delicious. Even Lu Laotu, who usually didn't like sweet foods, nodded in approval, praising Jiang Yimian's skills. While they were talking, Lu Shaoran hurried back from the creek, looking very pale. Wang Fengqin was about to invite her to eat some chestnuts when she heard Lu Shaoyan panic and say, "There's a dead person by the creek." She had just gone to wash clothes and was shocked to see a bloodied person lying there from a distance, making her legs go weak. As soon as she said this, everyone's expression changed. Old Lu immediately frowned and trembled as he said, Shaoyan, are you sure you saw correctly? How could there be a dead person by the creek? Could it be that their little valley was exposed?" Everyone felt a wave of fear. Jang Yimian thought of what Lu Cijian had said about the mountain bandits looking for someone, and combined with the body at the mountain village entrance, she seemed to understand something. The thought flashed through her mind, but disappeared before she could grasp it. Lu Deong quickly picked up a shovel from the yard and said nervously, "Dazhu, let's go take a look." Zhao Dazhu and the others nodded quickly. Although they felt scared, they cautiously followed Lu Deong to the creek, armed with their tools. Jiang Yimian and old Lu hurried to catch up. From a distance, they saw a young man in coarse cloth lying by the creek, washed ashore. The ground around him was stained red with blood. The man's face was pale, his eyes tightly shut, and he had several deep cuts on his body, which had turned white from the water. They were all startled and hesitated to approach the body. Zhao Dazhu hesitated for a moment before saying, "This body seems to have been washed over from another river. It doesn't look like he's been dead long. What happened?" Even though he had seen many dead people while fleeing, seeing this bloody figure made him feel uneasy. Old Lu frowned and took a deep breath before cautiously approaching the body. He carefully checked for the man's breath and was suddenly shocked, quickly saying, "He's still breathing, he's not dead." Everyone sighed in relief, but became alert again. Compared to a dead person, a living person showing up in their little valley was even more frightening. Fortunately, the man was unconscious. Jiang Yimian stepped forward to check his pulse and confirmed it was weak, but still beating. She nodded and said, "He is indeed still alive." If she guessed correctly, this person should be related to the government. She needed to observe the situation first. Old Lu hesitated and said, "Yimian, should we take him back? He's injured, and if he stays here, he might die from blood loss or freeze to death." Although it wasn't officially winter yet, the morning and evening chill was still strong. Even a healthy person could be in danger. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Yimian nodded. "Let's take him back. Uncle Deong, you and Dazhu should patrol the mountains and report back to us if you find anything unusual." Lu Deong quickly responded and, along with Zhao Daxu and a few others, hurriedly carried the injured man back. Since the man was seriously hurt, they took him directly into Zhao Daxu's house. After sending everyone away, Jiang Yimian searched the man for any identification but found nothing, so she had to give up. The man was badly injured. If she hadn't found him by chance, no one would have been able to save him. The mountain bandits probably thought he was dead, which is why they didn't send anyone to look for him. She wondered if the bandits that Lu Cijian dealt with would raise suspicion for not returning. Jang Yimian took out some needles and pre-prepared silk thread from her supplies. After sterilizing them, she began to stitch up the man's largest wound on his chest. The silk thread was originally meant for Chun Tieju's surgery, but now it was being used for this man, which was a good opportunity to test its effectiveness. After a busy quarter of an hour, Jang Yimian finally finished stitching the wound. She disinfected a few other cuts on the man, applied medicine, and then had Zhao Deshu change him into dry clothes before heading straight to Lu's house. Lu Xiaoran was no longer as frightened as before. She seemed a bit distracted, clearly worried that the mountain bandits might come looking for them. Wang Fengqin comforted her, saying, "Xiaoyan, don't be afraid. That man doesn't look like a bandit, and meeting him by the creek was just an accident. The bandits from the foot of the mountain won't find this place." Jiang Yimian quickly added, "Aunt Xiaoyan, don't worry. The man is not dead, he's just seriously injured but will be fine. I heard from Cijian that the situation outside has improved a lot, and the government will likely send people to deal with the bandits soon, so there's no need to be afraid." Although it was just her guess, she decided to say it to reassure everyone. She could only hope that Cijian wouldn't mind taking the blame. Sure enough, upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Old Lu was the first to ask, "Is what Yimian said true? Will the government really come to deal with the bandits?" Although they hadn't worried about food and drink in the small valley for the past 6 months, the presence of the bandits at the foot of the mountain constantly reminded him of how terrifying they were, which worried him greatly. He always feared that the bandits might attack again. The others felt the same way. Even though they tried to forget about the bandits, the memories of the recent fire and the tragic deaths in the village still lingered in their minds. Whenever they recalled those events, they would break out in a cold sweat. Jiang Yimian looked at the hopeful eyes around her and nodded after a moment, hoping she wasn't wrong. It was best for the court to send people quickly to deal with the bandits. Seeing that everyone had lost their earlier worries and fears, Jiang Yimian quickly changed the subject and talked about Lu Dafei and the others. Old Lu listened to Jiang Yimian and was taken aback, surprised. After a while, he said in disbelief, "You mean Dafei's wife ran away with Xiaofei and his son?" Although he didn't suspect any relationship between them, it was hard not to think when the two left the mountain right after Lu Dafei's death. Everyone fell silent for a moment. It was Zhao Xinger's annoyed voice that broke the silence. "Let them do whatever they want. It's better they leave, so we don't have to deal with their trouble on the mountain." She had never liked the two brothers, and their departure was just what she wanted. As for how Lu Dafei died, it didn't concern them much. Lu Daong felt the same way. Ever since the two brothers brought refugees to steal food, he no longer considered them family. What happened to them was none of their business. They just wanted to live their own lives peacefully. Old Lu thought the same and only asked how Lu Dafei's body was handled. When he learned that Wang Zhuzhu buried him, he didn't say anything more. In the small valley, everyone had started to get busy again, preparing for winter. Worried about the cold in the mountains, they began building stoves in their houses. Old Lu nodded while listening to Jiang Yimian, his eyes filled with joy. "This kind of stove is great. In winter, it can not only keep us warm, but also cook food. When the family gathers around to eat, it will be so cozy. Plus, being in the mountains, they didn't have to worry about running out of firewood. If they cut down more trees and dried the wood, they would have plenty for winter." Zhao Dashu also looked pleased. He originally just wanted to build a small stove, but now he realized that with the fire going, the whole house would be warm, and they could also have a heating table. Jiang Yimian just smiled. She had initially planned to build a heated bed, but later thought that winter here shouldn't be too cold. Plus, as someone from the south, she had never used a heated bed and wasn't sure if she would like it, so she thought of a modern heating table instead. The square table was covered with a fluffy blanket, and sitting by it made everyone feel warm. As for the sleeping area, a small stove can be built near the window, with a chimney outside. Once the fire is lit, the whole room will be warm and smoke-free. Everyone agrees that having a heated table is a great idea. Not only is it interesting, but it's also useful. Even in other seasons when heating isn't needed, the small table can be used for drying clothes or boiling water. Everyone quickly got busy mixing straw and chopped stalks into the wet yellow clay. They then placed the mixture into wooden molds to shape bricks, which would dry in the sun for building the heated table. In Xinghua village, aside from grass huts, most houses are made of yellow clay bricks, and the old Lu family is quite familiar with this process. If it weren't for the rush at the beginning and the difficulty of making clay bricks, they would have been living in earthen-walled houses. However, the small wooden house is also nice. It's comfortable to live in, as long as they are careful with the fire. Fortunately, the heated table and stove are not too large, and in just a few days, the needed clay bricks have dried, allowing everyone to start building the stove and heated table. With the help of Zhao Dashu and his friends, the table and stove were completed in just 2 days. Seeing that every room now has a heating source, everyone was very happy. In the past, only the wealthier families in the village had stoves, as they required a lot of firewood to keep them going. Besides the firewood for their own use, any extra could be sold in town for money. One bundle could fetch a small coin. They were reluctant to waste it, and only when it got unbearably cold would they go to the mountains to gather some wet firewood to warm up, often ending up with teary eyes from the smoke. But now, not only do they have new coats, but every room also has a small stove, so they no longer worry about running out of firewood. Life is much better than before in the village. Once the stove was built, old Lu tested the smoke ventilation and confirmed that the smoke could escape through the bamboo pipe outside. He smiled and said, "Now we're set. This winter, we will have stoves too." Although winter in Dajin isn't bone-chilling, it is still quite cold. When it snows, everyone stays indoors, afraid of getting sick from the cold wind. While it may still be chilly inside, having a house to block the wind and snow makes it much better. Lu Deong nodded with a smile. Yes, this heated table is really nice. Once the fire is lit, the whole table feels warm, and placing your hands on it keeps them cozy. We won't have to worry about our food getting cold during winter meals. A few children were very happy, curiously looking at the heated table and stove in the room. Jang Yimian went to check on the injured man. Seeing that he was still unconscious, she had to change his bandages again and instructed Zhao Dashu to feed him the medicine she had prepared before she left the small valley with her basket. She had been busy with the stove for the past few days and hadn't gone out. She needed to ask Wang Zhuji about the situation in the town. As she exited the cave, she was greeted by a scene of withered branches and fallen leaves. The once green and lush foliage had dried up and mostly fallen to the ground. Only a few scattered maple trees still had leaves, their red and yellow colors standing out against the autumn backdrop. In summer, the maple trees were hidden deep in the forest, covered by green branches and leaves. But now, in this golden autumn, they finally showed themselves. This was Jang Yimian's first time seeing maple trees in the forest. Maple trees have significant medicinal value. The Compendium of Materia Medica records. Maple branches are weak and sway easily, hence the character is associated with wind, commonly called fragrant maple. Its resin is a white glue that helps with itching and swelling. It can be boiled in water for baths. It also treats toothaches and various sores, promotes blood circulation, and alleviates pain and detoxifies. Burning it to clean teeth prevents dental issues. The bark can treat edema and stop cholera, while the roots can relieve pain and improve gastrointestinal function. Jang Yimian glanced at the few maple trees, estimating that their leaves would soon fall, so she hurriedly picked some leaves. After filling her basket, she stopped. Fortunately, the leaves were light, and even a full basket wasn't heavy. After walking briskly for over an hour, she finally reached the edge of the mountain. The sight before her made her pause. The hill, which had originally been crowded with 50 or 60 people, now had only a fraction remaining, and the crowded grass huts looked empty. Only about 20 people were scattered on the hill, packing up their belongings, seemingly preparing to leave. A short man spotted her immediately and excitedly called out to Wang Zhuji, "Brother Zhuzi, Miss Jiang is here." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhuji quickly came out of the grass hut, smiling as he said to Jang Yimian, "Miss Jiang, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come soon, I was planning to head down the mountain." He had been thinking of looking for people in the deeper mountains, and now she had come. Jang Yimian was surprised and asked curiously, "How is the situation down the mountain?" Wang Zhuji smiled and said, "You guessed right. The situation in the town has improved a lot. Most of the people who fled have returned, with many going back to their own villages, but some are still gathered in various towns. The government sends people every day to distribute porridge in the forest outside the town and has built shelters for the refugees. Everyone says the new county magistrate is a good official. If they weren't waiting for Jang Yimian, they would have probably gone down the mountain already." A few days ago, Xiao Lu and some refugees returned from the town and said it was no longer chaotic. There are government officials patrolling and distributing porridge, which made everyone very happy, and some people even went down the mountain overnight. Jang Yimian was also pleased and quickly asked, "How does the government plan to settle the refugees?" Before Wang Zhuji could answer, a short man nearby hurriedly said, "I heard from the soldiers that refugees can receive seeds and food to take back to their hometowns, or the government will arrange for them to go to various villages to farm. With the government's support, these refugees could settle in the villages. Without the government, they would have to wander around, and the villages would not let them in." Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow, satisfied with this arrangement. It was already quite good for the court to do this much. It seemed the new county magistrate of Qingshui County was indeed a good official. Wang Zhuji continued, "Xiao Lu is right. Miss Jiang, will you come with us to the town? Although the town is no longer chaotic, the nearby villages haven't had any refugees return. I heard it's because they are afraid of the bandits in the mountains and are gathering in the town. With those bandits around, the nearby villages have probably been raided long ago. There might not even be any birds or animals left. As for Xinghua village, it has become a stronghold for the bandits, and for a while, the people there won't be able to return. If they go to the town together, maybe the government will arrange for them to go to other villages." Wang Xiaolu quickly nodded. "Miss Jiang, why don't you bring your family and come down the mountain with us? It won't be long before the county magistrate arranges for us refugees." Jang Yimian glanced at the two and waved her hand. Life in the small valley was better than it had been in the village, so it was impossible for them to leave just like that. Moreover, with Xinghua village occupied, if the county magistrate assigned them to another village, they would have no land or homes. For farming families, having a house and land is the most important thing. Without those, how could they survive? As for going to farm new land, they would be better off staying in the small valley. Not only do they have land, but they also have a house, which is much better than relying on others. Moreover, she wanted to see how the new county magistrate planned to deal with the bandits, whether he would be scared off by the size of the bandit camp and the deep mountains or not. Seeing her refusal, Wang Xiaolu wanted to say more, but Wang Zhuji waved his hand, and he had to keep quiet. Wang Zhuji noticed that Jiang Yimian had her own plans, so he didn't insist further. He smiled and said, "Miss Jiang, please be careful with your family in the mountains. Recently, it seems the bandits have stolen a lot from passing merchant caravans. They make a lot of noise every night. If they come up the mountain looking for someone, it could be risky." Jiang Yimian simply smiled and thanked him. "Thank you for your concern, Brother Zhuzi. When do you plan to leave?" Seeing that she wasn't worried at all, Wang Zhuji understood. Although he had brought many people to the deep mountains last time, he still wasn't clear about where Jiang Yimian and her group were staying. They had only been led by her group, so he decided not to persuade her to come down the mountain. Since Jiang Yimian and her group had managed to live under the bandits' noses for over half a year, they must have some skills, and their hiding place was likely very secretive. After thinking for a moment, he said, "We'll leave the mountain soon. With the bandits not focused on them right now, it was safer to leave as soon as possible." Jiang Yimian agreed, and was about to check on the situation at the bandit camp when a little boy with big, bright eyes stopped her. The boy was thin but full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue or numbness from months of fleeing. She had seen many refugees in the mountains. They usually looked tired and numb, but this little boy was full of hope. He looked at Jiang Yimian and handed her a bamboo tube full of walnut kernels, saying softly, "Thank you for taking care of us, sister. My mother, father, and I are going down the mountain now." Jiang Yimian paused and looked at Wang Zhuji and a pale, weak-looking woman. Although the woman still seemed a bit drained, She looked much better than during Jang Yimian's previous visits, and there was a spark in her eyes. The woman smiled and said, "Da Qiang heard that a sister saved everyone, and he has been wanting to thank you. He gathered some walnuts to give to you, so please accept them, Miss Jiang." These walnut kernels were the best they could offer right now. They usually couldn't bear to eat them, but hearing that Da Qiang wanted to give them to Jang Yimian, they gave him the walnuts they had managed to find. The little guy had carefully shelled them over several days to fill the bamboo tube. Jang Yimian couldn't help but smile as she took the bamboo tube. She gently patted Da Qiang's head and said, "Thank you, Da Qiang. You must listen to your father and mother from now on." Da Qiang happily nodded and replied, "I want to help others just like my sister." Jang Yimian was taken aback for a moment, but smiled and nodded in agreement. At first, she hadn't planned to help the refugees. She only wanted peace in the small valley. The last time she treated everyone was not just to save them. However, hearing Da Qiang's words now made her feel it was worth it. Wang Zhuji ruffled Da Qiang's hair and, seeing that everyone was almost done packing, said with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Jiang, for your help these days." With that, he led the group deeper into the forest. As the once bustling hilltop quickly emptied, Jang Yimian felt happy instead. With the refugees gone from the mountain, the town below was slowly improving, which meant the village's situation would also get better. Jang Yimian carefully placed the bamboo tube into her backpack and walked toward the hillside. This time, she only took a distant look at the situation in the stronghold and didn't get closer. The stronghold was lively, with the gates wide open, and every bandit was cheering while holding their weapons. Though it was a bit far away, Jang Yimian could still see several new carts in the stronghold. There were at least 7. The horses were carrying carts piled high with goods, and the bandits were moving large boxes into the houses, likely stolen from a passing merchant convoy. It seemed they had caught a big haul. The fact that merchant convoys were still traveling this mountain road suggested that news of the bandits hadn't spread widely. Only a few people in Qingshui County seemed to know. Just as Jang Yimian was about to leave after observing for a while, she saw several bandits bringing in a number of tied-up people. The bandits raised their weapons, ready to attack, but after hearing something from the captives, they lowered their weapons and took the captives away instead. Jang Yimian glanced a few more times before leaving. On her way, she kept thinking about how the government would deal with the bandits, but couldn't come up with a clear plan. She guessed they would likely just storm in. However, the bandits were in a strong position, backed by mountains, and the nearby roads were blocked by high sand and rocks. If the government troops came, the lookout would likely notice them. Dealing with the bandits would indeed be a tricky task for the government. But she did come up with a good idea. Previously, due to concerns for Wang Fengqin and the children, as well as her own health and strength not being restored, she didn't consider confronting the mountain bandits directly. She also didn't want to put herself in danger. However, now that her strength had mostly returned and Wang Fengqin and the others were hidden in a small depression, she felt less worried. But the bandits had caught the attention of the authorities. If they all died overnight, the officials might think they encountered a monster, which could lead to suspicion about the situation on the mountain. She decided to remain still and observe how the authorities would handle it, planning to offer some small assistance later. This way, she could eliminate the bandit threat while keeping herself hidden. While she was thinking, she heard a weak voice that seemed to be calling for help. Jang Yimian furrowed her brow and looked toward the area where traps were set, pulling out her curved dagger and cautiously entering the woods. Once inside, the weak voice grew louder. Jang Yimian carefully approached the source and saw a young boy at the bottom of a deep pit, his eyes dull and lacking energy. Having been in the pit for a long time, the boy's eyes had lost their sparkle, and his face was covered in mud with red scratches from branches, making him look quite disheveled. When Lin Yenin saw her, his previously dull eyes lit up. He immediately sat up, no longer pretending to be dead, and excitedly said, "Miss, help me. You have to get me out of here. I have important things to do." Despite claiming he had urgent matters, the boy didn't seem in a hurry, wiping the dirt from his face and adjusting his bright red clothes. Jang Yimian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this flamboyant boy. Just as she hesitated about whether to rescue him first or ask about his identity, she suddenly felt a threatening gaze behind her. Frowning, she turned to look but saw nothing. The boy at the bottom of the pit, however, was becoming impatient and shouted, "Hey, get me out of here, and I'll give you money." Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow, assessing his clothing, which suggested he was from a wealthy family. She casually replied, 30 taels. Lin Yanen's eyes widened in disbelief, and he retorted, "You're asking for too much. 30 taels? Why don't you just rob a bank?" Jang Yimian shrugged, pretending to leave. She didn't care much, it was just 30 taels. But this boy seemed desperate, as if he would be left to feed wild animals. Lin Yanen quickly said, all right, 30 taels it is. Just get me out of here." He had been stuck in this pit for several hours, from dawn until now, and he was almost frozen to death. If the person above didn't rescue him, no one else would come to this deep mountain forest. At that point, he would either freeze to death or be eaten by wolves. He could hear many wolf howls in the forest, which were quite frightening. Jang Yimian quickly cut a long vine, tied one end to a tree next to the pit, and tossed the other end into the pit. Then, she hid behind a tree. Lin Yin looked at the vine, feeling so moved that he almost cried. If it weren't for the bandits down the mountain, he wouldn't have rushed up the mountain in panic, walking for hours until his legs nearly gave out, only to fall into this trap. He grabbed the vine and, stepping on the side of the pit, heaved himself up, nearly exhausting himself. Just as he poked his head out of the pit and was about to breathe in the fresh air, a wolf with glowing green eyes suddenly lunged at him. Startled, he shouted, lost his grip, and fell back into the pit, seeing stars from the impact. Jang Yimian took advantage of the wolf's missed attack, quickly emerged from behind the tree, and swiftly dealt with the lone wolf. Once the danger was gone, Jang Yimian looked down into the pit and asked, "Are you okay?" Lin Yin, terrified, glanced up at her and shouted, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? You used me as bait to lure the wolf out. I won't give you any money now." He had nearly been scared to death by that adult wolf. If it had hit him, he would have been bitten to death instantly. This girl seemed delicate, but she had such a ruthless side. What if he had gone up and she had dealt with him too? But if he didn't hurry and leave, what would happen to the others and the goods back at the estate? Just as he was worried, he heard Jang Yimian's cold voice, "If you don't come up, I'll cut the vine." Saying this, she took out a dagger to cut the vine, making Lin Yin's heart ache with anger. "No, don't cut it. I'll come up right now." She was really ruthless. He had planned to sneak up once she left, but now she had blocked his way completely. As he reached for the vine, Jang Yimian pulled it away and said calmly, "First, give me the money." Given what he had just said, she was worried he might not pay once he got up. Lin Yin was so frustrated he nearly lost it. If he didn't need her help, he would have shouted at her. He was the young master of the Lin family, known for his integrity. How could he do something so untrustworthy? What kind of person was she? As she watched the people below getting frustrated, Jang Yimian remained calm and unaffected. She thought the young man looked like an angry little bird, acting wildly and even resembling one in color. Lin Yanen took a deep breath and picked up a small stone from the bottom of the pit. He pulled out a few banknotes from his pocket, selected one worth 30 taels, wrapped the stone in it, and threw it towards Jang Yimian. Jang Yimian caught the banknote and, seeing it looked real, put it away and tossed the vine she was holding back down. By the time Lin Yanen climbed back up, finally sitting at the edge of the pit to catch his breath, Jang Yimian had already put on her backpack and was ready to leave with the dead wolf. Wolves usually traveled in packs, so there were likely more wild wolves nearby. If they caught the scent of blood, they would come quickly, and they needed to leave fast. Lin Yanen hurriedly said, "Wait, how do we get down the mountain without going through the bandit camp?" Jang Yimian looked at him, her expression calm, and was about to signal him to follow her. But Lin Yanen grimaced, tossed his money pouch at her, and said impatiently, "There's only 5 taels left. Hurry and take me down the mountain. I really have urgent business." Jang Yimian took the pouch and raised an eyebrow. She had no intention of asking for more money and was about to speak when Lin Yenin suddenly clutched his chest, looking uncertain. He couldn't possibly want more of his money, which wouldn't be right since the banknotes in his pocket weren't just his. Jang Yimian found it amusing and decided not to explain. She opened the pouch, confirmed it contained 5 taels of silver, and said calmly, "Follow me." She wasn't that greedy. She had planned to take him down the mountain anyway. But since he was foolish and had money, she didn't mind taking a little more. The two of them wandered through the forest, and eventually, Lin Yenin became confused. Fortunately, they found the way down. Jang Yimian pointed to a small path ahead and said, "You can go down the mountain this way. To get to the town, take the left path." With that, she turned and left directly. Lin Yenin wanted to ask more questions, but seeing that it was getting late, he didn't want to spend the night in the wilderness. He quickly shut his mouth and ran down the mountain. Once Jang Yimian saw the young man disappear, she walked out of the forest and took a different path back to the small hollow. If she guessed correctly, the angry little bird would be going to report to the authorities. In a few days, the mountain would be lively again. When Jang Yimian returned to the small hollow, it was already afternoon. Besides Chun Taiju, there were only a few women and children there. Lu and the others went out, likely to the fields or to check on things, digging up taro and konjac. Seeing that Mimi was also gone, Jang Yimian went to eat. Although she had taken some bread from her space on the way back, she still thought the food at home was the best. Xiao Yi and the others were gathered around a wild wolf in the yard, their eyes full of curiosity. Wang Fengqin was startled when she returned from Lu's house and learned that Jang Yimian had brought back the wolf. She was very worried until she saw Jang Yimian standing safely in front of her, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. Jang Yimian just smiled and said, "I was lucky to encounter a wild wolf. We can have wolf meat for dinner tonight." Wang Fengqin lightly tapped her forehead and said disapprovingly, "Lucky to meet a wolf? Next time, if you see one, run quickly. Don't think about eating wolf meat. The wolf is thinking about eating you." At this time of year, most animals had hidden away for winter hibernation, so wolves were searching for food, which is why she encountered a lone wolf. Jang Yimian smiled and skillfully skinned the wolf. She figured it could sell for some money, so she simply processed it and laid it out to dry in the yard. Wolf pelts are worth more than rabbit or sheep pelts. Since everyone had enough clothes, there was no need to make anything from it. She could wait for an opportunity to sell it in town for a good price. While Jang Yimian was thinking, she saw Lu and the others rushing back, clearly frightened. She frowned and approached them, asking, "Great-grandfather, Uncle DeYoung, what happened? Why are you all so scared?" Goshen caught his breath and quickly said, "We encountered 2 people with machetes. They seemed to be looking for someone in the mountains, like bandits. Fortunately, there were only 2 of them. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble." Lu Deong quickly added, "They seemed like bandits. Luckily, Mimi was with us and barked a few times, which scared them away. Otherwise, we would have been in danger." The 2 men looked fierce and were talking about their brothers in the village, which made them panic. If it weren't for Mimi, they might have had to fight. Now that they were back, they realized that with so many of them, there was nothing to fear from just 2 people, which made them feel a bit embarrassed. Lu was also quite scared. Although he hadn't seen the bandits, he noticed the pale faces of the others and thought the bandits were attacking. Hearing that there were only 2 made him feel relieved, but he was still puzzled, saying, "Why would bandits go up into the mountains and deep into the forest? That's strange." They were not in a dangerous area, so they weren't too worried about being found. That's why they panicked when they suddenly encountered bandits. Gosheng suddenly slapped his forehead in fear and pointed at Zhao Dashu's house. "Sister Yimian, those bandits aren't looking for that person, are they? What if he's a bandit too?" The thought scared him so much that he trembled all over. After hiding for so long without being discovered, he was afraid he might have brought the bandits back himself. Lao Lu and the others also shivered, unsure whether to throw the person out while he was still unconscious. Then Jang Yimian calmly reassured them, "That person is not a bandit. Don't worry. With Mimi's howls, the bandits probably won't come back up the mountain." Those bandits likely thought their brother and the person they rescued were eaten by a tiger. With their doubts cleared, the bandits wouldn't recklessly enter the deep mountains again. Although there were many people in their group, they wouldn't sacrifice more brothers for just a few individuals. Lu Daong was still worried and quickly said, "Yimian, it's better to be safe than sorry. If that young man is really a bandit, then Xiaowadi will be in trouble." He didn't want to gamble with the lives of so many people in Xiaowadi. Jang Yimian patiently explained, "That person is seriously injured. How could he be a bandit? He seems more like someone being chased by bandits." She trusted Lu Ci. Since he said he had dealt with the bandits, the person they rescued must not be one of them. Everyone paused, and after thinking carefully, it seemed to make sense. If that person were a bandit, how could he be alone and so badly hurt, covered in wounds? It was clear he had fought against many people. Gosheng suddenly remembered what the two bandits had said and quickly added, "Right. The bandits said their brothers hadn't returned for a long time. Our Xiaowadi only has one, and he's badly injured, so he must be someone chased by bandits, not one of them." After hearing this, everyone thought it over and finally felt relieved. Lao Lu even patted his chest and sighed in relief. It's good that he's not a bandit. He didn't want to do a good deed that would endanger everyone. Just then, they heard a loud thud as something heavy fell to the ground. Everyone was startled by the noise, and their hearts raced again. Lu Xiaoyan quickly looked at Chen Taizhu beside her and felt relieved to see him sitting safely in the chair. Go Sheng was the first to react, hesitantly saying, "It seems like the sound came from Brother Dashu's house." Jang Yimian hurried over and saw the person who should have been lying in bed had collapsed on the floor. She frowned and, as she approached, met the man's gaze. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then closed his eyes and fainted again. Jang Yimian felt a bit speechless, thinking, "I woke up, but I was pretending." Zhao Dashu and a few others came in and, seeing the person still unconscious, had to lift him back onto the bed. They wondered, how did he fall down? Jang Yimian checked the small wound on the man's body and casually replied, "He woke up for a moment and then fainted again." She thought it would take him a few more days to regain consciousness, but to her surprise, he woke up today, and the wound that had just started to heal had opened again. Luckily, the large wound had been stitched up by her. Otherwise, with his strength today, it would likely have burst open. Zhao Dashu was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "He woke up in just a few days." He thought someone with such serious injuries wouldn't survive. Gosheng also looked astonished, glancing at the bleeding wound and gasping, then quietly stepped outside. Jiang Yimian treated the man's wound again and handed some medicine to Zhao Dashu, saying, "Make sure to change this medicine for him every day." Zhao Dashu quickly agreed, took the medicine and followed Jiang Yimian out of the room. The others were no longer as anxious as before, knowing the injured person had just fallen from the bed, and they felt relieved. The tense atmosphere had eased significantly. Jiang Yimian continued, "Uncle Daong, you all need to keep patrolling near the small valley for the next few days. If you find any news, come back and tell me. If you happen to encounter bandits, run quickly and don't confront them." Although she suspected the bandits wouldn't come back, she wanted to remind them in case they tried to fight and ended up in danger. Lu Daong quickly agreed. Jiang Yimian then talked about the refugees coming down from the mountains and the situation in town before falling silent, reaching down to pet Mimi, who was snuggling at her feet. The fluffy little head felt nice to touch, and she praised Mimi, "You did great today." If it weren't for Mimi this time, Lu Laotu and the others would have surely gotten hurt. Mimi happily shook her head, snuggled against Jiang Yimian for a moment, and then dashed into the woods to hunt. Now that Mimi had grown up, she could hunt on her own and didn't need Jiang Yimian to feed her, spending most of her day outside and only returning to her little nest at night. Jiang Yimian glanced at Mimi a few times before looking away. Seeing the mixed expressions of happiness and nervousness on everyone's faces, she said, "Don't worry, the people from the village probably won't come back. Even if they did return, they wouldn't easily encounter us." Although the news about Xinghua village becoming a stronghold may not have spread everywhere, many people in Qingshui County likely know about it. As soon as the villagers arrive in Qingshui County, they will hear the news and will surely avoid taking risks by coming back. They will likely follow the government's arrangements, either to cultivate new land or settle in other villages. Everyone else finally relaxed. They weren't afraid of the villagers. They were just worried that those who had caused trouble before would disrupt their peace again. Upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Lu Dafei and his group returned early and were unaware of the situation in the village, but others must know about Xinghua village by now and wouldn't risk coming back unless they wanted to put themselves in danger. Once they understood this, everyone felt more at ease. Jang Yimian then spread the maple leaves from her basket onto a winnowing tray and shared the full bamboo tube of walnut kernels with everyone. Zhao Xing'er looked at the perfectly shelled walnut kernels in surprise and said, "Yimian, did you shell all of these?" It must have taken a long time. They had collected quite a few walnuts recently, but they only cracked a few for the children each day. After a while, their hands would hurt, not to mention a whole bamboo tube's worth. It was time-consuming and labor-intensive, not to mention hard on the hands. The walnut shells were tough and not easy to crack. Wang Fengqin also looked at her with concern. Jiang Yimian smiled and said, "De Chang gave them to us. I heard the children from the mountains specially shelled them to thank us." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of emotions, but mostly touched. Although Wang Zhuji and his group initially came to steal their food, it was due to the chaos of war and not their true intentions. If they were also fleeing from the disaster, they would either be dead or, like other refugees, fighting over the scarce food. If they acted too weakly, they would only risk their lives. They were all just trying to survive. Lu Xiaoyun's eyes turned red, feeling incredibly grateful to have met the Jiang family. Noticing the silence among everyone, Jang Yimian looked at the baskets on the backs of the old men and said with a smile, "Great-grandpa, we're home now. Why haven't you put down the baskets? Aren't they heavy?" Only then did they realize and awkwardly set down the baskets, having forgotten they were still carrying them in the moment of urgency. Once he relaxed, old Lu felt a pain in his back. He asked Lu Deong to take the mushrooms and taro out of the basket and sat on a nearby bench to rub his back. Seeing her grandfather in discomfort, Deong quickly ran over and used her small fists to massage his lower back. Old Lu felt much better as the pain eased, and he smiled, patting Deong's head. "You've grown up, Deong. You care about your grandpa now. That's impressive." Deong beamed with joy at the compliment, her smile widening, and she continued to massage him. Zhao Xing'er watched with satisfaction. Since Deong started playing with Xiaoya and the others, she seemed much brighter and no longer sat alone, lost in thought. That evening, because Jiang Yimian had hunted a wolf, everyone stayed at the Jiang family for dinner. Wang Fengqin prepared a large feast, turning the wolf meat into various dishes like wolf meat and lotus root soup and stir-fried wolf legs, leaving everyone satisfied. The next day, Zhao Dashu and the others set out early with their baskets, planning to patrol near the cave while looking for food. Many wild vegetables had disappeared, and without the dried goods from a few families, there would have been much less food on the table. Lu Deong and Goxing went to patrol another hill. Jiang Yimian and a few children fed the chickens and rabbits before checking on the injured person. The small wound had been treated once already, and if it hadn't reopened yesterday, it would have likely started to heal. The large wound across the abdomen was healing well, showing no signs of infection, and there had been no fever symptoms in the past few days, so it seemed he had passed a critical point. Jiang Yimian sighed in relief, changed the dressing again, and gave him some herbal soup and sugar water before leaving. Xiaoya was in the yard teaching Xiaonuan and Deong to read the crooked characters on the ground. At the beginning, human nature is good. People are similar in nature, but differ in habits. Xiaoya taught earnestly, his young face serious, as if he were doing something sacred. Xiaonuan and Deong listened attentively. Jiang Yimian sat nearby, grinding konjac powder with a few adults, listening to the children's sweet voices reading and occasionally hearing birds chirping, creating a peaceful atmosphere. The women watched with pride, lowering their voices instinctively to avoid disturbing the children. Lu Xiaoren glanced at Xiaoya and said with a hint of envy, "Xiaoya is really smart. He can teach others now. Unlike Gosheng, that boy just isn't cut out for studying. Fortunately, she had already accepted it and didn't feel too much about it now. She just hoped that the other person could recognize a few words in the future so they wouldn't be completely clueless. Wang Fengqin smiled and casually said, "It's just for fun." For her, the idea of taking the imperial examination was out of reach. In the whole Xinhua village, very few people were educated. Only the children from the second family had passed the first level, while others hadn't even managed that, let alone become scholars. Being able to read was rare in Xinhua village. Although she hoped for someone in her family to become educated, she understood the difficulties and never pressured her children. All she wanted was for her kids to be happy and healthy. She had heard that education could change one's fate, but since the older generation hadn't achieved that, why should she impose such expectations on the children and add unnecessary pressure? Zhao Xing'er also smiled and said, "Yes, it's just for fun. Xiaoyan, don't criticize Dogsheng. It's normal for him not to like reading. There are only a few in our village who do, and it's enough if they can recognize some words." The women chatted and laughed, quickly changing the topic. Jang Yimian didn't join in, but glanced at Xiaoya. From her observations, Xiaoya was not only smart but also hardworking. Whenever she had free time, she practiced writing and reviewed what she had learned, clearly showing a love for reading. As long as she enjoyed it, Jang Yimian would definitely encourage Xiaoya to pursue her studies. The imperial examination was still far off for Xiaoya, but it would give her more options. Jiang Yimian could guess Wang Fengqin's thoughts and understood that for farming families, education wasn't a priority. They only cared about having enough to eat and wear. Since everyone thought the same way, if you proposed something different, others wouldn't see you as wise but as an outsider. Time passed quickly, and just as Jiang Yimian and the others finished grinding the konjac into a paste, Zhao Erei and Wang Xiaohai rushed back in a hurry. Both were sweating and looked a bit pale, clearly having encountered something. Jiang Yimian quickly approached them, asking what happened. "Is there something going on outside?" Zhao Erei took a breath and stammered. "In the forest, there are several people who don't seem like refugees." Jiang Yimian frowned and was about to go outside to check. But Zhao Erei stopped her and quickly said, "Those people don't look like bad people. They are standing in the forest and haven't moved, just calling out to see if anyone is there. They don't seem to be looking for trouble." The three brothers originally planned to check if there were any wild animals in the trap, but before they could go in, they heard some shouting, which startled them. They thought it might be some refugees or bandits trying to lure them into the trap. However, those people took a few steps and then stopped, just asking if anyone was there. Feeling curious, they left Zhao Dashu to watch those people while they ran back to report. Jiang Yimian frowned and asked which forest it was. Suddenly, she remembered the angry little bird. She guessed it might be that person but was unsure what he meant. Not wanting to think about it anymore, she left Zhao Erei and the others behind and went out of the small valley alone. As she reached the edge of the forest, she heard rustling sounds and voices coming from inside. She hurried in and heard Zhao Dashu's annoyed voice. "What are you doing? Why are you shouting?" It seemed strange and sneaky, as if they knew there were traps in the forest. The people, who had lost hope, all looked at Zhao Dashu when they heard his voice. Lin Yanin was taken aback to see a man, quickly closing his folding fan and frowning. "Where's that girl?" As soon as he spoke, Jiang Yimian walked in, and he excitedly said to a middle-aged man next to him, "That's her, Lord Song. I met her yesterday." Jiang Yimian looked over and saw the familiar angry little bird standing next to a man in his 40s. The man had a friendly face but sharp eyes. Although he wore simple clothes, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. Behind them were 6 young men, also in plain clothes, but their alert expressions and hands resting on their waists suggested otherwise. If it weren't for their cautious demeanor, Jiang Yimian might have thought they were just regular people. After a moment, she raised her face, showing fear, and hesitantly asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Brother Dashu, what are these people here for?" After saying this, she stepped back a bit, acting like a typical farmer's girl scared of strangers. Although Zhao Dashu was confused, he didn't expose her act. Instead, he told Jang Yimian to hide behind him and glared at the others. What do you want? Don't think about stealing from us. As long as I'm here, you won't get out of this forest. His words made the others in the forest relax a little. They really were just ordinary people, thinking the newcomers were there to steal food. Lin Yan'an frowned and glanced at Jang Yimian, feeling that this person in front of him was quite strange. Didn't this guy just take down a wolf with one strike yesterday and trick him out of 30 tails?
What was going on today?
Old Master Song, unaware of their thoughts, smiled kindly at the young girl and said, "Miss, young brother, we are travelers passing through this area. We were afraid of the bandits below, so we entered the mountains. Who would have thought we would get lost in the woods? My brother mentioned that there are people living here, so we thought we would ask for your help. However, we have been walking for a long time and are quite thirsty. Could we trouble you for a cup of tea?" Lin Yan'an nodded and bowed to Jang Yimian, smiling. "Thank you for guiding us yesterday, or I wouldn't have been able to meet my brother." Seeing everyone being polite, Zhao Dashu felt a bit unsure of what to do and looked at Jang Yimian. His instincts told him these people were not simple. They were asking for tea, but he suspected they wanted to find out where they lived. There was no shortage of water in the mountains. Any small pond could quench their thirst. Jang Yimian looked at the group and thought carefully before cautiously saying, "I have younger siblings at home. They might be scared of so many strangers." Since these people wanted to put on a show, she would play along and see who would crack first. Old Master Song was taken aback and hesitated for a while before saying, "Don't worry, miss. My brother and I will only bring one attendant. The rest will stay here." Jang Yimian struggled with her decision for a while before reluctantly agreeing. "All right, you can come with me." With that, she stepped ahead and walked out of the woods. Old Master Song was delighted and signaled an attendant to follow Lin Yan'an. Zhao Dashu, however, made an excuse to continue foraging for wild vegetables and stayed behind to watch the remaining 5 people in the woods. The 5 saw that Zhao Dashu was still there and became anxious. They wanted to find a chance to follow, but with Zhao Dashu watching them and the traps in the woods, they dared not move, feeling restless and worried about their master. Jang Yimian led the 3 out of the woods but did not go towards the cave. Instead, she took a longer route. They walked slowly, stopping frequently, and twisted and turned in the forest, completely disorienting the group. As they still hadn't arrived, Zhao Da, the attendant beside Old Master Song, could no longer hold back. "Miss, where exactly is your home? We've been walking for over an hour." He wondered if she planned to keep them wandering in the woods. "If you keep going without knowing where this girl lives, you won't be able to protect yourselves." Mr. Song was already a bit overweight, and being middle-aged, the climb up the mountain had worn him out. Now he was sweating heavily and struggling to keep up. Lin Yan'an was also exhausted. His new red robe was torn by vines and branches, but he didn't complain. Perhaps he was too tired to speak, sitting quietly on the ground to rest, finally finding a use for his folding fan. Jang Yimian pretended to be scared and said, "Hurry, we're almost there. If you don't want to continue, I can take you back." Mr. Song nearly lost his composure and quickly waved his hand, smiling. "What are you saying, young lady? Since we've come this far, we should keep going." He came today to find out who this person was, so he couldn't turn back now. Jang Yimian nodded and continued to lead the way, secretly amused. It was tough for these people. They probably hadn't walked such a long mountain path in their lives, giving them a taste of the hardships they usually faced. The second half of the journey was especially difficult, and the group had to help each other to keep up with Jang Yimian. After nearly an hour, they finally reached a small flat area. As soon as they stepped off the rocky, winding path, their legs gave out, and they sat down on the ground. Several times before, they had nearly slipped and fallen off the cliff, feeling a mix of exhaustion and fear that almost made them give up. Mr. Song, forgetting his dignity, slumped on the ground to rest for a while before recovering. Now he had the energy to look around, and what caught his eye were the tall trees. Although most of the leaves had fallen, he could imagine how lush it must be in summer. As he was looking around, he noticed a patch of healthy wheat in the distance. The green wheat seedlings stood out against the backdrop of withering autumn, looking particularly vibrant. Nearby, there were some small green vegetables, clearly well-tended, growing neatly in rows and bringing a sense of comfort. He had been in Qingshui County for almost 3 months, and this was the first time he had seen a well-kept farm. If it weren't for the war, every piece of land should look like this now. If this place weren't so hidden deep in the mountains, it would probably have been destroyed long ago. Have you been hiding here since the war started? Jang Yimian nodded and then shook her head, seemingly casually saying, "We hid here because the bandits found us. Luckily, we found this place. Otherwise, we might have lost our lives in that wildfire." Old Song was taken aback, recalling the dark trees he had seen on the way up the mountain and remembering that several nearby villages had been burned. He quickly understood. If the bandits could destroy villages, they would not spare the people on the mountain. These people were fortunate. The fire seemed to have been extinguished by rain in the end. Otherwise, it would have burned the entire mountain range, not just a few peaks. He felt a weight in his heart and had fewer doubts about Jang Yimian's identity. Just then, Lu and a few others rushed over with farming tools, forming a line in front of Jang Yimian, their eyes alert as they stared at the newcomers.
Who are you?
Why are you in Xiaohua? Seeing the menacing stance of the group with their tools, Old Song and the others were startled. Zhao De quickly stood in front of Old Song, his hand resting on the knife hidden at his waist. As the tension between the two sides built, Jang Yimian quickly spoke up, "Grandfather, Uncle Lu, they accidentally got lost in the woods and just want to ask for some water." Lu was taken aback for a moment before responding, but he still felt uneasy and whispered to Jang Yimian, "Traveling this far for water? They could have found a small pond instead. Who knows what their intentions are? We should be cautious." Zhao De wanted to argue, but couldn't find a valid point. His master's excuse did seem a bit far-fetched. Jang Yimian gave Lu a reassuring look before leading Old Song and the others toward the house. The others had already noticed the situation and were tense at the arrival of 3 strangers. They relaxed a bit when Jang Yimian explained they were just asking for water, but they still remained cautious. After Wang Fengqin served each person a bowl of clean water, she pulled Jang Yimian aside and quietly asked, "Yimian, what are these people doing? Why did you bring them here? What if they are bad people?" She had recently heard about bandits looking for people in the mountains and was worried about bringing them in. Jang Yimian reassured her, "Don't worry, mother, they are not bandits." As for bringing them in, she had considered it carefully. It was better to have them experience things directly than to let them continue to suspect her. Wang Fengqin was still a bit worried, carefully watching the group, afraid something might happen. However, the 3 elders, including Old Master Song, appeared calm. They drank water and showed no intention of leaving, looking around with curiosity. Especially Lin Yenin, who approached the chickens and rabbits in the pen. Seeing Jang Yimian feeding them grass, he curiously asked, "Why are these chickens and rabbits so fat? Do you only feed them this kind of grass?" He had raised rabbits as a child and fed them grass every day, but they never grew plump. Frustrated, he once fed them meat, but the rabbit ended up getting sick. Since then, he had never raised small animals again. Jang Yimian glanced at him and replied lightly. Lin Yenin, however, looked skeptical and asked, "You really haven't secretly fed them anything else? Like meat?" He couldn't believe that rabbits could get so fat just from eating grass. Jang Yimian found it amusing and wondered who would feed rabbits meat, asking, "Have you done that?" Lin Yenin proudly nodded, a smug look on his handsome face. He opened his folding fan and said with a smile, "Of course." But his smile quickly faded as he added, "But then the rabbit died," before turning his attention back to other interesting things. Jang Yimian watched his upright figure, feeling a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This person must be a bit clueless. He was clearly a wealthy young master, foolish and rich. Old Master Song was originally looking around at the houses when he noticed the crooked writing on the ground done by the children. Although the letters were messy, it was clear they had practiced for a long time, but the branches they used made it difficult to write neatly. He smiled and called out to the children, "Do you know how to read?" The little boy looked nervously at him before nodding. I only know a few characters. Old Master Song nodded and gently asked, pointing at the writing on the ground. Did you write these? The boy shook his head and pointed to Dia and Xiaonuan, saying, We three wrote them. Old Master Song looked surprised at Xiaonuan and Dia and praised. That's impressive. It's not easy for farmers to recognize a few characters, let alone teach their maids to read. These families were more open-minded than he had thought. After casually asking the children a few questions, Old Master Song stood up to look at the others in the yard. Although everyone was busy with their own tasks, they all seemed a bit nervous and uneasy, except for the girl he had met at the beginning. The other person appeared gentle and delicate, yet showed no signs of nervousness, casually feeding the chickens, as if they were invisible. This was somewhat contradictory to the fear and unease they had initially displayed. Considering that Lin Yenin mentioned she had killed a wild wolf with one strike, he chuckled softly, realizing that this girl might have already guessed their identities. Her initial act of fear was likely just to lower their guard, allowing only one companion to enter. This girl was indeed remarkable. Not as meek as she seemed on the surface, she might actually be able to help him. After thinking for a moment, he approached her and lowered his voice, saying, May I have a word with you? Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow and pretended to hesitate before nodding. She could no longer maintain her act without him revealing his identity. They moved to a nearby vegetable patch, and Mr. Song finally asked, Are you all from Xinghua village down the mountain? Jang Yimian nodded and replied, The three brothers, Deshu, are not from there. They are refugees who came up the mountain and ended up staying with us. Mr. Song nodded thoughtfully and then asked, Are you aware of the situation with the bandits down the mountain? Jang Yimian remained silent. Mr. Song sighed and said, To be honest, I am the new county magistrate of Qingshui County, Song Quanzhao. I came to find you because I am worried you might be connected to the bandits, and I would like your help. He was not from Jincheng Prefecture. If he hadn't offended someone, he wouldn't have been assigned to Qingshui County. With his achievements, he should have been promoted, but instead, he was demoted to this county plagued by bandits. From the moment he learned about the bandits, he had been trying to find a solution, but the bandits were cunning, and their stronghold was backed by a mountain range, making it hard to attack. The road to their hideout was blocked, and lookout towers had been set up nearby, indicating they were experienced bandits. Any movement from them would be quickly detected. As for the situation on the mountain, they were unclear and did not dare to go up without solid information, fearing they would become prey themselves. Last time, they had managed to send someone into the bandit camp, but not only did they fail to gather information, the person went missing and has not been found since. Moreover, they knew that many women had been forcibly taken by the bandits, including several ordinary people. If they attacked recklessly, those individuals would likely lose their lives. Jiang Yimian feigned surprise, widening her eyes. After a moment, she said, I only know that the leader of the bandits is Zhao Sandao. They fled from Tianhua Prefecture, but I don't know anything else. She didn't know much. At first, because her strength hadn't recovered, she didn't investigate the bandits' news. Recently, she had been busy with other matters and hadn't looked into it either. She didn't expect that even the government was unclear about the bandit situation. Song Quanzhao frowned and finally understood why that group of bandits had built such a stronghold in just over half a year. Tianhua Prefecture was a place of conflict, where bandits ran rampant. The court had sent troops several times to eliminate them, but each attempt had failed. If it weren't for the chaos of war, the bandits wouldn't have fled. Unexpectedly, they had gathered here, presenting him with a tough problem. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Do you know anything else? Without knowing the specific situation of the stronghold, it was hard to come up with a plan to deal with those people. The stronghold would remain, the refugees wouldn't dare to return home, and the town would need more manpower to maintain order, as well as more disaster relief funds to help the refugees. Jiang Yimian thought for a while, hesitating about how to speak without raising suspicion while also providing a clear path forward. Just then, they heard old Lu calling them for lunch. Song Quanzhao glanced at the sky and realized it was already past noon. He had been preoccupied with thoughts and hadn't felt hungry until he heard the call for food, only then noticing his empty stomach. Lunch was simple, consisting of wild vegetables and greens, served with a thin corn porridge. This was specifically requested by Jang Yimian. If she had served meat to entertain them, not only would she feel reluctant, but it would also give Song Quan-jiao and the others the impression that they were living well. She wouldn't make a loss in this deal. Since she wanted to help the county magistrate, she had to gain something in return, at least making them feel that they were living poorly. Then, whether it was food or money, it would be easier to obtain. Even the smallest gain was still a gain. She didn't mind. Sure enough, when Song Quan-jiao and the others saw the thin corn porridge and the dark, unidentifiable wild vegetables, they could only think that these families were truly suffering. The porridge in each bowl was so thin that they could see their reflections in it, and the other dishes on the table were all green, except for one dish that was dark and inedible. There was hardly any oil in any of the plates, making it unappetizing. It was surprising that these people could eat it all. Lin Yenin didn't feel cheated out of 30 taels. He just thought he was kind-hearted. 30 taels was fine, considering how miserable these families were. If they had to eat like this every day, he feared he would have to take a bite out of anyone he saw. Just receiving the money was already a good deal. Others didn't seem to mind. They had gotten used to it long ago and had eaten worse. They thought the food was made a bit watery on purpose to avoid drawing attention, and they still ate happily and contentedly. Seeing this scene, Song Quan-jiao and the others, who had no appetite to begin with, felt mixed emotions and lost their desire to eat. They waved their hands, telling everyone to continue eating and saying they weren't hungry. It didn't make sense for others to be hungry while they took some food, and missing one meal wouldn't kill them. Thus, a strange scene unfolded. Several families gathered around the table, happily eating their dishes with satisfied expressions, while the three watching nearby looked conflicted, occasionally showing signs of frustration. Those who didn't know might think the group had done something terrible. Seeing that no one was eating, Jang Yimian didn't insist. After the meal, she told Song Quan-jiao, "I may not know the situation in the bandit camp, but I have a way to let you know." Song Quan-jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You really have a way?" He had lost hope, considering that the bandits were experienced in evading the authorities after years of hiding. Lin Yenin was also surprised and leaned in, fanning himself. "Miss, what's your plan?" He couldn't afford to lose the valuable items he had. Those were treasures prepared for several shops and could determine his reputation in front of his father. Jang Yimian met their expectant gazes and sighed before saying, "As you saw today, while our families escaped death, we have been living in this mountain, relying on wild vegetables and roots to survive. The land here is hard to cultivate, and our families are mostly old or sick, making life very difficult." Zhao Dai twitched his mouth at the side. This farmer girl was bold, wanting something in return. He was about to scold her but thought better of it, especially considering the strange, dark dishes on the table. Life was indeed tough. Although they were officials, they couldn't just take help from those who were struggling. After a moment, Song Quan-jiao said, "If you can truly help me eliminate the bandits, I will reward you handsomely." Jang Yimian almost rolled her eyes at this big promise. She had only mentioned informing them about the bandit camp, and now he was turning it into helping him eliminate the bandits. All right, truly a government official, so clever. She sighed and said, "Sir, you know, as a farmer's daughter, I don't have the ability to get rid of bandits, and I wouldn't dare accept your reward. Only the government can deal with them." Song Quan-jiao raised his eyebrows and smiled after a moment, saying, "Don't worry, I won't let you help for free. If the information you provide can truly help me get rid of the bandits, I will reward you with 40 taels. How does that sound? 40 taels is quite a lot. A farmer can live on that for many years." Jang Yimian sighed, ignoring his sudden claim of authority, and said, "Sir, you know how cunning and cruel the bandits are. I managed to gather some information, but it almost cost me my life. For the past 6 months, I have been hiding in the mountains with 3 other families, and we have suffered a lot, living in fear of wild animals and bandits." She reminded herself not to ask for too much, as he seemed to want to use her for free. She couldn't back down and needed to secure the best deal for herself. Song Quanzhao frowned and finally made up his mind, saying, "All right, if your information can truly help me eliminate the bandits, I will give you 100 taels." How does that sound? If he could get rid of the bandits, the refugees could settle down quickly, and he would gain credit for it, impressing the governor of Jincheng. He thought that if the governor knew the bandits were dealt with, he wouldn't hesitate to give him that 100 taels. Jang Yimian was satisfied. 100 taels is neither too much nor too little, but it was the most the county magistrate could offer. If it were more, it might be difficult to arrange. However, she still asked, "What will happen to our household registration and land after you eliminate the bandits?" Song Quanzhao thought for a moment and replied, "Those matters are still being arranged. For now, you have a place to stay, and you will need to wait until I settle the other refugees before I can arrange for you." There were many refugees in the towns and near the county seat, and he needed to settle them first. There were only a few families in the mountains, and they had houses to shelter from the wind and rain, so there wasn't much to worry about. Seeing this, Jang Yimian didn't ask further, and was about to leave with a few people. Wang Xiaowei excitedly shouted from his yard, "Sister Yimian, that person has woken up. Come and see." Jang Yimian was delighted and was about to go check, but suddenly thought of something and said to Song Quanzhao, "Sir, a few days ago, I saved someone in a small depression. I don't know his identity. Would you like to go see him together?" Song Quanzhao frowned, but quickly agreed. The group headed to Zhao Dashu's house. In the main room, a pale-faced man lay on the bed, struggling to get up but falling back down due to weakness. When he looked up, he saw a few people outside the door. He froze until he spotted Song Quanzhao, and suddenly startled, he tried to speak, but his voice was hoarse and weak. "Master." Song Quanzhao quickly approached and smiled. "Take care of your injuries. No need for formalities. I'm so glad to see you safe. I sent many people to search for you, but we couldn't find any trace. I didn't expect you to be here." He had thought the man was lost and felt regret for a long time. Zhongli shook his head and said with difficulty, "I'm useless. I didn't complete the task you assigned. Please punish me." He hadn't even made it into the bandit camp before being discovered. Just surviving was a stroke of luck. Song Quanzhao smiled again. "It's all right. Your survival is what matters. It was my oversight that almost put you in danger." Initially, he thought it was just ordinary bandits and wanted to gather information, but now knowing those people were from Tianhua Prefecture, he realized that sending someone to gather information was like sending them to their death. Zhao De quickly added, "The master won't blame you. We were all worried sick, thinking something had happened to you." Zhang Li just shook his head. He wanted to say more but felt a sharp pain in his throat and began to cough heavily. Jiang Yimian hurried over to check his pulse and examine his wounds. Once she confirmed there were no signs of serious injury, she said, "Master, he is too injured. He should rest for now." Song Quanzhao glanced at her, nodded, and gave her a few instructions before leaving with the others. Zhang Li and Zhao De had come to Jincheng Prefecture with him, and he had come to see them as his right and left hands. Now, seeing Zhang Li so injured, yet still alive, he looked at Jiang Yimian with newfound respect. If he had previously doubted Jiang Yimian's methods, he now believed in her abilities. A simple farmer girl leading so many people to cultivate land in the mountains and possessing medical skills showed remarkable courage and capability. Moreover, he could see that the others in the small valley followed this young girl. After a moment of thought, he said, "Zhongli should rest here with you, Mississippi, don't worry. I will cover his medical and living expenses." Zhao De, standing nearby, was overwhelmed with emotion. Since seeing Zhongli, his eyes had turned red, and he looked at Jiang Yimian and said, "Thank you for saving Zhongli's life." Jiang Yimian simply waved her hand and said nothing more. She took a few wild vegetable cakes and 2 bamboo tubes of clean water to send the others off. On the way back, the 3 of them were unusually silent. No one complained of tiredness. Instead, they walked a bit faster. Since Jiang Yimian didn't take any detours, they reached the edge of the forest in just over an hour. Zhao Dashu was stuffing the dug-up yam pieces into his backpack while keeping an eye on the others. When he saw Jang Yimian returning with the 3 people, he finally relaxed and said, "Sister Mian, are you okay?" Jang Yimian smiled and shook her head. She handed over the vegetable cakes and bamboo tubes, saying, "You should eat something to fill your stomach first. You can have a proper meal when we get back." Zhao Dashu agreed, but, noticing that Song Quanzhao and the others showed no intention of leaving, leaned in to whisper to Jang Yimian, "Who are these people, and what do they want?" They appeared out of nowhere and suddenly wanted water. Jang Yimian replied, "They are not bad people. We have some things to do. You should head back first." Zhao Dashu hesitated, but, seeing her serious expression, agreed and left. The others in the forest were relieved to see Song Quanzhao return safely and hurried over to check on him. Once they confirmed he was fine, they felt at ease. Song Quanzhao looked at Jang Yimian and asked, "Can you tell us what your plan is now?" They couldn't delay any longer with the matters concerning the stronghold. Winter was approaching, and if the refugees weren't settled before the heavy snow, the government would have to spend more manpower, resources, and finances. He needed to speed things up. However, Jang Yimian did not answer directly. She said, "If you give me a few people to follow my instructions, I will make sure you know everything about the stronghold by the end of today." The few constables thought Jang Yimian was boasting and laughed, saying, "You? If the officials can't do it, how can you? Stop bragging." "Exactly, sir. Don't listen to her nonsense. She's just a farmer's daughter. What can she do to help us? It would be easier to use the clerk's method and send someone to infiltrate the stronghold." Song Quanzhao frowned and looked coldly at the speaker, saying, "You think it's easy to infiltrate the stronghold? If you believe that, then you should find a way to do it. I am the county magistrate, and you should listen to me, not the clerk. I expect to hear about the situation in the stronghold from you by tomorrow. If you can't provide that information, I will charge you with obstructing the investigation." The reason why Qingshui County was poor and backward in the past was largely due to the previous county magistrate's corruption and mistreatment of the people. When war broke out, the magistrate fled, ignoring the citizens of the county. Fortunately, he was stopped on his way to the capital, and because he carried too much gold and silver, he was quickly discovered by the prefect for embezzlement. After the investigation, the magistrate was imprisoned and is likely already executed. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been reassigned here. It's laughable that the original constables and clerks in the county wanted to take advantage of him. He had ignored them for days, focusing instead on the refugees. Now it was time to deal with those few individuals. Hearing this, the 2 clerks' supporters immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, but Song Quanzhao ignored them and had them taken away. The forest became quiet again. Song Quanzhao then continued, "How many people does Miss Jiang need?" Jang Yimian pointed to the remaining constable and then to Zhao Dacai, saying, "Just those 2. Song Quanzhao nodded. Both of them had been with him for a long time and wouldn't cause trouble, so he felt assured using them. He instructed them to follow Jang Yimian's orders and take Lin Yanin away. However, Lin Yanin quickly said, "Sir, can I stay and join Constable Zhao and the others?" He was very curious about Jang Yimian's methods. Song Quanzhao looked at Jang Yimian, and seeing her indifferent response, he agreed. He reminded everyone not to act carelessly and to run away quickly if they encountered danger, as staying safe was the most important thing. There were still many matters waiting for him to handle at the office, so he needed to return and assess the situation in the bandit camp before making appropriate plans. Once everyone followed the small path down the mountain, Jang Yimian led the 3 of them to a grove halfway up the hill. They hid behind the bushes, watching the bandit camp and the main road leading to it. After waiting for more than half an hour, they saw nothing, only noticing 2 people on the watchtower seemingly talking, with no other information available. Zhao De was getting anxious and quickly said, "Miss Jiang, are we supposed to check the situation in the bandit camp? What are we doing here?" The other constable, Ma Ming, also frowned at her. Lin Yanin, however, sat casually on the ground, waving his folding fan and smiling. "Miss Jiang must have a good plan." "Don't worry, just wait patiently. This guy could handle a wolf with his bare hands, so he surely had other ways to learn about the bandit camp situation. Hearing this, Zhao De quietly asked, "Miss Jiang, can you tell me what we are waiting for?" Jang Yimian ignored the three eager gazes, took out some wild vegetable pancakes and a bamboo tube from her basket, and calmly said, "We are waiting for bandits. When we spot a lone bandit, we can catch one and ask about the situation in their camp." Saying this, she found a dry spot, sat down, and showed no sign of being serious in front of the county magistrate. Zhao Da's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Miss Jiang, you can't be serious. Looking for a lone bandit at the camp is crazy.
Are you out of your mind? Or am I?"
Not to mention that the bandits always traveled in groups. It was simply too reckless to try and catch one right at their camp. The people on the watchtower could see everything clearly. As soon as the bandits came out of the woods, they would be spotted instantly. Ma Ming looked at Jang Yimian as if she were foolish, truly curious how she managed to deceive the county magistrate. Lin Yan'an was also confused, no longer even fanning himself, and stared at Jang Yimian, saying impatiently, "Miss Jiang, stop joking around and get to the point." His family's goods depended on her, and he couldn't believe she was just playing with them. Jang Yimian glanced at him and replied calmly, "I'm not joking. You all keep watch here. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me if someone comes." With that, she got up from the ground, leaped into a tree, and closed her eyes between the branches. Zhao De was furious, biting into his wild vegetable pancake with frustration, mumbling, "How could a wise person like me be fooled by a young girl? This is infuriating." Thinking about facing the county magistrate's anger when they returned made him shiver, and he bit down harder on the pancake. He expected it to taste terrible, but surprisingly, it was quite good. He devoured a few bites and drank a big gulp of water, feeling much better in his empty stomach. Ma Ming and Lin Yan'an felt the same. After finishing their pancakes, their earlier gloom lifted somewhat. But the thought of wasting time like this made Zhao De anxious. Ma Ming glanced at the person in the tree, furrowed his brow, and whispered a few words to Zhao De. "Brother Zhao, could this person be related to the bandits, wasting our time on purpose?" Just thinking about this possibility made Ma Ming want to rush over and bring the person down from the tree immediately. Zhao De glanced at the person in the tree. Although he didn't want to admit it, he shook his head. They are just ordinary people, not connected to the bandits. As for whether they are playing with us, I can't say. He actually hoped they were bandits, as that would give them a reason to capture them for questioning instead of wasting time here. Upon hearing this, Ma Ming's thin face showed even more urgency.
"So what do we do now?"
"Are we really going to wait here? The bandits are very cunning, and you should know that." They had considered this method before, but the bandits were good at hiding and rarely traveled alone. The authorities had tried to capture them several times but had failed. Once, they managed to catch a lone bandit, but before they could ask anything, the person took poison that they had hidden in their mouth and ended their own life. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't have thought about infiltrating the bandit camp. Zhao De sighed helplessly, staring at the path leading down to the bandit camp, and said irritably, "What can we do? We have to wait. We have no other choice. Let's listen to Miss Jiang for now." Both of them sighed and silently watched the path below. Lin Yan'an was skeptical about Jang Yimian's method of waiting for an opportunity. Just based on how she used him as bait to deal with the wolves, he knew she was not simple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned her in front of the county magistrate. He wanted to see what tricks she was playing. He had to admit he was right. Jang Yimian did not actually plan to wait idly. She was just testing her luck for now. Once it got dark, she intended to sneak into the bandit camp to check the situation inside. The reason she was here was partly to give Zhao De and the others something to do, and partly to verify her guess. She had seen bandits driving carts back twice during the hour of Shun and suspected they were going out to buy supplies, but she wasn't sure how often the bandit camp went out for supplies. While she was thinking, she suddenly heard the chaotic sound of hooves in the distance. She quickly opened her eyes, jumped down from the tree, and joined Zhao De and the others. The three were still a bit stunned, surprised by her sudden appearance. Before they could ask anything, she coldly said, "They're coming." Instantly, the three of them dropped their casual demeanor and focused intently on the path below. Sure enough, about a quarter of an hour later, 6 or 7 men appeared at the end of the road, driving carts. There were 3 horse-drawn carts, with many items secured on top, wrapped in black cloth, making it hard to see what they were. After a while, the cart stopped. Zhao frowned, unsure of what was happening. Jang Yimian, however, clearly heard the conversation among the bandits. "Hey, brother, I can't hold it anymore. Let me down to take a leak, or I'll wet my pants," one man pleaded. "Lazy cow, lazy horse, you're the problem. We're almost there. Just hold it until we get back to the hideout," another replied. "Please, I really can't hold it. If we keep bouncing like this, I'll end up going in the cart. You may not care about me, but think about all the food in here. Hurry up." At this, the others laughed and teased him. "You're disgusting. Hurry up and go. If you're not back in time, you'll have to walk back. We won't wait for you." "Exactly. Don't bring that smell near the food. We don't want to think of you every time we eat. Go on." The one who had been refusing finally laughed and, seeing the hideout nearby, shouted, "Hurry up, or I'll skin you alive if you go in the cart." As soon as he finished, the desperate man quickly jumped down and dashed into the woods, while the others continued with the carts. Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow, signaling Lin Yenin to stay put. Ignoring the displeasure on his face, she led Zhao De and Ma Ming away from the bushes and through the forest. The lone bandit, however, was no longer in a hurry. He looked around cautiously and began to dig a hole. Just as he pulled out a hidden pouch of money, a knife was suddenly pressed against his neck. The bright blade startled him, making him shiver. He was about to scream when his mouth was quickly filled with dirt. Choking on the dirt, he couldn't make a sound and was too scared to move. He endured the strange, foul-tasting dirt in his mouth, raising his hands and kneeling in surrender. He cursed to himself. As a bandit, he had never threatened anyone, yet here he was, being threatened. Zhao De coldly stared at him and warned, "You better behave. This knife will cut off your head before you can scream. Spit out the dirt." The bandit quickly nodded, coughing hard to finally spit out the dirt. Suddenly, his chin was forcefully grabbed, causing him pain as if his bones were breaking. Jang Yimian glanced at him, confirming he wasn't hiding anything dangerous, then disdainfully released her grip. With a smirk, she said, "Uncle Ergo, long time no see." During the last time people were taken at the village entrance, Jang Yimian noticed the other party. She thought she was seeing things, but now she was sure she wasn't mistaken. It surprised her that Zhao Sandao hadn't killed Wang Ergu after all this time. The person in front of her hadn't changed much in the past 6 months, except for missing an ear and having a slight limp. He looked a bit older, but the cleverness in his eyes was still the same as before. Wang Ergu was stunned and took a moment to react. He widened his eyes and stared at Jang Yimian for a while before hesitantly saying, Zhang family's girl, you didn't die? You've been on the mountain for over half a year?" He couldn't believe that the clean and pretty girl in front of him was the same person who had been so scruffy and thin 6 months ago. He had seen the mountain fire with his own eyes, and if she survived, did that mean others did too? The thought excited him. He hadn't harmed the villagers. However, Jang Yimian didn't answer him. Instead, she coldly said, "Tell me everything you know about the bandit camp. If you lie even a little, I will make sure you pay for it." Zhao De moved his knife closer to Wang Ergu's neck. As he tried to back away, another knife came up beside him. The 2 sharp blades pressed against his throat, making him swallow nervously. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously looked at the group and asked, "Who are you? How could the Jiang family girl be with these people?" Zhao De snapped, "We're from the government. If you tell us what you know, the county magistrate might reduce your punishment." Wang Erge glanced at Jang Yimian and then at the knife at his neck before pleading, Jiang family girl, if they are really from the government, please say a few good words for me. We're from the same village. You wouldn't just watch me die, right? I never meant to harm you. I was just talking." No matter if these people were real or not, he had no other way out. After finally getting a chance to buy supplies, hiding some silver, and then being caught by government officials, What terrible luck. Now, he couldn't go back to the bandit camp. Looking at these people, it seemed the government planned to eliminate the bandits. If he revealed the situation in the camp, it could be seen as a way to redeem himself. If he waited too long, he would only face execution. The thought of execution made his neck feel cold. Jang Yimian coldly asked, "How many people are in the camp now, and how many are ordinary villagers?"
She didn't want to dwell on the past.
Regardless of whether the bandits were connected to the killings, the dead could not come back to life. Wang Ergo nervously glanced at a few people before hesitantly saying, "There are probably over 200 people in the village." As for the ordinary folks, the men have long been involved with the bandits, so they don't really count as commoners anymore. There are just some women and children left. I'm not sure how many exactly. He had no idea how many people were in the village. He was just a worker, and it was hard for him to even leave. If he hadn't begged those people to take him out, he wouldn't have made it out at all. Jang Yimian frowned, snatched the knife from Zhao Da's hand, raised it high, and was about to strike at his neck. Seeing the knife coming toward him, Wang Ergo broke into a cold sweat and quickly said, There are a total of 324 people in the village. There are about 70 to 80 women and children, no elderly people, just young and strong ones. Please don't kill me. That's all I remember. Jang Yimian was satisfied and continued, "Where do those women and children usually stay? Where are the granaries and storage rooms?" Wang Ergo was trembling with fear, sweating profusely as he tried to recall the layout of the village. He picked up a stick and began to draw in the dirt. Entering through the main gate, there's a row of houses on the left where the women and children live. If you go further, there's another row of houses where we workers stay. At the end of that row, there are 2 kitchens. Beyond that row is where the bandits live. I haven't been inside much, but I remember there's a large open area where the bandits practice. Directly across from that is where Zhao Sandao talks business, and it's also where the village holds meetings. As for the granary and storage rooms, I really don't know where they are. Zhao Sandao was very cautious and would never let them know where the storage rooms were. If he hadn't shared information about the nearby villages, he wouldn't have made it this far.
Jang Yimian nodded.
It seemed she would need to check the situation herself, but knowing this much was enough. The officials didn't dare to act recklessly because they were unsure of where the captured villagers were. They feared that the bandits would use them to threaten the authorities if they rushed in. Seeing that no one was asking further questions, Wang Ergo continued to plead, "Zhang girl, officials, I've told you everything I know. Can you please spare my life? I'm begging you." He didn't even ask to be let go. He just wanted to keep his life. Jang Yimian looked at Zhao Da, signaling him to continue asking questions. Zhao Da hesitated for a while, unsure of what to ask. Jang Yimian had to continue. "How often do you go out to buy supplies, and when is the next time?" Wang Ergo quickly replied, "Before, we went out every 10 days or so, but recently, we have been going out almost every day, not just for buying supplies." Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to sneak out. Buying supplies was a big deal in the village, and it wasn't his turn. Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow. "You go out every day? What do you do?" Wang Ergo replied, "Honestly, we go out to sell goods. Recently, we took a lot of items from passing merchant caravans. To sell the stolen goods, someone goes out every day, and if we sell them at a high price, we can keep some for ourselves." Zhao Da was curious. "Which caravans did you take from, and what did you sell?" Wang Ergo thought for a moment and said, "I'm not sure, but it was several caravans." "Oh, I think one of them was the Lin family caravan. I heard they do a big business, but I don't know much about it. However, the goods should sell well. I heard from some brothers that they sold for a high price, and Zhao Sandao said that once the goods are sold, everyone in the village would get some silver." Just then a low, angry shout came from nearby. "You thieves! I will not let you get away with selling my Lin family's goods like this." Lin Yenin had just arrived and almost lost his temper. He rushed forward and aimed a punch at Wang Ergo, who was still confused. Wang Ergo was caught off guard by the sudden attack and rolled on the ground in pain. If Ma Ming hadn't pulled Lin Yenin back, he might have been seriously hurt. Lin Yenin was furious. "You thieves! You took my family's goods to share with your friends.
How dare you?"
Those goods were hard-earned by him, and now they were being sold by bandits. Wang Erge finally realized that the angry man in red was from the Lin family. Remembering what he had just said, he quickly hid behind Ma Ming. He thought, what if he gets so angry that he hurts me? I didn't even take those goods, I never saw them. Fortunately, Lin Yan'an soon calmed down, glaring at the direction of the village while fanning himself to cool off, not showing any signs of further aggression. Zhao De and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jang Yimian then asked curiously, "You sold the Lin family's goods just like that? Doesn't the village leader have other plans?" She had seen several carts in the village, so it seemed unlikely they could sell everything in a short time. As for those goods, I don't know exactly what they are, but the people in the camp must have kept them for a reason. Wang Erge glanced at Lin Yan'an and hesitated before saying, "I heard from other brothers in the camp that the Lin family seems to be a wealthy household." The camp leader apparently sent a message to the Lin family shop in the county town, saying they should bring money to redeem the goods and the people by tomorrow evening. I heard that one of the captured people is a young master from the Lin family. If it weren't for that, the camp leader wouldn't take on such a troublesome task. Today, he noticed more patrols in the camp, clearly preparing for the Lin family's arrival with the money. Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Yan'an, who frowned, losing interest in waving his folding fan. He said irritably, "Has the message been delivered?" Wang Erge nodded. "I heard it was sent early this morning, so the news should have arrived by now." Lin Yan'an frowned, thinking for a moment before saying, "I will confirm this news when I return. If it's true, I will inform the county magistrate and plan accordingly. Those ruthless bandits won't let him bring back his goods in one piece."
Zhao De nodded, about to speak.
Wang Erge quickly pleaded, "Gentlemen, I've told you everything I know. You must speak a good word for me in front of the county magistrate and spare my life, please." Before he could finish, Jang Yimian knocked him unconscious with a swift motion, coldly saying, "Enough noise." Zhao De swallowed hard and said, "I will report this to the county magistrate. We will make arrangements to eliminate the bandits as soon as possible." Jang Yimian agreed but reminded, what this person said may not all be true, but there is probably some truth to it. The county magistrate can use the Lin family's money delivery and the bandits' supply situation to his advantage. At that time, she could sneak into the bandit camp to help, hoping to capture the bandits in one go. Zhao De agreed and advised Jang Yimian not to let the people from Xiaohua area wander around the mountains recently. After hesitating, he took Wang Erge away. This person definitely couldn't be let go. Wang Erge had left the bandit group without permission, and since he didn't return at night, the others probably wouldn't make a fuss. 1, he wasn't important in the camp, and 2, the people involved in the supply wouldn't think anything was wrong. Rather than letting him go back and alerting them, it was better to take him directly to the office. Once the figures disappeared, Jang Yimian walked toward the area near the camp. From a distance, she was somewhat surprised by the situation inside. Originally, there were only 2 patrol teams in the camp, but now there were 3 more teams, and 2 more people had been added to the lookout tower. 3 people stared intently at the nearby road, no longer acting carefree as usual. Wang Erge was indeed not lying. Jang Yimian immediately lost her desire to go in and headed straight back to the small hollow. She didn't want to startle anyone, especially since they had already learned some news about the bandits. Wang Erge had always been a coward, but he was sensible enough to tell the truth when his life was in danger. By the time Jang Yimian returned to the small hollow, it was already getting dark. Everyone was busy with their own tasks but seemed a bit distracted, occasionally glancing toward the cave. Who did they see today? It was the county magistrate. In all their years, it was the first time they had met the magistrate, and they initially thought he might be a bad person, only to find out he was actually the official from their own Shui County. The magistrate even asked how they were living, but they didn't properly host him and ended up serving a thin corn porridge. They hoped he wouldn't blame them for their lack of hospitality. All afternoon, everyone had this thought on their minds, even while chopping wood or feeding chickens, worrying about the tension among them. To make matters worse, Yimian hadn't returned yet, so they had to suppress their unease and sat in the yard, staring at each other. As soon as Jang Yimian approached the yard, everyone quickly stood up and rushed to greet her. Old Lu nervously whispered, "Yimian, was that man who came asking for water really the county magistrate?" Jang Yimian met several eager gazes and nodded slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Instantly, everyone felt a chill. Zhao Xinger exclaimed, "Why did the county magistrate come here? I thought he was a bad person." "Yimian, he won't blame us for not treating him well, will he?" It was her first time seeing an official. She had always heard the elders say that county magistrates were fierce and scary, and that bad people would reveal their true nature when they saw the magistrate. But today, she thought the magistrate looked just like an ordinary middle-aged man, unsure if he was hiding his fierceness. Jiang Yimian found it amusing. If she said she had them make corn porridge to ask the magistrate for money, they would probably be so scared they'd fall to the ground. Thinking of that scene made her decide not to tell them the truth and instead reassured them. The magistrate came because he heard there were still people living on the mountain. "There's no need to worry. He is very kind and won't mind those small matters. However, for the next few days, you all should stay indoors to avoid any trouble with the officials. They seem to be patrolling the mountains lately, likely due to the bandits down below." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly wiped the worried expressions off their faces and nodded seriously. They were definitely not going to cause any trouble. Knowing that the county magistrate would not blame them eased their earlier anxiety, and they returned to their tasks. After worrying all afternoon, they had not finished their work. As everyone busied themselves again, Jang Yimian finally relaxed. Just as she was about to check on Zhang Li, Zhao Dashu hurried over, speaking cautiously, "Sister Mian, that person in the room is an official, right? Should we take extra care of him?" Thinking about how they had only been carelessly wiping him down these days, sometimes even neglecting it, made him feel embarrassed. He had thought he was just an ordinary person, but it turned out he was a constable. If he recovered, wouldn't he make things difficult for them? Seeing Zhao Dashu's anxious expression, Jang Yimian realized he must have been slacking off and not taking proper care of Zhang Li. She sighed and said, "They won't punish you. Just focus on taking care of him. But if you keep slacking off, you might get into trouble. Don't be lazy about changing the bandages. Let me know when his wounds are fully healed." Upon hearing that he wouldn't be punished, Zhao Dashu's smile was cut short by her next words, making him jump. He nodded repeatedly, "Sister Mian, don't worry. I will take good care of him. Changing the bandages is important, and I won't be lazy about it." Jiang Yimian nodded, and upon learning that Zhang Li was sleeping, she decided not to disturb him and went straight home. Mimi had disappeared somewhere to find food and had not returned yet, while Xiaonuan and Xiaoyu were playing with a bamboo ball made by Qin Taizhu in the yard. When they saw Jiang Yimian return, they called her over to join them. Wang Fengqin came back from the vegetable garden and saw the three children playing together. She smiled and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Before long, Jiang Yimian walked in and quietly sat down in front of the stove to add some firewood. Wang Fengqin, while chopping vegetables, said with a smile, "You wouldn't believe it. Xiaoyu was so proud when he found out the person visiting this afternoon was the county magistrate. He spent the whole afternoon talking about how the magistrate spoke to him and praised him, making sure everyone knew." Thinking about Xiao Ye's proud demeanor made Jiang Yimian chuckle. Outside, Xiao Ye's serious voice could be heard. "We need to work harder to learn to read. The county magistrate praised us, and we can't let him down." Xiaonuan quickly nodded vigorously and then, with a puzzled face, asked in a soft voice, "What does the county magistrate do?
Can we eat it?"
She didn't understand what the title county magistrate meant. Xiaoyu was taken aback, clearly caught off guard by the question. After a moment, he replied, "The county magistrate is a very important person. It's not easy to earn his praise. We just need to focus on learning our letters." Xiaonuan nodded, somewhat understanding. Jiang Yimian and Wang Fengqin laughed. In the small valley, there was laughter, but inside the government office, the atmosphere was serious. Song Quan looked at the note in his hand, slamming it down on the table in frustration. "These mountain bandits are so bold, threatening people right under my nose." Today, Zhao De returned with news about the bandits' plans. He was initially skeptical, but seeing the note confirmed that the bandits indeed intended to demand money from the Lin family. Lin Yimian frowned and respectfully said, "Sir, the bandits want 1,000 taels of silver. If we don't deliver it, they will kill the Lin family members. My family has been in business for generations, but we can't gather that much by tomorrow evening." These bandits were asking for too much. Even if he could gather the money, there was no way to deliver it to the bandits' hideout. Song Quan thought for a while and said, "You go back and gather the silver. I will help you collect it. The silver must be delivered tomorrow, but we also need to act against the bandits at the same time." He had been preparing for the bandit hunt for a long time. Recently, many constables had been recruited, mostly returning soldiers. Some were patrolling various towns to maintain order and manage the refugees, while others were on standby at the office. Nearly 300 men were ready to charge at the bandits at his command. If Wang Ergu wasn't lying, this number should be sufficient, but the bandits' hideout was easy to defend and hard to attack, making them difficult to deal with. If they couldn't capture them in one go tomorrow, the office would likely suffer heavy losses. At this time, the refugees were still not settled, and dealing with the bandits was already a burden on the people and resources. The capital city was slowly recovering, and the governor had a lot on his plate, so he couldn't provide much help, especially since it was just a small bandit hideout. However, a small team assigned to escort disaster relief funds remained at the office, and the governor instructed them to follow his orders. Originally meant to suppress the refugees, it can now help him deal with bandits. Although there are only about 20 people, it is still a valuable support. Tomorrow's opportunity to deliver money is a good chance he cannot miss. He must seize it all at once. After thinking for a while, he shared some details with Lin Yimian and then sent the person away, while he prepared for the bandit operation the next day. The next day, Jang Yimian spent the whole day in a small hollow. The others were busy with their own tasks and did not go out after hearing Jang Yimian's words. Jang Yimian waited until the evening, using the excuse of looking for Mimi, to leave the hollow. As soon as she entered the nearby forest by the cave, she heard many rustling sounds. Jang Yimian carefully moved through the trap-laden woods and soon spotted some people hiding in the dense bushes halfway up the mountain. Although those people were lying on the ground in clothes made of dry leaves, Jang Yimian still saw them at a glance. Their breathing was too loud. While others couldn't hear it, she could clearly make out each person's breath. She glanced at the familiar camouflage clothing and then concealed her presence, moving to another spot. Finding a bush halfway up the mountain that provided a good view while hiding her figure, Jang Yimian looked toward the bandit camp. There were more patrolling the camp today than yesterday, with several teams watching the area, and even those on the lookout tower were on high alert, not a single one slacking off, all focused on their surroundings. It seemed they were preparing for the Lin family's money delivery. They say taking risks can lead to great rewards, and the bandits were also gambling this time. They were betting that the Lin family wouldn't report to the authorities and that the officials couldn't break through the camp. The camp's location was indeed advantageous, connected to a deep mountain area. If the bandits wanted to escape, they could easily hide in the mountains, making it hard for the officials to find them even after 10 days or more. However, Jang Yimian would not give them that chance. Seeing that the time was right and smoke was rising from the camp, she headed straight down the mountain. With a few quick movements, while the lookouts were focused on the distant road, she leaped over the 2-meter-high fence and slipped into the camp. It was probably still around the evening, with over 2 hours until the next hour, giving her plenty of time to cause some trouble. Upon entering the camp, she immediately encountered a patrol team. In a moment of panic, she quickly hid in a nearby house. The room was tidy, with a clear view, containing only a cabinet about half her height, a table, and a bed. There was a window next to the table, tightly closed. Jang Yimian glanced outside and saw that the patrol had left. Just as she was about to step out, a few women approached, chatting and laughing, seemingly intending to come in. Startled, she quickly hid in the wardrobe. Before she could close the door, a shadow darted in and swiftly shut it. The person clearly didn't expect anyone to be in the wardrobe and reached out to attack her. The space was too cramped for Jang Yimian to dodge, so she decided to stand her ground and thrust her curved dagger directly at her attacker. At that moment, the door to the room opened, letting light in through the wardrobe's cracks, but it quickly vanished again. The attacker hesitated and pulled back, not continuing the assault. Jang Yimian's dagger remained pressed against their waist, but neither moved further. They both held their breath, carefully listening to the sounds outside. Today is strange. Why did they ask us to cook so early? After this meal, will they make us cook again in the middle of the night? One woman said. Who knows? Cooking is just cooking. Who dares to disobey the leader's orders? Another replied, taking a seat at the table to drink water. In a lower voice, one added, I heard from some bandits that this is about the goods they took last time. Apparently, those goods belong to a wealthy family. The leader sent someone to inform them, asking for silver to redeem the goods and people. I thought those goods were mostly sold already. Why redeem them? You might not know, but it's probably for the people locked in the woodshed. There's a young master from that wealthy family in there. I doubt he'll come back. These bandits are really cunning, ruthless, and untrustworthy. It's disgusting. They want us to bear their children.
Ugh. Keep your voice down.
Let's hurry and cook before we get scolded. After saying that, they left the room. Once the door was closed, the room fell silent again. Jang Yimian withdrew her dagger and opened the wardrobe door, letting bright light flood in. She looked at the familiar person in front of her with curiosity and asked, What are you doing here? It had been a while since she last saw him, but he hadn't changed much. His coarse linen clothes couldn't hide his presence, though there seemed to be a bit more coldness in his eyes. If it weren't for the light revealing his face, she might not have recognized his familiar aura. Lucy's eyes seemed equally surprised to see Jang Yimian there. The coldness in his eyes faded as he chuckled lightly and replied, And what are you doing here? The young man was already handsome, and his smile could melt away the coldness, making people's hearts flutter. Jang Yimian glanced at him and quickly looked away, saying lightly, Of course, I'm here to poison the bandits. Although there were officials outside, she still felt a bit uneasy. This group of bandits was cunning and ruthless, and they knew the local terrain very well. She was afraid that the officials wouldn't catch them all, and if any escaped, the bandit camp could come back to life. Cijian nodded. He was also there to poison them. He had heard that the officials were planning to eliminate the bandits and figured they would act when the Lin family sent money, so he arrived at the camp early. He didn't expect someone else to have the same idea. What kind of poison are you using? Jang Yimian asked curiously. It better not be something that kills instantly. She was just there to help the officials, not to put herself in danger. If the officials burst in and found many people dead from poison, the people in the camp would surely be suspected. Cijian's expression was calm, his tone cold and steady. Laxative. Jang Yimian. That's considered poison? It's not even as effective as her sleeping powder. Then she suddenly thought of something and burst out laughing. All right, they say people are most vulnerable when they need to go to the bathroom. When the laxative takes effect, everyone in the camp will be searching for a place to relieve themselves. It would be quite a sight to see the officials come in and find rows of people in distress. She couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Cijian looked serious, but she didn't expect him to be so cunning. Using a laxative could be explained as the food being unclean. If she used sleeping powder, the officials might suspect her. This guy had thought it through. Just then, footsteps were heard outside, getting closer and stopping at the door. Xiaodao smiled at the person not far away, saying, I'll be right there. I forgot something. As soon as she said that and opened the door, her mouth was suddenly covered, startling her and making her widen her eyes. Jang Yimian was about to knock the person out when Xiaodao quickly made some muffled sounds, as if she had something to say. Jang Yimian frowned, meeting her hopeful gaze, and was momentarily taken aback. She lowered her voice and warned, If you dare to scream, I will kill you immediately. Xiaodao quickly nodded, glancing at Cijian beside her. When she met his cold gaze, she shivered and quickly looked away, not daring to glance around. As Jang Yimian let go, her other hand reached for the curved dagger hidden in her sleeve, ready to strike before the person could scream. Xiaodao managed to speak. lowering her voice. "Are you here to rescue us?" The girl looked about 16 or 17, small and with a pale, worn face that showed signs of exhaustion. Her misty eyes were filled with hope as she gazed intently at Jang Yimian. Jang Yimian nodded, finally recognizing her voice as the one who had called the bandits disgusting earlier. Seeing her nod, Xiaodao instantly became excited, her voice trembling. "That's great. Finally, someone has come to save us. Is there anything I can do to help? You can trust me. I'm not one of the bandits. I was taken by them. I'm just a common person." God knows how long she had waited for this day. Ever since she was found hiding in the village cellar by the bandits, she had wanted to escape every day, but there were too many bandits in the village for her to run away. She had to live day after day with these disgusting bandits. Others advised her to stay safe in the village, but she refused. These ruthless bandits had killed her family, and she would never forget that grudge. Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow and looked at the girl again. She had thought that after living in the bandit camp for so long, the abducted girls would have been assimilated by the bandits. Seeing Xiaodao now made her realize she had been mistaken. Especially when she met those determined, bright eyes, Jang Yimian suddenly felt a strong urge to trust her just this once. When chaos breaks out in the camp, you take the common people and run up the mountain, hiding in the forest. With this person helping to disperse the common people, she would have more time to do other things. Moreover, those people would likely trust someone from the camp rather than a stranger. Xiaodao quickly nodded and said earnestly, "I will make sure to take everyone up the mountain." Jang Yimian did not respond further, but exchanged a glance with Lu Xi. The boy smiled slightly, instantly understanding her intention, and said, "Be careful," before slipping out the window. Jang Yimian also quickly left but didn't go far. She stayed hidden, observing Xiaodao for a moment. Seeing that she appeared calm and was still focused on her task, Jang Yimian turned and headed straight into the depths of the bandit camp. Although she hadn't learned from Wang Ergu where the camp's granary and storerooms were, she could deduce that the most heavily guarded places would likely be among them. Avoiding the patrolling groups along the way, Jang Yimian finally reached her destination. Although Zhao Sandao had transformed Xinghua village into something very different, she still followed her memories to find the original village chief's house. Most of the houses in Xinghua village were made of mud and straw, but the 4 rooms in front of her were built with blue bricks and large tiles. They were a bit old, but still much better than the mud houses and straw huts. Jang Yimian noticed the 20 guards at the front door, scattered around the outside of the houses. It was clear that something important was being protected. With a leap, she jumped over the courtyard wall and looked around the several rooms, finding nothing valuable. Assuming it was Zhao Sandao's residence, she headed straight for the cellar. The cellar door was tightly locked with chains, but Jang Yimian easily picked the lock with a piece of wire from her space. A small lock like that was no challenge for her. The cellar was dimly lit, and she could see that it was filled with items in the shadows. Jang Yimian closed the door and took out a flashlight, instantly illuminating the dark cellar. Before her were sacks piled halfway to the ceiling, roughly estimating there were 700 or 800 bags. She opened one bag and instantly saw white rice. After checking a few more bags, she discovered that the cellar was filled with high-quality rice and flour, likely stolen from passing merchant caravans. Raising an eyebrow, she looked at other items. After searching for a while, she found 2 large locked boxes containing some silver ingots, while the rest were all common medicinal herbs. Although the herbs were of decent quality, they weren't particularly valuable. In these hard times, bandits couldn't steal many good items. Places that had been raided by rebels wouldn't have many valuable goods left. Jang Yimian glanced at the silver ingots in the boxes, estimating there were over 1,000 taels. She took one box and put it in her space, leaving the rest for the wandering refugees. She did the same with the food and herbs, leaving half behind. The remaining items weren't too many, and after reporting to the authorities, they would likely be handled properly. Knowing Song Chuanzhao's character, she guessed he would use them to help the refugees, considering it a good deed on her part. When Jang Yimian exited the cellar, The guards outside were eating and drinking, chatting and laughing, completely unaware of what was about to happen. Seeing this, Jang Yimian quickly set up a simple plan in the courtyard before moving on to other areas. The patrols in the stronghold were frequently checking the surroundings, remaining alert. If Jang Yimian hadn't been quick to hide, she would have been discovered several times. She moved between the various buildings, but did not find any other important places, only a room filled with weapons. The room contained many weapons, including various swords, spears, and bows. Jang Yimian found it strange that the Mountain Tiger Gang had gathered so many weapons in just half a year since developing in Apricot Blossom Village. As she examined the weapons, she recognized some of the large swords, which looked similar to those worn by Zhao De and his companions. She raised her eyebrows, suddenly understanding a bit more. No wonder the mountain bandits were so bold. It turned out there were people in the government involved. She took a bow and a few arrows, storing them away, and set up some traps in front of several buildings before leaving. Jang Yimian went to a lookout tower at the foot of the mountain, where she could see both the gang's hideout and the surrounding area. She glanced at the person next to her, who was unconscious but still standing upright due to her ropes. From the lookout tower, she took out a telescope to observe the situation below. The sky was gradually darkening, and the view through the telescope was not very clear, but she could still make out the scene. Many bandits were gathered at the entrance of the hideout, standing ready, while some were hiding in the shadows. At that moment, a horn sounded from within the hideout. Jang Yimian knew that the Lin family must be coming with money, but she was unsure how things were going with Cijian's poison plan and how many people in the hideout had eaten the food or drunk the water. There wasn't much she could do. The rest depended on the government. Meanwhile, on the forest path leading to the hideout, Lin Yenin, dressed in a red brocade robe, sat on his horse, casually fanning himself without a hint of tension. A groom led a horse pulling 4 large boxes behind him. If Jang Yimian didn't know he was bringing money to the hideout, she might have thought he was there for a wedding. Watching the scene through the telescope, Jang Yimian couldn't help but smirk. It seemed this flamboyant personality wouldn't change easily. The bandits on the lookout tower were puzzled by the sight below. Although they had instructed the Lin family to send someone, they had never seen a family so obedient, especially with just 2 grooms accompanying them. Seeing the man on the horse completely unafraid, as if he were out for a leisurely outing, only added to their confusion. Zhao Sandao, though confused, didn't think too much about it. When he saw someone approaching, he signaled to those around him. The person immediately nodded respectfully and led a team out of the hideout. More than 20 bandits had just reached the pile of sand and stones blocking the road when an arrow suddenly shot into their group. Due to poor aim, it missed its target. Everyone was startled, and the bandits quickly realized they were ambushed, shouting, "Watch out, there's an ambush." In the next moment, a rain of arrows began to fall upon them. The officers hiding in the forest rushed forward. Unfortunately, the bandits were not caught off guard. They seemed to have been prepared, and several groups charged into the forest to fight back. More archers appeared on the lookout tower, continuously shooting arrows at the officers below. Seeing a few bandits charging at him with swords, Lin Yenin could no longer stay hidden. He stiffly dismounted and hurriedly took the horsemen into the forest. They had agreed to wait until the people in the box were inside before acting. What was happening? This was not what they had planned. Song Quanzhao frowned as he watched those trapped by the sand and stones. He hadn't even given the order yet. Who shot that arrow? It had directly revealed their position. What a fool. As he saw the officers falling behind, Song Quanzhao's frown deepened. These bandits did not seem surprised. They appeared well prepared, indicating there was a traitor in the government. At the entrance of the bandit camp, screams filled the air and blood quickly stained the ground, with most of the fallen being officers. Jang Yimian observed the officers being overwhelmed and frowned, realizing she had underestimated the bandits. These bandits were experienced killers and utilized the terrain around the camp effectively. If this continued, the government forces would soon face a disastrous defeat. She put away her binoculars and drew a bow, lighting an arrow on fire, illuminating the lookout tower. With a swift motion, she shot the flaming arrow toward the buildings in the camp. With a loud bang, the flames spread instantly, engulfing several houses. Without pausing, she shot more flaming arrows, igniting the areas she had doused in gasoline, lighting up the dark camp. The guards, who had been joking at the entrance, froze at the sight of the fire and shouted, "There's a fire! Quick, put it out!" Chaos erupted in the camp, but unfortunately, just as they tried to flee, they felt intense stomach pains. Now, they couldn't even think about putting out the fire. Everyone was looking for a place to relieve themselves. Xiao Tao watched as the flames spread quickly, soon threatening the newly built straw huts. She hurriedly called the captured girls and those locked in the woodshed to run up the back mountain. These people could only eat leftovers after the bandits finished their meals, so they didn't understand why the bandits were suddenly searching for a place to go.
They just rushed toward the back mountain.
On the way, they encountered a few bandits who tried to block them. However, since the bandits had stomach pains and lacked strength, they were easily subdued, allowing the group to quickly continue their escape. Jang Yimian watched from the lookout tower as more than 20 girls and a few men ran up the mountain, feeling relieved. That girl didn't let her down. If she had waited to evacuate the crowd after starting the fire, there wouldn't have been enough time, and she would have been exposed. This girl helped her out. Jang Yimian looked through her binoculars at the entrance of the village. The flames lit up the scene. Outside the village, the fighting bandits held the high ground, and the officers below were struggling to reach them, being cut down with large knives. A few bandits laughed, saying, "These officials are useless. They can't even enter the village, so how can they deal with us? Right? It's hilarious." With the bandits in control of the high ground, the officials had no chance of entering the village. As they laughed, suddenly their stomachs twisted in pain. The intense discomfort made them sweat, and they lost the initial excitement of battle, feeling the urgent need to find a place to relieve themselves. Some who were still fighting couldn't break free, and ended up having to go right where they were. Zhao Sandao saw the others fleeing and shouted angrily, "Where are you going? Hurry up and fight. Someone, come." Just as he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Before he could recover, the urgent need to relieve himself made it impossible for him to move. Seeing the once fierce bandits suddenly weaken, the officials took the opportunity to attack. The group charged into the village. With no bandits to stop them, the officials easily entered the village. The officials rushed into the village and quickly captured the bandits, who had no will to fight and were only focused on finding a place to relieve themselves. A few bandits, who had not eaten or drunk anything and managed to escape earlier, secretly ran up the mountain. However, before they could celebrate, a loud roar of a beast echoed through the forest, startling them. They exchanged worried glances, noticing the chaos in the village below, where the officials had already entered. If they didn't run now, they would be trapped. With determination, they decided to dash into the woods. But just a few steps in, a tiger suddenly charged at them, knocking the first 3 bandits far away, leaving them unable to get up. Seeing this, none of the others dared to approach the forest. The tiger's roars echoed, making it sound like there were several of them. This realization terrified them, causing their legs to tremble. Those who were already frightened by the officials' actions quickly fled down the mountain, too scared to go back up. The officials soon arrived and took the captured bandits away. Song Quanzhao frowned, covering his nose as he looked at the situation in the village, feeling confused. Nearby, houses were still ablaze, and the officers were trying to put out the fire. A short distance away, dozens of captured bandits were squatting on the ground, exposed and pale, showing no signs of resistance. A glance revealed rows of differently colored backsides. An unpleasant smell wafted through the air, making him feel like he was in a bizarre dream. Song Quanzhao stood frozen, unable to move, thinking he must be dreaming. Yet the sounds of pain around him confirmed it was real. He had thought the plan for the day was disrupted and that the bandit hunt would be delayed. He was even ready to retreat. Who would have guessed that the bandits suddenly had stomach issues and were preoccupied with relieving themselves, while the village was in chaos, allowing them to be captured with little effort. These events were truly strange. Zhao De and a few others who were responsible for putting out the fire returned, sweating and covered in soot. Song Quanzhao quickly asked, "How is it? Were any civilians hurt?" He just saw a big fire outside that burned several straw huts, which made him feel scared, worried that the fire might harm innocent people. Zhao De scratched his head and said, "There's no one in the houses, and I haven't seen any villagers." "Sir, do you think the bandits have hidden them away?" It was very strange. Not a single villager was around, and all the bandits seemed to have upset stomachs. Many were in the middle of relieving themselves, causing a terrible smell to fill the village. If he didn't know he was hunting bandits, he might have thought he came to watch them in a rather embarrassing situation. Song Quanzhao frowned and looked at the mountains connected to the village, saying, "Take a few people up the mountain to search. Make sure to bring everyone back safely." Zhao De quickly agreed and led a team up the mountain. The others began counting the bandits and valuables in the village. At that moment, Jang Yimian came down from the mountain. She hadn't found Cijian in the village and wasn't sure if he had left or if the authorities had discovered him, so she decided to check the situation. Seeing the scene in the village, even though she was somewhat prepared, she was still shocked to see the row of bandits in such a state. What kind of laxative did Cijian give them? She felt like her eyes were tainted. Jiang Yimian quickly turned her head away, wide-eyed in surprise. "Sir Song, why is the village burned like this? And what happened to those bandits?" When Song Quanzhao saw her, he felt relieved but also became alert. "Miss Jiang, what are you doing here? Didn't Zhao De tell you not to come out today?" He found it strange that all the bandits had upset stomachs and that the villagers had disappeared. The expected scenario of the bandits threatening the villagers didn't happen. While he felt fortunate, he also thought that this bandit hunt was going too smoothly. If someone had sneaked into the village to poison the bandits and started the fire to create chaos, it would explain everything. Could this be the work of the person in front of him? Jiang Yimian felt a bit embarrassed and smiled. "I was just curious about how the authorities handle bandit hunts. I came to see the excitement." "Don't worry, sir. I only watched from a distance and came down when I saw the village was calm. I wouldn't interfere with your work." She hoped he wouldn't suspect her. Even if he did, there was no evidence. Song Quanzhao noticed the curiosity on Jiang Yimian's face and dismissed his earlier thoughts. If the authorities couldn't do something, how could she? He must be overthinking it. Although Miss Jiang is a bit clever, that's all there is to it. If she were truly capable, why would she hide in the mountains and not dare to come out? Also, if she were that impressive, she wouldn't have made a simple, strange meal in the small valley just to gain sympathy. From the expressions and health of the people in the small valley, he could see that they were living fairly well. They might not have meat every day, but their situation was much better than those who were fleeing from disasters. At first, he didn't think carefully about the method of dealing with bandits, but later he realized that her sympathy-seeking act had many flaws. This shows that Miss Jiang is just a somewhat clever child, and the people in the small valley are simple farmers, not very smart or capable. Planning such a detailed and dangerous scheme is beyond her. As for getting information about the bandit camp from Wang Ergu, it was purely by chance, or you could say it was good luck. They happened to encounter Wang Ergu alone, and they ambushed him to get the information. It's common to have an upset stomach. It seems the camp's cook wasn't paying attention, which led to this result. With doubts removed, Song Quanzhao felt more sincere in his words. He smiled at Jiang Yimian and said, "The government's successful efforts to deal with the bandits are also thanks to Miss Jiang. I will express the gratitude of the people of Qinghe County to you." Jiang Yimian waved her hand dismissively and said, "You're too kind, Sir Song. There's no need for extra thanks. Just remember the 100 taels of silver." She didn't want empty words of gratitude. Silver was much more practical. Even though she already had 500 taels, the 100 taels from the court were still rightfully hers. Song Quanzhao twitched his lips but nodded silently, becoming more certain that the bandit issue had nothing to do with Jiang Yimian. This person only cared about silver and wouldn't do such a thankless task. Just then, Ma Ming excitedly ran over. Sir, I found food, medicine, and some money in the cellar. Song Quanzhao was immediately delighted and quickly instructed a few constables to help Ma Ming bring the items out. When hundreds of bags of rice and flour were brought from the cellar and neatly stacked on the ground, Song Quanzhao's eyes turned red with joy.
Great.
Now the refugees will have food to eat and won't go hungry. Although the court had sent a lot of disaster relief funds, after layers of exploitation and corruption, there was hardly any left by the time it reached Qingshui County. If he hadn't specifically used the relief funds to buy low-priced coarse grains and mixed rice, those refugees would have starved to death by now. Right now, the government didn't have much money left, and the next batch of relief funds hadn't arrived yet. He was quite worried, but fortunately, he had these supplies, and since it wasn't too much, he could report to the governor and distribute them to the refugees himself. Jang Yimian noticed that Song Quanzhao was genuinely happy, with no hint of greed in his eyes, so she nodded. Thankfully, he was a good official who truly cared for the people. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of what she had painfully scraped together. Ma Ming frowned at the boxes of medicinal materials and said, "Sir, these herbs seem to belong to young Master Lin's family. It looks like they were sold by the mountain bandits." Song Quanzhao looked at the items, which were clearly not as many as Lin Yanin had mentioned, and helplessly replied, "There's nothing we can do. The bandits must have sold the stolen goods for money long ago. They wouldn't leave anything behind. Go call young Master Lin and let him see these goods." Jang Yimian nervously touched her nose, realizing that this situation was quite troubling. If she had known, she wouldn't have acted. Now, there was no way to retrieve what she had given up. She could only blame Lin Yanin for being unfortunate and having his goods taken by the bandits. Before long, Lin Yanin was helped over. He looked pale, and his legs trembled occasionally, clearly frightened by the bloody scene at the bandit camp. Before he could understand what was happening, he caught sight of the bandits nearby, who were still in a pitiful state. He was shocked to see that the fierce bandits, who had just been threatening and attacking, now looked pale and powerless. The legs of the squatting bandits seemed weak from staying in that position for too long, trembling slightly. The fear in Lin Yanin's heart diminished somewhat due to the shocking scene. When Song Quanzhao saw him approach, he pointed to the boxes piled nearby. "These are all that is left of the Lin family's goods." Lin Yanin then looked at the boxes. Originally, there had been hundreds of boxes of herbs, but now only about 20 remained. The boxes containing the valuable herbs were nowhere to be found. Although he felt a bit disappointed, it wasn't surprising, as he had already learned from Wang Ergu that the bandits had sold the Lin family's herbs long ago, so the valuable ones would naturally not be left behind. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then let these herbs be considered a donation from the Lin family to the refugees. Please dispose of them as you see fit." He had already thought about this outcome when he learned that the bandits had sold his family's goods. Although they suffered a loss, it wasn't a big deal for the Lin family. Instead, he could use this opportunity to make an impression on the county magistrate and gain a good reputation among the people, making the trip worthwhile. If his father knew, he wouldn't blame him too much. It was just unfortunate that his first time delivering goods with the family caravan ended with a robbery, and he probably wouldn't join again. Song Quanzhao was taken aback and solemnly patted Lin Yanin on the shoulder, saying, "On behalf of the refugees, thank you to the Lin family." Lin Yanin just shook his folding fan and smiled. "You flatter me, sir. This is what a commoner should do." His complexion improved significantly, no longer as pale as before, and he returned to his usual gentlemanly appearance. Jang Yimian was surprised to see Lin Yanin handling himself so well in front of Song Quanzhao. She had thought he was just a wealthy young man, but it turned out he had some cleverness. Indeed, he came from a family of merchants. Her earlier feelings of guilt and embarrassment vanished instantly. If she didn't accept the herbs, they could still be worth a lot of silver when combined, and they might have to be handed over, not benefiting the refugees. Thus, it was a good thing that everything from the bandits could be distributed among the refugees. Just then, Zhao came down from the mountain with many people, mostly young women with only a few men, likely from the Lin family. Sir, these young women were captured by the bandits from nearby villages. They ran up the mountain when they saw the village on fire, but were not injured. Xiao Tao, hiding in the crowd, curiously glanced at the bandits before looking away, only to spot Jang Yimian. Jang Yimian also noticed her and briefly looked at her before turning her gaze away. Xiao Tao was taken aback and quickly lowered her head. Song Quanzhao carefully examined the people in front of him for a while before addressing them. Everyone, don't worry. I will have someone take you home. As soon as he said this, several young girls began to cry softly, their previously tense emotions relaxing instantly. Many hugged each other and wept, saying, "We can go home now." The officials, who had been serious, couldn't help but feel moved by the scene, silently cursing the bandits. Song Quanzhao instructed Zhao De and his group to take the girls to the government office first. He would ask them some questions before letting them go. As for the bandits, he ordered them to be taken back in groups. Those with serious crimes would be executed, while those with lesser offenses would be sent to do hard labor. Lin Yan'an saw that the matter was settled, nodded to Jang Yimian, and left with a few people from the Lin family. The village quickly fell silent, with only a few remaining to protect Song Quanzhao, while the others left. As night fully descended, Song Quanzhao said, "Ma Ming, please take Miss Jiang home later." Just as Ma Ming was about to respond, Jang Yimian withdrew her gaze from looking around, smiled, and waved her hand. "Thank you, sir. I am familiar with the mountains, so there's no need for trouble. Now that the bandits have been captured, I feel relieved. However, I would like to borrow a torch from you, Officer Ma." Ma Ming looked at Song Quanzhao, and upon receiving a nod, handed over the torch. "Miss Jiang, please take care of Zhang Li for a while longer. The office has been busy lately, and it may take some time before we can take him away." Jang Yimian acknowledged, and was about to walk up the mountain with the torch, when she suddenly thought of something. After hesitating, she turned to look at Song Quanzhao. "I have a favor to ask, sir." Song Quanzhao was taken aback and quickly replied, "Miss Jiang, please go ahead." Jang Yimian continued, "My father went missing 6 months ago and has not been found. My elder brother was taken away shortly after due to conscription. I heard that the recent conflict has ended. Could you help me find my brother and father?" It was uncertain if she would have another chance to meet the county magistrate, but this was a good opportunity to assist the office in dealing with the bandits, and he would likely help her find them. Wang Fengqin and the two little ones rarely mentioned their father and brother, but she could tell they missed them deeply. Occasionally, she would see Wang Fengqin staring blankly at their clothes. Everyone in the family treated her well, and she didn't want to see them sad. Moreover, these two had treated her well in her memories, and she actually envied that. Song Quanzhao paused, then carefully asked for their names and descriptions before saying, "Miss Jiang, don't worry. I will do my best to help with this matter." Jang Yimian responded and thanked him before walking up the mountain with the torch. When she reached halfway up, she stopped and looked at the burned houses in the village, feeling a wave of emotions. The bandits were gone, but Xinghua village was completely destroyed. Although her fire did not harm anyone, most of the village was made of thatch, and the flames spread quickly with the wind. Even though the officials responded promptly, many houses were still lost. Several earthen walls were charred black, and the thatch on the roofs had long since disappeared, making it uninhabitable for the time being. Moreover, Xinghua village has been occupied by bandits for too long, and the surrounding roads are blocked by mud and sand. It will take a lot of time to clear them. If the officials really plan to let the refugees come and stay, it might not be very realistic. With inconvenient transportation and the shadow of the bandits looming, it seems unlikely that arrangements will be made for the people to live here for now. When Jang Yimian returned to the small valley, it was already completely dark. Everyone was gathered in Old Lu's yard, anxiously looking outside. Although Jang Yimian hadn't told them that the officials were going to eliminate the bandits today, they could guess something was up. The county magistrate wouldn't come just for a drink of water. He must be here to inquire about the situation in the village below. Since Jang Yimian left, they had been on edge, fearing something serious might happen. like the officials failing to deal with the bandits and the bandits coming up to the small valley. When they finally saw Jang Yimian returning with a torch, they felt relieved. Mimi had come back early, and as she was sleeping nearby, she caught a whiff of Jang Yimian's scent and ran over excitedly, circling her feet with bright, eager eyes asking for praise. Jang Yimian reached down to pet Mimi and took out a piece of meat from her space to feed her before heading to Lu's yard. Mimi happily ate the meat beside her. Wang Fengqin finally relaxed when she saw her daughter return safely and quickly asked, "Yimian, how is it outside? Is there something serious happening?" The others quickly gathered around, their faces filled with worry and unease. Even Zhongli, who was being supported while sitting in a chair, looked concerned. While others might not know how much the county magistrate had been losing sleep over the bandit situation, he was well aware. So when Jang Yimian said they couldn't go out, he immediately understood that the officials were dealing with the bandits. Seeing everyone looking worried, including the children, Jang Yimian smiled and said, "From now on, we can live in peace without worrying about refugees coming up or bandits attacking us. There are no bandits here, only us." At her words, everyone was momentarily stunned, and after a while, the quiet small valley suddenly became lively. Old Lu excitedly said, "Yimian, are you saying there are no bandits anymore? We can go in and out freely without worrying about them?" Jang Yimian nodded and smiled, saying, "Not only are there no mountain bandits, but there won't be any refugees coming up the mountain either. The county magistrate has set up porridge stalls in every town, so those refugees now have food to eat. In a few days, they will likely be settled by the magistrate. With no bandits around, those who were stranded could return home with their rations." Hearing this, everyone was extremely happy and laughed, saying they should celebrate tonight. The days of fear and worry were gone. Zhongli was also pleased to hear about the successful eradication of the bandits. He initially wanted to go back to bed but couldn't resist the lively atmosphere and decided to join everyone for meal. Although he still ate lightly, seeing the smiles on everyone's faces made the porridge in his bowl taste delicious. After the meal, everyone lingered, discussing future plans. Although they had food and drink in the mountains before, they never thought about the future due to worries about the bandits. Now, without the bandits, they could freely come down the mountain. They could do whatever they wanted without fearing for their lives. Listening to the laughter and joy, Jang Yimian couldn't help but smile. She suddenly remembered Lu Cijian. Had he left again? He didn't even come up to the mountain to check on them during his visit, even though many were thinking of him. How ungrateful. Everyone was particularly excited that night, gathered around the fire chatting. Zhongli shared many stories about the court's cases, which made the children's eyes light up with interest. Especially Dogsheng and Wang Xiaowei, who kept asking Zhongli questions until late at night before heading home to sleep. The next day, when Jang Yimian woke up, it was already bright outside. After a quick wash and finishing her meal, she heard old Lu exclaim in surprise. She hurried outside and saw Mimi running back with a roe deer in its mouth. Mimi excitedly dropped the deer at Jang Yimian's feet and began happily spinning around, looking very thrilled. Zhongli had intended to step outside for some fresh air but was drawn in by the smell of blood. When he saw the dead deer, he looked at Mimi in surprise and said, "Did Mimi bring this back?" He thought the little tiger would only go out to find food for itself, but he didn't expect it to bring something back for people. Jang Yimian was also a bit surprised and looked at Mimi curiously, wondering when this little one had ever brought home prey, especially such a small deer. Old Lu also came over, looking at the poor deer with its fresh wounds still bleeding. He exclaimed, "This deer looks like it just died. The blood hasn't even dried." Mimi is quite strong. Although he knew Mimi was a tiger, it seemed calm around them. He had never seen Mimi truly angry. The only time was when it caught a weasel, and even then, it only showed a bit of fierceness without being too brutal. Zhongli also came to take a look and noticed the messy wound on the deer's neck. He wondered it shouldn't be a tiger that killed it. It looks like it was stabbed by something sharp. The angle is off, which caused the wound to be messy. It could be from a wild boar's tusk, and Mimi just found it afterward. Old Lu nodded and was about to reach out to pet Mimi when Mimi quickly turned its head and proudly ran into the forest. Old Lu wasn't angry. He was used to it and just laughed, saying, "Mimi probably smelled the blood and came here. It startled me. I thought Mimi had brought something back." With that, he went back to cleaning up the chicken and rabbit droppings, planning to pile them near the vegetable garden to use as fertilizer next year. Zhongli wandered around. It wasn't too cold yet, but the house felt a bit chilly. The sun outside made it warmer, and after lying in bed for several days without moving, he felt like his body was getting stiff. Jang Yimian stared at the deer for a while and suddenly thought of Cijian. Could it be that he sent Mimi to bring this back? Mimi usually only caught small birds and mice. There weren't any large animals around, as they would have been scared off by Mimi. Thinking about this possibility made her smile. She had thought Cijian had no conscience, but it seemed he was busy with something and couldn't come to see everyone. Jang Yimian decided not to dwell on it. She skinned the deer, salted it after gutting it, and stored it in Lu's cellar. They had recently gotten 2 large wild boars, so she wasn't in a hurry to cook the deer. She was just considering when their household registration issue would be resolved. With Xinhua village gone, their original registration was useless, and she wondered how the government would arrange things for them. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Winter officially arrived in the mountains. The air felt sharp and cold, and the wind stung her face. A few children were not playing wildly in the hills like they used to. Instead, they were all sitting quietly inside by the fire. They had gathered in the main room of Old Lu's house. His house was the largest, and naturally the fire table was the biggest one too. The group sitting around the fire table didn't feel crowded at all. Once the door was closed, it felt like 2 different worlds inside and outside. The cold wind blew outside, but it was very warm inside. Little Nguyen, wearing a fluffy rabbit hat, was warming herself by the fire, making her cheeks rosy and very cute. Wang Fengqin found it amusing and reached over to take off the hat, saying, "Aren't you hot? I can see you're sweating." Little Nguyen shook her head and said in a sweet voice, "I'm not hot. I like this hat." She took the hat from Wang Fengqin, but didn't put it back on her head. Instead, she played with it in her hands. The fluffy hat had 2 little rabbit ears sewn on, and with her bright eyes, she looked extremely adorable. Dai, Xiaoya, and Titan also had hats. Dai and Little Nguyen had rabbit hats, while the 2 boys had tiger hats. The 3 of them had taken off their hats early because they felt warm, and now they were resting on the table. Titan was nestled in a cradle, sleeping soundly, and the lively atmosphere in the room didn't wake him at all. Zhongli had recently recovered and was now fully comfortable with everyone. He was animatedly sharing stories about catching thieves in the past. He was quite eloquent, and his storytelling captivated everyone, especially the men, who all looked eager to hear more, including Chen Taiju, who was also listening intently. It seemed that men inherently loved tales of heroism and justice. "You won't believe it, that little thief actually stole from Zhang Yuanwai's house. If it weren't for me and brother Zhao passing by and noticing something was off, I would have kicked him, and he would have run away with the silver." Gosheng asked with bright eyes, "What happened next?" Zhongli proudly tilted his head back, took a drink of water that Wang Xiaohai kindly offered, and laughed heartily. "Of course, we caught him with brother Zhao. You wouldn't believe it, that little thief was a famous pickpocket, skilled and very sly. The officials couldn't do anything about him, but we managed to catch him. Isn't that impressive?" Gosheng and Wang Xiaohai quickly praised him, satisfying Zhang Li's vanity. After taking a sip of water, he began to share more stories about other cases. When listening to stories, it's natural to have some snacks. The table was filled with walnuts, chestnuts, roasted soybeans, and sunflower seeds. The sunflower seeds were brought out by Jang Yimian from her space. She only mentioned they were herbs she found in the mountains, and no one doubted her. Once they learned how to eat them, everyone grabbed a handful. In the past, they usually ate roasted soybeans at this time. Although they were tasty, they could cause bloating, so they only had a few to satisfy their cravings. Now, with the sunflower seeds, they found them very delicious, especially with a hint of sweetness, making it hard to stop eating. As Zhongli told his story, everyone burst into laughter. Old Lu watched the excited crowd and frowned a bit. This used to be his time to tell stories, but now it was Zhongli's turn. Well, it's good to give the young ones a chance. The matters in the official court were indeed more interesting than his tales. While he listened to Zhongli, he quietly sipped his hot tea. The bitter and sour taste made him frown. Yimian, what kind of tea is this? Why is it both sour and bitter? Jang Yimian smiled and replied, It's chrysanthemum hawthorn tea. It helps clear heat and aids digestion. During the dry winter, it's easy to get overheated, and since everyone was too lazy to move in the cold, snacking often led to discomfort, especially for children. She specially brewed some for everyone to drink. Once they heard it was good for their health, old Lu didn't complain anymore. He listened to the story while adding firewood to the stove. Such leisurely days had never been experienced before. Though there wasn't much to do in winter, the chilly wind made people dizzy. The best they could do was light a pile of damp firewood for warmth, but the smoke was so irritating that it was better to go outside into the cold. Using dry wood produced less smoke but burned quickly, and no one wanted to use it since a bundle could be traded for some coins in town. Chopping wood was also a hassle. The wood around the mountain was gone, and no one dared to go deeper into the woods. As a result, firewood became a rare commodity. Many people would carefully bring back corn stalks after harvesting to use as firewood, as straw was also useful for burning. While the room was lively, a breathless shout came from outside. Zhongli, old Lu, where are you? Come help. Everyone was engrossed in the story and didn't hear the call. It was Jang Yimian who noticed the noise. She quickly got up and went outside, and old Lu followed her. As soon as he stepped outside, the cold air hit his face painfully, even worse than a slap from a stepmother. The dense forest in the small valley had turned into bare branches, and through them, Zhao could be seen carefully descending the steep slope with a basket on his back. Old Lu quickly tightened his clothes and said, Yimian, you should go inside and warm up. It's cold outside. Don't catch a chill. I'll go help him. With that, he hurried over. Seeing this, Jang Yimian had no choice but to wait. The path was too narrow, and the cold weather had mixed with moisture to form a thin layer of ice. She was afraid that if she went to help, she might only cause more trouble. With old Lu's help, Zhao finally managed to carry the basket down the steep slope. The last time he walked this path, it hadn't felt so difficult. This time, carrying a large basket, he had been walking for nearly 2 hours, and the cold wind felt like it might blow him away. His face was numb from the wind, but he was sweating from the heat of exertion. Jiang Yimian looked at the basket wrapped in cloth and curiously asked, Brother Zhao, what did you bring? Zhao quickly set down the basket, rubbed his face with his hands, and replied, rice, flour, and over 10 pounds of meat. The adult asked me to deliver these. Oh, and there's also 5 taels of silver, not much, but it's from the county magistrate himself, thanking you for saving Zhongli. He reached for the pouch at his waist and handed it over. Jiang Yimian accepted the silver without hesitation and thanked him. Just as she was about to ask about her 100 taels, the door behind her opened from the inside. Zhao Dashu looked at the 3 people outside and was momentarily stunned, then smiled widely and said, Brother Zhao, why are you still standing outside? Come in, it's warm inside. He reached out and pulled Zhao into the house. When the others saw Zhao enter, their faces lit up with smiles. They had heard stories from Zhongli, and Zhao's presence seemed to make him just as impressive in their eyes. Zhao looked at everyone with some confusion, not understanding why those who had eyed him warily last time were now so welcoming. Fortunately, he wasn't shy and walked in confidently, sitting down by the warm stove to warm up. Jiang Yimian found it amusing to glance at the group, and she and old Lu brought the basket inside before closing the door again. The cold air was kept outside, and the room warmed up once more. As soon as Zhongli saw his long-lost brother, he immediately stopped telling stories and hurriedly asked about the situation in the town and county. Everyone quickly turned their attention to Zhao. Zhao took a sip of hot tea and frowned at the bitter taste. After a while, he said, Most of the refugees in the towns have received food and seeds and returned to their hometowns. There are still some who don't want to go back or can't go back. The Lord is arranging things, and it shouldn't take long to finish." Hearing this, everyone relaxed. It seemed that things were finally settling down. Old Lu continued to ask, "Young Zhao, what does the Lord plan to do with us?" As soon as he said this, the few women who were sewing quickly looked over. To be honest, they had been living in this small valley for over half a year and had gotten used to a life without disturbances. They were not very eager to move to other villages. Zhao just smiled and said, "The Lord hasn't said yet. What do you all think? Do you want to stay in the mountains or go to other villages?" Since Miss Jiang had helped the Lord so much, he believed that as long as her request wasn't too unreasonable, the Lord would surely agree. Jang Yimian looked at everyone and saw that they all seemed hesitant to speak. She finally said, "Brother Zhao, can you tell the county magistrate that we don't want to go to other villages? Just give us a household registration here." The nearby villages had likely been destroyed by bandits, and if they were sent to other villages, the journey would be quite far. Living with strangers would never be as comfortable as in the small valley. Seeing that no one opposed, clearly sharing the same thought, Zhao quickly nodded. "All right, Miss Jiang, don't worry. I will tell the Lord." Everyone then felt relieved, as long as they didn't have to go to other villages. Zhao asked about Zhang Li's injuries and learned that he was recovering well and would be fully healed in about half a month. He didn't say much more. Instead, Zhang Li asked about the bandit situation. He had learned most of it from Jang Yimian, but there were some things he wasn't sure about and wanted to clarify. "Brother Zhao, is there a spy in our office?" He had just infiltrated the bandits and was discovered before he could gather any specific information, which was very strange. He wouldn't believe that there were no undercover agents in the office. Zhao paused, meeting several intense gazes in the room. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. "Yes, there is a spy. If it weren't for the fire in the bandit camp that day and the bandits getting sick, we might have all been killed." The county magistrate's original plan was to send the person hidden in the Lin family's silver box into the mountain stronghold before launching an attack. However, before they could enter, someone suddenly shot an arrow, revealing their hiding place and putting them in a passive situation. Although the bandit suppression was resolved for various reasons, upon returning to the office, the magistrate captured the constable who shot the arrow first. The constable admitted he was working for the clerk, and before Song Quanzhao arrived in Qingshui County, the clerk had already been in contact with Zhao Sandao. The two originally planned to cooperate for mutual benefit. One would grow stronger with the help of the government, while the other would use the stronghold's power to eliminate the new magistrate and take control of Qingshui County. However, Song Quanzhao did not favor the clerk from the start and did not allow him to participate in the bandit suppression. The clerk had no choice but to let the constable cause trouble, but unexpectedly, the stronghold faced issues first. Zhao, selecting what he could say, continued, "He has already been locked up in the jail by the magistrate. It's all fine now." Zhang Li then breathed a sigh of relief and did not ask further. After chatting a bit more, Zhao said his goodbyes. Jang Yimian only mentioned she would see him off. Once they were outside and in a quiet place, Jang Yimian asked, "What did the magistrate say about my 100 taels? When will I get it?" It had been half a month since the bandit suppression, and she was starting to doubt if she would ever receive the money. Zhao felt a bit awkward, rubbed his nose, and said, "The magistrate said the reward has been reported, but it will probably take some time to process." 100 taels was a significant amount. The magistrate couldn't just cover it himself. It would take time for the matter to be processed, and recently, the governor was likely still worried about the refugees, so the reward would naturally be delayed. This year, it seemed there was no hope. It was already the 12th day of the 12th month, and in just over 20 days, the new year would arrive. Jang Yimian could only respond and did not press further. However, Zhao suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Miss Jiang, although there's no news about the reward, the magistrate has arranged for the matter you mentioned about finding your father and brother. Pictures of them have been posted in every town, and I also asked acquaintances in the neighboring county to help look." Jang Yimian quickly thanked him. Is there any news? Zhao De lightly coughed, looking somewhat proud. Of course there is. But it's about your brother. Recently, the office has recruited a new batch of constables, including some veterans who have returned from the battlefield. Your brother was conscripted, right? I suspect that one of those veterans might have information. He had come today mainly to share this news. As soon as he heard that there were veterans from the battlefield at the government office, he came right away. Jang Yimian was delighted and, noticing that it was getting late, said, Tomorrow, I will go to the government office with Brother Zhao to take a look. It was already past the middle of the afternoon, and with the short winter days, it might get dark before they even reached the town. Zhao De nodded and smiled, saying, Tomorrow is the market day in Qinghe town. You haven't been to the town in a while, so it's a good opportunity to bring others along and buy some New Year supplies. Qinghe town has a market every third day, and tomorrow happens to be the 13th day of the 12th month, just before the New Year, so the town would be quite lively. Jang Yimian agreed and led Zhao De out through a shortcut from the cave, telling everyone about the plan to go to the market the next day. Everyone was thrilled to hear they could go to the market. Dog Sheng and Wang Xiaohai were shouting excitedly, each insisting they wanted to go, which made everyone else's heads ache. It was Lu Laotu who stepped in to finalize who would go with Jang Yimian to the market. Let's have Dazhu and Dog Sheng go together. When the two heard they could go, they immediately cheered and hurried back to pack their things. With no one left to cheer him on, Zhang Li also went home. Although his injury had improved a lot, sitting for too long still caused him pain. The room fell silent. Lu Laotu finally had time to take out the items from his backpack. Looking at the bag of over 30 pounds of rice and 20 pounds of flour, he was momentarily stunned and then said, The county magistrate is truly a good official for sending us so much food. Zhao Xinger also felt emotional and put down her sewing, saying, That's right, and he even sent over 10 pounds of meat. These supplies would be enough for an ordinary family to have a good New Year. Jang Yimian handed over the money pouch, smiling. There are also 5 taels of silver. Indeed, Song Quanzhao was quite generous, saying it was a thank you for saving Zhang Li, and it likely included his gifts to them as well. It's rare for a county magistrate to maintain such kindness after so many years in office. Jang Yimian originally planned to give 2 taels each to the Chen and Lu families and keep 1 tael for Zhao Dezhu and his brothers, but none of the families wanted it. She had to hold on to it for now, while the rice, flour, and meat were left for the Chen and Lu families. The next morning, when Jang Yimian woke up, it was just getting light outside. Wang Fengqin was already busy in the kitchen. Besides making breakfast, she was also preparing a large pot of konjac tofu. The large pot of konjac tofu had already been cooked and set, and it was now soaking in cold water. Jang Yimian curiously glanced over and asked, Mom, why are you making so much konjac tofu? Wang Fengqin was cutting vegetables and said, Aren't you going to town? You can take some to sell for a bit of money. Times are getting better, and there will be more places to spend silver in the future. You should see if you can sell it today. If not, we can eat it at home. This stuff lasts well in winter. Unfortunately, the weather was cold, and without the special firewood, she couldn't make some to sell in town. She thought the fresh items would sell well. Jang Yimian glanced at her mother in surprise. She hadn't expected her to have a business mind. However, just bringing a pot of plain konjac tofu might not attract much interest. She smiled and suggested, Mom, how about we make some cold dishes to share for tasting? Wang Fengqin nodded repeatedly, smiling. You young people are so clever. I didn't think of that. I'll prepare a few different flavors, and people will surely like them. Jang Yimian smiled, quickly freshened up, and helped in the kitchen. The other families were also busy, and by the time Zhao De arrived at the small valley, everyone was ready. Each person carried a large basket and had several items in hand. Zhao De didn't stay long. After greeting everyone, he headed back the way he came, leaving the small valley through the cave. It took just over half an hour to exit the cave, and he found a shortcut down the mountain, taking a little over an hour to reach the bottom. Zhao De remarked, This route is much shorter. The old one was too long. It had been cold yesterday, and carrying things for 2 hours on the mountain path had really tired him out. Jiang Yimian said a bit awkwardly. Thank you, Brother Zhao. I was afraid you were a bad person, so I didn't tell you about this route before. Zhao De waved his hand, not minding it. He went into the forest to get the grazing horses and cart, then said, let's go. The town isn't far. It'll take less than half an hour by cart. It was the first time for several of them to ride in a cart, and they were a bit excited. Though the cart looked ordinary, it was not something they, as farmers, usually rode in. They had only seen it before, and this was their first time sitting in one. Gosheng and Zhao Dashu immediately started exploring the cart, holding their baskets carefully to avoid dirtying it. The group was quite silent during the ride. As the novelty wore off, Gosheng and Zhao Dashu lost their initial excitement, feeling a bit dizzy from the bumpy mountain road. Fortunately, the cart soon arrived at Qinghe town. In the distance, a few grass huts could be seen at the entrance of the town. As I got closer, I realized one was a porridge stall, while the others provided shelter for the refugees from the wind and rain. Inside the grass huts, there were only about 10 people, making the place feel empty, which showed how many refugees had gathered nearby. The horse-drawn cart entered the town and quickly came to a stop. The last time I visited the town was over 6 months ago. Back then, it was quiet, with every house wide open and the insides ransacked. Only a few people fleeing were seen on the streets. Now, the tea houses and taverns around the streets had reopened, and the streets were bustling with people. The sounds of various vendors calling out filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Gosheng looked around and smiled, saying, the town has recovered well. It may not be as lively as the market days before, but it's still quite busy. Jang Yimian had not experienced the previous market days, but she could recall the few memories of visiting the town. It seemed to be livelier than what she saw now. Knowing that some people wanted to sell things, Zhao De led everyone to the busiest street, found an empty spot, and since he had some matters to attend to, he agreed to meet up later and left. Gosheng and Zhao Dashu watched the crowd on the street, feeling a bit nervous since it had been a long time since they had seen so many strangers and had to sell something. They felt a little shy. Jiang Yimian, however, felt fine. She borrowed a table from the elderly couple selling wontons next door and set out the konjac from her basket. As soon as she placed it on the table, people immediately gathered around, curious about the grayish item. One person asked, Miss, what are you selling? Jiang Yimian scooped out a sample of spicy konjac and placed it on the table, smiling as she said, this is konjac. It's delicious. You can try some. The woman's eyes lit up, and she reached out her hand. Jiang Yimian used a thin bamboo skewer to hand her a piece of konjac. The woman eagerly tasted it, and the spicy, chewy texture surprised her. She exclaimed, is this spicy dish made from that gray konjac in the bucket? Jiang Yimian nodded and continued, this konjac can be eaten cold, stir-fried, or boiled, and it tastes great. You can take it home as a side dish. Hearing this, the woman nodded repeatedly. In winter, there weren't many vegetables to eat, just radishes and cabbages from the field or some pickled vegetables, which she had grown tired of eating every day. How much is the konjac? She asked. Jiang Yimian smiled and replied, 3 coins for a serving. To make it easier to cook, the konjac in the bucket was cut into evenly sized pieces early in the morning. The woman initially thought the price was high, but when she saw the thick, palm-sized pieces, she nodded, realizing it could fill a whole plate. They were about the same size as the tofu at her stall, but a bit cheaper, making it a good deal. She then said, give me a portion. Jiang Yimian took out a piece of pre-soaked konjac wrapped in dry bamboo leaves and handed it to her. At this time of year, there weren't many large green leaves available for wrapping konjac tofu, so Zhao Xing'er had specially brought dry bamboo leaves, which she now gave to her. The woman took the konjac tofu wrapped in bamboo leaves, paid with a coin, and moved on to other stalls. After selling the first portion, the second one quickly followed, and with the option to sample, many people gathered around. Gosheng and Zhao Dashu were surprised and quickly helped out. They had thought they wouldn't sell anything today, but with Jiang Yimian's invitation, so many people were drawn in. With the konjac selling well, the eggs and woven bamboo baskets and grass shoes they brought along were also sold easily. Just as they were counting the money, a middle-aged man curiously asked, "Why is this called konjac? Is it made from the konjac fruit? I remember that thing is toxic, right? Eating it can cause a sore throat and even diarrhea. Is this safe to eat?" Upon hearing this, the few people who were about to buy hesitated, as they didn't want to eat something toxic. Even those who could try it for free were cautious, let alone those who had to pay. Seeing the people who had sampled the product leave, Go Sheng grew anxious and quickly said, "The konjac fruit is safe to eat once cooked.
Please don't go."
But no one listened, and they quietly moved away. Some who had already bought it, upon hearing it might be toxic, demanded refunds. What kind of person are you selling toxic products? This is terrible, right? Are you trying to poison us? I want a refund. Me too, I don't want it anymore. Jang Yimian knew these people wouldn't believe that konjac was safe, so she said, "Have you all eaten konjac fruit before? Do you really think this is the same thing?" At her words, everyone fell silent, and those who had been so certain were suddenly at a loss. Only a few had seen konjac before. The rest were just afraid of the rumors about its toxicity and wanted to back out. A few people who had seen konjac quickly said, "Yes, this is different from that konjac fruit. The taste test earlier was fine. It was quite fragrant." The middle-aged man who spoke first then asked, "Why is it called konjac if it has nothing to do with the konjac fruit?" Jang Yimian glanced at him and replied, "What it's called has nothing to do with you." The middle-aged man was taken aback, about to argue, when the woman who had bought the konjac earlier laughed and said, "Zhang, are you jealous that this young girl's stall is doing better than your bun stall? How petty to compete with a young girl." Upon hearing this, Zhang's face turned red, and after a while, he managed to say, "Stop talking nonsense. I'm just worried about everyone getting poisoned." The woman laughed heartily. "If you're so worried about others getting poisoned, you should add more meat to your buns. What kind of meat buns are all vegetables, selling for 2 coins each? How shameless." This remark drew complaints from many, who pointed out that Zhang was not sincere in his business, selling meat buns without meat for 2 coins. Zhang, embarrassed, quickly ran back to his stall. With this commotion, everyone realized that Zhang was just jealous of the good business at the stall and was looking for trouble. However, a few people still seemed worried and cautiously asked, "Miss, what is this made from? Is it really safe?" Seeing the concern on their faces, Jang Yimian, who initially planned not to reveal that it was made from konjac fruit, changed her mind. She said seriously, "This is indeed made from konjac fruit. While raw konjac fruit can be toxic, it is safe to eat when cooked. You all tried it earlier. Did anyone feel unwell?" Everyone thought carefully and shook their heads. If they had felt unwell earlier, they wouldn't have bought it. Go Sheng and Zhao Dashu, seeing this, boldly said, "Don't worry. We've been eating this for many days now. If it were truly toxic, we would have been in trouble long ago. How could we be here selling it?" "Exactly. If there were any issues, just come to us. We will keep selling this." Hearing this, the crowd felt reassured. A few people smiled and said, "Since you're being honest, I believe you." With this assurance, the crowd had fewer worries. Those who had already bought some left with their konjac, while those who had tasted it also decided to buy a portion to take home. The young woman glanced at Jang Yimian and the others, but didn't say anything and stayed until everything on the table was sold. Then she came over and said, "I thought you would lie and say these things weren't made from konjac, but you actually told the truth." Jang Yimian replied calmly, "In business, honesty is important." She couldn't keep selling without telling people what they were actually eating. While it might solve the immediate problem, over time, someone might bring it up, and that could lead to more trouble. Today, the konjac sold well, and it could become a long-term business. The young woman nodded in agreement, said nothing more, and left with her basket. Once the stall was empty, Gosheng and Zhao Dashu sighed in relief. "I thought I was going to die from worry. I was afraid we wouldn't sell anything," Gosheng said as he handed the money pouch to Jang Yimian. Jang Yimian smiled and replied, "If we can't sell it, we can take it home and eat it. There's nothing to worry about." Gosheng chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "But we brought it all the way here. Taking it back would be tiring, right, Dashu?" They had promised to sell everything before going back, but it turned out that Jang Yimian did all the selling while they barely managed to say a word. Zhao Dashu felt a bit embarrassed, blaming himself for boasting about how easy it would be to sell. Now, he couldn't even get a word out. Seeing their disappointment, Jang Yimian smiled and said, "It's normal to be nervous when selling for the first time. Next time, you should come and do it yourselves." The two nodded earnestly, determined to do better next time. Jang Yimian then went to another stall to return the table. It wasn't lunchtime yet, so not many people were eating. The old woman at the stall was busy making wontons and greeted Jang Yimian, telling her to place the table aside. Jang Yimian handed her a portion of konjac tofu and said with a smile, "Thank you, Grandma. This is what we are selling. It tastes really good and can be used as a dish. You and Grandpa should try it." When she first arrived, it was breakfast time, and the wonton stall was very busy, so she hadn't had a chance to bring the konjac over, but she saved a portion for them. The old lady looked very kind. Although her face was full of wrinkles, you could still see the beauty she had in her youth from her eyes and brows. When Jang Yimian brought something over, she quickly waved her hand, saying, "Girl, it's fine. You don't need to bring food. This is your business, and I can't accept it. Next time, just come and borrow the table again." This stall belonged to her family, and other vendors often stored their items or borrowed things from her. She was quite familiar with the vendors on the street. There was no reason to take a young girl's things. Jang Yimian insisted, "If you don't accept it, Grandma, I won't feel comfortable borrowing things in the future." The old lady had no choice but to accept it. Seeing it was still early and Zhao Da was likely busy, Jang Yimian gave Zhao Dashu and Gosheng 30 coins each, telling them to buy something for themselves. Gosheng and Zhao Dashu looked at the large amount of money in their hands and hesitated to move. They had collected the money from selling straw sandals, baskets, and eggs. Since some of it belonged to both the Chen and Lu families, they didn't dare spend it. After counting the coins, they tucked them away. When they saw Jang Yimian handing over more coins, they quickly waved their hands. "Sister Yimian, this is your money from selling konjac. We don't want it. My family made over 100 coins from selling eggs and baskets today, so you don't need to give us anything," Gosheng said proudly, as it was the first time he had this much money. His parents would be happy to know they sold eggs and baskets. Uncle Zhao nodded repeatedly and smiled, saying, "Grandpa promised me a fee for running errands, so Sister Yimian, you can keep your money." Although he didn't plan to take money from the Lu family, he also wouldn't take money from Jang Yimian. The three brothers were supported by the three families, and everything they had was given by others, so they couldn't accept money. Jang Yimian felt a bit helpless and handed the money to the two of them, saying, "Just for today, I won't be this generous next time. Consider it your New Year's money. You can buy whatever you want, but only today. You won't have this chance again." With the New Year approaching, there should be some festive atmosphere in the small area. Grandpa Lu and Aunt Xiaoyan would surely hesitate to spend coins, so she would cover the expenses. After selling konjac for over 200 coins, plus the 5 taels from the county magistrate, 35 taels from Lin Yenan, and 500 taels collected from the mountain village, she now had quite a sum of money. With her wealth, Jang Yimian and Gosheng agreed to meet at the stall and then headed to a quiet alley. She took out a lot of herbs from her storage and stuffed them into her backpack. Most of the herbs were collected from the mountains, and some were gathered from various pharmacies in town, as well as from the Lin family in the village. She had no use for them, so she decided to exchange them for silver and learn about the pharmacies in town. She remembered hearing that the largest pharmacy in Qinghe town was Huachuntang. Jang Yimian asked for directions and headed to Huachuntang. From a distance, she saw the sign with the beautifully written characters. The shop was quite large, with 2 floors, unlike the smaller single-room pharmacies. It was close to noon, and there weren't many people in Huachuntang. Only one clerk was talking to a plain-looking young lady, who seemed to be a servant from a wealthy family. "Please give me a box of bath beads, the most expensive kind." "My young lady said they work well," the young lady requested. The clerk quickly agreed, and went to get the bath beads. Curious, Jang Yimian walked over. In the mountains, everyone used soap pods for washing clothes and bathing. While washing clothes was fine, she found bathing with them quite uncomfortable. So, she took out some shower gel and shampoo from her supplies and shared them with everyone. She simply said she made them herself, which didn't raise any suspicions. She thought that in this era, soap pods were the only washing products, so hearing about bath beads was new to her. She initially thought they were similar to modern soap, but upon closer inspection, they seemed different. Each small, round bead in the box was dyed in various colors: red, blue, yellow, and more, looking much more appealing than soap pods. However, from the broken pieces, Jang Yimian noticed something was off. They didn't look like soap but rather like flour. The young lady noticed Jang Yimian staring at her box of bath beads and huffed, closing the box. "What are you looking at? Can you afford this? These are bath beads, not for people like you." She looked Jang Yimian up and down, seeing that although she was clean, her clothes were made of the cheapest fabric, which made her look down on her even more. A poor village girl thinking she could use bath beads? What a dream. Jang Yimian looked away and calmly replied, "At least a poor person doesn't have to serve others as a maid. Someone who sells themselves has no right to call others poor. You're worse than a poor person." Being called a lackey made the young lady furious. Her cheeks flushed red, but she couldn't think of a comeback. In the end, she stomped her foot and angrily left the shop. The shopkeeper was used to such things. Seeing Jang Yimian interested in the bath beads, he smiled and handed her a white one, saying, "Miss, would you like to buy this bath bead?" Jang Yimian took the bath bead and examined it closely. The outer layer of powder was indeed flour. She raised an eyebrow and brought the bead to her nose, smelling it. Besides the scent of the fragrance, she detected a familiar, fresh aroma. It seemed to be from the soap nut. Soap nuts, also known as soap berries, have medicinal properties that can clear heat and detoxify, treat coughs, eliminate phlegm, and kill insects. For washing, they produce fine foam and have strong cleaning abilities. In ancient times, they were indeed good cleansing products. However, mixed with flour, they were not as smooth and delicate to use. Curiously, Jang Yimian asked, "How much is this?" The shopkeeper smiled and replied, 10 won each. "Do you need any, miss?" Jang Yimian shook her head. It was indeed a bit expensive. For such a small item costing 10 won, she could buy 2 pounds of plain rice. It was certainly not something an ordinary person could afford. Moreover, it seemed that this could only be used for 2 washes at most, meaning it would cost 5 won for 1 bath. Quite a profit. It was even more than what she earned selling konjac tofu. If she made soap to sell, she could probably earn a lot. Now that the threat from bandits was gone, making money was the most important thing. She needed to seriously consider making soap. Seeing that she didn't want it, the shopkeeper said nothing more and placed the bath bead back in a box set aside for customers to examine. Jang Yimian looked at it a few more times and felt more positively about the Huachuntang pharmacy. It truly deserved its reputation as the largest pharmacy in town with good service. She then stated her purpose. "I'm here to sell medicinal herbs. Does Huachuntang buy them?" The shopkeeper quickly nodded. "Of course we do. Recently, the pharmacy was short on medicinal herbs and the needed supplies were still on the way, which was causing the owner a lot of worry." Jang Yimian then placed the neatly organized medicinal herbs from her basket onto the counter. The shopkeeper was taken aback, looking at the clean herbs, most of which were already processed. He was somewhat surprised. "Do you have someone knowledgeable in medicine? Your processing skills are quite impressive." Processing medicinal herbs is not a simple task. If done poorly, it can cause the herbs to lose their medicinal properties and become useless weeds. However, the items in these bags were genuine medicinal herbs, not whole plants, with the usable parts already removed. Their shop could even sell them directly. Jang Yimian casually responded without elaborating. Her skills in preparing herbs were learned from a master of traditional Chinese medicine, so she naturally did it better than the young apprentice from ancient times. The shopkeeper was quite satisfied with the herbs in front of him. Although some were not of the best quality, they did not harm the medicinal properties and were similar to what the shop's apprentice would prepare. He simply smiled and said, "If you have more herbs next time, feel free to come sell them at the rejuvenation hall." After saying this, He promptly counted out the silver for Jang Yimian. Since these were not rare herbs, the 37 pounds she prepared sold for just about 300 coins, which was due to Jang Yimian's good preparation skills. After leaving the rejuvenation hall, Jang Yimian did not rush home, but instead went to a secluded alley. Jang Yimian took out brown sugar, white sugar, oil, and salt from her space, all packed in small clay jars. She also took out several bowls and plates before stopping. The plates and bowls in the small area had been moved around so much that they were either chipped or cracked. While her family could replace them in time, the Chun and Lu families could not, so every time they ate, they had to be careful not to cut themselves. Today, she finally managed to replace those items. After finishing this, Jang Yimian visited a pastry shop to buy some sugar cubes and snacks like lotus seed pastries and osmanthus cakes, then went to a nearby store selling writing supplies. If it weren't for the pastry shop being right next door, she might have forgotten. Xiao Yi, Xiaonuan, and Dia were still just learning a few characters each day, and she couldn't say too much. Since Cijian was no longer on the mountain, she had taught them even less. It seemed they really needed some simple beginner books to look at. There weren't many people in Mo Xian Pavilion at the moment. As soon as the shopkeeper saw Jang Yimian, he came over enthusiastically and asked, "What would you like to buy, miss?" Jang Yimian glanced around the shop. It wasn't large, but the shelves were stocked with many items, looking quite complete. She replied, "I'd like to buy some beginner books and writing supplies." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up immediately as he pointed to a set of writing supplies on the shelf and said, "If you really want it, this set is 200 coins. It used to sell for 300 or 400 coins. Jang Yimian looked at the set of brushes and inkstone the shopkeeper pointed to and found it rather ordinary, not understanding why it was so expensive. She casually glanced at other books, noticing that the cheapest beginner book was 20 coins. Education is really expensive. No wonder so many people cannot afford to study. Who can afford such high prices? Jang Yimian immediately gave up the idea of buying writing supplies and instead purchased a book of 3-character classic, 1,000-character classic, and the rules for students, spending 80 coins. For now, she decided to buy these items since the little one had not yet learned all the characters. She could come back later for writing supplies. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Do you know if there is a school nearby and when they accept students? It would be much easier to send the little one to school for learning." She didn't understand the examination system of this time and couldn't pretend to know too much. There was little she could teach, so it was better to leave professional matters to professionals. In the past, with Cijian around, he could easily teach the little one since he had clearly studied. But she felt she couldn't do that. The shopkeeper glanced at the beginner books in Jang Yimian's hands and hesitated before saying, "There is no school in Qinghe Town. The nearest one is in Baiyun Town. However, that school only accepts children who have had some basic education and requires them to pass an entrance exam to enroll." Jang Yimian was taken aback, but quickly understood. There were very few families in this era that could afford education. Wealthy families usually hired tutors to teach their children at home, while some lucky rural kids could attend village schools, but many had no chance to learn at all. At least in Xinghua village, there had never been a school. She remembered that only her mother's family village had one. If not for that, the children from the second branch wouldn't have learned to read. Xinghua village was quite far from that village, and with the wars and bandits, it seemed unlikely that schools could exist in these villages anymore. Since the little one was still young, there was no rush. There would surely be opportunities to attend school later. When Jang Yimian returned to the original spot where she set up her stall, Zhao De, Daksheng, and Zhao Dashu were already waiting for her. Daksheng and Zhao Dashu had bought a lot of things, and their once empty baskets were now full, bulging with unknown items. Seeing her return, Zhao De smiled and said, "You must be hungry. Let me take you to eat. There's a noodle stall that tastes great. I go there often." With that, he signaled for everyone to leave. Daksheng and Zhao Dashu followed along but felt a bit anxious. Daksheng quietly said to Jang Yimian, "Sister Yimian, we don't have to eat out, right? A few steamed buns would be enough. A bowl of noodles costs several coins." Zhao Dashu quickly added, "Sister Yimian, I won't eat. You all go ahead. I'll wait for you by the cart. As he spoke, he tried to leave. But Jang Yimian grabbed him and said helplessly, "What are you worried about? I have money. We can eat whatever we want." In the end, the three of them were reluctantly pulled along by Zhao De to the noodle stall. Zhao De casually ordered 4 bowls of yangchun noodles and sat down at the table, waiting comfortably. Go Sheng and Zhao Dashu sat there feeling a bit regretful, thinking they should have bought less earlier. Now they had to eat. They had spent quite a bit of money today. It was mealtime, and the nearby tables were filled with people, while the young couple making the noodles were busy. Jang Yimian glanced over and asked Zhao De, "Brother Zhao, since the government office is on break, are you going back home for the new year?" Zhao De paused and casually replied, "I've always been by the adult side. Wherever they are, I am too." He had long lost his home, so the idea of going back for the new year was not relevant to him. Jang Yimian hesitated, not realizing she had touched on a sensitive topic. Just as she was about to change the subject, Go Sheng excitedly said, "Then Brother Zhao will celebrate the new year at Xiao, alright? Brother Zhang's injury isn't healed yet, so he probably won't come down the mountain until after the new year. You can join us then. It will be lively." He loved hearing stories about the government and catching bad guys. They were thrilling and exciting without him having to experience them firsthand. Zhao De paused, thought for a moment, and replied, "The office will probably close the day before New Year's Eve. If I can make it, I'll go." If the adult had matters to attend to, he couldn't leave. Go Sheng nodded repeatedly. At that moment, the 4 bowls of yangchun noodles were served, and the delicious aroma made everyone lose their appetite for conversation. They picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and Jang Yimian went to pay, spending 28 coins. She didn't feel much, but Go Sheng and Zhao Dashu were quite upset about it. They continued to murmur their regrets until they got on the carriage. This feeling of regret only faded when the carriage stopped in front of a grass shed outside the town. Go Sheng lifted the curtain and looked at the shed, thinking Zhao De had business to attend to, but was surprised to see Jang Yimian getting off the carriage as well. He and Zhao Dashu quickly followed, but Jang Yimian said, "You two stay in the carriage and watch the things, Brother Zhao, and I will be back soon." Go Sheng and Zhao Dashu responded with confusion. When Jang Yimian and Zhao De arrived at the grass shed, there were 3 or 4 people in official uniforms chatting, while one was lying on the hay, sleeping. The group seemed familiar with Zhao De, greeting him before continuing their conversation. "I estimate in a few days, this shed will be taken down. Most of the refugees have been settled, and we can all have a good new year." Exactly, with the cold weather, it's not good for the refugees to stay here for long. Zhao De walked straight to the hay and kicked the man lying on the ground. The man had a scruffy beard and a deep scar on his forehead, making him look a bit frightening. The man frowned, opened his eyes, and saw Zhao De annoyed. He said, "What do you want?" "I didn't sleep at all last night because of some troublemakers. Let me sleep a bit longer." Zhao De replied impatiently, "You can sleep later. I need to ask you something." The man sighed, rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat up from the hay, and yawned before saying, "Hurry up and ask. Don't waste my time." Zhao De then said, "Aren't you back from the battlefield? This young lady's brother was drafted by the government. I want to know if you have any news about him." The man finally looked at Jang Yimian, rubbed his face, and asked seriously, "What is your brother's name?"
Jiang Qingyuan.
The man frowned, feeling that the name sounded familiar. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't remember where he had heard it. Hesitating, he said, "You said your brother was drafted? He hasn't come home yet?" Jang Yimian shook her head. "No, it has been almost a year." The man glanced at Zhao De, hesitated for a moment, and then said helplessly, "Miss, I'm not trying to scare you, but on the battlefield, it's dangerous. Your brother was just an ordinary person who was drafted. He probably didn't survive. He and some brothers who went to join the army had some fighting skills, yet many of them still got hurt or died. He survived by luck, without any serious injuries, and was able to become a constable. Others who weren't as lucky might have their graves overgrown with grass. An ordinary person without fighting skills has almost no chance of surviving on the battlefield, especially at the beginning of the conflict when the government troops hadn't arrived yet. At that time, the rebels were the fiercest, having taken several cities, and most soldiers had perished. Jang Yimian could guess this outcome, so she wasn't too surprised, but she still felt a bit down. Knowing the result was one thing, but hearing someone say that Jiang Qingyuan was dead was another. In her memories, Jiang Qingyuan was a very gentle person who treated her well. He was always the first to protect her when she was bullied, a kind and responsible older brother. Zhao De noticed that the other person seemed down and felt a bit awkward. When the cart stopped at the foot of the mountain, he said, "Miss Jiang, don't believe everything that guy says. Your brother might be fine. He could just be on his way back. Don't worry, I will keep looking for your brother and father." Jang Yimian didn't say much, just thanked him, and then she headed up the mountain with her basket and the dogs, Dog Sheng and Zhao Deshu. If the two didn't know what Jang Yimian was doing before, they certainly understood now and carefully observed her expression along the way. They had also experienced the pain of losing loved ones, and their hearts ached, leaving them unsure of how to comfort her. Jiang Yimian felt a bit helpless and forced a smile, saying, "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Just don't tell anyone else about this." She was afraid that Wang Fengqin wouldn't be able to handle it. After all, just recalling the memories in her mind was difficult, let alone for someone who had lived through those experiences. Dog Sheng and Zhao Dashu quickly patted their chests to assure her, their enthusiastic gestures making them look like two big gorillas, which made Jiang Yimian laugh. This laughter helped everyone relax, and they walked back with lighter steps. When they returned, everyone was in the yard enjoying the sun and busy with their own tasks. The weather was nice, with a warm sun shining down. Little Nwaner spotted the three from afar and happily waved, saying, "Sister is back." Everyone quickly put down what they were doing and looked at the three, relieved. They had been worried about the chaos in town, but seeing the three return safely and with everything sold eased their minds. However, they were taken aback when they saw what was in the baskets. Jiang Yimian took out the items one by one, handing out pastries and snacks to Xiao Yi and Little Nwaner to share. She distributed sugar, salt, oil, and bowls to the Chun and Lu families. Lu Xiaoyan and Zhao Xinghe looked at the items and hesitated to accept them. Sugar was a precious item, and the beautifully crafted porcelain bowls surprised them. "Yimian, how much did this cost?" "Auntie's family has coarse salt and bowls too. I don't need it," Lu Xiaoran said. "My family has some as well. You don't need to give me anything," Zhao Xinghe added. Jiang Yimian felt a bit helpless, but Wang Fengqin smiled and said, "You should all accept it. We've lived together for so long. We're all family. Think of this as Yimian showing her respect for you. If you refuse, it will make Yimian sad." Although she felt sorry for the money, she understood Yimian's character and knew it was for everyone's good, so she wouldn't interfere. Besides, they had received a lot of help from the Chun and Lu families, so it wasn't a big deal. Zhao Xinghe and Lu Xiaoyan then accepted the items. Gosheng didn't buy too much. He got some tools needed by carpenters and a fluffy hat. His father always struggled with old-fashioned tools, making it hard to create good work. He had wanted to buy these tools for a long time, and now he finally could. The hat was for his mother. As winter began, Lu Xiaoyan's ears got frostbite, turning red and cracking, which looked painful. Even though she applied Yimian's medicine, the lack of proper warmth caused it to keep coming back, so he bought a hat to protect her ears. His mother didn't want to use cotton to make herself a hat, so he bought one for her. Lu Xiaoyan and Chen Taizhu felt both touched and sorry for the money. When they learned it was Yimian who gave the coins, they felt even more embarrassed. With all the gifts and money, they couldn't help but blush. Lu Xiaoyan playfully tapped Gosheng on the forehead, saying, "If Yimian gives it to you, you should take it. 30 coins is quite a lot." Gosheng covered his head and ran around the room feeling wronged. Zhao Dashu bought each child a rattledrum because he noticed many kids in town liked to play with them. The remaining coins he used to buy Lu Laotu a pair of cotton shoes. Lu Laotu had cotton shoes before, but when he saw Zhao Dashu wearing his old, worn-out shoes, he gave his shoes to him. Even though winter had come, he had been wearing cloth shoes. Wang Fengqin and Zhao Xinghe wanted to make him a new pair, but the stubborn old man insisted he wasn't cold and didn't want to waste cotton. Fortunately, every home had a heated table, so sitting inside in cloth shoes wasn't too cold, and everyone forgot about it. Zhao Dashu remembered, though. Lu Laotu grumbled a bit, but put on the new cotton shoes under Zhao Dashu's eager gaze. Suddenly, every room was lively and warm. Zhongli listened to the chatter around him and felt a warm feeling inside. Xiawadi was a place full of warmth and kindness. Everyone who came here would surely like it. Jang Yimian took the coins earned from selling konjac and herbs, along with the money she got from Lin Yenan, and handed it to Wang Fengqin. Wang Fengqin was initially happy about the good sales of konjac, but when she turned around and saw the money and silver notes on the table, her eyes widened in shock. Wang Fengqin looked at the shiny silver coins and banknotes, so surprised that she stumbled over her words. Where did you get so much silver and a banknote too? It was her first time seeing a banknote and she was a bit unsure. Jang Yimian just smiled and explained about Lin Yenan. She said it was a thank you gift from him, leaving out the details of what happened in between. Wang Fengqin finally relaxed and exclaimed, "Young Master Lin is really a good person." She had thought he was just a carefree young man who only knew how to enjoy life. She didn't expect him to be so grateful. It seemed his character was at least decent. After clarifying the source of the silver, Jang Yimian smiled and said, "This silver is quite a lot. It will last us for a while. Let's keep it with you, mother, since you might need it." But Wang Fengqin only kept some copper coins and said with a smile, "You should keep the silver and banknotes. You usually go to town, so buy what you need." She wasn't worried about Jang Yimian spending money carelessly. She knew her daughter was sensible and didn't need her to fret. Jang Yimian then put away the banknote but left the silver coins with Wang Fengqin, concerned that she might need them. Once the silver was sorted, Wang Fengqin asked about selling konjac. When she learned it was popular, she smiled and said, "I'll make more next time before the market." Jang Yimian nodded. Today, fearing the konjac wouldn't sell, she only made a little over 20 pounds of konjac tofu, which sold for over 200 coins. It only took 3 pounds of fresh konjac to make that. If she used dried konjac powder, she would only need about 2 ounces. This meant 1 pound of fresh konjac could produce nearly 8 pounds of tofu, selling for over 70 coins. This business was promising. If it could keep going, it would be a good deal. Just then, Xiao Yi and Xiao Nuan ran in. They had already finished a round of snacks and were now holding pastries wrapped in oil paper, offering them to Jang Yimian and Wang Fengqin. "Mother, have some with sister. These are delicious." Xiao Nuan handed a piece of lotus flower pastry to Wang Fengqin and then to Jang Yimian. The lotus flower pastry was beautifully shaped like a flower, with a flaky crust that crumbled easily and a sweet taste. Seeing the little ones devouring the pastries, Wang Fengqin quickly took them away, saying helplessly, "You can have some next time. You've had enough for today." Although Xiao Nuan was reluctant to part with the sweet pastries, she nodded seriously, showing she was obedient. Xiao Yi didn't feel as attached. Instead, his eyes lit up when he saw the 3 books on the table. "Sister, are these the books you bought?" He had learned quite a few characters recently, but he wasn't sure if he knew enough to read a book. As soon as he saw the books, he hurried over, opened a book of 3 character verses, and began to read aloud. However, he stumbled over some characters in the later lines. Xiao Nuan, shaking her little head beside him, noticed many unfamiliar characters, and her delicate face wrinkled in worry. Jiang Yimian quickly sat down at the table and pointed to the characters in the book. "This character is pronounced Zhou. It talks about Meng Mu choosing a good neighbor for her son. If the child doesn't study, the loom will be broken." Time flew by, and soon it was the 29th day of the 12th month. While a few children still had free time, the others in the small village were busy preparing for the new year. Every year at this time, they would make dumplings, steam buns, and sweet triangular pastries, and this tradition would not change, no matter what. Most families would simply mix gray flour with cornmeal to steam some buns, while those who were more particular would make buns filled with wild vegetables and a few sweet pastries for the children. This time, however, several women in the village not only steamed buns and sweet pastries, but also made dumplings filled with pork. The delicious aroma wafted through the air, tempting Mimi and the other children to circle around the yard. Meanwhile, a few men were chopping firewood while glancing toward the kitchen, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. When they heard a call from inside the house, everyone rushed into the kitchen, making the already crowded space even tighter. Zhao Xing'er impatiently shooed everyone out, inviting them one by one to come in and serve the food. In the end, everyone gathered under the eaves and in the yard, enjoying the steaming dumplings. Zhao De arrived at that moment, carrying a lot of items. He shyly scratched his head and said, "Great-grandfather, I've come for the new year. You won't turn me away, will you?" As soon as the county office closed this afternoon, he hurried to the small village and managed to arrive just in time for dinner. Old Lu smiled and said, "Why wouldn't we welcome you? You came with so many things. Go eat some dumplings. Stay here tonight, and after the new year, you can leave. It's more lively to celebrate together." Zhao Xing'er quickly invited him to eat dumplings. Zhao De was not polite. He put down his things and went to the kitchen to serve himself a bowl of dumplings. He sat with Zhang Li under the eaves and started eating. The pork dumplings were so delicious that he finished 2 big bowls. Luckily, there were plenty of dumplings made today, so there was no shortage. In addition to dumplings, there were also buns, steamed bread, and sweet dumplings, which made everyone feel full. As night fell, they gathered around the fire to chat and digest their food. The group talked about everything under the sun, which excited the children, especially Go Sheng, who stayed up late. The men, Zhao De and Zhang Li, easily fell asleep together. Early the next morning, as soon as the roosters crowed, everyone got up and started a new round of busy activities. On New Year's Eve, they needed to put up couplets and red banners, symbolizing the farewell to the old year and welcoming the new one with good fortune. Jang Yimian had forgotten to buy them last time she came down the mountain, but Zhao De had specially bought several sets along with some marinated pork, drinks, and firecrackers to bring. At that moment, Zhao De and Zhang Li were putting up the decorations in front of several houses. From a distance, the bright red paper looked very festive. Old Lu watched from the yard, making sure they were putting everything up symmetrically. You could hear their voices mixed with Lu Daong chopping wood, creating a lively rhythm. In the peaceful little valley, the atmosphere of the new year was growing stronger. Zhao Xing'er was washing vegetables and smiled with teary eyes, saying, "I thought I would spend my life in hardship, but I never expected to be here now. In the past, New Year's at home was always chaotic. This is the first time it feels so calm. Celebrating the new year in the village could be tricky. If you had too much, people would envy you, and if you had too little, they would look down on you. Everyone wanted to criticize. Plus, dealing with relatives could be difficult, making the new year less enjoyable. Right now, in the little valley, there were no annoying relatives, and everyone was happy and peaceful. This is how the new year should feel." Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Fengqin also expressed their thoughts, but their hands didn't stop moving. They felt both grateful and joyful. Jang Yimian unexpectedly glanced at Zhao Xing'er, who usually had a fiery personality and seemed carefree. It was the first time she saw her with red eyes talking about such things, likely influenced by the festive atmosphere. She just smiled and said, "Today is a happy day for the new year, Aunt Xing'er, so don't think about the unhappy things from before. From now on, every new year will be joyful and happy." Zhao Xing'er quickly nodded with a smile. "Yimian is right. From now on, we will have happy days." For breakfast, they had leftover buns from yesterday, but lunch couldn't be so simple. Xinghua Village places importance on lunch, and on New Year's Eve, the meal is a family reunion feast. The whole family sits together for a hearty lunch, chatting while firecrackers go off outside, symbolizing a prosperous and smooth year ahead. Today, Zhao especially brought some wine, and except for a few young children, everyone had a little wine in their bowls. Everyone was relaxed, without the formalities of toasting. After Dog Sheng finished setting off firecrackers outside, they began to eat. The table was filled with a variety of dishes, both meat and vegetables, and there was a large bowl of marinated meat slices brought by Zhao De that looked delicious. In the middle, there was a pot simmering with lotus root and pork rib soup, so the food wouldn't get cold. The firecrackers outside quickly finished, but the lively atmosphere inside continued. Everyone enjoyed their meal and chatted, and time passed quickly. On the second day of the new year, Zhang Li and Zhao De also came down from the mountain. Before leaving, old Lu specifically asked about the household registration issue. He felt relieved to learn it would be resolved at the start of the year. Without proper registration, they couldn't enter the county. After they left, the first heavy snow of the winter began to fall outside. Without Zhang Li telling stories about the government office, everyone sat around the stove, busy with their own tasks, while a few children continued their tedious literacy lessons. Only Dog Sheng and Wang Xiaohe felt sleepy, missing the days when Zhang Li was around. Jang Yimian started making soap. She planned to make some to sell at the rejuvenation hall and see if she could make a deal. She needed money for many things, and she felt that the 500 taels in her space were far from enough, so she had to find ways to earn money. Making soap was simple. She had often seen beautiful soaps made by short video creators and was eager to try it herself. Although those creators used ready-made lye and oils, she knew the traditional method of soap making. First, she found some small shells from her space, which she had collected at the pharmacy, but now had a different use. She crushed the shells into fine powder, sifted it, and set it aside. The shells were to make the soap smoother. Then, Jang Yimian took some wood ash from the stove, mixed it with water, and filtered out the residue, setting it aside. After preparing these, she took a piece of pig lard from the cellar that hadn't been processed yet. She cut the lard into small pieces, put it in a pot to render the fat, and waited for the fat to melt, then strained out the residue and poured out the oil. Wait for the oil to cool slightly, and before it solidifies, add the shell powder and wood ash water, stirring continuously with chopsticks in the bowl. To make the soap fragrant, she also added some osmanthus powder. The sweet scent of osmanthus could be smelled from far away. Once the mixture in the bowl became paste-like, Jang Yimian took out a clean bamboo tube and poured the paste into it to let it solidify. She made one without color, and then several with colors. The bowl of soap paste filled about a dozen bamboo tubes, and Jang Yimian covered them with a cloth before starting to clean the kitchen. Outside, the snow was falling even heavier, and the cold wind carried the snowflakes, quickly covering the ground with a thin layer of white. When old Lu opened the door, he saw Jang Yimian busy in the kitchen and curiously approached her, saying, "Yimian, what are you doing? It's snowing outside, aren't you cold?" The Jiang family's kitchen was just a thatched hut with a draft, and after being outside for a short time, he felt a headache from the cold wind. But this girl was fine, quietly staying there for so long. While cleaning the kitchen, Jang Yimian smiled and said, "I'm not cold. There's a fire by the stove. Grandpa, you should go inside and warm up." Old Lu could only smell the scent of lard in the air and curiously asked, "Yimian, what are you making? Is it the soap you mentioned a few days ago?" If he had known, he wouldn't have cut the bamboo so quickly. Starting this in the cold weather was not ideal. Jiang Yimian just responded and finished cleaning the kitchen before following old Lu into the house. At this time, Xiaoyi was no longer teaching the others to read. He was quietly reading a book. Dog Sheng and the others had some freedom and began to chat, showing none of their earlier drowsiness. Jiang Yimian found it amusing and called Dog Sheng over to ask about making soap molds. While bamboo tubes could work, she wanted to create some pretty soaps, which required larger boxes for shaping. Although she wasn't sure how well the soap would sell, making the molds would take time, so she needed to prepare. Listening to Jiang Yimian's description, Dog Sheng nodded and smiled. "A square box, right? That's very simple. I can make it for you quickly, don't worry, Yimian. Leave it to me." Seeing Dog Sheng so confident, Jiang Yimian felt relieved and stopped worrying about the soap, content to warm herself by the fire. It snowed for several days in a row, and the temperature in the mountains was even lower than outside, causing everyone to stay indoors and keep warm. Jiang Yimian's soap has finally set. She took out the cylindrical soap and cut it into 1 centimeter thick pieces, placing them in a ventilated area. Although the soap has solidified, the saponification process is not complete yet, and it will take another 2 weeks before it can be used. Everyone looked at the colorful soap with curiosity. Gosheng sniffed the pleasant scent and asked, "Sister Yimian, is this soap? What can it do?" This was his first time seeing it, and it smelled just like the soap Yimian used when giving them baths. Jang Yimian smiled and replied, "You can use it for bathing and laundry. This soap is much better than soap pods and the bath beads sold in town. While it may not compare to modern cleaning products, it is all natural and safe for the skin." When they heard it could wash clothes, everyone gathered around, curious about the beautiful and fragrant soap. Can it really wash clothes? Is it better than soap pods? They were used to soap pods and found it hard to believe that this colorful soap could clean clothes effectively. Jang Yimian smiled mysteriously, saying, "You'll find out soon enough." 2 weeks passed quickly, and the heavy snow finally melted, with the sun shining after many cloudy days. Zhao De went up the mountain today. Zhao Xing'er was washing clothes with the soap Jang Yimian had given her. As she gently rubbed the fabric, bubbles formed quickly, and the dirt vanished with just a few strokes. She widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, Yimian, this soap is amazing. It lathers better than soap pods and cleans so well." Using soap pods requires breaking them into pieces and rubbing them to create foam. Their cleaning power is also limited, leaving many stains behind. Others watched in amazement. They didn't notice Zhao De approaching until Jiang Yimian greeted him, and they realized he had been standing there for a while. Today, Zhao De was not in his usual clothes, but wore a deep blue constable uniform issued by the government, which startled everyone at first glance. Lu Deong praised, "Brother Zhao looks impressive in that uniform." The uniform alone carried a strong presence, not to mention the sword at his waist. Gosheng and Wang Xiaohong were also drawn to the striking uniform and quickly approached to admire it, filled with envy. "Brother Zhao, that outfit looks great. I bet it would scare off any bad guys." Dogshen was talking while mimicking a scene with Wang Xiaohe. The two played roles, one as a constable and the other as a captured person, which made everyone laugh. Zhao De, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and joked, "If you want to be constables, you need to train and eat more. With those small frames, you might tire out before you even catch a criminal." As soon as he said this, everyone burst into laughter. Dogsheng and Wang Xiaohe were a bit unhappy and puffed out their chests, flexing their arms to show off their muscles. But when they noticed Zhao Da's large build, they quickly became envious and lowered their arms. Life in the small valley was pretty good. Both had grown taller and looked stronger, but standing next to Zhao De made them look quite thin in comparison. Seeing the once proud boys suddenly deflate, old Lu quickly changed the subject with a smile. "Zhao brother, please sit down. What brings you here today? Where's Zhang Li? That kid hasn't sent a word since he left on the second day of the new year." Zhao De quickly explained, "Don't be upset, old Lu. The court has been very busy lately, and everyone has been running around. Zhongli has been patrolling other towns and probably won't be back for a while. He only had time today. He expected to be busy again tomorrow." Old Lu nodded, not really angry. Zhongli had lived in the small valley for several months, and everyone had grown fond of him. The kids, especially Dogsheng and the others, mentioned him daily, making old Lu miss the young man too. Seeing that old Lu wasn't truly upset, Zhao De quickly got to the point. "Last time I told the officials that you didn't want to move to other villages, just to register your household here." As soon as they heard it was about household registration, everyone put down what they were doing and looked at Zhao De eagerly. Old Lu asked quickly, "So, did the officials agree? Or do we have to move to another village?" Having lived in the small valley for almost a year, they had grown accustomed to the peace and really didn't want to be dependent on others in another village. They had also visited Xinghua village, but most of the houses were burned down, and due to the bandit situation, no one dared to live there. Seeing everyone looking at him expectantly, Zhao De smiled and said, "The officials agreed. You can stay in the mountains and only register your household in the village. I'm here to help you with the registration today." The adults heard that a few families did not want to move to other villages and immediately agreed, as it was not a big deal. while others were eager to move to different villages. Only a few families in the small valley insisted on staying in the mountains despite the dangers. Once the adults agreed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their worries gradually faded, replaced by uncontrollable joy. Jang Yimian quickly asked, "Which village will we register in?" Since the county magistrate allowed them to stay in the mountains and register in a village, it should be nearby, but she didn't know which one. Several nearby villages had been raided by bandits, so they were likely struggling. Zhao smiled and said, "That village is very close, just at the foot of the mountain called Qingshi Village. Also, it hasn't been raided by bandits. The houses are intact, and the crops are doing well, much better than the other villages." If they hadn't registered the villagers in town, they wouldn't have discovered this untouched village. It was said that the village was surrounded by mountains, and the only road in and out had been blocked by the villagers long ago. To find this village, one would have to take a long detour through the deep mountains, which helped them avoid trouble. Jang Yimian was taken aback. She was unfamiliar with this village and had no memories of it. The others felt the same. It seemed they had never heard of it either. Then, old Lu slapped his forehead and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, there's a village in that valley. I've heard of it before, but I haven't heard anything about it in years. I almost forgot." Many years ago, a young man from the village married a girl from Qingshi Village. Because it was a bit far from Xinghua Village, separated by a mountain, visiting each other required a long detour, leading to less interaction over time. Zhao quickly nodded. "That's the village." He was surprised when he first heard about it. There were many villages beyond the mountain, but this one escaped trouble because there was no easy way in. For the first time, Jang Yimian realized the benefits of underdeveloped transportation. Xinghua Village was right by the road, with several routes nearby, and since merchant caravans frequently passed through, it was well connected, which led to it being occupied by bandits early on. After understanding the situation of Qingshi Village, Zhao took a few people to register. Due to the difficult mountain roads, only Jang Yimian, Daksheng, Lu Daong, and Zhao Dashu followed Zhao down the mountain. They walked through the forest paths, unfamiliar with the route, and it took them almost an hour to reach the bottom. Jang Yimian was visiting for the first time and saw the neatly arranged houses at the foot of the mountain from a distance. The vast mountains were overwhelming, and Jang Yimian often went to the caves and lotus ponds nearby, so she didn't even know there was a village hidden in this valley. Although most of the houses were made of thatch, they had a warm and lively atmosphere, which made her feel good just looking at them from afar. There were a few houses at the foot of the mountain, but they were all in disrepair, with several large holes in the roofs, looking like they had been abandoned for a long time. Go Shim walked along, curious. Why are so many thatched houses in this village empty? He thought there were many people because of the number of houses, but now it seemed there were only about 100, far fewer than Xinghua Village. Zhao explained, "Many people in this village have moved away. During the war, a lot of them fled to escape, which is why the village is mostly empty." After walking for a while, they met a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing patched clothes and seemed like a kind and honest person. Li Shi saw them and quickly smiled. "Sir, are these the newcomers to Qingshi Village?" There seemed to be quite a few. They were eager for new residents to strengthen their village and prevent others from taking advantage of them. Zhao replied, "Yes." Li Shi smiled and nodded at the group, introducing everyone before leading them to his home. Village Chief Li's house was also made of mud bricks. Although it wasn't as grand as the houses made of blue bricks and tiles, it was kept very clean, and the firewood stacked neatly beside it. At that moment, many people were lining up in the yard to register, and it was quite noisy. Their voices could be heard from afar. The person in charge of registration was a familiar face, Ma Ming. "I am Li Guangyong. Yong, as in to use." "Yom?" Ma Ming held a brush, frowning as he struggled to understand what the person at the table was saying. With everyone speaking with different accents, he found it hard to comprehend and felt that registering was a tough job. If he had known where Jang Yimian and the others were staying, he would have made Zhao do the registration. Seeing the man repeat Guangyong's Yom again, he was on the verge of losing patience. Thankfully, An elderly man with a cane nearby reminded him, and he finally understood the name. Rong as in glory. The once lively yard quieted down a bit when village chief Li brought Jang Yimian and her group inside. Everyone's gaze fell on Jang Yimian and her group, curiously examining them without much malice. Go Sheng felt a bit uncomfortable under the scrutiny. He glanced back at them and then puffed out his chest, looking displeased. Jiang Yimian sighed and gently patted the back of his head, whispering, "What are you doing? Just act normal." She worried that if he continued like this, they might be misunderstood. Go Sheng finally responded, quickly calming his expression and muttering, "It's not my fault they keep staring at us. I was just looking back." He really didn't like being watched by so many eyes. Fortunately, the attention soon faded, and people began to whisper among themselves, expressing some discontent. "Why are all these refugees being placed in our village? Didn't we already take in 2 families a few days ago? Now, there are even more. Soon, Qingshi village will be overrun by refugees. Who cares? Our village is small. Having more refugees might help prevent other villages from bullying us. Yeah, more people can be a good thing."
Good? They're all outsiders.
"Our villagers might end up being pushed aside." A young woman spoke, looking at Jiang Yimian and her group with disdain. Another person hesitated before saying, "Maybe not. It's just a few families. What can they do? Our village doesn't have much to offer anyway." "True, but these people don't look like typical refugees. They seem well off, better than the last family that came yesterday." As this was said, everyone turned to look at Jiang Yimian and her group again, this time with confusion. When they noticed Zhao following them, they seemed to understand. They must have some connections. Didn't you see how familiar they are with that official?
No wonder.
The official personally brought them here to register. Their background must be impressive. While they were talking, Jiang Yimian and her group lined up behind them. She noticed the disdainful gaze directed at them and felt a chill in her eyes. The woman who had said the villagers would be pushed aside was taken aback and immediately fell silent. The others quickly changed the subject to other gossip. A thin, curious woman in front of Jiang Yimian leaned over and whispered, "Miss, what is your relationship with that official?" The thin, dark woman with sharp eyes scanned the group. Her hair was neatly tied up, and although her clothes were gray and patched, they were still clean. Jiang Yimian glanced at her and said, "It's nothing. We met by chance." The woman seemed skeptical and curiously asked, "If you met by chance, why did he personally bring you to register? Which village are you from? Did you hide in the mountains when the war started?" The local officials usually looked down on ordinary people and would not personally escort them down the mountain. They must have some connection with that official. A series of questions made Jiang Yimian frown, and she did not answer. The woman, undeterred, asked about something else. "I heard there are tigers in the mountains. Is that true? Have you seen one?" Upon hearing this, Dog Sheng puffed out his chest and said seriously, "Of course, we've seen tigers. They are fierce, and if you dare to enter the deep mountains, the tiger will surely attack you." Mimi had been searching for food on the nearby mountaintops lately. If these people went up there, it would be a small matter if they were scared away, but if they had harmful intentions toward Mimi, she would not let them off easily. The woman was startled, her thin face showing fear. She looked at the group and hesitantly asked, "If you live in the mountains, how come nothing happened to you? Did the tiger not attack you?" Although she had never seen a tiger, she had heard the village elders talk about them being fierce, several meters long, and their roar could shake the ground. If these people really encountered one, they would surely be in danger. Dog Sheng proudly replied, "Because the tiger is one we raised, so it won't harm us." Everyone was taken aback by this statement. After a moment, a few people began to tease the woman. "Look at you, Zhang. Always asking so many questions. No one wants to talk to you, right? Even talking about raising tigers. You should ask less. Always gossiping. Exactly, Zhangba was right about you." Feeling teased, Zhang's face showed displeasure, and she retorted, "I can say what I want. It's none of your business. If you don't like it, don't listen." As the group was about to argue, the village had scolded them from the side. "What are you arguing about? Be quiet. If you have nothing to do, go clear the wasteland in the village." Hearing this, the group quickly fell silent. Xiao Zhang glanced at the village chief and muttered softly, "With the poor land in the village, even if we clear it, we won't grow any crops. What's the point of all that effort?" Li Yishe frowned and shot a glare at Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang quickly shrank back and didn't dare to speak again. After a while, she leaned closer to Jang Yimian and warned, "The village chief can be really fierce when he's angry, so don't provoke him." Jang Yimian was taken aback and was about to respond when a dissatisfied voice came from the crowd. "Village chief, our village should have plenty of land now, right? Those lands belong to our village, and we shouldn't let outsiders take them." This statement was very pointed, and the term outsiders was particularly striking. Jang Yimian and the others looked at the speaker, showing little emotion. It was the young woman who had initially looked at them with disdain. Li Yishe glared at the woman and raised his voice, "Even if it's village land, it's not yours to worry about. Mind your own business. Once you're in Qingshu village, we're all villagers. If I hear such talk again, you can go clear land yourself." The woman was taken aback, and before she could say anything else, she noticed a few constables nearby. She huffed and fell silent, though her gaze towards Jang Yimian and the others still held discontent. Jang Yimian didn't feel much about it. After all, what the woman said wasn't entirely wrong. They were indeed outsiders. Many villages are quite exclusive. Some refugees have been chased away before even entering. They were fortunate in comparison. Moreover, they wouldn't often be in the village, so they probably wouldn't run into this woman again. She decided to ignore it. However, she did take a closer look at the village chief. She had thought he was just a simple and honest man, but it seemed he held some authority in the village. Indeed, if he were too simple and honest, how could he manage a village? Zhao De mentioned that the road to the village was blocked by the village chief's orders, showing he was quite clever and a bit lucky. The mountain bandits learned about the nearby villages quickly because of Wang Ergu, who probably didn't know about Qingshu village, which is why he didn't bring his men. If they had known, Qingshu village might have faced trouble too. Soon, the people in front finished registering, and it was Jang Yimian and her group's turn. Ma Ming nodded at them as a greeting. Jang Yimian mentioned the people in the small depression, and Ma Ming registered them one by one, looking a bit surprised. "I thought there weren't many people on the mountain, but I didn't expect there to be over a dozen. With so many people wanting to settle in the same village, it can be quite troublesome. So, they will just register their household in the village without coming down the mountain." After a few people finished registering, the elderly man next to Ma Ming hobbled out of the courtyard with a cane, clearly a villager. Li Yishe smiled and approached, saying, "Our village has many empty houses. You can move down whenever you want. There are several houses available in the west of the village. Would you like me to show you?" Although these people are only registering their household, they are still considered part of the village, so he felt responsible for looking after them. Lu Deong thought for a moment and nodded. "Thank you, village chief." Li Yishe waved his hand and led Lu Deong and the others to see the empty houses. Jang Yimian called out to Zhao De and quietly asked, "Brother Zhao, when will the reward from the county magistrate arrive?" The promised 100 taels of silver still hadn't come. She wondered if Song Quan was trying to trick her. 100 taels is a lot, but for a county magistrate, it's easy to come by. He wouldn't back out, would he? Zhao De felt a bit awkward, knowing she would ask about this. He quickly explained, "Miss Jiang, it's the beginning of the year, and there are many matters in the office and the capital. The silver will be delayed a bit, but I estimate it will arrive within half a month." He couldn't let his words tarnish his superior's reputation. Jang Yimian nodded, not pressing further about the silver, but instead asked about the land in Xinghua village. All of the Jiang family's land is under the name of Old Man Jiang, so they don't have to worry about it. However, the Chun and Lu families still have a few acres in Xinghua village, and they can't let the village be destroyed, or they would lose their land. Zhao De smiled and said, You don't need to worry about that. The land in Xinghua village has already been purchased. Once the silver arrives at the government office, all of your land will be converted into silver and distributed to you. Most of the other villagers from Xinghua village have returned, but they are scattered across different towns. As for those who haven't returned, they are either deceased or settled elsewhere and are not concerned about the village's land. Jang Yimian nodded, thinking that converting it into silver is not bad. If they want to continue farming later, they can buy a few acres. Although Xinghua village is not particularly large, it occupies at least 200 acres. Who could afford such a large purchase? The village's land is calculated at an average of 4 taels per acre, which would amount to over 800 taels. The life of the wealthy is indeed beyond her imagination. That is 800 taels, and she doesn't even have that much money now. Jang Yimian sighed and suddenly remembered the tax issue. What did the Lord say about this year's taxes? In their small valley, they only had about 3 to 4 acres of land. It sounds like a lot, but it was shared among several families. If they had to pay taxes on the grain produced from that land, they would be working for the government for nothing. In the past, the tax rate was 50%, but due to various reasons, most villagers were actually paying around 60%. After working hard for a whole year, if they had to give away more than half of their harvest, they wouldn't have enough food to eat. They would have to trade it all for cheap cornmeal and some mixed grains just to last a little longer. If things continued like this, life would still be tough for ordinary people. It really is true that when the country thrives, the common people suffer, and when it falls, they suffer too. Zhao smiled instead. Miss Jiang, don't worry. The Lord has already submitted a report to the governor, and we received news that due to the impact of the war, several prefectures will not have to pay taxes for 2 years. The tax rate will still be 50% afterward, but taxes in other prefectures will increase by 10% this year, probably to balance the lost revenue. Rest assured, since it has been stated as 50%, the Lord will enforce it strictly. At least in the villages under his governance, each village will only collect 50%, no more. He had heard about the tax collection issues in the past, where it was said to be 50%, but it was actually 60% due to the distance from the central authority, leading to a lack of accountability. Now, the former county magistrate had been executed. Not only would Lord Song not embezzle the people's money, but the governor would also pay special attention to Qinghe County's situation, ensuring he wouldn't have that opportunity. Jang Yimian was a bit surprised. She didn't expect a policy to exempt them from taxes for 2 years. She was momentarily stunned. Last year, due to the war, many people were displaced and the government had already lost a significant amount of tax revenue. She thought that to make up for last year's losses, this year's taxes would increase. She didn't expect to be exempt from taxes for 2 years. The government must have made this policy with considerable effort from many people. Although taxes in other prefectures increased by 10%, this was still a good outcome for them. At least the prefectures affected by the war would have 2 years to recover. Who says this dynasty only has corrupt officials? There are still many honest and upright officials who truly care for the people. It seems that recently, Song Quanzhao and the governor have been too busy with this matter to pay attention to her rewards, which limits her options. She didn't rush about the 100 taels anymore and sincerely said, "Thank you, Master Song." Zhao De just smiled and waved his hand, then talked about the land in the small valley. Last time we visited, we saw that the land in the small valley is hard to cultivate. You've only managed to clear a little over 2 acres, and with so many people working on it, I doubt the food produced will be enough. However, we still need to register the farming situation for tax purposes. Jang Yimian thought to herself. She knew those lands would inevitably be subject to taxes. Seeing her silent, Zhao De continued, "But since you have made efforts to cultivate the land, you will only have to pay 30% in taxes. Cultivating land is not easy. Although the government encourages people to clear land, few want to take on such a tough job. Therefore, the government has set up some incentive policies, allowing those who cultivate new land to pay only 30% in taxes. It sounds less than the usual tax, but whether the land can produce food is uncertain, so hardly anyone is willing to take that risk. Only some landless and broke people are willing to do it, while the rest are landlords. Now, the government is trying to keep control of the land, so there are fewer landlords. In the past, every town had many landlords and most of the land was in their hands. Those without land had to work as tenants for landlords, renting land to farm, giving a large portion of the harvest to the landlord, paying part of the taxes to the government, and often struggling to feed their families, living in a state of exploitation. Fortunately, there are now far fewer landlords in each town, and such tenants have mostly disappeared. Now, those without land can go directly to the government to rent land, paying in coins to farm, and then paying 50% in taxes, keeping the rest for themselves. Although they still don't have much food left, it's much better than being a tenant. Jang Yimian didn't have much objection to the tax on the mountain land. At least she wouldn't have to pay for the next 2 years, which was quite good. When Jang Yimian joined Lu Daong and the others, they were repairing the roof of a shabby thatched house. When Dogsheng saw her, he smiled and said, "Sister Yimian, the village chief said we can stay in these houses, but if we want to rebuild or farm, we need to buy the land. The food produced from the land on the mountain is barely enough for a few families, but there is definitely room to clear a few more acres, so there's no need to worry about buying land from down the mountain." Jang Yimian nodded as she looked at the 3 thatched houses in front of her. Although they seemed old and worn, each house had at least 4 rooms, which was quite spacious. Moreover, they were close to the foot of the mountain, making it convenient for daily trips up the hill. It was good that the village chief allowed them to stay temporarily. After repairing the roof and fixing the holes in the windows, the houses could be used for storing things or as temporary shelter during bad weather. She glanced at the nearby houses. The closest one was just 7 or 8 meters away, but it had a large hole in the roof and the door was wide open, suggesting it was unoccupied. As she was thinking, the door of the house across from them opened. An elderly man with gray hair stepped out, walking unsteadily with a cane. He was the same man who had stood beside Ma Ming earlier. The old man nodded at them without much surprise and continued down the path towards the foot of the mountain. Jang Yimian looked away and followed Dogsheng to the village chief's house to collect straw. The village chief, knowing their house was uninhabitable for now, generously offered them some of his straw to use. Although she wasn't sure if it was because of Zhaoda, Jang Yimian appreciated the kindness. By the time everyone returned after repairing the roof, it was already noon. On the way back, their steps felt lighter. With the household registration issue resolved, they felt relieved. The journey that took over an hour to get there only took a little more than half an hour to return. Old Lu, Zhao Erei, and Wang Xiaowei had just come back from outside and quickly set down the sacks they were carrying when they saw the others return. Old Lu asked curiously, "How is the village? Did Zhao say anything about what will happen to the land in Xinhua village?" He had been thinking about how the village's land would be handled. Although there was land in the mountains, the few families in the village had about 7 or 8 acres combined. Jiang Yimian only mentioned that someone wanted to buy land and that the government would convert their land into silver for them. Hearing this, old Lu finally relaxed. "That's good. We can focus on farming the few acres of small lowland we have," he said. Originally worried that they might lose their land, he now saw the possibility of converting it into silver as a positive outcome. Lu Shaoran nodded in agreement. "This year we can clear a few more acres. Then we won't have to worry about food for our families. This should be enough." Zhao Deshu also nodded repeatedly. The 3 brothers had no land, having lost their land deeds while fleeing, and were relying on the food from the small lowland. Last year, if they hadn't harvested enough konjac early and made it into powder, along with digging up a lot of taro, they wouldn't have had enough food. This year, it was necessary to cultivate more land. Wang Fengqin worriedly asked, "What about the taxes?" In the past, each household in Xinhua village had to pay nearly 60% in taxes. If it remained the same, they wouldn't have much food left. Upon hearing about the taxes, everyone fell silent. They had forgotten about it since they hadn't paid taxes last year, which allowed them to have a good year. Seeing the mood drop, Jang Yimian only shared with everyone what Zhaoda had said about the taxes. When they heard they wouldn't have to pay taxes for 2 years, their eyes widened in surprise. Old Lu was so excited that he grabbed Lu Daiyong's arm and twisted it, causing a yelp. He then asked, "Is this a dream? Yimian, do we really not have to pay taxes for 2 years?" He never dared to hope for such a thing. Last year, he worried the government would make them pay back taxes this year, but now they found out they wouldn't have to pay for the next 2 years. Jiang Yimian nodded, Due to the war, the government city won't require taxes for the next 2 years, but other places will have to pay an extra 10%. With this confirmation, everyone was overjoyed. Even though they knew they would have to pay taxes on the uncultivated land in 2 years, they remained enthusiastic. Lu Deong, despite his painful arm, couldn't help but smile. Old Lu addressed everyone, "Let's cultivate more wasteland in the next few days so we can plant this year. It would be great to also turn a small low area into rice fields. They could dig ditches to draw water from the creek for irrigation, allowing them to grow more food." Last year, they harvested over 1,000 pounds from just over an acre, which surprised them. Besides luck, he couldn't think of any other reason. This year, they probably wouldn't be so lucky, so they needed to plant more land to increase their harvest. Everyone agreed. The main reason they hadn't cultivated more land last year was due to a lack of seeds, which was unavoidable. This year was different. Besides the seeds they had at home, they could buy more in town. With Zhao Dashu and his brothers helping, they would be able to work much faster. Seeing everyone so motivated, Jang Yimian smiled. After dinner, she noticed old Lu and Zhao Dashu busy in the fields, not sure what they were spreading. Jang Yimian curiously asked, "Great-grandpa, what are you spreading?" Old Lu smiled and said, "Spreading soil made from the rotten branches and leaves in the forest is the best fertilizer for crops." In the small lowland, there was only some chicken and rabbit manure, which wasn't enough for fertilizer. Using the decayed branches and leaves would be a good idea. The forest had many trees, and leaves were everywhere. With the occasional rain, the leaves on the ground would rot, creating good compost. Jiang Yimian responded and saw that Dog Sheng and Lu Deong had finished spreading the soil and were going to gather more, so she didn't disturb them and went straight to the Qin family. At that time, Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Fengqin had gone out to wash clothes, leaving only Chen Taizhu in the house. Chen Taizhu was sitting under the eaves weaving a bamboo basket. When he saw Jiang Yimian, he smiled and said, "Yimian, come sit." Jiang Yimian replied and curiously asked, "Uncle Chen, where's Taidan?" She hadn't seen the little guy for several days. The last time was during the coldest days when he was inside warming by the fire, but she hadn't seen him since. Chen Taizhu smiled and said, "He's sleeping inside. He was restless last night and only fell asleep this morning." Jiang Yimian didn't ask further. Little Taidan was quite a handful. He needed to be held and rocked to sleep, and if he wasn't, he would wake up crying. During the day, he would sleep peacefully. Whenever Lu Xiaoyan mentioned it, she felt both worried and helpless. Jiang Yimian didn't ask about Taidan anymore and instead inquired about Qin Tiezhu's recent condition. Before the new year, she had planned to perform surgery on him, but she had been busy and wanted to observe his condition a bit longer, which had delayed it until now. The weather was not as cold as before, nor as hot as in summer, making it a good time for surgery. In summer, the heat could lead to infections, which would be troublesome. Chen Taizhu set down the half-finished bamboo basket, touched his leg covered by a blanket, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I've been feeling much better lately. Shaoran and Dog Sheng have been giving me massages regularly, just like you suggested, and I've been moving my legs a bit. It's definitely better than before." As he spoke, he rolled up his pant leg. Jiang Yimian checked his leg and saw that it was indeed better than before, at least not completely atrophied. Once she removed the broken bone, and he did more rehabilitation exercises, he might be able to stand again. Jiang Yimian also checked his pulse, which was steady, and his weak body had improved quite a bit, so he was indeed ready for surgery. She then said, "I'll prepare everything and perform the surgery for you in the next few days." She needed to go to town to buy some alcohol for the procedure. There is some alcohol in the space, but not too much. It's enough for disinfecting wounds, but not quite enough for cleaning the house, so we can only extract a little alcohol from the wine. Fortunately, it's winter now, which is not a time when bacteria easily grow. Chen Taizhu was stunned for a moment and then excitedly asked, "Great, Yimian, is there anything I need to pay attention to?" He was quite thrilled. After sitting in a wheelchair for days, he could do most things, but it wasn't enough. He dreamed of standing up again. Just thinking about the surgery and the possibility of having his legs back made him tremble. Seeing his excitement, Jang Yimian quickly said, "There isn't much to worry about, but after the surgery, you won't be able to stand up right away. You need to wait for the wound to heal, then gradually rehabilitate and adjust to using your legs. This could take a few months, or maybe half a year, or even a year, depending on how well you recover." Chun Taiju nodded repeatedly, indicating he understood. Days passed, and the people in the small valley were busy. After spreading dry branches and leaves on the ground, they began to cultivate the land. On the 23rd day of the first month, the group finally had a chance to rest after a busy market day. Lu Deong also joined them, and they carried a full basket and held several items as they walked down the mountain. They set out at dawn and planned to wait for the ox cart at the village entrance. The village chief had told them that if they wanted to go to town, they could wait for the ox cart at the village entrance every morning, and it would only cost a copper coin to get there. Worried about being late, Jang Yimian and the others got up early to head down the mountain. Before they reached the village entrance, they spotted a familiar face. Xiaozhang was chatting with a few others who were also waiting for the ox cart. She was holding a basket covered with cloth, likely to sell goods in town. Upon seeing Jang Yimian and the others, she happily greeted them. "Oh, it's you. Are you going to the market too? What are you selling?" She curiously looked at their baskets and buckets. Unfortunately, the baskets and buckets were covered, so she couldn't see inside and didn't want to uncover them. After a few glances, she turned her attention back to them and asked with a smile, "Why don't you come live in the village? It's cold up in the mountains, and there are many wild animals, which is dangerous." Other refugees have already come to the village. One family at the foot of the mountain even asked the village chief to help them hire a mason to build a house. "It seems they're going to build a big brick house, which would be the first in our village." The other people waiting for the ox cart quickly gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity. "Xiaozhang, are you really sure they're building a big house with blue bricks? That must cost a lot of money." "Yes, but didn't they say that the refugees are all fleeing from disasters? Where would they get so much money? Wouldn't it be better to buy a small house in town with that money?" Xiaozhang glanced at her and replied impatiently, "How would I know? I just heard the village chief say he was helping find a bricklayer. Yesterday, I saw those old houses at the foot of the mountain being torn down. I guess the refugees asked the village chief for help." Another woman nodded in understanding. "That land at the foot of the mountain is quite large. It could probably fit 5 or 6 houses. There must be quite a few people in that refugee family. If they spent the same amount of money in town, they wouldn't be able to buy such a big place." "That's true, but building with blue bricks would probably cost at least 10 taels." As soon as she said this, a woman with slanted eyes who had just walked over brightened up. "I wonder if that family has any eligible daughters or sons. My son Huzi and daughter Chunhua are both about the right age to marry. If it works out, our families could become in-laws." Everyone was momentarily surprised. Xiaozhang was the first to react, laughing heartily. "Chengue Xiang, how desperate are you to find a match for your daughter? Huzi is only 14, and you're already thinking about marrying him off. You just think that family has money, but they might just be a couple with a child. Where do you think this idea will lead?" The others laughed too, thinking they were just joking, but it seemed there really was someone eager to send their daughter off. Chengue Xiang, instead of getting angry, proudly said, "You're just jealous that I have both a son and a daughter. People like you, even if you try to please others, won't have this opportunity. My daughter and son are both highly sought after. They can marry whoever they want. Just be jealous." Her daughter was the most beautiful in the area, and suitors were constantly coming to their door. She had no worries about her daughter not getting married. It's just that the families that came to propose were too ordinary and not worthy of her daughter, so she turned them down. If it weren't for the recent turmoil and the bandit situation, her daughter would have already married into a wealthy family in town. It was just those other families whose children were not attractive, worrying about not being able to find a spouse. Everyone ignored Chengue Xiang and changed the subject. Jang Yimian looked at Chengue Xiang a few more times. After a while, she suddenly remembered that this woman was the one who said they were outsiders last time. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Last time, She thought this person disliked outsiders settling down, but now it seemed otherwise. Having never seen their faces or knowing anything about that family, she thought it was quite snobbish to want to marry off her daughter just because they had money. Her plan to build a house in the village soon vanished. They might as well stay in the mountains. It was peaceful there. If they built a house in the village now, given the current situation, they probably wouldn't have any quiet days. They might even get criticized for having a meal. Building a house wasn't urgent anyway. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the ox cart stopped at the village entrance. As soon as Mrs. Zhang saw the cart, she quickly climbed aboard. Jang Yimian and the others followed closely behind. The empty cart was quickly filled, and Chen Guixiang was furious, glaring at the person who had just pushed her, saying, "I was here first. Why did you push me?" The person ignored her and replied, "I'm already on. You can wait for the next one." Chen Guixiang was fuming, her gaze landing on the buckets the others were carrying. They had baskets on their backs and were holding buckets, taking up at least one space. She immediately complained, "Brother Yang, don't you see these outsiders? They're taking up a lot of space with all their things. You'll collect less money later. Get one of them off, so I can sit. Let that kid walk to town." As she spoke, she reached for the child. The child, caught off guard, stumbled, and almost fell off the cart. Jang Yimian quickly grabbed them, her gaze icy as she looked at Chen Guixiang and said coldly, "For the extra space taken, I will pay more." She had planned to pay extra from the start since they were indeed taking up more room. The child steadied themselves and checked the basket on their lap, relieved to see the eggs were fine. These were the eggs his mother had saved for days. Last time they hadn't taken all of them, and this was all they had left, worth several coins, so they couldn't break. Yang Er, who was driving the cart, quickly intervened. "Chen, wait here for a bit. I'll be back for another trip to town." But Chen Guixiang wouldn't back down. "I want to go to town now. Why should I wait?" She was from Qingshi village and wouldn't let these outsiders bully her. Outsiders should know their place. Yang Er was taken aback and hesitated before saying, "Why don't you wait here? Nyo is probably heading to the town now and will be back soon."
Nyo was an honest person.
When he came out of the village and saw people waiting for the ox cart, he would likely give them a ride. In the past, other villages would also have ox carts passing by at this time, but since the war started and the bandits raided other villages, there were no more oxen. Now, only his family and Nyo's family had an ox cart among several villages. Usually, in Qingshi village, he was the only one taking people to the town, but sometimes when there were more people, Nyo would help out too. This morning, he had greeted Nyo, knowing that the other man was also going to the town. Chen Guixiang was somewhat unhappy and said, "No, I want to take this trip. That kid can get lost." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Dogsheng again, this time with even more force. However, before she could touch him, Jang Yimian firmly grabbed her wrist. Chen Guixiang's eyes widened, ready to shout, but Jang Yimian used her strength to throw her to the ground. The force made Chen Guixiang fall hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. The people on the ox cart were stunned, and Jang Yimian coldly said, "Drive the cart." Yang Er finally snapped back to reality and said, "Oh." Seeing that Chen Guixiang was getting up without serious injury, he hurried the ox cart away. The ox cart became much quieter, with few people talking. Even Xiao Zhang kept her mouth shut. However, curious glances occasionally fell on a few people, leaving them wondering what they were thinking. Jang Yimian couldn't care less about their thoughts. They were probably just saying that they were not to be messed with and that outsiders were uncivilized. Today's incident served as a warning to the others in Qingshi village. Although they were outsiders, they were not people to be bullied. As for Chen Guixiang, she was the one who started the trouble. Jang Yimian was just defending herself. This conflict was now established, but since they didn't often come to the village, there was no need to worry about her causing trouble. Chen Guixiang was quite interesting. She looked down on outsiders yet wanted to befriend the wealthy ones. It was quite contradictory. The ox cart traveled along the bumpy, muddy road for about 15 minutes, passing several villages. Along the way, many people were walking to the town, carrying baskets and various items, including villagers and many from other villages. As the ox cart passed those villages, it became lively again. Those bandits really deserve to be punished.
Did you see?
Several villages have been burned down, and the ground is covered in black ash. The old willow tree at the entrance of Willow Village has turned to charcoal. That's right. I used to think our village was too remote and inconvenient, but now I'm really grateful. Otherwise, Chingstone Village would probably have been raided by bandits too. Jang Yimian looked towards the nearby village. Many thatched houses showed signs of being burned, half black and half withered yellow, which stood out sharply. There were still piles of black ash on the ground, likely left uncleaned. Several villages had similar scenes, but there were more makeshift shelters made of oilcloth than burned thatched houses, with a few newly built thatched houses and mud brick homes mixed in. Many people were still building thatched houses. Last time she went to town, she didn't pass through this area, so she hadn't noticed the villages near Apricot Blossom Village. Now, seeing these burned villages, she felt a chill. Those bandits were indeed ruthless, but thankfully the village was slowly recovering. The government announced that there would be no taxes for 2 years, which should give them enough time to rebuild. Just then, Xiao Zhang mysteriously called everyone over and whispered, "Do you know what really happened in these villages?" The others turned their attention to Xiao Zhang, some confused about what she meant, wondering, weren't they raided by bandits? Xiao Zhang nodded and shook her head. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, she explained, being raided by bandits is just a small part of it. You don't know, but I heard that the bandits killed many people in several villages. Many girls and women who didn't flee were taken away, and some young men joined the bandits. I heard they were all taken by the authorities. What happened to those girls and women who were taken? Someone asked curiously. What do you think? They were sent back by the authorities. Those whose husbands died or who had no uncles were okay and could continue living in the village. But some without male relatives were driven away by their families, claiming they brought shame. It's really frustrating. These people are innocent. Not only were they taken by the bandits, but they also face this when they return. Right, I've heard that too. However, I know someone in Dea village who said things are better there. The women and girls who were taken weren't driven away. Everyone has been struggling with the bandits and the famine, and now that things have settled down, they're focusing on farming this year. Only those stubborn old men think they can bully her and drive people out of the village. If they are so tough, why don't they deal with the bandits in the mountains? Exactly. After barely surviving in the mountain village, we come back only to be forced to leave by these uncles. The widow from the neighboring Willow Tree village is tougher. She chased those uncles with a kitchen knife for 2 miles, scaring them away. The people on the ox cart were also expressing their anger, feeling quite indignant. Zhao Dashu and his friends were very upset, frowning and clenching their fists. Zhao Dashu muttered quietly, "Those uncles really deserve it. If I meet them, I would definitely give them a good beating." Gosheng and Lu Daong nodded in agreement. In this era, women's status is not particularly low. They can come and go freely and even do small business outside, which is better than in completely patriarchal societies. The uncles who drove people away didn't really want to kick them out. They were likely after money and food. After experiencing a famine, even though the government distributed food, it wasn't much for each household. The girls who were taken away would need food when they returned, and naturally, these people didn't want to share, so they used the excuse that the girls had lost their purity to drive them away. Jang Yimian glanced at the direction of the village a few more times before quickly looking away. The ox cart swayed along the road for almost an hour, and just as Jang Yimian began to feel drowsy, they finally arrived at Qinghe town. After giving Yang Erlu 6 copper coins, Jang Yimian and her group were about to leave. However, Yang Er felt a bit embarrassed and quickly handed back 2 copper coins, saying, "Just 4 copper coins will do. I don't usually charge villagers for taking up space, so I can't take yours." If this got out, people would say they were bullying others from Qingshi village. Jang Yimian replied, "We should pay for taking up space." Although most of the items were held in their arms, the width of the baskets still took up more space than a person, plus the 3 buckets outside, so 2 copper coins were reasonable. Seeing that Jang Yimian and her group wouldn't accept it, Yang Er quickly said, "Then let me help you carry these things." It's hard to carry so much. Saying this, he hurriedly drove the cart alongside them down the street. Seeing that he insisted, Jang Yimian didn't refuse again. They soon arrived at the same place where they sold things last time. The elderly couple selling wontons saw them coming to borrow a table and just told them to help themselves. They were busy taking care of the customers at their wonton stall. Yang Er helped them set up their stall before leaving with the ox cart. Goshen was taking things out of the basket while saying, "Uncle Yang is really nice. He even helped us set up our stall." Lu Daong nodded. Knowing they were coming to the market today, Wang Fengqin and Zhao Dashu prepared a lot of konjac tofu, over 60 pounds, which filled 3 buckets. They also brought some baskets made by Chen Taizhu, straw sandals woven by Lu Laotu and Zhao Xinger, along with some coarse cloth. There was so much that a small table couldn't hold it all. Goshen quickly placed the baskets on a nearby empty spot and set them up with the eggs for sale. As for the straw sandals and cloth, Lu Daong put them in his backpack. Earlier this year, Zhao Xinga had woven a lot of cloth, originally planning for everyone to make their own clothes. Since there was still plenty left, and she thought she could weave more later, she decided to sell some today. As soon as the stall was set up, many people gathered around. A young woman said, "Oh, you're here? I thought you wouldn't come. Last time you didn't come, my child kept asking for this." Zhao Dashi was surprised and quickly replied, "We couldn't make it last time because of something." The woman didn't say more and handed Zhao Dashu 6 coins, saying, "Quick, give me 2 portions." Goshen swiftly took out 2 portions from the bucket, wrapped them in dry bamboo leaves, and handed them over. Others quickly chimed in, "I want 1 portion. I want 2 portions." Zhao Dashu collected the money while Goshen packed the items. They worked well together, and when it got busy, Lu Daong helped out. When it was quieter, he watched the table with the eggs and asked others if they wanted to buy. Although all 3 were busy, they were organized and not flustered at all. Jang Yimian felt relieved, said a word, and left with her backpack. She first went to a quiet alley, took out a lot of herbs from her space, and added them to her backpack before heading to the rejuvenation hall. Today, there were quite a few people at the rejuvenation hall. Several workers were busy in the shop, and there was a new partition set up on the side, with a line forming outside, likely for consultations. Jiang Yimian glanced a few times before looking away, bypassing the line, and going to the counter. An unfamiliar worker was preparing medicine, while another was counting money for a customer, still the same young worker from last time. Jiang Yimian waited for a while, and when the familiar worker finished counting, he told the customer, "These 2 prescriptions cost a total of 140 coins. The person replied and rummaged in their sleeve for a while, pulling out a string of copper coins tied together. After counting carefully, it seemed they didn't have enough, so they took out a few more coins and handed them all to the worker. The clerk counted and greeted the person, reminding them about the medication instructions before they left. Jiang Yimian sighed nearby, realizing that seeing a doctor and getting medicine is always expensive. In modern times, there is health insurance, but it was much harder in ancient times. "Miss, are you here to see a doctor?" Today is the 23rd, and the doctor at Huachuntang is seeing patients for free. "You can go take a look," the clerk said with a smile, pointing to a small partition nearby. Jiang Yimian raised her eyebrows in surprise. The manager of Huachuntang was quite nice, offering free consultations, even if it was to sell medicine. Usually, a doctor's visit would cost at least 20 coins, so getting a free consultation saved at least that much. While Huachuntang might not be a charity, it was certainly better than other pharmacies. Partnering with Huachuntang seemed like a good choice. Thinking this, she said, "I have soap which is similar to bath beads but works better. It lathers easily, is finer, and has stronger cleaning power. Would you be interested?" The clerk paused, looking a bit confused, and after a moment said, "Bath beads? We make those ourselves, so we don't need them. But are you sure your product cleans better and is finer than bath beads?" Bath beads were decent for bathing, but since they were made from flour and fat, they felt a bit rough and had average cleaning ability. If there weren't only bath beads and soap pods available, not many people would buy them. Most wealthy families preferred using rice washing water. Jiang Yimian took out a smooth wooden box from her basket. When she opened it, a light yellow round piece appeared, and a sweet osmanthus fragrance filled the air. The clerk was taken aback and took the box to examine the soap closely. The round piece was very smooth and had a nice color, especially with its faint sweet scent that was refreshing. He brought it to his nose and sniffed. Aside from the osmanthus scent, he couldn't detect anything else, unlike the soap pods and fat beads. He frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "I'll take this to the manager to try." He didn't have high expectations but was curious about what it was made from. The clerk hurried to the back room. Jang Yimian casually looked around the shop, feeling no worry at all. Soap was something that didn't exist in this era. It was rare. Unless the manager of Huachuntang was foolish, they would definitely want to collaborate after trying it. As expected, after a short while, the attendant hurried out with wet hands and a face full of excitement. "Miss, our shopkeeper wants to see you. Please follow me to the back room." Jang Yimian agreed and followed him with her basket. They walked through a corridor and arrived at a busy courtyard. Many apprentices were grinding herbs, and there were plenty of medicinal materials drying in the yard. The attendant stopped in front of a door and knocked. A slightly aged voice came from inside. "Come in." Upon entering, the elderly man with gray hair looked surprised, as if he didn't expect a young lady. The surprise quickly faded, and he smiled. "Please have a seat." As soon as Jang Yimian sat down, another attendant came in to serve her tea. The first attendant stood beside the old man. After observing her for a moment, the old man said, "What is your name, miss?" "I am Zhang Qingchuan, the shopkeeper of this pharmacy." Jang Yimian replied, "My surname is Zhang." Zhang Qingchuan stroked his mustache and glanced at the light yellow soap on the table. After a moment he said, 30 taels. "How about you sell me the soap recipe?" He then scrutinized her closely. Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow and stood up, saying, "If you are not serious about doing business, then never mind. There are surely others outside who are eager to cooperate with me." With that, she turned to leave. 30 taels? Did he think she was foolish? Even if she were to sell the recipe, it should start at 100 taels at least. Seeing her about to leave, Zhang Qingchuan not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed heartily. "Miss Zhang, please don't be in a hurry. I was just joking. How would you like to cooperate?" He was merely testing her. She seemed like a country girl, and if she lacked experience, she might have agreed to 30 taels right away. However, he realized she was not so naive. Although she looked young, she was clearly clever, perhaps having been advised by her elders. Jang Yimian glanced at him and sat back down, saying calmly, "I can supply your pharmacy at cost price. How much you sell it for is your business." She found it difficult to run the soap business on her own. Firstly, she couldn't establish a reputation, and secondly, it was easy to attract unwanted attention. She understood the principle that a person without guilt can still suffer from having something precious. While she wasn't afraid, others in her small community couldn't take the same risks. Partnering with a reputable and well-known shop was the safest option. She can quickly earn more money by using the shop's original reputation, and she can protect her family from danger. Zhang Qingchuan raised an eyebrow and stroked his beard, seemingly deep in thought. The room fell silent for a moment, and neither of them spoke. The assistant behind Zhang Qingchuan was anxious, fearing that the deal might fall through. After a while, Zhang Qingchuan continued, "Miss Zhang, how much do you plan to sell each piece for?" Setting the price is crucial. Although bath beads cost 10 coins each and are expensive, the shop makes a good profit, but not many people buy them. This is partly because they are indeed pricey and partly because they are not very convenient to use, leading to poor sales. They only sell well in wealthy areas of the capital and the city. However, the soap that this young lady brought is not only substantial but also delicate to use, producing more lather and having better cleaning power than bath beads. If Miss Zhang knew the price of bath beads, she wouldn't set the soap price too low. But if they buy from her shop, it will be costly, making it hard to sell later. Jang Yimian replied calmly, 20 coins per piece. The packaging will be made by Huachuntang, and how much profit we make will depend on Huachuntang. She had carefully considered the pricing. If it's too cheap, they wouldn't earn much, and ordinary families wouldn't buy it. They are used to using soap pods, which they can pick from the mountains for free, so they wouldn't think of spending money on soap. She is currently targeting families that are somewhat wealthy, but not overly rich. Hui Chun Tang's cost would be 20 coins, and they would sell it for at least 40 coins, considering transportation, shop expenses, and wages. Selling it for 40 coins would at least break even, and, to make a bit more profit, they should aim for around 50 coins per piece. If it's any more expensive, it would be hard to sell. One piece of soap, she estimated, could be used for at least 20 baths, making it much more cost-effective than bath beads. Families that have previously bought bath beads would surely switch to soap. If this batch of soap can help Hui Chun Tang gain a good reputation, her future plans can be completed more quickly. Zhang Qingchuan was taken aback, staring at Jang Yimian. After careful consideration, he nodded. All right, I agree.
Miss Zhang, how much soap do you have now?
I'd like to buy some to test the market. If it sells well, we can discuss a contract and long-term cooperation. Soap is a new product, and by trying it in the nearby counties, they can get a rough idea of the results. If it sells well, he will consider shipping it to more distant shops. At that time, the reputation of the Hui Chun Tang would rise even further, which would be better for their business. Jang Yimian then said, I currently have 100 units, and I estimate there are nearly another 100 at home. If the shopkeeper wants them all, I can deliver them tomorrow. Unsure if the deal would go smoothly, she had only prepared this much, initially worried it might be too much. Now, it seemed she had underestimated Hui Chun Tang. Zhang Qingchuan paused, sighed, and said, All right, let's start with 200 units. Although it was a bit less, it should be enough to test in the county shop. Jiang Yimian took out the herbs packed in cloth bags from her basket and handed them to the nearby assistant, saying, Here are the herbs. Please calculate how many coins they can sell for. The assistant quickly took them but didn't rush away. Instead, he leaned over to look into the basket. Jiang Yimian pulled out 2 small boxes from the basket, opened the lids, and said, You can count them. Inside the boxes were neatly arranged soaps of the same color, with soft fabric sewn into the box walls to prevent them from bumping against each other. Each soap was smooth and even, exuding a sweet osmanthus fragrance, making them very pleasing to the eye. Zhang Qingchuan and the assistant were surprised to see the variety of soaps in the boxes. They had expected only one color, but there were pink, green, and blue ones as well, saving them the trouble of suggesting different designs. It was clear that this young lady had come well prepared. However, seeing a whole box full of soaps felt a bit strange to them. As the assistant carefully counted, he remarked, Good thing Miss Jiang handed me a box at first. If she had just given me this whole box, I wouldn't have believed it. Seeing so many soaps without any packaging, he might have thought she was trying to trick him into quickly selling a whole box. Jiang Yimian just smiled. She had anticipated this. Taking out a pile of items would only make them seem cheap, so she had specially prepared a box for display. Zhang Qingchuan understood. If each soap were packed in small boxes, it would not only be troublesome but also unnecessarily increase the weight. Using this box with soft fabric was a good idea. After counting, the assistant checked the herbs in the cloth bag, gave Jiang Yimian 2 taels of silver, and counted out 230 copper coins, smiling as he invited her to bring more herbs to sell. As Jiang Yimian left Hui Chun Tang, she felt very happy. Although she knew that even without Hui Chun Tang, she could make deals with other shops, she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Just thinking about having a main source of income in the future so she wouldn't have to worry about running out of money made her feel much more relaxed. When she returned to the taro stall, both buckets on the table were empty and the tasting plate was also bare, with only a little left in one bucket. The other items, like eggs and cloth, were mostly sold out, leaving only a neatly folded piece of gray linen in the basket. A few people were gathered in front of the stall, and a familiar young woman was holding something. After a moment, Jiang Yimian remembered that she was the first person to buy taro last time. The young woman held a portion of taro wrapped in bamboo leaves and looked curiously at the piece of cloth in the basket, asking, How much for this coarse cloth? Lu Daong quickly replied, It's the last piece. If you want it, I can sell it to you for 40 won. This cloth is about 15 feet long, which should be enough to make a spring outfit. The young woman calculated carefully. The cheapest coarse cloth in the shop was 6 won per foot. Although it was a bit better than the cloth in her hand, this one was cheaper, making it a good deal for making clothes. She placed the taro in her bamboo basket, wiped her hands dry, picked up the cloth to inspect it, and smiled, saying, "Okay, I'll take it." Just then, a few women passing by gasped in fear, saying, "That's scary." The tofu stall on the street ahead was overturned. Those people didn't seem right. They were trying to take that girl away, saying something about marriage.
What's going on?
You don't know? I heard one of those men is the girl's uncle, trying to take her to get married. She didn't want to go, and it caused a scene. Many people were watching. The young woman froze, suddenly standing up, forgetting to put down the cloth in her hand. She grabbed her things and ran off. Lu Daong was stunned and realized what happened, standing up to chase after her, saying, "Hey, you haven't paid yet." Hearing this, Zhao Dashu rolled up his sleeves, grabbed the knife for cutting taro, and ran after her, saying, "Gosh, how can they dare to steal in broad daylight?" Dog Shin quickly responded. When Jang Yimian approached, Zhao Dashu and Lu Daong had already run quite a distance. After asking Dog Shin what happened and learning that Zhao Dashu had taken the knife, she set down her basket and hurried after them, worried that Zhao Dashu might act recklessly and cause trouble. When she ran after the person, she saw a crowd gathered on the street not far away, filled with arguments and insults. Zhao Dashu and the others had disappeared. Jang Yimian had to squeeze into the crowd. Luckily, without a backpack, she got in easily and immediately spotted Zhao Dashu, who was being held down by Lu Daong, both seemingly forgetting why they were there, just staring at a few people in the center of the crowd. Jang Yimian sighed in relief, glad there was no fighting. With the weight lifted off her shoulders, she was now curious about the commotion. In front of a broken table stood a familiar woman, her face filled with anger, looking fierce and very different from when she was buying things at the stall. Behind her were a boy of about 10 and a young girl. The girl wore a headscarf, making it hard to see her face, but her trembling body suggested she was crying. The ground was scattered with crushed tofu and some white liquid, likely soy milk. The woman faced 4 men, the middle-aged man in front looking very impatient. "Chung widow, step aside. I'm taking my niece home. What business do you have? This is my Su family village and you're from Lu Shu village. Just get out of the way, or I won't be nice," he said. But Chung widow showed no signs of backing down, angrily shouting, "How dare you? You shameless people drove her out. She's no longer part of your village. Get lost. Xiaotao is my niece, so of course, I will take care of her." Su Yongfeng was offended by her words and glanced at Chung widow before saying, "Ignore this crazy woman. Xiaotao has nothing to do with her. Hurry and take Su Xiaotao away." Having already taken the money, he wasn't going to let anyone leave. If he couldn't take her from Lu family village, he would just take her from the street. He was Su Xiaotao's uncle, and this woman wasn't even her real aunt. Not even the authorities could interfere. Seeing Su Yongfeng giving orders, the other Su family members stepped forward, ready to push Chung widow aside. Chung widow looked around, snatched the knife from Zhao Dashu's hand, and shouted, "Anyone who dares to touch me will regret it. Get away from me." As she swung the knife wildly, the crowd jumped back in shock. The men who had intended to approach were also frightened and stepped back, staring in fear at this seemingly crazed woman. Su Yongfeng was taken aback, clearly not expecting someone to come out and cause a scene while carrying a kitchen knife. In fear, he scoffed and shouted, "Crazy woman, don't come at me. Last time you chased my son with a knife for 2 miles. He's a coward. Do you think I'm scared of you? Come on, I'm standing right here. Go ahead and swing that knife at my neck. I want to see if you dare." As he spoke, he took a few steps forward, leaning his neck toward the knife. He had seen this kind of act many times. This crazy woman was just trying to scare him and wouldn't actually attack. The widow Ching looked at the head leaning closer and hesitated for a moment, not daring to move. However, she gripped the knife tightly, her eyes filled with anger. Su Yongfeng, feeling it wasn't enough, continued to shout, "Come on, crazy woman. Don't you want to hurt someone? Go ahead, I want to see if you dare." Dealing with someone like her, he thought, required no shame. If she were truly crazy, she wouldn't have the time to sell tofu in town. Only his foolish son would believe her. The other 3 men, seeing this, realized that the widow Chung was just trying to intimidate them, so they stopped being afraid and swaggered over to Su Xiaotao. Seeing them approach, the young boy quickly stepped in front of Su Xiaotao and shouted, "You can't come any closer. Sister Xiaotao won't go with you." One tall, thin man shoved the boy aside and grabbed Su Xiaotao's arm tightly. The other 2 quickly helped him drag her toward the crowd. Su Xiaotao screamed in fear, struggling hard. "I won't go. I don't want to marry. Let me go. I won't marry that old widower." The widow Chung was startled awake by the shouting and immediately forgot about Su Yongfeng, rushing toward the others with a knife. Su Yongfeng quickly reacted, trying to grab the knife while saying, "Hurry, take Su Xiaotao away." The men, seeing this, lifted Su Xiaotao and started moving her out of the crowd. The young boy tried to chase after them but slipped on some fallen tofu and fell to the ground. Seeing her son fall and Su Xiaotao being taken away, the widow Chung no longer cared about not hurting anyone. She swung the knife with all her might towards Su Yongfeng's neck, clearly serious this time. Su Yongfeng was startled and tightly held onto her hand to prevent the knife from striking him. But he slipped and fell, and the widow Chung grabbed his collar with one hand while raising the knife with the other, her eyes blazing with fury. Just as the knife was about to come down, Jang Yimian threw a few stones casually. Stones hit the kitchen knife, but the faint sound was drowned out by the noisy crowd. The widow Chung accidentally tilted her hand, and instead of hitting the neck, the knife struck Su Yongfeng's shoulder. At that moment, a few constables pushed through the crowd, shouting, "What's going on? Everyone stop. Anyone who moves again will be thrown in jail." The group carrying Su Xiaotao, who was almost out of the crowd, didn't stop and instead pushed harder to escape. Zhao Dashu kicked the last person in the leg, causing him to scream and kneel on the ground, releasing Su Xiaotao's leg. Now free, Su Xiaotao struggled and uncovered her mouth and nose, immediately shouting, "Officer, officer, help. Someone is trying to kidnap me." Ma Ming frowned, noticing the commotion in the crowd. He quickly drew his big knife and sternly warned, "Let go. Move again and I won't be polite." The group hesitated and had no choice but to release Su Xiaotao. Once free, she hurried back into the crowd to check on the fallen boy. Seeing he was okay, she sighed in relief and turned to the widow Chung, confirming she was also unharmed. She said, "Officer, these people tried to kidnap me and even overturn my stall. You must help me." Hearing her voice, Su Yongfeng suddenly snapped back to reality. He looked at the knife on his shoulder, saw he was unhurt, and quickly checked his face and ears. Realizing he was fine, he threw the knife off his shoulder and shouted, "Officer, officer, help. This crazy woman wants to kill me. She tried to use the knife to murder me. You must arrest her." Su Xiaotao quickly explained, "Officer, there's a reason for this. These people tried to force me to marry an old widower. I didn't want to, and my aunt only used the knife to scare them, not to really hurt anyone." Su Yongfeng shouted back, "How ungrateful. Su Xiaotao, I'm your own uncle. What's wrong with me arranging your marriage? Since ancient times, marriages have been decided by parents. Your parents are gone, and so are your grandparents. I am your only family left, and I'm helping you find a match. What's wrong with that? You should be grateful. If it weren't for him, Su Xiaotao would have no hope of marrying." A person who had been captured by bandits for months had lost their reputation. Who would want to marry someone like that? He believed he was helping her. Su Xiaotao was so angry that she trembled all over, her voice filled with tears. "What should I thank you for? Thank you for driving me out of the village? Thank you for selling me to an old widower who is almost in the grave? Thank you for forcing me? When I disagreed, you hit me." As she spoke, she lifted her veil. The scene before everyone was quite shocking, causing the onlookers to gasp in surprise. A face covered in bruises and swelling appeared before the crowd, making everyone shudder involuntarily. Once they realized what was happening, they began to shout in anger. "This person is so shameless. They hit someone and caused a scene, yet they still claim to be their niece. How ridiculous. Exactly. Officer, you must help this young lady. This tofu stand has been here for a long time, and we all know that Widow Chung is not crazy. She is usually very nice, but these people are too much, and she just wanted to scare them a little. She didn't really hurt anyone. Jang Yimian frowned at the injuries on Su Xiaotao's face. The last time they met in the mountain village, she thought this girl was resilient, not having been influenced by the harsh environment. She never expected that after leaving the village, she would go through so much. Su Yongfeng, hearing the crowd shouts, turned dark with anger and quickly argued, "Officer, they are lying. Just now, Widow Chung clearly tried to kill me, but she missed. My shoulder is definitely hurt. You can't just listen to their side of the story."
Ma Ming frowned.
Although he had pieced together what happened from the crowd's words, he still looked at Su Yongfeng and asked, "Did she really try to stab you? Where are you hurt? Where is the knife?" If it was just a verbal argument, that would be one thing, but if someone truly used a knife in public, that was serious. He couldn't let Su Yongfeng go just because Widow Chung and her friends were pitiful. He would likely have to take them all back for the county magistrate to handle. Widow Chung would have to spend some time in custody. Su Yongfeng immediately felt pleased, pointing to the knife on the ground. "Officer, this is the evidence of Widow Chung trying to hurt me. You should take her away." He then glared at Widow Chung, thinking she would end up in jail for daring to use a knife in public, at least for 3 days, facing some punishment. By the time 3 days passed, Su Xiaotao and the old widower would have already been married, and there would be no turning back. Feeling triumphant, he heard Ma Ming's strange voice. "Are you saying Widow Chung tried to kill you with this knife?" Su Yongfeng nodded eagerly, saying, "Yes, it's this kitchen knife." As he spoke, he noticed something was wrong with the kitchen knife. Upon closer inspection, he found that the previously intact knife now had a large oval-shaped chip, almost breaking off the area that had been used. It was impossible to use for cutting, let alone for harming someone. He widened his eyes and quickly said, No, that's not right. It was fine just a moment ago. It must have broken when it hit me. Yes, it definitely struck my shoulder. Please, don't tell me it got stuck in my flesh. Ouch, officer. My shoulder hurts. You need to call a doctor." Su Yongfeng immediately lay on the ground, groaning in apparent pain. Ma Ming frowned as he looked at Su Yongfeng's unscathed shirt, momentarily speechless. "Are you saying this knife didn't even cut your shirt but still hurt you?" Su Yongfeng realized that the few officers wouldn't side with him, so he started rolling on the ground, moaning, "Ouch, it did hit me. Officer, you can't ignore this. That crazy woman really tried to kill me." Ma Ming was getting a headache from the noise and exchanged glances with 2 nearby officers. They quickly approached and lifted Su Yongfeng's shirt. To their surprise, there was not a single mark on his shoulder, not even an imprint from the knife. It was clear that the person who swung the knife hadn't applied any real force, leaving no trace on him. It became evident that Su Yongfeng and his companions were bullying others, and Widow Chung had only used the knife to scare them, not intending to actually harm anyone. Ma Ming coldly said, "If you continue to cause trouble, all of you will come with me to the office, and will have to compensate for the losses at this tofu stall. Leave now, and if there's a next time, there will be serious consequences." Hearing this, Widow Chung sighed in relief, staring at the damaged knife without saying a word. However, Su Yongfeng wouldn't let it go. Ignoring his earlier pretense of pain, he got up and said, "Why should I pay for the tofu stall's losses? This isn't over. My niece was taken by this woman, and I came to rescue her. I won't pay for the tofu stall. I want to take my niece away." As he spoke, he tried to grab Su Xiaotao, but before he could take a few steps, 2 officers blocked him. Ma Ming said coldly, "If you don't want to pay, then come with me to the office. You'll get a beating and probably spend a few days in jail." With that, other officers quickly moved in to control the other men who had come with Su Yongfeng to cause trouble. Seeing that Ma Ming was serious, Su Yongfeng hurriedly said, "I'll pay." "Sir, please let us go." "But Su Xiaotao is my niece. What's wrong with her coming back with me?" Now that things had escalated, if he couldn't take Su Xiaotao away today, it would be even harder in the future. He had already received the silver, 3 taels, enough for their whole family to eat and drink for a year. Ma Ming looked at Su Xiaotao and asked, "What is your relationship with him? Do you want to go back?" Su Xiaotao quickly replied, "Sir, I don't want to go back. Although he is my second uncle, my branch of the Su family has long been separated from his.
We are not one family."
During the time of fleeing from disaster, Su Yongfeng didn't want to take her and her mother along, so he cut ties with them. She and her mother hid in a cellar, but bandits discovered them, and her mother was accidentally killed. She was taken to the bandit camp, thinking that life there would be the hardest. But after leaving, she realized that these relatives were the real troublemakers. Like the bandits, they were also terrible, stealing the food and seeds given to her by the government and driving her out of Su family village. She had to search for her mother's handkerchief, but these people came back for money. She felt like she was being pushed to her limits. Su Yongfeng was furious upon hearing this and tried to argue, but Ma Ming interrupted, "If you say one more word, I will take you all back to the government office immediately." If it weren't for the many matters at the government office and the fact that these people were relatives of Su Xiaodao without causing severe trouble, he would have taken them back without hesitation. Su Yongfeng shrank back, dropped his money bag, and ran away with the others. Once they left, Ma Ming frowned at the onlookers, saying, "Everyone disperse. There's nothing to see here. Go back to what you were doing." The crowd was quickly driven away by the constables. Ma Ming noticed Jang Yimian and the others looking a bit dazed and said helplessly, "If there's nothing to see, why aren't you leaving? Do you need something from me?" He had seen them in the crowd earlier, thinking they were just there for the excitement, but now he realized it seemed otherwise. Jang Yimian pointed to a basket on the ground nearby and said helplessly, "This woman didn't give us the cloth money. We came to collect it and didn't expect to run into this situation." Widow Chen was taken aback, looking at the cloth haphazardly stuffed in the basket, and sheepishly said, "I forgot. I heard there was trouble at the tofu stall and got anxious, forgetting to pay. How much do I owe you?" As she spoke, she hurriedly searched her pockets for money. Lu Daong quickly said 40 coins. The widow Chung responded and counted out 40 coins from her pouch, but paused when her gaze fell on the kitchen knife. She wanted to say something but ultimately kept quiet. Ma Ming handed over the pouch of money left by Su Yongfeng and advised, "Next time someone causes trouble, go find the constable. Don't scare people with a knife. If someone gets hurt, you could end up in jail." The widow Chung nodded repeatedly, took the pouch and thanked him, though she still felt a bit scared inside. Others thought she was just trying to scare someone, but she knew that in a moment of panic and anger, she had actually swung the knife at Su Yongfeng's neck. By the time she realized what she was doing, it was too late to stop. As she saw the knife about to pierce his neck, something unexpectedly struck the knife, causing it to veer off and create a large dent. She was stunned and her mind was still buzzing, unsure of who had helped her. If that knife had truly struck Su Yongfeng, he would have surely died, and she wouldn't have been able to explain herself. Seeing that the situation was resolved, Ma Ming greeted Jang Yimian and the others with a smile, saying, "Recently, Brother Zhao and Brother Zhang are not around. If you need anything, you can find me. I'm patrolling in Qinghe town." After saying that, he left to handle other matters. Once the officers were gone, the widow Qing shyly looked at Zhao Dashu and said, "I accidentally broke the knife. I was just trying to scare someone. I'll pay you for it." She reached into her pouch for money. Jiang Yimian simply replied, "That knife was already broken. You don't need to pay. Let's go." With that, she walked away directly. Zhao Dashu and Lu Daong quickly followed her. Su Xiaotao watched Jiang Yimian's back, feeling hesitant to speak. In her current state, it was clear the other person didn't recognize her. When the three returned to their stall, Goshen was already packing up the items on the table, and the half-bucket of konjac was now empty. Seeing that they returned safely, Goshen sighed in relief and quickly asked, "I heard someone was attacking people with a knife on that street. Is it true? Are you all okay?"
He was almost scared to death.
Zhao Dashu helped pack up the table while angrily saying, "Of course. A group of men threatening a girl to marry an old widower is truly outrageous. If Lu Daong hadn't held him back, he would have rushed in to help. Goshen was filled with anger too, and the two continued to pack things up while complaining. Jang Yimian felt a bit helpless, but she was just glad that Zhao Deshu didn't go alone to ask for money earlier. Otherwise, who knows what might have happened. He was indeed impulsive just now. When Zhao Deshu and the others rashly followed old Lu back to Xiaohua, it was also a hasty decision. Zhao Deshu tends to act on impulse when he gets angry, and now she had a chance to talk to him properly. After they packed up their things, they all went to a shop that sold drinks. Jang Yimian bought a few jars of relatively strong alcohol to take back with them. On the way, they saw a stall selling fish fry and loach fry. The stall was just an old man with several buckets in front of him, filled with different kinds of fish fry and loach fry. Perhaps because it was a bit cold, the old man was bundled up in a thick coat and wore a warm hat. When he saw Jang Yimian looking over, he quickly said, "If you're looking to buy fish fry, you're in the right place. I'm the only one in Qinghe town selling them." Jang Yimian's eyes lit up, and she walked over curiously, asking, "How much are the fish fry and loach fry?" Although there were fish in the lotus pond in Xiaohua, they were wild and not very plentiful. Since there were no barriers at the bottom of the pond, many fish had flowed away with the river. As a result, it took several days to catch just a few fish. Usually that was enough for a few families, but it wouldn't be enough to sell in town. If she could raise fish and loaches in the pond, she could trade them for money in town. Fresh fish like this were quite popular in every tavern and inn. Having an extra way to make money was better than just waiting for resources to run out. Even if she couldn't sell them, at least Xiaohua could enjoy fresh fish and loaches. The old man quickly replied, "Fish fry are 70 won per pound, and loach fry are 50 won per pound. There are about 200 in total." Lu Daong was surprised. That's so expensive. In the past, Xinghua village also raised fish, but it was really hard to do. The costs were high, and although there were about 200 fry per pound, only a little over 100 would survive. Plus, they needed constant care, and if the fry got sick, all the effort would be wasted. Eventually, that family stopped raising fish and sold their pond. This story was well known in the village, and no one wanted to try raising fish anymore. Most farming families struggled, and while they could barely afford to buy fry for dozens of won, they still needed food for the fish, which added up to at least 100 won. Save 100 coins carefully. It can last a family of 3 for 2 or 3 months. No one dares to risk that money because if the fish fry gets sick and die, not only will they lose money, but it will also be a waste of effort. Thinking about this, Lu Daong quietly said, "Yimian, raising fish is tricky. Even though it sounds like 200 fish, very few fry actually survive. It's not worth it. If you want fish, I can catch one from the lotus pond this time." Jang Yimian just smiled and replied, "Uncle Daong, don't worry. I have my plans." Lu Daong was taken aback and fell silent, feeling a bit helpless and worried. Although they had settled down, there were still many places where they needed to spend coins. Every market trip only earned them 1 or 200 coins, and if they kept spending like this, they would remain poor. He needed to think carefully. He couldn't touch the coins he had right now. At least he should save enough to buy seeds so that the small plot of land wouldn't be left without money or food. Jang Yimian looked at the small fish fry swimming densely in the buckets, appearing lively. After a moment, she said, "I'll take 2 pounds of fish fry and 1 pound of loach fry." The old man's face lit up, thinking he had a big customer, and quickly said, "Great. I'll weigh them for you right now." He moved quickly, as if afraid Jang Yimian would change her mind. He grabbed a large wooden scoop and dipped it into the bucket to scoop out a scoop of fish, letting the water drain through the holes. After scooping 2 full scoops to get the 2 pounds, he quickly poured the fry into an empty bucket filled with water, smiling as he said, "Since you're buying so much, I'll give you 2 buckets for free." Once he finished weighing the loach fry and Jang Yimian paid, the old man kept smiling. Even when they were far away, they could still hear him cheerfully say, "Come back again, young lady." Jang Yimian. She wasn't sure if the old man was welcoming her or joking about how quickly the fry would die. When Jang Yimian and the others arrived at the town entrance, Yang Er was dozing on the ox cart. He woke up when they got closer and was surprised to see the buckets of fish fry and loach fry. "You're planning to raise fish?" Jang Yimian didn't hide it and casually replied. Yang Er was taken aback, hesitated to say anything, and ultimately kept quiet. The group sat on the ox cart, and after a while, a few women from other villages came to sit with them. Seeing that it was almost noon, Yang Er didn't wait any longer and drove the ox cart away. When they returned to Qingshi village, they could see the smoke rising from every household and occasionally smell some delicious scents. Gosheng rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit hungry. He was determined to eat a big bowl of rice when he got back. If it weren't for the fear of missing Yang Er's ox cart today, they would have eaten something first before returning. Thinking about food made him walk a little faster. From a distance, he saw many people busy at the foot of the mountain. The once empty area was now piled with bricks and some wood. At that moment, the village chief and an old man with a gray beard stood in front of a pile of wood. This was the man who lived across from Jang Yimian's thatched house. The two seemed to be talking about something, but the old man lowered his head, looking a bit disappointed. Gosheng stared at the bricks and wood in surprise and said, "Wow, so many bricks. They must be building a big house. Who are these people? They must be very wealthy." Lu Daong and Zhao Dashu looked on with envy, wondering when they would be able to live in a brick house. Jang Yimian, however, felt indifferent and casually glanced before walking straight ahead. The group greeted the village chief, but didn't linger. Just a few steps away, Jang Yimian paused. Li Yisher looked at the old man in front of him, feeling a bit troubled. "Zhang Xiaocai, I understand your intentions, but you know the situation in the village. There aren't many people here, and we couldn't even set up a school before. After the wars and fleeing, how could we manage it now? I know times are tough for you, and wanting to set up a school in exchange for some food isn't unreasonable, but everyone is busy, and the children are needed for work. I have some cornmeal at home. I'll send some over later." He understood how difficult things were for Zhang Xiaocai, but the idea of starting a school seemed a bit unrealistic. Qingshi village, while not as badly affected by bandits as some others, was still very poor, the poorest among several villages. There weren't many people, and the land wasn't very fertile. Each family had some land, but the food produced was minimal, and they were barely surviving, let alone thinking about education. It was already a blessing for those children to have enough to eat. Who could afford to send them to learn? Zhang Xiaocai just shook his head, sighed, and quietly leaned on his cane as he limped back to his rundown thatched house. Jang Yimian watched his slightly hunched figure with some surprise. She hadn't expected this gray-bearded man to be a scholar. In their previous encounters, she had only thought he seemed kind and not like a typical farmer, but she hadn't realized he was educated. If he could teach Xiao Yi and the others to read, it would make things much easier for her. A scholar is definitely better than her. He can teach her more, and she won't have to worry about what she can or cannot say. It seems she has a chance to chat with Scholar Zhang. When they returned to the small valley, Wang Fengqin was still cooking, clearly waiting for them. They didn't hesitate to stay at the Jiang family's house for a meal before getting back to their tasks. Old Lu was busy with everyone clearing land, so Lu Daong and Zhao Dashu went to help after finishing their meal. Wang Fengqin and several women were also busy. While the men cut down trees, they took care of the dried weeds and roots. Fortunately, the weather hadn't warmed up yet, or the grass would have started sprouting from the ground. Jang Yimian found some empty buckets and wooden basins from a few households to raise the fish and loach fry separately. She was currently placing the basin in a warm spot where it could get some sunlight. As soon as Xiaoya, Xiaonuan, and Dia saw the fresh fish, they curiously gathered around and asked, "Sister, when will these little fish grow into big fish? Are we going to eat them?" Jang Yimian met their eager gazes and replied, "We can eat them, but not all of them." She was thinking of trading them for coins. If it was just for eating, the fish in the lotus pond would be enough. Xiaonuan nodded, somewhat understanding, and then followed Xiaoya to practice writing. After settling the fry and feeding them some chopped earthworms and water plants, she got busy with making soap. There wasn't much lard left in the cellar, so she needed to buy more when she went to town tomorrow. Once Jang Yimian finished her tasks, she stirred the contents in the pot until it reached a paste-like consistency and poured some into bowls. She added different colors to each bowl, mixing them to get the shade she wanted. Then, she took out a piping bag from her space and filled it with a colorful paste. The square box she had asked Dogsheng to help make was already done. The top didn't need a cover, while the other 5 sides could be laid flat or fixed into a square box. It was well-made, clearly polished, and smooth without any splinters. Jang Yimian used the piping bag to layer the design she imagined inside the box, quickly covering it with a colorful paste. Feeling a bit anxious, she glanced at her work. She had watched many videos, but she still needed to see how the finished product would turn out after drying. She covered the square box with a dust cloth and set it aside, then adjusted the paste in the pot to create various colors and scents, pouring them into bamboo tubes. After finishing packing the thick mixture in the pot, an hour had already passed. Jang Yimian stretched, cleaned up the kitchen, and took out some items for distillation from her supplies. She distilled some stronger alcohol from the beverages before helping to clear the land. Since there weren't many thick weeds on the ground, it wasn't too difficult to clear. With Jang Yimian's help, chopping down trees became easier. Everyone worked hard until dark before taking a break. After dinner, Jang Yimian remembered to bring the fish and loach fry inside. The weather was still cool, so she needed to keep the fry warm, otherwise, they might freeze before they could grow. Although the others had some concerns about raising fish and loaches since they had no experience, they didn't voice much opposition. Old Lu took a few looks and, seeing that the fry were lively, felt a bit more at ease. He began to think about how to help the fry grow successfully. Since Yimian wanted to raise fish, he was determined to find a good way to ensure they thrived. The next day, Jang Yimian took the remaining soap to the town while the others continued working on clearing the land in the small low area. There weren't many people going to town that day, so Jang Yimian and a few villagers from nearby sat quietly on the ox cart as they traveled to the town. She thought there would be fewer people in Qinghe town, but to her surprise, it was still lively. Although it wasn't as crowded as market days, it was still bustling. Vendors on both sides of the street were shouting loudly, seemingly competing to see who could be heard the most. Jang Yimian went straight to the Hua Chunteng. As soon as the staff at Hua Chunteng saw her, they hurried over, saying Miss Jiang is here. Jang Yimian nodded and took out the soap from her basket. After the staff carefully counted and confirmed the amount, they gave her 2 taels of silver. After accepting the silver, she was about to leave when the staff called out to her, curious, "Where do you live? If we have news, where can we find you?" Jang Yimian thought for a moment and replied, "There's a stall selling konjac tofu on East Street. On market days, either I or my family will be there. You can go there if you have news." The staff noted it down. Just as Jang Yimian stepped out of Hua Chunteng, Chen Guixiang pulled Li Chunhua along and followed her, filled with resentment. Last time, this girl had embarrassed her in front of Zhang Bamei, causing the village women to laugh at her whenever they saw her, making her too angry to go outside. Finally, I managed to get out early to avoid the villagers, but I ran into that girl again. Today, I must teach her a lesson. With that thought, I quickened my pace. Beside me, Li Chunhua looked confused as she noticed me walking faster. She pulled away and said, "Mom, what are you doing? Didn't you say we were going to buy fabric for clothes?" I glared at the crowd and whispered, "Did you see that girl? She embarrassed me in front of Xiao Zhang, and now the villagers are laughing at me. Today, I'll show her that outsiders can't look down on us." With that, I hurried to catch up. As Jang Yimian left the clinic, she noticed someone following her, but didn't mind. She wandered around the street and soon spotted a pork stall. There weren't many people there, and the meat looked a bit old, but since the weather was still cool, it wouldn't spoil easily. There was plenty of meat in the cellar, so she wasn't in a hurry. She walked over, and the middle-aged man behind the stall smiled and asked, "What would you like to buy, miss?" Jang Yimian casually looked around and noticed some lard hanging next to the stall. Curious, she asked, "How much is this lard?" Just then, a mocking voice came from behind her. "Look at the beggar, so poor she can't even afford meat, and wants that leftover stuff." Jang Yimian glanced back and saw it was Chen Guixiang, raising an eyebrow. Behind her was a young girl with a pretty face, but a look of disdain in her eyes. Li Chunhua, the one who envied the brick house. She replied coolly, "Sure, if you have money, buy me 3 pounds of meat." Chun Guixiang was taken aback, clearly not expecting that response. After a moment, she retorted, "You wish. Why would I buy you meat?" Her family could hardly afford meat for themselves, let alone for this girl. Jang Yimian continued coldly, "What I buy is none of your business." Chun Guixiang was stunned, and Li Chunhua paused too, while the middle-aged man behind the stall chuckled. This made Chun Guixiang furious, and she pointed at Jang Yimian, shouting, "Have you no shame? Asking me for meat when your family is so poor? You shouldn't even be out here." Li Chunhua's pretty face was filled with disdain as she added, "Mom, don't pay attention to this beggar. If she can't afford to eat, she shouldn't be asking for handouts. These refugees are all the same, just a bunch of beggars. No one wants them in their own village, so they come here to ask for food." Jang Yimian frowned and glanced coldly at the two people in front of her before saying lightly, "As far as I know, there were no Chun families in Qinghe town before. It was only about 10 years ago that some Chun families from other places came here to escape disasters. Li Chunhua, if I remember correctly, your mother and your grandfather's family are both Chun, right? So, does that mean they are also beggars? Did they give birth to you, a little beggar?" Being called a little beggar, Li Chunhua couldn't hold back and shouted, "How dare you? You are the beggar. I am from Qingshi village and you are the ones who came here from somewhere else to beg. You all are the real beggars." The passers-by nearby stopped in their tracks, looking at Li Chunhua and her mother with different expressions. One woman couldn't hold back and shouted, "What nonsense are you two talking? If refugees are beggars, then everyone on this street is a beggar. Who doesn't know that Qinghe town used to be wasteland? Who doesn't have ancestors who escaped from somewhere else? You two are bullying others just because you are from this village. Have you no shame?" Another bearded man rolled up his sleeves and yelled, "You two are asking for trouble. How can we refugees be called beggars? If you are unhappy with outsiders in your village, go tell the authorities. You have no shame, bullying people in public. Just wait and see if I don't teach you a lesson." As the crowd grew angrier, Jang Yimian didn't even look at the two women surrounded by people. She simply walked away. This little incident didn't leave any impression on Jang Yimian. She continued to stroll through the street, listening to the lively sounds of vendors and the nearby taverns and tea houses. Qinghe town was recovering well. Many shops had opened. Although there weren't many customers, it was clear that the town had moved on from the devastation caused by the rebels. After walking for a while, Jang Yimian saw a pork stall. After asking about the price of lard, she bought 10 jin for a total of 31. In this era, many people do not want this thing. Only poor families occasionally buy some to render lard and taste the meat flavor. Those with a bit of money will buy meat, as lard and cracklings made from fatty meat are the most delicious. Pork lard is somewhat optional. After buying the pork lard, Jang Yimian went to buy some various colors of paint. Most paints in this era are extracted from plants or minerals, completely natural and suitable for making soap. When Jang Yimian returned to Qingshi village, it was still before noon. She hadn't sold anything today, so it didn't take much time. At this moment, Mrs. Zhang was busy frying soybeans, eating while chatting with a few women. When she saw Jang Yimian carrying such a large piece of pork lard, she was surprised and said, "Jang girl, why did you buy so much pork lard? That could buy several pounds of meat." Others also looked over, silently thinking that the Jiang family probably wasn't doing well, unable to afford meat, and only able to buy some lard to satisfy their cravings. Jang Yimian responded and didn't explain much, walking straight towards the foot of the mountain. However, Mrs. Zhang's gaze kept lingering on the pork lard Jang Yimian was carrying. Although lard is cheaper than pork, it still comes from the pig and costs at least 3 or 4 coins per pound. This much would likely cost quite a few copper coins. She hadn't tasted meat in a long time, so getting some lard to render would be nice. Thinking this, she hurriedly followed after her. Just as Jang Yimian arrived at Scholar Zhang's door and was about to knock, she heard Mrs. Zhang's voice behind her. "Zhang girl, are you looking for Scholar Zhang?" He's not here right now. He went to gather wild vegetables. Jang Yimian was taken aback and after a moment asked, when will he be back? Mrs. Zhang's eyes were fixed on the large piece of pork lard for a while before she replied, he should be back soon. At this time of year, there aren't many wild vegetables. He's probably just looking for some green leaves to eat. What do you need Scholar Zhang for? Jang Yimian didn't answer, and felt somewhat shocked. She hadn't expected Scholar Zhang to be having such a hard time. The last time she heard the village chief mention giving him cornmeal, she was mentally prepared, knowing he might be forced to open a school in the village due to his circumstances. But now hearing that he was searching for leaves to eat surprised her. Logically, it should be difficult to become a scholar, and Scholar Zhang shouldn't have fallen to the point of not being able to afford food. Seeing Jang Yimian silent, Mrs. Zhang didn't mind and lowered her voice, saying, this Scholar Zhang is also a pitiful person. When he was young, Scholar Zhang worked as a teacher at a school in Baiyun town. At that time, he had a wife, and they lived quite well together. However, he unknowingly offended the principal and was expelled from the school, and his leg was broken by some bad people. His wife, who was pregnant, searched everywhere for a doctor to help him. Just when his leg was healing, she tragically died during childbirth, leaving him to raise their child alone. Life was already hard, and with his leg still injured, he struggled to support his child. For over 10 years, they managed to get by. His son grew up, and Scholar Zhang thought their difficult days were over. Although his son had a bad temper and often wasted time, he was still a decent person. But just before the war broke out, his son got into gambling, racked up a lot of debt, and disappeared, leaving Scholar Zhang behind. The gamblers came looking for his son, but when they couldn't find him, they came to their home to cause trouble. It was only after the war started, and the gamblers either fled or died, that Scholar Zhang's family finally found some peace. Despite looking much older, he was only in his 40s. If no one mentioned his age, one might think he was in his 70s or 80s. If it weren't for the village chief occasionally helping him, Scholar Zhang might have starved long ago. Xiao Zhang sighed repeatedly, and Jang Yimian was surprised, clearly not expecting Scholar Zhang to have such a difficult life. Just then, Scholar Zhang hobbled up the hill with a cane. His hair was gray, and his face was full of wrinkles, making him look much older than his actual age. After a long time, he finally reached his doorstep. Seeing Jang Yimian and Xiao Zhang there, he nodded and was about to go inside. But Jang Yimian quickly said, Uncle Zhang, could you help me with something? Scholar Zhang paused, squinting his cloudy eyes to look at Jang Yimian. After a while, he replied, what can I help you with? He was struggling to survive himself, so how could he help others? Jang Yimian suddenly smiled and said, I have a few younger siblings who want to learn to read, but our family doesn't know much, and the school in town doesn't accept students who haven't started learning. I thought of you, Uncle Zhang. I overheard your conversation with the village chief yesterday and learned that you are a scholar, so I wanted my siblings to learn from you. Don't worry, we will pay for the lessons. Although she was fairly certain he would agree, she felt a bit anxious since she didn't know him well and wasn't sure of his character. Zhang Xiaozai was momentarily stunned. After a while, his cloudy eyes gradually cleared, and he simply nodded, saying, if you provide me with 3 meals a day, I will teach them to read. When do we start? Jang Yimian was a bit surprised by how quickly he agreed. After thinking for a moment, she cautiously suggested, shall I send a few children over to learn to read soon? Zhang Xiaozai nodded in satisfaction. All right, I will prepare. The books he used to study for the scholar exams were slightly different from the current ones, but they were mostly the same. It was time to review them. Until the door closed, Jang Yimian was still in shock. She never expected things to go so smoothly. Xiao Zhang was also surprised and looked at Jang Yimian, saying, you want a brother to learn to read and become an official in the future? That would cost a lot of money. There was only one Zhang Xiaozai in their village, and he had moved from the town. No one else could read. They probably didn't even know how to write their names. Jang Yimian casually replied, just learning a few characters, not enough to be completely clueless. Xiao Zhang agreed, but didn't think much of it, only planning to share the news with others in the village. She stared at the pork lard for a while, unsure how to ask for it, when suddenly Jang Yimian pulled out a curved dagger, startling her into stepping back a few paces. Stammering, she said, Jang girl, what are you doing? I didn't provoke you. Please don't hurt me. Yesterday, she had seen Jang Yimian throw Chen Guixiang off a cart, and it had felt satisfying. But if it happened to her, she would surely be hurt. Just thinking about it made her nervous, especially since she hadn't even asked for the pork lard yet. Seeing the terrified expression on Xiao Zheng's face made Jang Yimian laugh. She cut off a piece of pork lard the size of her palm and handed it over, saying, Thank you for telling me about Uncle Zhang today. Here's a little pork lard for you to enjoy. If Xiao Zhang hadn't informed her about Zhang Xiaocai, she would have had to investigate herself, saving her a lot of trouble. Xiao Zheng's eyes brightened instantly as she grabbed the pork lard, grinning from ear to ear. Zhang girl, why be so polite? I know everything that happens in this village. If you have any questions in the future, just come to me. She had casually said a few words and unexpectedly received a piece of pork lard in return. Jang Yimian wasn't a bad person after all. She was generous. If it had been someone else in the village, no matter how much she begged, they wouldn't have given her anything. When Jang Yimian returned to the small valley, she told everyone about the opportunity to learn to read with Zhang Xiaocai. Old Lu nodded repeatedly, saying, This is great. Just 3 meals a day is much cheaper than the fees at other schools. Wang Fengqin also nodded, thinking that learning to read with Scholar Zhang was a good idea. The scholar was more than enough to teach the children, and the fees were so low that they were clearly getting a good deal. The adults smiled, but Dogsheng and Wang Xiaohai looked unhappy. They wanted to dig in the fields and preferred any task that didn't require thinking. Seeing this, Zhao Dashu quickly said, We need to clear some land soon, Mianjia, so I won't go. Let Xiaohai and Dogsheng go instead. He raised his eyebrows at the two. For the first time, he felt that being older than Dogsheng and the others had its advantages. At least he was essential at home and didn't have to learn to read. Dogsheng and Wang Xiaohai shot him a resentful glance, chewing their food a bit harder. Old Lu noticed their dissatisfaction and exchanged a look with Jiang Yimian before nodding. Dashu is right. We have a lot to do in the fields these days. Dogsheng and Xiaoya will go learn to read together. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaohai's dull eyes brightened, but before he could feel too pleased, old Lu continued, You all can help during the day and, in the evening, when you pick up Xiaoya and the others, you can learn a few characters. Yimian will quiz you when you get back.
Ah.
The 3 of them exclaimed in unison, making everyone at the table laugh. Old Lu glanced at them and said impatiently, What are you surprised about? Just learn a couple of characters. Or, do you want to go with Xiaoya to learn to read? Zhao Dashu shook his head repeatedly, saying, Don't worry, we understand. He preferred working in the fields to learning to read all day. They were used to farm work, and while clearing land was hard, they could manage it easily. Learning to read was much more difficult. Knowing a few characters was fine, but remembering more was really hard. Although they claimed to dislike learning, they understood that what the elder and Yimian said was true. Being able to read had many benefits, like not worrying about miscalculating coins when selling things and not being easily fooled. So, they didn't argue anymore and went back to clearing the land after finishing their meal. Jang Yimian went to check on the fish and loach fry. Seeing that the ones in the buckets and bowls were still lively, she changed the water and placed the buckets and bowls in a sunny spot that wouldn't harm the fry. After feeding them, she carried a basket of supplies and brought along Dogsheng and 3 others down the mountain. Zhao Xinger initially didn't want Dia to join them, but after hearing Jiang Yimian say that Dia was smart and could recognize a few words, she agreed, thinking it wouldn't hurt for her to learn and not be bored alone. Xiao Yi, Xiao Wan, and Dia were all very happy along the way. They heard they were going to learn to read, so they behaved well, unlike before when they asked many questions. This time, they looked serious and seemed determined to do well. On the other hand, Dogsheng appeared listless, his shoulders slumped, showing none of his usual energy. Jiang Yimian felt a bit helpless and walked over to him, asking, Do you really not want to study? She rarely forced others to do things they didn't like, but she believed that learning to read was important. Knowing a few words was beneficial. However, if Dogsheng truly disliked it, she wouldn't push him too hard. Dogsheng paused, nodded, then shook his head. I don't really like it, but I feel like I have to go. Mother and father are happy to hear that I can learn to read. He understood that being able to read was good, but whenever he saw books, he felt sleepy. The square characters made his eyes dizzy, and studying didn't seem very important to him right now, especially since it couldn't be exchanged for food or money. What he needed most was money. After thinking for a moment, Jang Yimian asked, "What do you want to do in the future? Or, what do you like besides playing?" Dogsheng rubbed his chin and thought for a while before replying, "I like making furniture with my father, like cabinets and tables. If I get the chance, I want to be a carpenter." He felt happy seeing pieces of wood turn into cabinets and tables. Jiang Yimian nodded and continued, "If the employer writes a contract for hiring or payment on paper, or if they need certain types of wood, how will you know how much they will pay you, or how much would you need if you can't read?" Dogsheng paused, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "I can ask someone who can read to help me." What if that person tricks you? If the employer needs pear wood and they say they need cheaper poplar wood and the item you make doesn't meet the employer's requirements, do you think they will pay you? Jiang Yimian looked at Dogsheng, who had a worried expression and was silent, so she decided not to speak and followed the steps of Xiaoya and the others. Just when Jiang Yimian thought Dogsheng wouldn't say anything more, he hurriedly caught up with her, his worried look gone, and cheerfully said, "Sister Yimian, don't worry. I will learn to read well and won't let anyone trick me and my father." In the past, his father had been deceived and not only lost the copper coins he deserved, but also had to pay the main family a lot. He wouldn't let himself be fooled again. Once his father's leg healed, he would help him carefully check future contracts. Seeing that Dogsheng had come to terms with learning to read and was no longer resistant, Jiang Yimian felt relieved. When they arrived at Scholar Zhang's house, he was reading a book, and there was a large open box next to him filled with well-preserved books. Jiang Yimian was surprised. Even though she knew how difficult it was to take the imperial examination in ancient times, seeing the box full of books was still unexpected. There were probably around 100 neatly arranged books in the box, all in good condition except for a bit of dust. If Xiaoya and the others could learn a third of them, it would be enough, and when they were old enough, going to the academy would likely be easier. Noticing that Scholar Zhang was so focused on his books that he didn't see them, Jiang Yimian tentatively called out, "Uncle Zhang?" Scholar Zhang snapped back to reality, looked at the group for a moment, and then remembered his conversation with Jiang Yimian from the morning. He responded and stood up, using his cane to push the box to a corner. Seeing this, Dogsheng quickly went to help and nervously asked, "Uncle Zhang, should we call you Teacher Zhang or Mr. Zhang?" He had heard the students at the academy call him that. Scholar Zhang paused, glanced at them, and said, "Call me Teacher Zhang." Dogsheng then sighed in relief and called out, "Teacher Zhang." Xiaoya and the others quickly followed suit, calling out, "Teacher Zhang." Hearing this title, Scholar Zhang felt a bit dazed for a moment, then smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Go bring some stools over." Dogsheng and the others quickly agreed and brought small stools to sit in front of Scholar Zhang. Seeing this, Jiang Yimian quietly placed the items from her backpack into the kitchen and carefully stepped back outside. However, she didn't leave. Instead, she listened closely at the door and found that Scholar Zhang was asking the others about their reading skills. Dogsheng, Xiaoya, and Xiangwen all shared their progress smoothly, but Dai remained silent. Zhang Xiaotsai frowned at Daya and asked again, "Daya, how many characters do you know?" Daya thought for a while and replied, "I know about 50 characters. I learned them with Xiaoya and the others." Zhang Xiaotsai nodded and casually pointed to some characters in the book for the children to recognize. Noticing that Daya was still a bit slow, he confirmed his suspicion but didn't dwell on it. He decided to teach the children some simple characters and explain their meanings. Jiang Yimian heard the sounds coming from the room and sighed in relief. She didn't linger and went straight up the mountain, planning to call Zhao Deshu and the others to pick someone up in the evening. Once back at the small valley, Jiang Yimian continued making soap. This time, She created various beautiful soaps in different colors and scents. She stopped only when most of the lard was used up. The sun had already set, and those who were clearing land had returned. Zhao Dashu and the others had been sent down the mountain by old Lu to pick up Gosheng and the others. As soon as Chen Taizhu came out of the kitchen, he smiled and said, "Dinner will be ready soon. We can eat shortly." Lu Xiaoyan just wiped the sweat from her forehead and quickly said, "I'll help you." Chen Taizhu replied with a smile, "No need, I'm almost done. You should rest. I've prepared the dishes since I had nothing to do this afternoon." In recent days, Chen Taizhu had taken on the cooking duties since everyone was busy clearing land. With his wheelchair, he could move around fairly well, and everyone agreed to it. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyan was still worried, Jang Yimian smiled and said, "Aunt Xiaoyan, don't worry. I'll help Uncle Taizhu with the fire. You all have worked hard today, so take a break." With that, she followed Chen Taizhu into the kitchen. Once inside, she realized Chen Taizhu wasn't lying. Although he was in a wheelchair, he seemed calm and collected. All the ingredients were already chopped and neatly arranged on plates next to the stove, easily within reach. Whenever he needed to move his wheelchair to grab something, he did so without any fuss, keeping everything organized. Jang Yimian wanted to help several times but found it unnecessary, so she quietly tended to the fire. Dinner was quickly prepared, and the Zhao brothers returned with Gosheng and the others. Xiaoye and the others were lively and excited, eagerly sharing what they had learned that day. "Mr. Zhang is amazing. Today he not only taught us to read but also how to count and use an abacus to do calculations. In just a few tries, he calculated some big numbers." Xiao Wan and Yan nodded in agreement, their faces full of smiles. Even Gosheng seemed more cheerful than before. "Mr. Zhang also knows some carpentry skills, which is impressive. I want to learn to read well so I can understand some carpentry books," Gosheng said, looking hopeful and no longer showing any dislike for reading. The Zhao brothers exchanged surprised glances, puzzled by how someone who used to dislike reading could be so happy today. They hadn't spent much time with Mr. Zhang, just listening from the side, and they still felt sleepy. When Mr. Zhang learned that they wanted to recognize a few characters each day, he wasn't surprised. He assigned them tasks and let them go home. Jang Yimian, listening from the kitchen, couldn't help but smile. It seemed her decision was right. Indeed, those who specialize in teaching are different. In just one afternoon, Mr. Zhang noticed the interests of Gosheng and the others, which was impressive. At that moment, in a thatched house near the foot of the mountain in Qingstone village, Mr. Zhang rubbed his tired eyes. Seeing that it was completely dark outside and there was no light in the room, he went to the kitchen to make a simple dish of leaf porridge. Earlier that day, he had gone up the mountain to look for wild vegetables, but unfortunately, they weren't ready yet. After searching for a while, he only found some non-toxic leaves that were barely edible. He gathered some twigs from the yard to start a fire and was about to continue cooking the leaf porridge when he noticed several cloth bags in the corner of the kitchen. Frowning, he opened one of the bags and was surprised to find it filled with white rice and flour. Where did this rice and flour come from? And why is it such good quality? After a moment, he remembered Jang Yimian, who had brought a lot of things with her earlier. He had been focused on the children and hadn't paid attention to her. He was surprised she had brought him such good rice and flour. Looking at the other bags, he found not only cornmeal and some dried wild vegetables, but also a large piece of meat. He thought he was seeing things and stared at the meat for a while before confirming it was real. Mr. Zhang was stunned and remained silent for a long time before taking some cornmeal to cook with the leaves, carefully storing the other items away. He felt a bit helpless, thinking Jang Yimian had specially gathered all this rice, flour, and meat just for him. He is an old man, just hoping not to starve. At this time, having food is a great blessing, and he can't just eat someone else's life-saving supplies. He needs to find a chance to return these items. The next day, after Gosheng and Xiaoye had breakfast, they went down the mountain together with Mimi's escort. Mimi took them to the edge of the mountain and then started to roam in the forest, hunting for food. Jang Yimian went to prepare for the surgery on Chen Taizhu. First, she disinfected the room where Chen Taizhu usually stayed with alcohol. Then, under Chun Tieju's surprised gaze, she administered an anesthetic. Chun Taiju quickly fell unconscious. Jang Yimian then took out the surgical knife to operate on his leg. Outside, only Lu Xiaoyan was worried, while others occasionally glanced in that direction. After half an hour passed, everyone lost their motivation to work and gathered in the Chen family's courtyard, their faces showing signs of anxiety. Even though Jang Yimian had reassured them several times that it was a minor surgery with no major issues, they still felt concerned. Especially since there had been no sound from inside for over half an hour, everyone felt uneasy. Lu Xiaoyan was so worried that she couldn't sit still, pacing back and forth in the courtyard, her eyes red as she looked at the tightly closed door, her fingers tightly clenched. Seeing this, Wang Fengqin quickly approached and took Lu Xiaoyan's hand, saying, "Xiaoyan, don't worry. If Yimian says it's fine, then it will be fine." Zhao Xing'er added, "It will definitely be fine. Don't scare yourself." Reassured by the two, Lu Xiaoyan's tense heart eased a bit, but her gaze remained fixed on the closed door. After nearly another quarter of an hour, the tightly closed door finally opened from the inside. Lu Xiaoyan quickly ran over and anxiously asked Yimian, "How is it? Is Taiju okay?" The others looked over with worried expressions as well. Jiang Yimian paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "He's fine. The broken bone has been removed. The anesthetic is still working, so Uncle Taiju will probably wake up in about half an hour." Hearing that he was okay, everyone finally relaxed. That's good. Lu Xiaoyan didn't rush into the room but carefully asked, "Yimian, will my husband's leg really be okay after the surgery?" It would be a lie to say she wasn't hopeful, but she didn't want her hopes to affect Chen Taiju. Just seeing him recover would make her very happy. Jiang Yimian nodded and assured, "And Xiaoyan, don't worry. Uncle Taiju just needs to rehabilitate properly, and he will definitely be able to stand up again." As for whether he could return to his previous state before the injury, she wasn't sure. It all depended on the results of the rehabilitation. However, she noticed during the surgery that Chen Tieju's condition had improved a lot. Although the broken bones were still rubbing against his knee and some had fused with the flesh, the removal process went smoothly, so she estimated there wouldn't be any major issues. Lu Xiaoyan nodded and wiped her tears before carefully going inside. Hearing that everything was fine, the old Lu and others returned to their work, now filled with energy and no longer distracted. Chen Taiju woke up half an hour later, feeling a bit confused. It took him a while to understand his surroundings, and when his gaze landed on the person by the bed, he paused. Lu Xiaoyan had red eyes, tears streaming down her face. When she saw him awake, she quickly called out to Jiang Yimian and anxiously asked, "How are you? Is there anywhere that hurts?" Chen Taiju thought for a moment and replied, "My leg hurts, but nothing else." Lu Xiaoyan sighed in relief and was about to get up to let Jiang Yimian check his pulse when suddenly a large hand appeared on her face. Chen Taiju reached out to wipe her tears and said in a muffled voice, "Don't cry, I'm really okay now." Jiang Yimian watched the two, unsure whether to go in or out. Lu Xiaoyan noticed her and quickly stepped outside, feeling a bit embarrassed. Jiang Yimian checked Chen Tieju's pulse and looked at his stitched wound before turning to him. Although he looked the same as before, she felt that Chen Taiju seemed different. Before, there was only hope in his eyes, but now he appeared more relaxed, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. Jiang Yimian raised an eyebrow and curiously asked, "Uncle Taiju, aren't you afraid of the surgery failing?" At first, it seemed he had actively requested the surgery without any fear, only anticipation. Normally, one would expect someone like Dogsheng or Lu Xiaoyan to be worried and scared upon hearing about an unfamiliar treatment method. Chen Taiju was taken aback and then shook his head. "I wasn't afraid before. I even hoped you would fail. But just before the surgery, I felt scared and a bit uncertain. Now, I can do most things. Aside from not being able to stand up, I'm not much different from a normal person. Suddenly, I don't want to take the risk of surgery anymore." But thinking about the hope in Dogsheng and Xiaoyan's eyes and their busy daily lives, I felt I had to give it a try. Until I closed my eyes, I was actually quite anxious, but when I woke up and saw Xiaoyan, I felt no fear because I knew the surgery had to be successful. At first, he agreed to the surgery mainly because of the hope he showed, but deeper down, he wanted to be free. He hoped that if Jang Yimian's surgery failed, he would be released from the burden of family responsibilities and the struggle of living without dignity. However, as he began to feel the love from his family and the other two families, along with their hope for life, he suddenly thought that living might not be so bad after all. He wanted to try to recover and see if the surgery could really help him stand again. After waking up, he clearly felt the intense pain in his knee had disappeared. Apart from the occasional pain from the wound, the sharp sensation that had been there was gone. He knew the surgery was successful, and he now had a chance to stand up. Jang Yimian unexpectedly glanced at Chen Taizhu, surprised by his calmness, clearly realizing he had come to terms with everything. She simply smiled and said, "Rest well. Once the wound heals, you can start rehabilitation." Chen Taizhu nodded, and his tense demeanor relaxed, a smile appearing on his face. For several days, everyone in the small community was very happy. The Zhao brothers, besides farming, took on another task, helping Chen Taizhu with his rehabilitation. The three of them became Chen Taizhu's support, taking turns helping him walk in the yard every day, aiding his recovery. It was exciting to see someone who could only walk for half an hour, now able to walk for an hour. When Lu Xiaoyan came out of the house, she saw Chen Taizhu sweating but still trying hard to walk with the support of two others. She felt a pang of sympathy and quickly said, "All right, you've walked for over an hour today. It's time to rest." Yimian said to take it easy and not overdo it. Chen Taizhu acknowledged her and walked for another 15 minutes before finally stopping. Lu Xiaoyan hurried over to help him relax his tense leg, her face showing more happiness than concern. She had watched Chen Taizhu go from being unable to stand to slowly standing up, then taking small steps, and now being able to walk for over an hour with the support of the brothers. She couldn't express how excited she was. In the past, Chen Taizhu would often suffer from leg pain at night, and she would wake up to hear his muffled groans, feeling helpless and pained. But now, the painful groans have disappeared, and Chen Taizhu is no longer sweating from the pain, so she doesn't have to worry anymore. Just thinking about how Chen Taizhu will be able to walk normally soon makes her very happy. Heaven is still looking out for them, allowing them to meet Yimian, who has saved them time and again. When Zhao Dashu and the others saw Taizhu resting on the side, they took a break too. They wanted to continue helping with the land clearing, but old Lu sent them away. "Go find Dog Sheng and learn some characters. Yimian said you didn't finish your tasks yesterday. The land is almost ready. Daon can clear the weeds by himself," old Lu said, busy with some thin wooden pieces, not revealing what he was making. Zhao Dashu and the others quickly gathered around, curious, and asked, "Great-grandpa, what are you doing? We can help." Sister Mian said we could learn characters while picking up Dog Sheng and the others. It's too early for that now. There were still 2 hours until dark, and they really didn't want to learn characters. Old Lu glanced at them, and then at the person approaching from behind. He casually asked, "Don't want to learn characters? Then what do you want to do?" The three of them immediately grinned and replied in unison, "Anything but learning characters." Just as they finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind. "Really anything at all?" The three of them paused at the sound and turned to see Jang Yimian standing behind them, looking at them with a half-smile. They quickly stood up and said, "Sister Mian, we're going to learn characters right now. We were just joking." With that, they all ran away. They preferred not to learn characters from Scholar Zhang, opting instead for either Sister Mian or Xiaoyi. One scared them, and the other talked too much. Scholar Zhang was better. Jang Yimian watched the three of them disappear and felt a bit helpless. These guys always tried to avoid learning characters, unlike Dog Sheng. They were quite clever and recognized many characters, but were unwilling to learn, having no interest in reading. Jang Yimian didn't know how to persuade them, so she decided to ignore it. This made them more anxious. As soon as they saw her unhappy, they hurried to learn characters. Once they were gone, old Lu smiled and asked while assembling the wooden pieces, "Is this board for keeping the fish from escaping?" Jang Yimian looked at the large board on the ground. In the middle of a large wooden block, there are several holes for water to flow through. The holes are not big, but they are dense enough to allow water to move while keeping the fish inside. She nodded. Okay, after a few days, when the fish fry and loach fry grow bigger, we can put them in the pond. In the past few days, the loach fry and fish fry have grown quite a bit. Under her careful care, there have been no casualties. They are all lively and just waiting to grow a bit more before being placed in the pond. At that time, it will be much easier, and she won't have to feed them every day. The pond has plenty of small shrimp and various aquatic plants, so the fish can catch their own food. She just needs to occasionally throw in some earthworms. Old Lu finally relaxed, looking at the barrier on the ground and smiling. This was all thanks to Taiju. If he hadn't been unable to help these past few days, he would have done it himself, and it would have turned out better than this. In the village, the best carpenter is Chun Taiju. He is somewhat of a novice. He only knows a little because he doesn't want to spend money on it. What he makes is barely usable and not very attractive. Jang Yimian just smiled and helped old Lu move the fish tanks and bowls to a sunnier spot. While they were busy, Wang Xiaohai rushed back, looking panicked. Sister Mian, Grandpa, there's trouble in the village. Those people are blocking Xiao Yi and the others from leaving. Deshu and He went to help, but they got stopped too. Old Lu suddenly stood up, but the pain in his back made him frown. Jiang Yimian quickly helped him sit on a nearby bench. Did you hurt your back, Grandpa? Old Lu waved his hand and looked at Wang Xiaohai with displeasure. What's going on? Why are they not letting Xiao Yi and the others leave? Isn't that bullying? Wang Xiaohai shook his head, anxious.
I don't know what happened.
As soon as I came down the mountain, I saw a lot of people gathered at Zhang Xiuzai's house arguing. A few people were holding on to Xiao Yi and the others, saying they couldn't leave. Deshu and the others tried to help but were stopped by the villagers, so I ran back. Jiang Yimian frowned and quickly said, Xiaohai, help Grandpa to the house to rest. I'll go see what's happening in the village. With that, she hurried outside. She moved quickly and was down the mountain in less than half an hour. From a distance, she saw a crowd gathered at Zhang Xiuzai's house, with Zhao Dashu and Zhao Erei being held tightly by several people, unable to move. There were many onlookers around, but no one dared to step forward. Little Muan's cries came from inside. Wah wah. We didn't steal anything, please don't accuse us. Stop talking nonsense. I just saw you two walking from my house. If it wasn't you who stole, then who else could it be? Look, here's the evidence. This is my family's meat and milk. You can't let these little thieves get away. Sun Xiaohu's face was filled with resentment. Just thinking about how close these people came to stealing his family's meat made him very angry. After finally seeing the meat at home, he almost lost it before he could even taste it. Beside him, Grandma Sun heard this and her wrinkled face showed more anger. She raised her voice and scolded, You shameless little thief. Stealing right from my house. No wonder you're from outside. You have no manners. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your family. With that, she lifted her hand to strike Little Muan. Little Muan was so scared she forgot to cry. Xiao Yi wanted to step forward to stop her, but was held back tightly by Sun Xiaohu. Don't worry, my grandma will teach you a lesson soon. Xiao Yi was anxious to break free from Sun Xiaohu, but he held on firmly, not letting him move. As Grandma Sun's hand was about to hit Little Muan's fair face, Zhang Yimian pushed through the crowd and kicked at Grandma Sunday. With a scream, Grandma Sun fell to the ground.
Ouch! Who hit me?
Ouch! It hurts so much. Grandma Sun groaned on the ground, holding her stomach, while the Sun family members who were blocking Zhao Dashu quickly rushed to help her up. Seeing a young girl standing in front of her, Grandma Sun immediately became displeased and shouted, You little brat! I'm scolding these thieves. What does it have to do with you?
How dare you hit me?
You must want to die. Without caring about her stomach pain, she rolled up her sleeves to hit Jiang Yimian. Zhao Dashu and Wang Erei quickly stepped in front of her, glaring at her with fierce looks, ready to act if she dared to come closer. Grandma Sun felt a chill down her back from their stares and quickly retreated behind her three sons, continuing to shout, I will go find the village chief. You outsiders are bullying us too much, stealing from my family and hitting me. If you don't pay me back, you can't stay in the village." Jang Yimian gently rubbed little Nuan's head, seeing she was just scared, then looked at Grandma Sun and said coldly, "Did you see them steal with your own eyes?" Grandma Sun was taken aback, looking at her little grandson. Sun Xiaohu snorted and put his hands on his hips, saying, "I saw them walking over from my house, and then the meat in my home disappeared. Zhang Xuecai's family is so poor they can barely eat. Where would they get meat? If it wasn't stolen from my house, where else could it come from?" The others wanted to argue, but it was clear they were the thieves. Jiang Yimian looked at the cloth bag tightly held by Xiaonuan and felt it looked familiar. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xuecai came out of the house with a cane, holding several cloth bags in his arms. Seeing Jiang Yimian there, he felt embarrassed and raised his voice, saying, "Old lady Sun, I've told you, this meat isn't from your house. It was sent to me by Jiang girl, along with these rice and flour. Stop causing a scene." Everyone was taken aback, their eyes lighting up when they saw the rice and flour in Zhang Xuecai's arms. It was high-quality white rice and flour. They usually only ate broken rice or corn porridge. Zhang Xuecai had quietly brought back so much. Old Lady Sun was also surprised, a flash of envy in her eyes. She wondered, "Zhang Xuecai, you're a scholar. Why would they give you so much white rice and flour? Are you trying to fool me?" Zhang Xuecai's family was very poor, and these refugees didn't seem wealthy either. If they had this white rice, wouldn't they hide it to eat or trade for coins instead of giving it away? It seemed crazy. Zhang Xuecai didn't respond. Jiang Yimian coldly said, "My younger siblings want to learn to read. This is my gift to Zhang Xuecai. Is there a problem with that? You, on the other hand, are accusing others of being thieves without any proof. You should apologize." Old Lady Sun widened her eyes, unable to believe it as she looked at Xiaonuan and the other children. She hesitated to speak, feeling uncertain. Although Zhang Xuecai's family was poor, everyone said he was a scholar and wouldn't lie. He had helped her son read letters without asking for anything in return, clearly a good person. It didn't make sense for him to help these outsiders deceive her. Just as she was hesitating, a sharp voice came from the crowd. "Humph! Jiang girl, stop talking nonsense. These little kids can't even read. Your family must have stolen money to pay for lessons. Zhang Xuecai is just helping you lie. Old Lady Sun, don't be fooled by her. Yes, Grandma Sun, last time she even asked my mother for money to buy meat. Where would she get so many coins to buy rice and flour? It must be fake. Don't let her fool you." Jiang Yimian looked at the two speakers and scoffed. This mother and daughter really were everywhere, haunting her. Grandma Sun, hearing this, glanced at Jiang Yimian with suspicion. When her gaze landed on Scholar Zhang, she paused for a moment before saying, "Scholar Zhang, do you think this girl gave you these as a gift?" Although she didn't like these refugees, she wouldn't falsely accuse anyone. She rushed over after hearing her grandson say that meat was stolen from their home. Now that she was calm, she felt these people wouldn't dare steal from her house. The newly arrived refugees, unfamiliar with the area, wouldn't risk stealing before they had even settled in the village. They probably didn't want to stay here at all. Scholar Zhang sighed, his face flushed with anger, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. "These are not gifts. Who would give me so much rice and flour for no reason? You say I'm colluding with Jiang Yimian to deceive you. Tell me, which family in the village can afford white rice and flour?" Everyone was taken aback by his words. At this time, during a period of turmoil, life was hard, and especially now, having enough to eat was a blessing. Fine white rice and flour were luxuries only wealthy families could afford. Some people couldn't hold back and began to speak up for Scholar Zhang and the children. Scholar Zhang is right. Which family still has white rice and flour? If it weren't for Zhang's girl sending it as a gift, Scholar Zhang's family surely wouldn't have any. This must be a misunderstanding. Yes, I think it's a misunderstanding too. The children are well-behaved and have been in the village for some time without causing trouble. How could they possibly steal? It must be a misunderstanding. Grandma Sun listened to the crowd and felt a lump in her throat. She was somewhat displeased that the villagers were supporting these people, but she also knew that the children likely hadn't stolen anything. After a long pause, she glared at Jang Yimian and the others, saying irritably, "Refugees are just full of trouble." With that, she slapped Sun Xiaohu on the back of his head. "Stop talking nonsense." Sun Xiaohu covered his head, feeling wronged. "Grandma, the meat really is gone. I saw them come from that direction. How was I to know they were here to learn from Scholar Zhang? What about my meat? I want to eat meat." He hadn't tasted meat in over a year. If his grandma hadn't brought out her last coins, he doubted he would even get a glimpse of it. Now, the meat was gone, and he felt embarrassed. "Eat, eat, eat. Enough with the eating. Go home." Old Lady Sun was filled with anger and wanted to scold a few people, but with everyone else speaking up, she felt she couldn't say much. Chen Guixiang, however, looked very displeased and said loudly, "If it wasn't your family that stole from Old Lady Sun, then how did her meat disappear? Everyone in the village believes you, but I won't trust you easily. If we don't figure this out today, I can't live in the same village as you drifters. Who knows when my things might go missing?" As soon as she said this, the crowd, which was about to disperse, gathered again. Everyone was not only excited to watch but also curious, clearly considering Chen Guixiang's words. If the Sun family's meat wasn't taken by these kids, then how did it just vanish? They wouldn't feel safe until the thief was found. Scholar Zhang frowned, about to speak, when a cold voice came from beside him. "Are you blaming others for your own family's theft?" Jang Yimian's voice was soft, but it was loud enough for everyone around to hear. Everyone was taken aback by her words, and the young woman standing behind Old Lady Sun was startled, lowering her head and not daring to move. Little Zhang laughed loudly, pushing into the crowd and saying, "Oh, Old Lady Sun, don't you remember the last time when your eggs went missing? They were taken to your daughter-in-law's family, right? Today, I bet this meat was sent there too. After being in charge of the household for so long, you still don't know your daughter-in-law's nature and are trying to blame Jiang and those kids. How shameful." Old Lady Sun frowned and looked at her third daughter-in-law, who immediately understood and slapped her daughter-in-law on the forehead, saying angrily, "Are you foolish? Sending such a big piece of meat to your mother's house? Go get it back for me." She had just bought that meat for several copper coins and hadn't even tasted it yet before this wasteful daughter-in-law gave it away. How could she not be angry? The third daughter-in-law of the Sun family covered her head and groaned, trying to defend herself. "Mother, I didn't take it. It has nothing to do with me." Hearing her daughter-in-law's excuses made Old Lady Sun even angrier, and she reached out to hit her again. But from outside the crowd came a stern voice. "What are you all doing here? Is there nothing else at home?" Li Yisher squeezed through the crowd and, seeing the scene before him, frowned. He turned to Scholar Zhang and asked, "Scholar Zhang, what happened? Why is everyone gathered at your door?" Usually, Zhang's house was quite quiet, but today it was lively. As soon as Mrs. Zhang saw the village chief arrive, she quickly called out, "Oh, village chief, you're here. Old Lady Sun and Chen Guixiang are shamelessly teaming up to slander the Jiang family's children, claiming they stole meat from the Sun family." But Zhang Xiaocai said that the meat and rice were sent by the Jiang family's girl as gifts for the kids. "Village chief, you must stand up for the Jiang family. They can't keep being wronged like this. They are part of our village too and shouldn't be bullied." Mrs. Zhang spoke with a righteous expression, but if it weren't for the occasional glint of glee in her eyes, Jang Yimian might have thought she was genuinely trying to help her. Li Yisher frowned upon hearing this, asked for the details, and then coldly said, "Old Lady Sun and Qin Guixiang, you two families need to clear the land for me in the next few days. The fields on the east side of the village must be ready before spring planting. From now on, if anyone dares to say that the new families in Qingshu village are outsiders and not part of the village, they will also have to clear land. You all seem to have plenty of time and energy, so go clear the land and help the village produce more food." These gossiping women were causing trouble even when they might not have enough to eat. He found it frustrating. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Guixiang quickly tried to defend herself, saying, "Village chief, I didn't slander anyone. I just don't want thieves in the village." This has nothing to do with me. She had her own issues to deal with and didn't want to help clear the land, especially since the rocky soil wouldn't yield anything. Li Yishe frowned but hadn't spoken yet when Mrs. Zhang scoffed and said, "If it has nothing to do with you, why are you so worked up? Old lady Sun is leaving, and you still won't let it go." If it weren't for Zhang's girl figuring out that it was Sun's third daughter-in-law who took the meat, you would be making an even bigger fuss and bullying Zhang's girl even more. I see clearly that you are just trying to push them around. Village chief, you can't let them off easily. After saying this, she shot a fierce glare at Chen Guixiang, who turned pale with anger and wanted to argue further, but was interrupted by the village chief. Everyone be quiet. If anyone disagrees with me, then get out. We don't need troublemakers in Qingshi village. He was busy trying to ensure the villagers didn't starve while these people were causing chaos. Once the village chief spoke, everyone fell silent, and even Chen Guixiang lost her desire to argue, her resentful gaze still fixed on Jang Yimian and Mrs. Zhang, wishing she could rush over and confront them. She has always had a bad relationship with Mrs. Zhang, and now with the Jiang family involved, it only makes Mrs. Zhang gossip about her family even more. How shameless of her to team up and bully someone with fewer family members. Seeing that no one was speaking, Li Yishe continued, "Everyone go home. There's nothing to see here. Hurry up and leave. Why are you all gathered around?" As everyone was about to leave, Jang Yimian coldly said, "Village chief, are the Sun family members and Chen Guixiang going to just walk away after wronging my brother and sister? What about the injustice they faced? At the very least, they should apologize. If she were wronged, she would have confronted them directly, but the little ones are still young, and today's events will surely leave a mark on their hearts. If not handled well, it might cause lasting psychological effects." Li Yishe paused, quickly understanding, and nodded. "Zhang girl is right. This cannot be overlooked. Old lady Sun, Chen Guixiang, you all need to apologize." Old lady Sun hesitated, frowning at Sun Xiaohu beside her, and said irritably, "Go, apologize." To her, today's incident was just a small matter, and she didn't care much. She thought Jang Yimian meant for Sun Xiaohu to apologize, since he was involved. Sun Xiaohu pouted, but didn't say much. After all, he was just a child, and apologizing wasn't a big deal for them. He walked up to Xiao Nuan and the others, lowered his head, and said, "I'm sorry I wronged you." Xiao Nuan just hugged Jang Yimian's leg, her eyes red, and didn't speak. She didn't want to forgive them. If her sister hadn't shown up in time, these people wouldn't be acting like this now. Xiao Nuan didn't like them. Seeing no response, Sun Xiaohu felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. In the past, when he had conflicts with other village kids, they would forgive him as long as he apologized. This little girl seemed to not want to talk to him. Was she still angry? Just as he was about to say it again, old lady Sun called out, "All right, Tiger, let's go. We have a lot of work to do." Sun Xiaohu replied with an "oh," glancing at Xiao Nuan and the others before going to old lady Sunday. Jang Yimian, however, simply said, "Continue." It wasn't just him who wronged people. Old lady Sun was taken aback but quickly understood Jang Yimian's meaning and said unhappily, "Jang girl, don't go too far. I am your elder. You expect me to apologize to a child who hasn't even grown up yet? You really say the most ridiculous things." It was true that she had wronged them, but they were just a few kids who would forget soon enough. Being so serious about it was indeed troublesome. Jang Yimian simply said, "If you're wrong, you need to admit it. Just because you're older doesn't matter."
You.
Old lady Sun was taken aback, clearly not expecting the girl to hold on so tightly. She felt a bit embarrassed. Just as she was about to raise her voice to scold, Scholar Zhang said, "To know one's mistakes and correct them is a great virtue. Ignoring mistakes can lead to serious harm." Old lady Sun, you wouldn't want the children of the Sun family to be like you, would you? If they don't learn to change, they might face big troubles in the future. Old lady Sun was furious. She glanced at Sun Xiaohu and her sons, then at the village chief, realizing he was siding with Zhang's family. She shot a fierce glare at Jang Yimian and said grumpily, "Don't think I'm apologizing because I'm afraid of you." With a huff, She turned to the children and said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have wronged you." Seeing this, her son and daughter-in-law awkwardly stepped forward to apologize as well. In the crowd, Chen Guixiang and her daughter felt uneasy and tried to sneak away. They didn't want to be embarrassed alongside Old Lady Sun by apologizing to a little kid. However, before they could escape the crowd, Old Lady Sun grabbed them and said, "Trying to run away? No way. Hurry up and apologize." Today, it couldn't just be the Sun family that was embarrassed. They couldn't be let off the hook either. Chen Guixiang and her daughter gritted their teeth in anger. Since even Old Lady Sun, an elder, was apologizing, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and apologize to the children. As soon as they finished, Chen Guixiang quickly slipped away, fearing the laughter from Xiaozhong. With Chen Guixiang and the Sun family gone, the crowd began to disperse as there was no more excitement to see. Li Chunhua was about to leave when she noticed someone standing outside the crowd, and her eyes brightened as she froze in place. Li Shi was also surprised to see the newcomer, and after a moment said helplessly, "Brother Lu, you're here too. I'm sorry for the commotion. There are many trivial matters in the village." He carefully watched the newcomer's expression, worried that they might get upset and decide not to settle in Qingshi village. After all, this was the first household in the village to have a brick and tile house. They couldn't let them leave just like that. Lu Cijian said nothing, only looked at Jang Yimian, his eyes showing a barely noticeable smile. He thought he would have to go up the mountain to see her, but unexpectedly, he met her on his first visit to the village. Jang Yimian was also a bit surprised, staring at Lu Cijian without speaking for a while. The young man still wore simple coarse linen clothes, but his demeanor stood out among the farmers. Her face was so beautiful that it was almost unbelievable, with a charming smile that seemed to brighten the room. Jang Yimian felt her troubled heart suddenly lift. Indeed, looking at handsome people is good for mental health. As soon as Gosheng saw Lu Cijian, he was overjoyed and rushed over, chattering nonstop. "Cijian, where did you go before the new year? I was hoping to celebrate with you." "Yeah, Cijian, why did you suddenly show up here?" Xiao Yi asked curiously. Even Xiao Nuan and Daya forgot their earlier unhappiness and gathered around, their eyes full of curiosity. Feeling a bit uncomfortable being surrounded by the kids, Lu Cijian was saved by Jang Yimian, who said, "All right, he just arrived. Let him settle in first, and you can ask him later." After a moment's hesitation, she looked at Lu Cijian and asked, "Are you planning to settle in Qingshi village?" Lu Cijian nodded. Li Yishir, watching from the side, was taken aback for a moment before reacting. "Zhang Yatu, you know Lu Xiao brother? That's great. The new brick house at the foot of the mountain belongs to him. I thought he might feel lonely living in such a big place by himself." Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow, surprised. This guy quietly built 5 or 6 brick houses. While others might not know, she did. Those bricks and materials were the best quality, and the houses must have cost at least 50 taels. This guy was quite impressive and seemed to have money. Gosheng looked equally surprised and curiously asked, "Cijian, do you have family coming to live in Qingshi village too? Why build such a big house? How much money must that cost?" He thought Cijian was just another villager, just better looking, but now he realized Cijian seemed to be wealthier than them. While they were still worrying about a few coins for food, Cijian had already built a brick house. Lu Cijian glanced at Jang Yimian and replied calmly, "I live alone." Gosheng's eyes lit up instantly. Cijian was impressive to live alone in such a big house. Jang Yimian, however, looked at Lu Cijian with sympathy, realizing he probably didn't know he was already being watched. Before long, the news that Lu Cijian lived alone in such a large house would spread throughout the village, and he could forget about having any peace. Just thinking about how people would come knocking every day made Jang Yimian feel uneasy, and she silently wished Lu Cijian good luck. When Lu Cijian looked over, he met Jang Yimian's sympathetic gaze, which made him pause, only to find that her expression had changed to one of mischief. Just when she felt confused, she heard a shy voice. "Village chief, is this brother Lu the new refugee in the village?" Li Chunhua spoke with a high-pitched voice, her face slightly red as she looked at Lu Cijian, feeling her heart race. It was her first time seeing such a handsome man. Even the young men from the town couldn't compare to him. Li Yishur felt a chill run down his spine and stared at Li Chunhua for a while before saying, "Chunhua, what's wrong with your voice? You were fine just a moment ago." Jang Yimian almost laughed out loud, especially seeing Lu Cijian's slightly furrowed brow, which made her even happier. Good days were ahead. Lu Cijian would soon experience how warm the villagers of Qingshi village were. Li Chunhua was flustered, her face turning even redder, but she paid no attention to the village chief's words and gazed at Lu Cijian more openly. Due to the famine and bandit issues, the nearby villages had a bad reputation. Although no one from Qingshi village had been taken by bandits, their reputation was still affected. Before the war, the townspeople who had come to propose to her family had all cut off contact, and now she was not as sought after as before. It was quite difficult to find a wealthy husband. However, this man was different. Although he could afford a brick house, he was still just a villager and would likely be willing to marry her. At first, she hesitated about marrying a villager, but seeing his looks today, she thought marrying him wouldn't be so bad, at least better than the dark-skinned men from other villages. Thinking this, she shyly twirled her long hair around her shoulder. Lu Cijian, however, didn't even glance at her and instead looked at Li Yishur, speaking coldly. "Village chief, when will the land clearing begin?" Li Yishur paused, taking a while to understand what he meant. He then frowned at Li Chunhua, puzzled. "Chunhua, what are you doing? Why aren't you going to help your parents with the land clearing? You need to get those few acres ready before spring planting. Don't just hang around here. Hurry back and get to work." Li Chunhua felt a bit dissatisfied but didn't want to lose face in front of Lu Cijian, so she reluctantly left, glancing back 3 times. The village chief had to go arrange the land clearing, so he got busy as well. Jang Yimian looked at Lu Cijian and said with a smile, "Seems like you're quite popular with the girls." Lu Cijian turned to her, seriously asking, "What about you?" Jang Yimian was puzzled and didn't understand what he meant. Fortunately, Scholar Zhang's words interrupted their thoughts. "All right, let's head back for today. It's getting late, and this situation is my fault," said Scholar Zhang seriously, his face full of guilt. He didn't expect that a few children would be wronged, and he could understand how that felt. It must be hard for them. Little Yi quickly shook his head. "It's not the teacher's fault. It's their mistake. They slander us, without any proof." Little Muan and Ian nodded in agreement. Dogxing angrily added, "Yeah, it's not related to the teacher. It's all their fault, so the teacher shouldn't blame himself." Scholar Zhang could only smile helplessly, ruffling the heads of the little ones before handing the rice and flour to Jang Yimian. "Jiang girl, take this back. Keeping it here will only raise suspicion and cause trouble for the kids." He should have let little Yi and the others take it back sooner. He had just thought of letting them take it today, but unexpectedly, Sun Xiaohu and his friend saw it. They insisted it was meat from his house, and he couldn't explain himself clearly. Jang Yimian didn't take it and coldly said, "It is indeed the teacher's fault. This food is my gift to you. By now you should have finished it, but you haven't touched it at all. The teacher's mistake is not taking care of his health. Little Yi and the others still have much to learn. If the teacher falls ill, they won't have anywhere to continue their studies." She thought that by giving food, Scholar Zhang would finally have enough to eat, but to her surprise, he ignored the rice and flour and only ate cornmeal and leaves. She didn't know what to say. "He is really stubborn." Scholar Zhang hesitated for a moment before saying, "Zhang girl, don't you pity this old man?" He knew that the villagers, including the village chief, occasionally gave him food out of pity. He didn't need their pity. He could take care of himself. Jang Yimian was speechless and replied irritably, "There's no kindness in that. You work and I provide food. It's that simple. Every household is struggling, barely getting by. Who has the time to pity others?" She knew he didn't want to accept charity, which is why he wanted to open a school in the village, hoping to have a decent meal. But to her surprise, no one in the village was interested in studying, so he had to continue eating leaves. When she asked Scholar Zhang to teach little Yi and the others to read, she did want to help him a little, but more than that, She just wanted him to teach the children, so he wouldn't starve. Unexpectedly, this guy became stubborn and refused to eat the rice and flour she brought him. It seemed that once he finished what he had at home, Scholar Zhang wouldn't touch these supplies and wouldn't tell her either. If this continued, he might become the first person in the village to starve despite having food. She didn't consider herself a great person, but she couldn't just stand by and watch someone starve, especially when that person was good-hearted. Just because Scholar Zhang had protected a few children with his cane before she arrived, she couldn't let him starve for no reason. After a long silence, Scholar Zhang withdrew his hand and said with a bitter smile, "You're right. At this time, there isn't much kindness to go around. I was being stubborn." He always thought others were pitying him and giving him charity, but really, it was just mutual help, nothing to feel superior about. Hadn't he been doing the same in the village all these years? Why did he suddenly feel that the villagers were only offering him pity after his useless son left? Jang Yimian was right. He helped teach a few children to read, and in return, they provided him with food. It was that simple, and he deserved it. Seeing that he no longer resisted her offer of food, Jang Yimian continued, "Uncle Zhang, I'm glad you understand. This food is a gift, and I will bring it regularly. I hope you can teach Xiao Yi and the others well." Scholar Zhang quickly nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Jang Yimian. I will teach them properly." As the group left Scholar Zhang's house, they headed straight up the mountain. When they passed by the few houses at the foot of the mountain that were already taking shape, Zhao Dashu exclaimed, "This house is really big. Lu Go, why do you need such a large place for yourself?" At first, he thought it was for a whole family, but it turned out to be just for Lu Cijian, and it looked like it took up half an acre. Go Sheng enviously said, "Cijian must think that one room is too small. Living in such a big house must be comfortable." When he had money, he wanted to build a large courtyard too, dreaming of sleeping in one room today and another tomorrow. Just thinking about it made him happy. Jiang Yimian looked at the house. Most of it still didn't have windows, and the roof tiles weren't yet laid. Some beams hadn't been put up, and the mud workers were busy building walls. However, 2 rooms in the front yard were already finished, with windows and tiles installed. It seemed Lu Cijian had requested those to be done first, so he could move in. Curious about the large house, Jiang Yimian asked, "Why did you build such a big house?" According to Lu Cijian's character, the other person definitely wouldn't be so flashy as to build a large house before even arriving. Lu Cijian paused for a moment but quickly returned to his casual demeanor and said, "The village chief must have misheard. I only found out today that the house is this big." Jiang Yimian nodded in understanding and didn't say anything more. Go Sheng suddenly remembered something and laughed, saying, "Cijian, you don't know, but before you arrived, someone in the village wanted to propose to you." Zhao Dashu chuckled and added, "It was that Li Chunhua who spoke to you just now." He recalled Chen Guixiang mentioning that she wanted Li Chunhua to marry Cijian. Jiang Yimian looked over with curiosity, but met Lu Cijian's puzzled expression. He looked calm and serious as he replied, "I don't know her. Here, I only know you all." His bright eyes were fixed on Jiang Yimian, making her momentarily stunned. She quickly looked down and mumbled, "Beauty can lead one astray." When the group returned to the small valley, Lu Daong and Wang Xiaowei were hurriedly preparing to go out when they suddenly saw the others coming back. Everyone finally felt relieved. Lu Daong quickly approached to check on them, and when he saw they were unharmed, he sighed in relief. "What happened? Why didn't those people in the village let you come back?" Wang Xiaowei also rushed over, his face lighting up when he saw Lu Cijian. "Hey, Cijian, you're back." Wang Fengqin and the others had been focused on the children, but upon hearing this, they all turned to look at the person lagging behind. When they realized it was Lu Cijian, they were both surprised and happy. Even old Lu came out from the house, holding his back, and smiled when he saw them. "It's really Cijian. I was wondering when I would see you again." Lu Cijian greeted everyone and, unlike when he first arrived at the small valley, he seemed more at ease and even smiled a little. Jiang Yimian listened to the children chattering about what had just happened and checked old Lu's back, confirming that he had only strained a muscle and that his bones were fine, which made her feel relieved. Lu Deong was furious listening to Go Sheng and the others.
What kind of people are they?
They lost their own things and come to blame others, without understanding the situation. Luckily, Yimian got there in time. Wang Fengqin also sighed. Village Chief Li is a fair person. He doesn't take sides with those villagers. Otherwise, they would have faced some trouble today. Knowing that a few children were safe, his mood was only briefly affected. Soon, they were all lively again, and everyone felt relieved as the topic quickly changed. Everyone was curious about where Lu Cijian had been. After not seeing each other for a few months, they noticed he had grown a bit taller. Lu Cijian casually said, "I went to take care of some matters and returned as soon as I was done." He had planned to settle in Qingshi village before coming back to the mountain, feeling a bit anxious. To his surprise, he encountered the situation right away. All his worries vanished in an instant. He curiously asked about what had happened in the small valley during his absence. When he heard that someone had been found injured shortly after he left, he frowned. He relaxed upon learning it was a constable from the government. He had thought it was related to his previous encounter with bandits. After chatting for a while, seeing it was getting late, old Lu invited everyone to eat at his home, and they all went about their tasks. Dog Sheng and the others reviewed what Scholar Zhang had taught them that day. Jang Yimian watched for a while, feeling pleased as she noticed the children had made great progress. Their handwriting, which had been messy, was now much neater. After watching for a bit longer, she returned to her own tasks. Most of the soap she had made last time was already cut and drying in a ventilated area, but the soap she had painted on had not yet been cut. Jang Yimian placed the long box on the table under the eaves and carefully opened the wooden latch. A fragrant scent of camellia flowers wafted out. She looked at the unclear pattern on the outer layer, feeling a bit anxious, unsure if the design inside was just as unclear. If it was, this box of soap would be a waste. Carefully cutting through the unclear outer layer, she was greeted by the sight of a lifelike rabbit with its mouth open, eating a red raspberry. Jang Yimian's expression brightened, and her anxiety disappeared, replaced by joy. It worked. This box of soap would not just sell for 21, it could start at least at 101. The ladies from wealthy families would surely prefer these beautifully designed soaps over plain ones. They were both attractive and useful. When Lu Cijian arrived, he saw Jang Yimian smiling at the table filled with rabbits. He raised an eyebrow, finding it a bit cute. Noticing his gaze on the soaps, Jang Yimian felt a bit proud. "Aren't they pretty? I painted them." Lu Cijian smiled slightly, looking at Jang Yimian's fair face, and said, "It's nice." Jang Yimian glanced at the soap on the table, feeling happy. She handed a piece to Lu Cijian and said with a smile, "Here's a piece for you, but you'll have to wait a few more days to use it." As she spoke, she placed the remaining soap in a well-ventilated area to dry. She figured the soap-making process was nearly complete, but since she hadn't cut it a few days ago, she thought it would be better to let it sit a bit longer. Lu Cijian stared at the little rabbit on the soap and curiously asked, "What is this?" Jang Yimian casually replied, "It's soap, similar to bath beads, but easier to use." Lu Cijian paused, suppressing his surprise, and hesitated before asking, "Are you planning to sell it yourself?" Bath beads weren't very useful, but the recipe was still a secret. Shops that had the recipe kept it very guarded. If Yimian tried to sell it like this, it might attract unwanted attention. He couldn't imagine how many people would want to use this if it spread in the region. The locals couldn't protect the recipe. Just then, he heard Jang Yimian laughing and saying, "Am I that foolish? I'm collaborating with Hua Chuntang to supply them. They will sell it themselves." Putting aside whether she could sell it herself, as a simple farmer girl without power, having such a profitable recipe would definitely attract envy. But with Hua Chuntang backing her, it was different. If someone wanted to target her, they would at least have to consider Hua Chuntang behind her. She remembered that Hua Chuntang had shops not only in the town but also in the county and the capital. Families that could open shops in the capital were not ordinary people. Partnering with Hua Chuntang was a good deal for her. Lu Cijian chuckled, realizing he had worried for nothing. Of course, Yimian would never put herself in a dangerous position without a plan. If she did, It would surely be a trap. The next day was market day. Zhao Dashu got up early and, along with Arai and Xiaowei, brought a lot of konjac tofu down the mountain. Since Lu Deong still had some work to finish in the fields and Gosheng needed to learn to read, the task of going to the market fell to the three of them. Zhao Dashu had been there a few times and was familiar with the town, so he felt nothing special about it. Arai and Xiaowei, on the other hand, were quite excited and enthusiastic along the way. Once they set up their stall and many people came to buy things, they finally felt the reality of the situation. They quickly got busy, forgetting their surprise. Fortunately, the three brothers often worked together, so they had good teamwork and soon got the hang of it, feeling less flustered. Today, we brought a lot of konjac tofu and worked for over an hour before finishing. If someone hadn't bought a large bucket in the meantime, we would have been busy for a bit longer. As we saw everything selling out, Wang Xiaohai let out a long sigh, saying, "That scared me. I almost miscounted the coins just now." With so many people, he struggled to keep track, but thankfully he noticed in time. Otherwise, we would have lost some coins. Zhao Dashu frowned for a moment and said, "We should go learn some math from Scholar Zhang another day. If we miscalculate, we'll be the ones losing out." Wang Xiaohai nodded repeatedly, realizing the importance of education. While they were talking and packing up, a young man stopped at their stall, observing them for a while without speaking. Zhao Dashu thought he was there to buy konjac and smiled, saying, "We've sold out of konjac today. Please come back tomorrow." These days, there hasn't been much going on in the small valley, so he planned to return tomorrow to sell more and earn some extra coins instead of just staying home. However, the young man waved his hand with a smile and quickly said, "I thought I was mistaken. I'm an assistant from Huichun Hall. Please let Miss Jiang know that she needs to come to Huichun Hall tomorrow for an important discussion." Zhao Dashu immediately understood it was about the soap and nodded, "Okay, I'll tell Sister Mian as soon as I get back." The young man then relaxed, noticing the buckets of konjac were empty, and left a bit disappointed. He had wanted to buy some konjac for the young master to try, as he had heard many people mention how delicious it was. The young master always felt uncomfortable whenever he came here, and the assistant was worried about how to please the shopkeeper. He just hoped the young master was focused on business. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble. After Zhao Dashu and the others finished packing, they didn't plan to linger. They went to the nearby pork stall to buy some lard before heading back, but a woman's voice called out to them,
Hey, wait.
"Don't go." As soon as Su Xiaotao saw Zhao Dashu, she hurried over, beads of sweat on her forehead. Zhao Dashu stopped and looked at the girl, asking, "Are you looking for us?" Su Xiaotao nodded quickly, glancing around but not seeing Jang Yimian. After a pause, she handed over the basket she was holding, saying, "Thank you for saving me and my aunt last time. Here are some tofu. I hope you don't mind." Zhao Dashu suddenly remembered who the elegant girl in front of him was. The last time he saw her, her face was covered in bruises, so he didn't recognize her. Now, noticing the faint marks on her clear face, he realized, "Oh, it's Miss Su. Last time, I only helped a little, so you don't need to be so polite. You can take this back with you." They hadn't really helped much last time, so he felt he didn't deserve her thanks. However, Su Xiaotao directly shoved the basket into his hands and ran off on her own. Since that girl helped her last time, the Su family had stopped bothering her, clearly afraid of the constables. She felt very grateful and had wanted to thank them for days, but they hadn't come to town, so she waited and finally saw them today. She couldn't miss the chance to show her appreciation. When Zhao Dashu looked up, he saw that Su Xiaotao had already disappeared into the crowd, so he had to leave with the basket in hand. By the time they returned to the small valley, it was almost noon. They immediately spotted Lu Cijian playing with Mimi in the yard. Wang Xiaowei ran over with a big smile, excitedly saying, "Cijian, you won't believe how many people were at your door when we came back. There were men, women, and children, and the village chief had to chase them away. When he went up the mountain, he thought he had seen wrong. There was such a huge crowd that it almost scared him to death. He thought something serious had happened, but when he learned they were looking for Lu Cijian, he understood. In the poor and remote Qingstone village, having someone who could afford a brick house was naturally a curiosity. especially since someone had spread the word about Lu Cijian's looks and family background the day before. Knowing that he was alone without parents or relatives, all the women in the village with daughters were getting excited. With so many people joining in, it looked like they could almost lift the roof off the house. Zhao Dashu felt a chill and said, "Cijian, maybe you should stay in the small valley for a while. I'm worried that if you go down, those women might tear you apart." If the village chief hadn't been there to chase people away, the workers probably wouldn't have been able to get to work today. It was quite frightening. Lu Cijian chuckled and looked at Jang Yimian, who was enjoying the situation. He softly asked, "Can I stay here?" Jang Yimian's smile froze as she unexpectedly met Lu Cijian's gaze, looking a bit wronged. She quickly shook her head. "No, you can't. If you don't go down and handle this, what'll happen if those people come looking for you?" She didn't want to deal with those people. It was truly a hassle. When Zhao Dashu thought about those people gathering on the mountain, he shivered and quickly said, "That won't do. Brother Lu, you're so capable. You definitely won't be afraid of them. If it gets tough, just bear with it." Lu Cijian. Although he hadn't really planned to stay in the small valley, he still felt a bit disappointed when he was rejected. Jang Yimian could be quite heartless. Seeing that particularly resentful look, Jang Yimian felt a bit guilty and went straight to feed the fish. She just wanted to see some excitement. If Lu Cijian really stayed on the mountain, there would be no excitement to watch. Thinking this, her moment of guilt vanished, and she focused on the fish in the bucket. The fish and loach fry had grown quite a bit, from tiny sizes to about the size of her thumb in just over half a month. In a few days, when the boards were placed in the lotus pond, they could release the fish and loach fry. Jang Yimian felt great and remembered to ask about her business. She looked at the few people still chatting and curiously asked, "Dashu, has anyone from Huichun Hall come to find you?" Calculating the days, those soaps should have been delivered to the county by now. It couldn't be that they hadn't sent anyone because the sales were poor. Zhao Dashu suddenly slapped his forehead and quickly said, "Yes. Someone from Huichun Hall said for you to go tomorrow, Sister Mian. They have something important to discuss. I bought a big piece of pork lard today. It's in the backpack." He was so shocked by what he saw in the village that he completely forgot about the important matter. Jang Yimian nodded and was about to continue making a batch of soap when Zhao Dashu called her, "Sister Mian, there's one more thing." Jang Yimian looked at him. Zhao Dashu scratched his head and handed her a small basket, hesitating as he said, "This is from the girl at the tofu stall. She sent it to thank us for saving her." Jang Yimian was taken aback and took a moment to remember Su Xiaodao. She nodded and said, "Since it's a thank you gift, we should accept it. I'm making fish head tofu soup today." She hadn't heard of any other girls from the neighboring village being bullied by their uncles lately, so it seemed that Ma Ming had intimidated the people from Su's village last time. Plus, Widow Chung wasn't someone who would let herself be bullied, so it seemed like the situation had been mostly resolved. The next day, Jang Yimian and the three Zhao brothers went down the mountain together. Since it wasn't a market day, there weren't many people on the ox cart. Once they all got on, Yang Er drove the cart away. Although there weren't many people on the ox cart, Jinghe town was still lively, even more so than a month ago, with merchant caravans passing through the streets from time to time. It seemed the roads near Xinghua village had been completely cleared. Zhao Dashu and his two brothers were still selling konjac, while Jang Yimian brought soap to the Huachuntang. Today, many people were at Huachuntang to see the doctor and get medicine, and several assistants were busy in the main hall. Jang Yimian was curiously watching when an assistant named Xiao Yang hurried over, his face sweaty but cheerful. "Miss Zhang, you're here. Our manager has been waiting for you for quite some time. If you didn't come soon, he would have been very anxious." Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the matter? Is there a problem with the soap?" Xiao Yang chuckled and led her to the back room, saying, "Miss Jiang, you should talk to the manager yourself. Today, the county doctor is here, and it's very busy in the front. I can't leave." Jiang Yimian nodded and went straight to the private room where she had met Zhang Qingchuan last time. Zhang Qingchuan was sitting there drinking tea. As soon as he saw Jiang Yimian enter, he quickly stood up with a smile. "Oh, Miss Jiang, I've been waiting for you." At first, He thought Jang Yimian's family would be at the market every day, but he didn't expect they only came on market days. This worried him, as he waited and waited, but she didn't come. He was almost tempted to find out where she lived. Jang Yimian remained calm as she sat in a chair and asked, "Why was the manager so eager to find me?" Zhang Qingchuan quickly waved his hand and smiled. "It's not a problem. It's that the soap is selling too well. You need to make more this time. Our young master plans to sell in several county towns, and even in the prefecture city. The ones you sent last time sold out in just 5 days. Now, many ladies and young women in various county towns have placed orders. We can't keep up with the demand." He was surprised to hear this news, not expecting the soap to sell so well. The young master mentioned that many ladies from other counties would specifically come to Qingshui County just to buy a bar of soap. Even if they missed out, they didn't get upset and instead paid in advance to reserve it. Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised, and asked curiously, "Do you know how the soap became popular among the ladies?" While she knew the soap would sell well, she didn't expect it to spread so quickly in ancient times when information wasn't as accessible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingchuan immediately laughed and said, "You should know that these ladies often gather to hold flower appreciation events. I heard that this soap was brought out by a young lady at one of those events." New things always spark curiosity, and before long, it spread among the ladies. If it weren't for that, how could the shop in Qingchun County sell out so quickly? I wonder which young lady it was. She truly did a great service for our Hua Chuntang. Jiang Yimian nodded in understanding, feeling curious about the owner of Hua Chuntang. It seems the person who thought of this way to promote the soap has a good business mind. Although Zhang Qingchuan claimed not to know which young lady it was, he could tell that it was definitely someone hired by Hua Chuntang. Those ladies have seen all sorts of good things. If no one was there to stir the pot, it wouldn't have had such an effect. Moreover, the soap would likely only spread in a small circle, and once the novelty wore off, sales would surely drop. But that was not her concern. She was only responsible for making the soap. Seeing that this girl only showed a bit of surprise at first and did not seem overly affected, Zhang Qingchuan thought she was quite remarkable. He decided not to keep her guessing any longer and said, "Miss Jiang, to be honest, the reason I asked you here is not just because the soap is sold out, but I also want to discuss a contract with you. The profit from the soap is substantial, and it's a chance for Hua Chuntang to gain fame." He needed to have a good talk with Miss Jiang about this contract. Jiang Yimian nodded and said, "We've already discussed most of the important points last time, but this time I brought a new product. If the shopkeeper is satisfied, we can discuss everything together." Zhang Qingchuan was curious about this so-called new product when Jiang Yimian took out a small box from her basket. Upon opening it, a faint scent of camellia wafted out. He initially thought it was just a different scented soap, but then he saw a lovely light yellow soap shaped like a rabbit eating a small red fruit. Zhang Qingchuan's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the soap in the box, exclaiming, "Miss Jiang, how did you make this? I truly admire your skills." He had thought that being able to make soap was the greatest talent of this farmer girl, but he was surprised to see that she could also paint. It was impressive that a farmer girl understood art and could apply it to soap. Jiang Yimian simply replied, "Can the shopkeeper now let the young master come out to discuss this with me?" As soon as she entered the room, she sensed that there was another person in the partition, but she pretended not to know, wanting to see when Zhang Qingchuan would invite the person out. Zhang Qingchuan was surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Yimian to know there was someone in the partition. He immediately laughed. "You are quite impressive, young lady. Not only can you make soap, but you also have such sharp senses." He didn't realize that this small town of Qinghe had hidden talents. He decided to stop pretending, stood up, and walked closer to the partition, speaking softly for a moment before respectfully stepping aside. At that moment, a young man walked out from the partition. He was tall and wore plain clothes that made him look quite handsome. He held a closed folding fan, looking like a true gentleman. Jiang Yimian paused, stared at the newcomer for a while, and then said with a strange tone, "It's you. That angry little bird." She almost didn't recognize him since he wasn't wearing his usual outfit. Lin Yanin clearly didn't expect to see Jiang Yimian here either. He widened his eyes for a moment and then said, "The person making soap is actually you." This was the girl who had tricked him out of 30 Tails. Zhang Qingchuan was still a bit stunned and cautiously looked at the young master, curious. "Do you know Miss Jiang?" Their young master had only been to Qinghe a handful of times, so how could he know her? Lin Yan'an pouted and decided not to pretend to be a refined gentleman anymore. He casually said, "It's a long story. Let's get to business first." Zhang Qingchuan nodded and quickly handed over the box. "Young master, this is a new product from Miss Jiang. Look at this rabbit. It's so cute. If it sells in the capital, many young ladies will surely want it." Lin Yan'an looked at the fluffy rabbit and thought it was cuter than the ones in the paintings by scholars. Those paintings depicted animals in a stiff manner, lacking any charm, but this rabbit seemed to evoke thoughts of its soft fur with just one glance. It was definitely something that ladies would love. He unexpectedly glanced at Jang Yimian and said, "Seriously, how do you plan to discuss this, Miss Jiang?" He had heard about the verbal agreement between Zhang Qingchuan and Jang Yimian last time, and there were no major issues. For this new product, aside from needing to renegotiate the price, everything else could remain the same. Jiang Yimian didn't intend to add more conditions. She had already made herself clear last time. After thinking for a moment, she said, "This type of soap will be provided to Huachuntang at 100 won per piece." She had carefully considered the pricing. Ordinary soap had been selling well recently, but that was just due to novelty. Once the novelty wore off, the buyers would mostly be regular ladies. The higher-ups looked down on those below them. This new product is made for those people. Rare items are valuable, and those ladies will surely spend money on it. Charging 100 coins is not too expensive. With the ability of the Rejuvenation Hall, they can easily make back their investment. Lin Yan'an, however, remained silent, staring at Jiang Yimian for a long time without speaking. To be honest, 100 coins is not cheap. He knows this product will be popular with those ladies, but the challenge is how to make them aware of it. The last method worked well, but using it repeatedly would surely reduce its effectiveness. After thinking for a while, Lin Yan'an opened his folding fan and said with a smile, 100 coins is fine, but Miss Jiang needs to provide me with a way to promote it better among those ladies. Although the Rejuvenation Hall has many stores in the Great Jin, its reputation is not as strong as Beizatang, and their business is not as good. This time, the soap business can proceed smoothly because the product is new and the people from Beizatang do not understand it. The news came from the lady circles, catching Beizatang off guard. If he uses the same method again, he will surely face obstacles. The people from Beizatang will find ways to block and discredit him. Jiang Yimian raised an eyebrow, surprised by Lin Yan'an's change. He seemed less foolish than when they first met. Her initial plan to offer the soap for 100 coins suddenly wavered. She smiled and said, "Since you are a businessman, Mr. Lin, you should know that promoting it is just as important as the soap recipe." She would not work for free. Lin Yan'an paused, his hand with the fan stopping momentarily, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Miss Jiang, don't worry. I won't take your method for free. I will definitely compensate you." This cunning girl still loves money as always. Although the Rejuvenation Hall's business is not as good as Beizatang's, it is still one of the top pharmacies. When people hear they can collaborate with them, their eyes light up, eager to join the Rejuvenation Hall. Yet this guy is asking for conditions without hesitation. Jiang Yimian just smiled and shook her head. "I don't want any reward." Lin Yan'an was taken aback, quickly closing his fan, and happily asked, "Then what does Miss Jiang want?" He thought she might ask for something outrageous, but she said she wanted nothing. What could it be? Could it be wanting him? Lin Yan'an was startled and immediately covered his chest, saying in shock, "Don't think that just because you saved me last time, I will owe you something. No, that's impossible. I'll pay you, just don't have any ideas about me." He knew he was good-looking and came from a wealthy family, and many young ladies admired him, but he had no plans to marry, not even for a savior. Jiang Yimian. What is this silly guy talking about? She took back her earlier comment about him changing. He was still the same ordinary, foolish rich young man she met the first time. Zhang Qingchuan, standing nearby, felt embarrassed for the young master and thought to himself that it was shameful. The young master was usually just a foolish rich guy, only occasionally smart in business. He had hoped that during this business deal, the young master would show some cleverness, but now he had revealed his ignorance. Jang Yimian couldn't stand the shocked look on his face and said calmly, "Mr. Lin, you are overthinking. I don't like just anyone. I want a share of the profits from the soap." Lin Yenin was confused about what she meant by the first part, but when he heard the next sentence, he stood up in shock. "What are you thinking? This is my business at the Huichun Hall. How could I give you a share of the profits?" He would be crazy to agree to that. He didn't even know how well the new soap would sell, so how could he give someone else a share? It was impossible. Jang Yimian didn't push it. She knew asking for a share was a bit much, and it was expected that he wouldn't agree. But her method could definitely help Huichun Hall make a lot of money and gain fame in the capital, ensuring that those ladies would think of Huichun Hall whenever they wanted to buy something. If she just made a one-time deal and gave her method away, she would feel it was unfair. After thinking for a moment, she continued, "Mr. Lin, you can think about what I said. Whenever you understand, you can come find me. We can put the new soap aside for now, and for the other soaps, let's proceed with the contract as we discussed before." Lin Yenin finally nodded and ordered someone to bring out the contract that had already been prepared. Jang Yimian carefully reviewed the contract and signed it only after confirming there were no issues. Zhang Qingchuan sighed in relief when he saw the contract. They wouldn't have to worry about other shops selling soap anymore, as this would be unique to Huichun Hall. Just thinking about how they could outshine Bao Zitang made him feel great, and he sent Xiao Liang to accompany Jang Yimian to pick up the soap. Xiao Liang arrived at the destination with a few people, unable to hide a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Miss Jiang, you really are bold. Why leave so many soaps in this alley? What if someone notices? Maybe it's better for the people from Huachuntang to pick up the goods from you in the future." Jiang Yimian just nodded silently. It wasn't her intention to leave them there. The soaps were simply too many and too heavy to fit in her basket, so she had to store them away and only mentioned she brought them that morning. This didn't raise Xiao Liang's suspicions, as Miss Jiang hadn't signed a contract with Huachuntang yet. Bringing so many items would attract attention and could be unsafe. Leaving them here was less likely to draw notice. Jang Yimian had arranged to pick up goods from Huachuntang every 10 days, and after receiving the 14 taels of silver this time, she left. Zhang Qingchuan waited until the people had left before turning to the quiet person beside him, who seemed to be deep in thought. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Young master, what do you think about Miss Zhang's proposed profit share?" If Miss Zhang's method could really make Huachuntang famous and earn a lot, he would be inclined to agree. If it could lead to great profits and enhance Huachuntang's reputation, a 10% profit from the soaps wouldn't be much. However, Lin Yenin did not respond, still frowning in silence. Zhang Qingchuan had to call out again, "Young master, what are your thoughts?" Lin Yenin was startled by the call, rubbed his sore ear, and finally came to his senses, replying irritably, "Why are you shouting? My ears are going to be deaf." Zhang Qingchuan, feeling helpless, was about to ask again when he heard someone nearby mumble, "What does it mean to not like someone casually? Am I not handsome enough or not rich enough? Why am I not liked?" When he was in the capital, he could easily fill a carriage with perfume pouches, not to mention the many admiring glances he received. It was just this person, who only cared about money, who didn't like him. He was quite popular. Zhang Qingchuan. What expectations does he have for this clueless young master? Fortunately, Lin Yenin didn't dwell on the matter any longer and frowned, asking, "What about the new products Miss Jiang brought?" He needed to think carefully about the profit share. Zhang Qingchuan was taken aback and hesitated before saying, "Miss Jiang took them with her." Lin Yenin. This guy changed his mind too quickly. He didn't even let him look at the samples a bit longer. When Jang Yimian arrived at the konjac stall, Zhao Dashu and the others were already packing up to close the stand. She was a bit surprised and said, "It's only been half an hour. How could it be sold out?" She remembered that when business was good before, it would take at least an hour. Today, they had brought quite a lot, over 70 pounds, and she thought it would take almost 2 hours to sell out. Zhao Dashu just smiled and said, a person came by earlier claiming to be a worker from Fumanlu and bought everything left. He also bought a lot yesterday and said that if we have more konjac tomorrow, we can sell it directly to Fumanlu. Today, they had waited at the stall for a long time without selling much, thinking they would spend the whole day in town. They didn't expect that the chubby worker would come and buy everything, saving them a lot of effort. Jang Yimian was a bit surprised. She didn't expect a restaurant would come looking for konjac. Konjac can be prepared in many ways. If simply stir-fried, it's just an ordinary dish, but with careful study, many variations can be made. It seemed that Fumanlu must be planning to create several dishes using konjac, which is why they bought so much. If they could supply Fumanlu directly in the future, it would be a good way to make money, saving them from setting up stalls every day and worrying about sales. While she was thinking, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of them. He looked at Jang Yimian and the others with some disdain, and then arrogantly said, "Name your price for the konjac recipe. I'll buy it, but you can't supply Fumanlu anymore." If it weren't for the fact that Fumanlu had taken away a lot of business from his restaurant recently, their manager wouldn't need to resort to this method. Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "If you want to buy the recipe, at least your manager should come to negotiate." "What authority do you have as a runner?" Without caring about the man's darkened expression, she turned and left with Zhao Dashu and the others. There was no reason for her to be polite to someone who was so arrogant while needing something from them. Even from a distance, they could still hear the man's angry words, "You'll regret this." Instead of being afraid, Zhao Dashu and the others made faces at him, feeling quite pleased. "I don't know why these people act so high and mighty. They look down on us but still want to buy the recipe. I won't sell it to him," Wang Xiaohai said, feeling indignant. Jiang Yimian didn't mind much. After all, the manager of Chun Chun Tang had also approached her with the first words about buying the recipe. Whether he genuinely wanted to buy it or was just testing to see if she was clever enough to be worth working with, she couldn't tell. A few people went to buy some snacks that the children liked, some colorful fabrics, and a few finished spring clothes. As the weather was about to warm up, most of the people in the small valley wore dull, patched clothes, so it was a good time to get some new ones. In the end, they returned with their baskets completely full and also carried a lot in their hands, which meant Jiang Yimian didn't have time to buy lard and planned to come back tomorrow. When Jiang Yimian and the others arrived at Qingshi village, it was still before noon. Many people were still in the fields weeding and plowing, waiting for the weather to warm up to start planting. Mrs. Zhang was plowing when she saw Jiang Yimian and the others from a distance. She immediately threw her shovel to her husband and hurried over. "Hey, Jiang girl, you're back from the town. What did you buy?" "So much." As Mrs. Zhang spoke, she looked at the items they were carrying and, seeing that most were fabrics, exclaimed, "Jiang girl, these fabrics must cost hundreds of copper coins each. How did you buy all this?" They were carrying 3 pieces of fabric, and even the cheapest coarse cloth would cost 1 or 200 coins each, totaling 600 coins, which was half a tael of silver. According to the villagers, the Jiang family was selling goods in the town, so they must have earned quite a bit of money. Jiang Yimian called out to her aunt and was about to leave, but Mrs. Zhang followed them, chattering nonstop. Somehow, the conversation turned to Lu Cijian. "Hey, Jiang girl, I heard from the village chief that you know young Master Lu. What is he like? Is he really a fierce guy?" Jiang Yimian paused and exchanged glances with Zhao Dashu before looking at Mrs. Zhang, curious, and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lu Cijian had just arrived in Qingshi village yesterday. How did he get such a fierce reputation? Mrs. Zhang glanced around and lowered her voice. "You went to the town early today, so you might not know. This morning, many people gathered at young Master Lu's door, but there were fewer than yesterday. Most were women, curious about what the new refugee looked like, and some were there to seek marriage. You wouldn't believe it, about a dozen people were there chatting early in the morning. I joined in out of curiosity to see which girl young Master Lu would choose. Guess what happened next?" Jiang Yimian looked at her, signaling her to continue. Mrs. Zhang pouted until she heard Wang Xiaohui curiously ask, "What happened?" Originally, some people who felt a bit down became excited again. You should have seen it. When the door opened, A big dog rushed out and scared everyone. The dog was all black and barking loudly, which made the people at Lu Xiao brothers' door run away. I was really scared too. If she hadn't been stuck at the back, she would have been terrified. She saw several people fall over, their faces bruised. After that incident, no one dared to go near Lu Xiao brothers' house anymore. They said he was fierce and had a bad temper. Otherwise, why would he have such a big dog? Jang Yimian and Zhao Dashu couldn't help but laugh. Lu Cijian's method was effective. He scared everyone away. It seemed unlikely that anyone would approach again anytime soon. Noticing that no one was speaking, Xiao Zhang continued, "Zhang girl, what is Lu Xiao brother really like? I hope he isn't truly fierce. I wouldn't even dare walk past his house with that scary dog around." Just yesterday, she thought Lu Xiao brother was handsome and should be a nice person. Who would have thought this would happen? Now, it seemed he wasn't someone to befriend. Jang Yimian casually replied, "I don't really know. I'm not close to him." Xiao Zhang felt a bit scared and quickly added, "Zhang girl, you should avoid getting too close to Lu Xiao brother. That big dog is really frightening." After saying this, she ran away without looking back. Watching her flee, Jang Yimian and the others burst into laughter. Lu Ge is really impressive. He scared them off so easily. "But I guess no one will dare to come and propose anymore," Wang Xiaohai said with a smile. As they joked, they soon reached the foot of the mountain. Jiang Yimian remembered that old Lu had invited Lu Cijian for dinner that night, and after hearing Xiao Zheng's words, her curiosity was piqued. She handed her things to Zhao Dashu and went to find Lu Cijian. As she approached the two finished houses, she saw someone standing next to a pile of bricks and tiles. Li Chunhua wore a light yellow dress that made her look charming. Her fair skin, enhanced by makeup, appeared even more radiant from a distance, making her look like a beautiful girl. Li Chunhua noticed Jiang Yimian, and her shy gaze quickly turned into anger and jealousy. Staring at Jiang Yimian's smooth skin, she felt a bit dissatisfied. Jiang Yimian did nothing all day and stayed at home to maintain her pale complexion. Meanwhile, this person was out in the sun all day and still looked fair and delicate, with a charming face that was just annoying to look at. With a frown, she said, "What are you doing here?" Jiang Yimian didn't even glance at her and was about to knock on the door. Li Chunhua quickly stepped forward, pushing Jiang Yimian aside, and said, "I got here first, so I'll knock." She knew this person was after the same thing as her, and she couldn't back down. Jiang Yimian shrugged, not taking it seriously at all. Li Chunhua, feeling a surge of confidence, raised her chin and went to knock on the door, her earlier fear of Jiang Yimian fading away. The villagers must have been talking nonsense. Lu Cijian didn't seem like a scary person at all. The story about raising a big dog was probably a lie to trick her into marrying him. She wouldn't fall for it. If her family hadn't been busy clearing land, she would have come earlier. With that thought, she lightly knocked on the door. To her surprise, the door swung open, clearly unlocked. Excited, she pushed the door wide open, ready to call out Brother Lu, but instead, a loud scream escaped her lips.
Ah!
A large black dog suddenly burst out from the house, charging at Li Chunhua. She turned pale with fear and forgot about her image, screaming as she ran outside. Unfortunately, the area was under construction, with loose stones and bricks scattered everywhere. She slipped and fell to the ground. Just as the dog was about to bite her, Jiang Yimian quickly grabbed its tail. With its tail held, the dog couldn't move and glared fiercely at Jiang Yimian. However, she simply raised her hand and gave the dog a light slap, causing it to freeze in confusion and whine pitifully, its fierce look turning into one of innocence and displeasure. It looked like a scared little puppy, afraid of being scolded. Jiang Yimian raised an eyebrow, finding it amusing. Li Chunhua, terrified, glanced at Jiang Yimian and, seeing she wasn't hurt, quickly got back up. When she saw Lu Cijian coming from the backyard, she immediately complained, "Brother Lu, look at her. She encouraged the big dog to bully me." Jiang Yimian. She regretted helping her earlier. With that thought, she let go of the dog. The once motionless big dog was finally free and instantly ran towards Li Chunhua, excitedly. This startled the person who had been acting all cute and charming, causing her to scream like a pig being slaughtered. Help! Help me! Jang Yimian, listening to the continuous shouting, felt her ears hurt. This person had a really loud voice. Cijian frowned and coldly said, "Coalball." The fierce dog that had been chasing Li Chunhua suddenly stopped, whined a few times in a pitiful manner, and then obediently ran to Cijian's side. Li Chunhua, however, was quite scared by the big dog. Her hair, which had been neatly styled, was now a mess, and the makeup on her face was smeared with sweat, making her look a bit frightening. Thinking about how she looked just now made her embarrassed, especially when she noticed several people looking at her because of her earlier scream. Feeling humiliated, she quickly ran home. Jang Yimian crouched down and waved at the big dog. The dog, changing from its earlier fierce demeanor, glanced at Jang Yimian, shook its head, and hesitantly came over. Jang Yimian found it amusing and reached out to pet the dog's fluffy head, curiously asking, "Where did this wolf come from?" Although it looked a lot like a dog, its teeth clearly showed it was a wolf. She wondered where Cijian had found this wolf to guard the house in just one day. Cijian, watching the dog play with Jang Yimian, smirked slightly. Mimi found it. He had just borrowed it for a while. Jang Yimian understood now. Mimi had grown to the size of an adult tiger over the past 6 months, and that big figure was indeed intimidating. The nearby hills were places where Mimi played freely, and it seemed no wild animals dared to disturb the area, respecting Mimi. So, it wasn't surprising to borrow a wolf. However, finding a wolf that was so friendly to people was quite rare. After playing with the dog for a while, Jang Yimian casually said, "Great-grandpa wants you to come for dinner tonight." Cijian didn't respond, and Jang Yimian felt a bit uneasy, saying, "You can temporarily stay in the small valley for now." Although the house was mostly finished, there were still piles of bricks and wood in the front and backyards, making it a bit inconvenient to live there. She had initially refused to join in just to see the excitement, but now that she had seen it, she suddenly felt guilty. Cijian was unfamiliar with Qingstone village and only knew them. Meanwhile, she had completely ignored him while wanting to watch the fun, which felt rather inconsiderate. Thinking the other person would be angry, Cijian instead chuckled lightly and pretended to think for a moment before saying, "Is Yimian inviting me? Then I need to think about it carefully." He considered how to naturally live together with Yimian and the others, not just temporarily but for a long time. Jang Yimian was a bit speechless, but looking at his smiling face, she casually replied, "Yes, yes, yes, I am inviting you." Given how pleasant he looked, she reluctantly agreed. Unexpectedly, Cijian frowned and shook his head. "Oh, then I can't go." Jang Yimian was confused, but seeing his serious tone, she didn't insist and simply said, "You can go or not. Just bring Dog Sheng and the others up the mountain tonight." With that, she walked away without looking back. Cijian. This was not what the books said about teasing someone. He wanted to go. After leaving Cijian's house, Jang Yimian wanted to check on Dog Sheng and Xiao Yi. Since going up and down the mountain at noon was a waste of time and tiring, the kids had lunch together at Zhang Xiucai's house. Jang Yimian also gave Zhang Xiucai some extra food. The kids were very considerate and often helped Zhang Xiucai with cooking, making it seem like they were a family. In the past, Zhang Xiucai would have never agreed, but after their conversation yesterday, he accepted it calmly. Before Jang Yimian reached Zhang Xiucai's door, she saw a child squatting at the entrance, with his ear pressed against the door, looking sneaky. She frowned and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Startled by the sudden voice, Sun Xiaohu jumped and fell to the ground. When he turned around and saw Jang Yimian approaching, he got scared and tried to run. His grandmother had warned him that the Jiang family was not to be messed with, especially Jang Yimian, who was very fierce, and told him not to provoke her. However, he was already scared. His legs were still weak, and just as he stood up, he slipped and almost fell into a puddle. Thinking about returning home covered in mud and getting scolded, he pouted and was about to cry. Just then, As he was about to fall into the puddle, he felt a tight grip around his neck, and someone pulled him up by the collar. Jang Yimian lifted the 7 or 8-year-old boy and asked curiously, "What are you doing here? Planning something bad?" Sun Xiaohu looked unhappy and struggled hard, saying, "Let me go. Don't think I'm afraid of you. If you have the ability, put me down." This big girl may be fierce, but she can't compare to his grandmother. If he goes home and complains, his grandmother will definitely come to take revenge for him. Thinking this, he felt calmer and said irritably, "Big girl, let me go. If you dare to bully me, my grandmother won't let you off." Jang Yimian twitched her mouth at being called big girl. This kid really had no manners. Since he was just a little kid, she didn't want to argue and simply let go. As soon as his collar was loosened, Sun Xiaohu fell to the ground and glared at Jang Yimian before running away without looking back. Jang Yimian watched him disappear and felt puzzled. What was Sun Xiaohu doing here? Was he looking for trouble again? Recently, both the Sun and Qin families had been ordered by the village chief to clear land, working from sunrise to sunset. Besides eating and sleeping, they were busy with that. With all that work, how did he have time to bother Xiao Nuan and the others? Thinking about how Li Chunhua still had time to visit Lu Xi, it wasn't impossible for Sun Xiaohu to be looking for trouble too. After all, he was still a child, and his elders probably wouldn't let him help out. With that thought, she walked into the house. Zhang Xiaocai was currently reading and didn't notice her at all. Xiao Nuan and the other kids were playing in the yard, squatting under a tree and counting ants, which was probably their break time. Daksheng was counting ants when he looked up and saw Jiang Yimian. He quickly ran over with a big smile and said, "Sister Yimian, why are you here? Weren't they supposed to have lunch at the teacher's house? Why did she suddenly come?" The other kids quickly followed, looking at her with surprise and joy, especially Xiao Nuan, who ran up and hugged her leg, saying in a sweet voice, "Did you miss me, sister?" Jiang Yimian reached down to ruffle her hair and smiled. "Yes, I missed you all. I came to see if you were studying hard." The kids immediately replied seriously, "We've been studying well and listening to the teacher." Zhang Xiaocai finally looked up from his book and smiled. "Don't worry, Zhang girl. I'm very strict, and they wouldn't dare not take it seriously." He meant it. The kids were very diligent. They completed their assignments well, and even the big girl was obedient and did her work nicely. Jiang Yimian smiled and decided not to dwell on it. The kids were usually well-behaved and responsible, so she didn't have to worry about their studies. After chatting with a few people and giving some advice to Daksheng, Jiang Yimian left as they were about to start class again. When she returned to the small valley, Wang Fengqin had already prepared the meal and waved at her as she came in. Although 2 children were missing from the dining table, it was still lively. Zhao Dashu and the others excitedly talked about selling konjac today, which delighted Wang Fengqin. They had sold nearly 50 pounds of konjac yesterday in town, and today they managed to sell over 70 pounds, which surprised her. Once she learned that it was bought by a restaurant, she felt relieved. Restaurants have good business, especially Fumanlu. I heard there is another Fumanlu in the county town. I wonder if it's run by the same owner. I was worried we made too much konjac yesterday and wouldn't sell it all today. Zhao Dashu chuckled. "And don't worry. Our konjac is quite famous in town. Especially when they first offered samples, the spicy flavor quickly won over those who weren't used to spicy food." Word spread quickly, and the popularity of spicy food grew. He noticed that more food stalls had started using chili, and he could smell the spicy aroma from far away. However, their konjac remained the most famous among the new spicy dishes. If they hadn't missed the peak selling time by only setting up their stall on market days, they could have earned even more. Today, not many people came to buy konjac. Some had bought a lot yesterday, and since it wasn't a market day, no one knew they were selling. Tomorrow might be even quieter. When they went to town tomorrow, he would have to shout out in other streets to attract customers. At least they couldn't have another day like today. Without that unexpected visitor, they surely wouldn't have sold everything. Zhao Erei and the others shared the same thoughts, secretly planning to attract more customers tomorrow. As for the suddenly appearing Fumanlu worker, they thought he was just joking and didn't take his words seriously. The next day, Jang Yimian still went to town early with Xiao Dashu and the others. However, this time, they didn't set up a stall but went straight to Fumanlu. Fumanlu is one of the top 2 restaurants in Qinghe town, competing closely with Zaiyanlai for years without a clear winner. They took turns being on top, looking down on each other while secretly competing, but publicly, they each ran their own business. When Jang Yimian and the others stood in front of Fumanlu, Xiao Dashu was a bit surprised. Looking at the restaurant, which covered at least 2 acres, he felt a bit lightheaded. He had never been to such a big restaurant in his life. Usually, he didn't even go to small tea houses, and at most, he would eat a bowl of plain noodles from a street stall. Just thinking about having to deliver goods to such a restaurant every day made him feel a bit dizzy. He felt anxious and quietly said, "Sister Yimian, that guy yesterday might have just been joking. Shouldn't we just set up a stall instead? This restaurant didn't seem like a place that would do business with them. Maybe that person was just talking nonsense." Zhao Erei and Wang Xiaohai nodded in agreement, feeling very nervous and not at all like their usual playful selves. Jang Yimian felt a bit helpless. Looking at these nervous friends, she could only comfort them, saying, "It's okay. Even if it's not real, it doesn't matter. Just coming to the restaurant to take a look won't cost you anything." These friends seemed like paper tigers. She wondered how they managed to act tough during the time of hardship. After hearing Jang Yimian's reassurance, they still felt tense and stood at the door, not daring to go inside. It was the restaurant staff who first noticed them. As soon as the staff saw them, he quickly came over with a smile, saying, "Oh, you really came. Yesterday, Chef Zhang said you might deliver today, and I didn't believe it. Come on, let me weigh your goods and give you your payment." He had visited the konjac stall a few times and recognized them right away. Jang Yimian stepped forward and curiously asked, "Is the konjac business doing well at your restaurant lately?" The staff chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "Of course. Your konjac is smooth and chewy, and when mixed with chili, it tastes amazing. It's the most popular dish among our customers right now. Many customers order several plates at once, and it's a great snack that's cheaper than meat and tastes good, so it sells well." Jang Yimian nodded, understanding why they were eager to buy the recipe. Seeing a restaurant that was on par with theirs suddenly take the lead by introducing a unique dish that only they had, it was no wonder they felt anxious. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked out of the restaurant. He was slightly plump and had a friendly appearance, looking like an ordinary middle-aged man. However, Jang Yimian knew that someone who could run such a large restaurant in Qinghe town must have some skills. As soon as the staff saw him, he quickly said, "Boss, this is the person who sells konjac." Feng Jiuan glanced at a few people and smiled while stroking his beard, saying, "Young lady and young gentleman, don't worry. This konjac sells well at the restaurant. You can deliver it here every day around this time. If you have any fresh food in the future, you can bring that too. If the restaurant likes it, we will buy it." Since the restaurant reopened in Qinghe town, business has not been great, sitting in a middle position. If it weren't for another restaurant in the county supporting them, the owner would have considered closing this one down. However, since the restaurant introduced various spicy cold konjac dishes, many people have come to try it. Although the spicy konjac is not very expensive, it sells well, and the restaurant's business has improved significantly. Especially those customers who used to come to drink would always order a plate of konjac as a snack. Some even took the spicy konjac home as a treat. Word spread quickly, and the restaurant's business started to thrive again. Every day, the place was packed with customers, and passers-by were willing to come in, which helped the restaurant regain its popularity. While it wasn't as busy as before, at least they didn't have to worry about closing down. Seeing these people, he felt they were like saviors. Jang Yimian responded, not too surprised. If the restaurant hadn't reached out to her, she would have approached them herself. Delivering goods was easier and more stable than setting up a stall every day. The restaurant's daily sales were pretty consistent, while the sales from scattered buyers varied greatly. Some days were good, and others were not, which was common. Having another way to make money was certainly welcome. The silver she had seemed like a lot, but if she built houses for a few families in the small area, it would quickly decrease by a large amount. Plus, Xiao Yi and the others still needed to continue their studies, and just the costs for books and supplies would add up to quite a bit each year. In the end, 500 taels wasn't much. She needed more silver to ensure everyone in the small area could live well. Feng Jiyuan said a few more words before leaving due to other matters. The attendant went to weigh the buckets of konjac and sighed, "Oh no, it's only 85 pounds. Please bring more tomorrow. Our restaurant needs about 100 pounds of konjac each day." Jang Yimian was taken aback, but quickly nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, we will definitely bring more tomorrow." The attendant was satisfied and took Jang Yimian to the accounting room to collect the payment. When a few people came out of Fumanlu, Zhao Dashu and his companions still felt a bit dazed, unable to believe that they had easily made 851. Normally, when they set up their stall, even with good business, it would take over an hour to sell 40 to 50 jin of konjac. If the business was bad, they might not sell everything in the morning. But the staff at Fumanlu said they had to deliver at least 100 jin every day, which meant they had a guaranteed income of 1 or 2 silver coins daily. Each jin of konjac, based on their usual sales, could make 3 small plates. If the restaurant operated like they did, they could sell 300 portions in a day. That's 300 portions. Even during busy times, they couldn't imagine such sales. "Mian Jie, are we going to get rich?" Wang Xiaohei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Earning 1 or 2 silver coins a day was a fortune they had never dared to dream of before. The best-paying job was carrying bags at the dock, where they could earn a maximum of 40 won in a day, totaling just over 1 or 2 silver coins a month, and that was on the high side. Other jobs paid a maximum of 30 won a day, which didn't even add up to 1 or 2 silver coins a month. Selling konjac was much easier than carrying bags at the dock, and offered more coins. Although Zhao Dashu and Zhao Arai didn't speak, their eyes reflected the same thought. They were going to get rich. Jang Yimian felt a bit helpless. If she mentioned that a bar of soap cost 21, these guys might be shocked. However, she didn't want to dampen their spirits and said, "From now on, you 3 will handle the konjac business. Do a good job." With these 3 busy with konjac, she could focus better on making soap. Zhao Dashu and the others quickly nodded, promising to do well. Just when they thought they would return after delivering the goods, Jang Yimian led them straight to the entrance of Ziyanlai. Zhao Dashu was startled and quickly tried to pull Jang Yimian back. "Mian Jie, why are we here? We shouldn't go. The last time the people from Ziyanlai wanted to buy the recipe. They'll surely hold a grudge against us for working with Fumanlu. It was better for them to avoid Ziyanlai for now. They didn't know what trouble they might cause." Zhao Arai and Wang Xiaohei also looked worried. Jang Yimian smiled and casually said, "Instead of worrying about Ziyanlai coming after us, why not take the initiative to discuss business?" Zhao Dashu was taken aback, looking at the restaurant before him, which was just as impressive as Fumanlu, filled with confusion. The last time, the people from Ziyanlai had said they wanted to buy the recipe, and now it was impossible for them to sell it. But Mian Jie was saying they were there to discuss business. If they weren't selling the recipe, how could they talk business? Will Xianlai really just kick them out? As she thought this, a middle-aged man walked out of Xianlai. He was the same person who came to buy the recipe from the konjac stall yesterday. The man looked at Jang Yimian and the others with a smug expression and said, "So, have you figured it out? Decided to sell the recipe?" He knew that these farmers wouldn't dare to oppose Xianlai, and it was surprising that they had changed their minds in just one day. Jang Yimian replied calmly, "Where is your manager? I only want to talk to him." She couldn't show any good attitude in response to the disdainful looks she received. If the manager of Xianlai were smart, he wouldn't refuse her proposal and would come out to discuss business properly. However, the middle-aged man scoffed and said, "My manager is busy and doesn't meet with just anyone. Just give me the recipe and I'll pay you." He thought it was easy to dismiss a few farmers with some silver. Jang Yimian frowned and, seeing that he didn't care at all, replied coldly, "We have already partnered with Fu Manlu, so we won't sell the recipe. However, if Yunlai needs konjac, we can supply it. You wouldn't want to see Fu Manlu having something that Yunlai doesn't, would you?" Although konjac seemed like a simple dish, It could still create competition between the two long-standing rival restaurants. Jang Yimian was hoping to bait them into taking action. Sure enough, the man's expression changed, and after a moment, he coldly said, "Wait here," before quickly going back inside the restaurant. Zhao Dashu watched, feeling both curious and worried. "Sister Mian, do you think you will come out and kick us out?" He found it hard to understand the people at Cijian. While Fu Manlu's staff and manager were friendly and treated everyone equally, Cijian clearly looked down on them. Jang Yimian's words might not have much effect. Jang Yimian remained calm. "If they really want to kick us out, there's nothing we can do. In the end, they would just lose a bit of money, but it wouldn't be a loss for them. Cijian would still be at a disadvantage against Fu Manlu." Just then, the middle-aged man came out again, this time followed by a man in his 30s, who was likely the manager of Cijian, Chen Dongqing. Chen Dongqing glanced at a few people, his small eyes filled with shrewd calculation. After a while, he said, "Since you are working with Fu Manlu, why are you looking for Cijian?" This was the first time he encountered such people. Cijian and Fu Manlu had been rivals for years, always choosing sides. It was unusual for someone to stand in the middle and want to benefit from both. Jang Yimian simply smiled and said, "You misunderstood, shopkeeper. We are just ordinary vendors trying to earn a little extra money, and we don't favor either side. If you are interested in our konjac, we will definitely deliver it." She had no intention of getting involved in the rivalry between the two restaurants. The outcome didn't concern her. She was just a delivery person and hoped to stay out of it. If she didn't come today, Cijian would surely be seen as part of Fu Manlu, which wouldn't be good for them. She had too much on her plate and wanted to resolve this quickly. Chen Dongqing looked at her in surprise and thought for a moment before asking, "How much konjac does Fu Manlu need each day?" He was indeed interested in the konjac. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of buying the recipe at first. But after hearing that these people didn't sell recipes and had close ties with Fu Manlu, he lost interest in buying one. He initially thought they were sent by Fu Manlu to provoke him. However, after hearing what this girl said, he changed his mind. Jang Yimian smiled and replied, "I can't say that, but don't worry, if Fu Manlu inquires about Cijian, I won't reveal anything." Although it wasn't a big deal and could be easily found out, she decided to let them figure it out themselves. She wouldn't say a word. She was just there to deliver goods. She hoped the rivalry wouldn't affect her. Chen Dongqing was clearly taken aback, staring at the girl who was only about 15 or 16 for a while before saying, "All right, I agree. Send 50 pounds tomorrow to try it out. If it sells well, we can increase the amount." Jang Yimian agreed and left with Xiao Dashu and the others. After buying a good amount of lard and shells and getting on the ox cart back to the village, Xiao Dashu and the others still felt like they were dreaming. How could it be so easy to deliver goods to both restaurants without worrying about one of them causing trouble? As long as they delivered the goods, they could earn money, which was easier than before. This feeling of unreality didn't fade until they returned to Xiawadi and started grinding the konjac flour. Due to the fact that there are still many konjac balls from last year's harvest in the cellar, if they are not used soon, they will spoil. So, Zhao Dashu and the others decided not to use the dried konjac powder and planned to use the konjac balls first. Unexpectedly, after more than half an hour of kneading, their hands felt extremely itchy and strange, yet there was still a large amount of konjac left to process. Seeing that the itching in their hands would likely not go away if they continued, Jang Yimian quickly stopped them. "All right, that's enough. Let's use the dried konjac powder instead. It's easier and faster." She regretted only thinking about making more money at the time and forgot how labor-intensive grinding the powder was. Kneading occasionally was bearable, but doing it every day would be unbearable for their hands. Although she had rubber gloves in her space to block the itchy sensation, she didn't dare to take them out and had to endure it for now. Zhao Dashu just chuckled, "Sister Mian, it's fine. The dried konjac powder wasn't made this way before. It's the same. Just half an hour more, and we'll be done." Zhao Ariai and Wang Shelwi quickly agreed. "Yeah, it's fine. It'll be over soon. Besides, Sister Mian has the medicine, right? After grinding, we can apply it, and the itching will go away." Jang Yimian felt a bit helpless and said, "You all go check the fire. I'll continue kneading with Aunt and the others. Zhao Xing'er and Lu Xiaoyan quickly added, yes, let's take turns so it won't be too hard. Zhao Dashu and the others had no choice but to wash their hands and go to the stove to tend to the fire. Since they needed to make 150 pounds of konjac tofu this time, all the pots in several households were boiling konjac. The smoke rising from the chimneys could be seen from afar. The people in the small lowland had been busy for almost an hour and finally needed enough powder for the day, managing to process 20 pounds of fresh konjac. It may not sound like much, but it was truly tiring work. If it weren't for the many people in the small lowland who could take turns, their hands would surely not be able to handle it. Jang Yimian noticed that it was still early outside and was about to continue making soap when she saw that the large pot in the kitchen was still boiling konjac. The powder was finished, but the konjac was not fully cooked yet. If they were this busy every day, she feared she wouldn't have time to make soap. Compared to konjac, making soap was her main priority. She needed to delegate the konjac work to others. Thinking this, Jang Yimian discussed it with old Lu and the others, and they did not oppose her idea, agreeing happily. In a while, it would be Qingming festival, and as the saying goes, around Qingming, it's time to plant seeds. They also need to prepare seeds for fruits and vegetables, and they have to dig ditches for the newly cleared land. They will be very busy, and if they don't share the work, even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they wouldn't be able to finish it all. Compared to doing business, the most important thing for farmers is still the land. Although both families earn some money helping the Jiang family with konjac and soap, they are still farmers. Having suffered from hunger in the past, this year they are relieved not to have to pay taxes, so they naturally want to plant more land and harvest more crops. Jang Yimian understands their thoughts. Seeing that everyone agreed, she decided to head down the mountain since it was still early. She planned to finalize the helpers today and start working on other tasks tomorrow. As soon as she reached the bottom of the mountain, she saw a crowd gathered at the village's central drying area, buzzing with excitement. Curious, Jang Yimian walked over. When she got closer, she realized they were selling chicks, ducklings, and piglets, and there were even 2 calves. Xiao Zhang was just squeezing out of the crowd, and, upon seeing Jang Yimian approach, happily greeted her. "Jang girl, are you here to buy ducklings and chicks too? Come on, I'll help you pick." She was very good at choosing these little animals, and every year, the few she picked for her family grew big and healthy, without any sickness, which made others envious. If she hadn't seen Jang Yimian alone, she probably wouldn't have bothered to help. Jang Yimian was taken aback, but didn't refuse and followed Xiao Zhang into the crowd. The man selling the chicks was an old man in his 50s or 60s. Seeing them approach, he quickly said, "Don't worry, my chicks, ducklings, and piglets are all top quality. You can pick as you like." After he spoke, many people moved closer and began to choose from the bamboo baskets. Xiao Zhang wasn't in a hurry and looked at Jang Yimian, asking, "What do you plan to buy?" Jang Yimian thought for a moment and replied, "I want to buy a few ducklings and some piglets." Last time, old Lu mentioned wanting to buy some ducks and pigs to raise, but she hadn't found any suitable ones until today. The low-lying area is spacious, with a lotus pond and stream, making it a great place for raising ducks. As for the piglets, they could simply build a fence in front of a few houses and set up a simple straw shelter, which wouldn't be too much trouble. Xiao Zhang nodded and went to pick out ducklings. In no time, she selected 10 lively little ducklings and wanted to keep choosing, but Jang Yimian quickly stopped her, saying, "Thank you, Auntie, that's enough." Xiao Zhang then stopped, feeling satisfied with the energetic ducklings. Beside them, Chen Guixiang felt uncomfortable and said irritably, "Xiao Zhang, you're not buying anything, so why are you making a fuss? It seems like you know how to choose, but all these chicks and ducklings are the same. There's no need for you to pick and choose." She thought all the chicks and ducklings looked alike, and it was just Xiao Zhang trying to show off and talk nonsense. Although others didn't speak up, they were somewhat displeased as well. Everyone in the village knew that Xiao Zhang always picked the best ones, leaving behind those that were more likely to get sick. Since they were all from the same village, it was disappointing that instead of helping, she was causing trouble. Xiao Zhang glanced at a few people before looking at Chen Guixiang and laughed. What's wrong? I can choose, and I'm showing off. I won't help you pick. Didn't you say all these chicks are good? Then why do you care how I choose? Just buy them directly. She would pick for whoever she wanted, which frustrated Chen Guixiang. If she couldn't choose well, it was her own fault for buying sick ones. Chen Guixiang was so angry her face turned pale, but she couldn't argue back and could only say harshly, I don't need you to choose. I can do it myself. After saying this, a few other women waved at Xiao Zhang and said with smiles, We know you're the best. Help us pick too. Don't be mad. Chen Guixiang doesn't want you to help, but we do. Only then did Xiao Zhang help the other women pick a few that looked lively, but they weren't as good as the ones she had chosen earlier. She was enjoying herself picking but didn't help Chen Guixiang, which only made her angrier. Old Li, who was selling the animals, was surprised to see Xiao Zhang picking a few ducklings for Jang Yimian. This young woman had a good eye, taking the best ones that looked the healthiest. Although he was surprised, he frowned and said, What's wrong? Are these little ones not good? They're all top quality. If you don't buy them, I'll take them to another village. His words weren't entirely untrue. Aside from a few small, weak ones, at least they weren't sick. He didn't know if they would get sick after being taken home. When Chen Guixiang heard this, she quickly said, Yes, 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 everyone knows you're the most honest, Old Li. They're just talking nonsense. After saying this, she shot a glare at Xiao Zhang and Jang Yimian before looking away. Who needed Xiao Zhang's help? Jang Yimian found it amusing and ignored her. She went to pick 2 piglets and was about to pay when her gaze fell on a mule pulling a cart nearby. The mule was tied to a cart behind it, currently grazing with its shiny coat, looking quite lively. It would be great for hauling goods. Usually, when they went to town to sell things, they carried heavy baskets on their backs. Having a mule would make things much easier for them. They wouldn't have to wait for an ox cart at the village entrance, making trips to town more convenient. Thinking about this, she asked, How much do you want for this mule? Old Li looked at Jang Yimian and, after a moment, replied, This mule is a horse mule, strong and smart, worth as much as an ordinary horse. I'll sell it to you for 10 taels of silver, including the cart. Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow and said, 6 taels of silver. If you agree, I'll buy it. Though she hadn't checked the prices in town, she estimated that a good mule would cost around 5 or 6 taels. It was true that a good mule could be compared to a horse. Mules are categorized into donkey mules and horse mules. Horse mules are strong and have great endurance. They can be a bit impatient, but are very clever. Donkey mules, on the other hand, are good at running, eat less, and are gentle in nature. Both types have their own advantages, combining the best traits of donkeys and horses. Mules are especially suited for running in the mountains and require less feed, making them a top choice for farmers. However, they do have drawbacks. Mules are not as fast as horses and cannot reproduce, which limits their use to village households. Wealthier families typically buy horses and rarely purchase mules. Old Li was not pleased to hear 6 taels. Miss, this mule is in great shape. If I weren't convinced you wanted to buy it, I wouldn't sell it. This mule eats little and works well. 10 taels is a fair price. If he could sell the mule for 10 taels, he wouldn't have to run around this year and would earn an extra 4 taels, enough to support his family for 2 years. Jiang Yimian glanced at him and said, In town, a regular horse costs between 10 and 20 taels. Let me ask you, if you had 10 taels, would you buy a mule or a horse? She wanted to buy the mule today because she happened to find one, and mules are strong and less prone to illness. But spending 10 taels on a mule would not be a good deal. Upon hearing this, Old Li fell silent. He wanted to say something in response but couldn't think of a counterargument, leaving him stuck in thought. Chen Guixiang listened to the two and, disdainfully, said to Grandma-san, who was picking out chicks, Look at them, pretending to be rich without any money. They can't even afford a mule, right, Grandma-san? Grandma-san frowned and ignored Chen Guixiang, glancing at the mule instead, and said unhappily, Old Li, don't go too far. This mule looks good, but it's not worth 10 taels of silver. Don't think the people in our village are easy to bully. If you keep raising the price like this, don't come to our village to sell your goods in the future. Although she didn't particularly like the Jiang family, it was unfair for others to take advantage of her village. Mrs. Zhang quickly agreed. Exactly, Oldly, stop raising the price. Just like Jang Yimian said, 6 taels of silver is fair. If you want to sell, fine, but don't try to cheat us from Qingshi village. Everyone around, who was watching and buying chicks, turned to look at Oldly, making him feel a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head and laughed. That's not true. I'm not raising the price. This mule is really good, and someone might pay 10 taels for it. However, if this young lady really wants it, 6 taels is also fine. Even though he sold more than just chicks in Qingshi village, he didn't want to make enemies with the villagers, as it would make business difficult. 6 taels was fine, even if it meant earning a little less. Seeing the agreement, Jang Yimian unexpectedly glanced at Grandma Sun, surprised that she would speak up for her. Grandma Sun noticed her looking and snorted, paid with coins, and took the chicks away. She hadn't forgotten how the Jiang family caused them to be busy clearing land recently. Although it was their fault, she still felt a bit unhappy. Her earlier help was just to prevent the villagers from being cheated. Her dislike for the Jiang family wouldn't just disappear. Jang Yimian didn't mind Grandma Sun's attitude, handed Oldly 6 taels and 4 coins, counted out 70 copper coins, and placed the ducklings and piglets in the bamboo basket on the cart, leading the mule out. Chen Guixiang watched, feeling both angry and envious, muttering quietly, I wonder where this girl got the silver. Didn't they say she was a refugee? She saw Jang Yimian living better than them, casually spending 6 taels of silver, while she had to be stingy just to buy a few chicks. Nearby, a few informed women began chatting among themselves. Oh, I heard that a few people from the Jiang family are selling food in town and have made quite a bit of money. They say they made 6 taels right away. Which family in our village has that much silver? Exactly, I wonder what kind of business they are doing. Who knows? They keep it so secret. The speaker was just chatting, but Chen Guixiang became curious and asked the woman a few more questions. After buying the chicks, she hurried home. Jang Yimian, seeing she was away from the crowd, turned to the person beside her who was talking. Oh, Oldly may be a bit cunning, but the ducklings he sent this time are really good. They've grown so big and are only 7 when each. If we raise them well, they will lay eggs and we'll earn back this money. Xiao Zhang was saying, gesturing as she spoke. After thinking for a moment, Jang Yimian said, Aunt, do you have some time? I need help with my stall. We are short on hands. Would you be willing to come? She had been worried about who to ask for help, but now she realized Xiao Zhang would be a good choice. Although she wasn't very talkative, she was efficient in her work. Jang Yimian didn't have many familiar faces in Qingstone village, and Xiao Zhang was one of them. Xiao Zhang's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly, I'm willing. Just tell me how I can help. Since it wasn't the busy farming season yet, her husband, in-laws, and younger brother were handling things at home, so she didn't have much to do. Otherwise, she wouldn't be chatting about other families all the time. Once she learned that the Jiang family was selling in town, she had wanted to ask about it, but the Jiang family members were rarely in the village, so she had no chance to inquire and had to give up. Now that she heard they needed her help, she was thrilled. Jang Yimian continued, I need you to help grind konjac into powder. It might make your hands feel a little tingly, but if you clean them quickly, it shouldn't be a big problem. I can pay you 30 won a day. Xiao Zhang nodded eagerly. Hearing she could earn money made her eyes shine. Sure, Jiang girl, don't worry. I'll definitely come to help tomorrow. Her husband used to earn about 30 won a day working in town, and that was a long way to travel. If he encountered a family that didn't provide meals, he would have to figure out his own food, saving every coin, and by the end of the year, there wouldn't be much left. Plus, that work wasn't available every day. If she could earn these coins in the village, then her husband wouldn't have to go out to work anymore. Thinking about it, she quickly said, Jiang girl, how many more people do you need for grinding flour? My husband can help too. He doesn't talk much and works hard, so he won't slow things down. If you still need someone, let him join. If both of them could help at Zhang's house, they would earn 60 coins a day, which adds up to over a tael of silver a month. That's a whole tael of silver. She hardly sees any silver throughout the year, so if she could get a tael every month, she would be overjoyed. Jang Yimian recalled how Zhao Wenwu looked. He seemed like a honest farmer. Whenever Xiaozhong talked, he quietly worked beside her. Just as Xiaozhong said, he was someone who worked without making a fuss. After thinking for a moment, Jang Yimian agreed. All right, it's settled then. Tomorrow, Aunt and Uncle Zhao can go directly to those thatched houses. Dazhu and the others will guide you. Xiaozhong quickly agreed and happily ran back. Jang Yimian led the mule down the mountain. Before reaching Scholar Zhang's house, she noticed several sneaky figures crouching outside the yard, not sure what they were doing. As she got closer, she recognized one of the 3 skinny kids. Jang Yimian found it funny. Since she had found someone to help, she wasn't in a hurry to go back. She focused on the one in the middle, who was half leaning against the door, and curiously asked, "What are you doing here?" Not noticing anyone else, Sun Xiaohu frowned and made a shushing gesture. "Shh, don't talk. We can't hear." His thin, dark face was serious, but leaning against the door like that looked quite silly. Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow and looked at the crooked lines drawn on the ground with a stick. After staring for a while, she still couldn't tell what it was. The little one beside her glanced at her in fear and tugged at Sun Xiaohu. "Xiaohu." Sun Xiaohu was focused on eavesdropping on the conversation inside and didn't notice anything wrong with Damao. He quietly said, "Don't move, or we'll get caught." Damao had to keep quiet, but fear showed in his eyes as he looked at Jang Yimian, almost on the verge of tears. Jang Yimian felt helpless. She wasn't trying to scare the kids. Just then, Scholar Zhang's voice came from inside. "All right, now you can practice on your own." Sun Xiaohu immediately frowned and muttered, "What's that squeaking sound? How do we practice?" Finally, when his mother wasn't around, he sneaked in and heard a bunch of squeaking mice. He didn't even know how to write a few words, and it made him frown and worry. Just as he was feeling troubled, a clear female voice came from behind. "Do you want to learn to read?" This startled Sun Xiaohu, and when he turned around, he met Jang Yimian's curious gaze, which scared him so much that he immediately stood up and ran away. He dashed far out but didn't forget to call out to his stunned friends, "Damao, Mao, run. Don't let the big girl catch you." Jang Yimian, feeling speechless, reached out to grab the 2 people beside her. Damao and Mao, with their identical faces, instantly showed a look of grievance, pouting and ready to cry. She felt a bit helpless, seeing that Sun Xiaohu had already been pulled over. She said, "If you want to learn to read, just tell Zhang Xiaozai. It's hard to hear anything from outside." Last time, she thought Sun Xiaohu was up to no good, but it turned out he was sneaking in to learn, which surprised her a bit. She had heard from the village chief that no one in the village wanted to study, and she thought it was true. But now it seemed otherwise. If they didn't like studying, why would these kids be eavesdropping? Sun Xiaohu pretended to be fierce, struggling hard and shouting, "I'm not here to learn. I just came to take a look. Let me go." "You and that big girl are in cahoots. I knew it." He should have run away when he saw her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught. Cijian frowned, looking at the little boy in his hands, and said discontentedly, "What do you mean in cahoots? That's rude." Sun Xiaohu was taken aback, and after a while, he blurted out, "You're all family, so how can you not be in cahoots? Let me go. I'll tell my grandma you're bullying me." He hadn't done anything this time, and that big girl shouldn't expect his whole family to apologize. When Cijian heard family, his frown relaxed a bit, and he unconsciously loosened his grip. When he glanced at the girl not far away, a smile appeared in his eyes. "They've been here often these days." He initially thought they were trying to cause trouble for the kids, but later realized it didn't seem that way, so he stopped worrying. Jang Yimian understood, looked at the 2 kids beside her, and then turned to Sun Xiaohu, saying lightly, "Wanting to learn to read isn't a bad thing. Why sneak around?" She didn't expect this boy to be so eager to learn, despite his lack of manners. Sun Xiaohu was stunned, unable to believe. "You agree to let us learn to read?" Last time, he had witnessed the fierce nature of this girl. If he weren't afraid of her, he would have come much earlier instead of sneaking around to listen. Jang Yimian simply let go and continued, "If you want to learn to read, you should ask Scholar Zhang, not me." She had no objections. If the village children wanted to learn, she thought it was a good thing. Qingshi village was one of the poorest because of its limited land and lack of education. If they could read more, it would benefit them greatly. There was no reason to deny others the chance to learn because of minor conflicts. Sun Xiaohu, along with Da Mao and Mao, were momentarily speechless, staring at Jang Yimian in disbelief. They had heard a lot about the Jiang family in the village, saying they were not to be trifled with, and their families had warned them to avoid any involvement with them. That's why they ran away when they saw Jang Yimian. Unaware of the children's thoughts, Jang Yimian saw Scholar Zhang come out and said, "Uncle Zhang, these kids want to learn to read too." Scholar Zhang paused, smiled at the 7 or 8-year-old children and said, "Great. You can all come tomorrow. I will teach you." He had wanted to gather the village children to teach them to read, but had been held back by his own family matters. When he mentioned it to the village head a while ago, he was turned down, so he had given up on the idea. Still, he hoped the village children would come to learn. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaohu beamed with joy. "Scholar Zhang, really? I can learn to read too?" He felt a bit embarrassed thinking about the misunderstanding last time. He was not only afraid of Jang Yimian but also hesitant to face Scholar Zhang, especially since he had seen him get genuinely angry that day. He thought for a long time, if he were accused of stealing, he would also feel angry and wronged. Scholar Zhang just smiled and nodded, "Yes, but from now on, you should call me Teacher Zhang." Then he looked at the 2 other children, whose bright eyes had dimmed a bit, and continued, "Don't be shy. Anyone who wants to learn can come. If you can't make it during the day, come in the evening." Teaching these children reminded him of his days teaching at the academy. Although he had not succeeded in the exams, he was happy to teach, especially seeing his students gradually participate in the imperial examinations and pass. It filled him with joy. Now that he can teach again, he feels the same satisfaction he had before. Although the village children may not all want to take the imperial examination, he is happy to see them grow from being ignorant to being able to read. As expected, when these words were spoken, Sun Xiaohu, who had been hesitant and in disbelief, immediately widened his eyes and said with joy, "Mr. Zhang, I will come to study with them tomorrow." With that, he ran home without looking back, his short legs moving quickly, and his excited voice could be heard from afar, "Grandma, Mr. Zhang is letting me learn to read too." Hearing that cheerful voice, Jang Yimian couldn't help but smile. Zhang Xiaocai, seeing that Da Mao and Mao also happily ran home, smiled as he stroked his beard, saying, "It's great to teach the village children to read. Even at my age, I can still be useful." Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Jang Yimian with concern, hesitating. "Zhang girl, what I said about not accepting fees was..." Jang Yimian smiled and waved her hand. "It's okay, Uncle Zhang. You don't need to worry. My giving you the fees is my choice. You don't have to feel unfair to us." She understood Zhang Xiaocai's concern. Not accepting fees from those children might seem unfair to them. But she knew that if Zhang Xiaocai were to accept fees, no matter how little, some children would be left out. Only by not accepting fees could those children have a chance to learn a few words. The food she gave to Zhang Xiaocai didn't mean much to her, especially when she saw the smiles on those children's faces. However, she wasn't very optimistic about it. After all, the villagers' mindset wouldn't change overnight. Rather than wasting time learning to read, it was better to do more work at home. What difference does it make not to accept fees? People are worried about having enough to eat. Who has the time to learn to read? From the conversation between the village chief and Zhang Xiaocai last time, she could tell that most people in Qingshi village had a negative view of education. On the way back to Xiaowa, the children were very happy, chattering about wanting to learn to read with more friends, their eyes filled with hope and no sign of resentment. Jang Yimian was a bit surprised and looked at Xiaowan curiously. "Aren't you angry with Sun Xiaohu anymore?" She remembered that although the misunderstanding was cleared up and the Sun family apologized, Xiaowan had been very angry at the time, saying she wouldn't forgive them, so she didn't expect her to forget so quickly. Little Moaner said seriously. Brother said I can choose not to forgive them, but they also have the right to read and learn. That doesn't conflict. Besides, I can ignore Sun Xiaohu and play with other friends. Although she felt wronged, she didn't hold a grudge. Dian nodded repeatedly, her round face showing seriousness. Jang Yimian smiled as she gently patted the heads of Little Moaner and Dia, her gaze falling on the two people following Lu Cijian ahead. Go Sheng was playfully gesturing beside them, while Xiao Yi quietly watched, a smile on his face. He had changed a lot, showing a calm demeanor, only occasionally revealing the playful side of a child. Jiang Yimian thought about Little Moaner's words and found them very reasonable. She was surprised that a 6-year-old like Xiao Yi could say such things. He was indeed a good student, especially after learning a lot from Scholar Zhang recently, gaining more knowledge and a scholarly air. As she pondered, she noticed the tall figure in front and felt like she had forgotten something important, but couldn't recall what it was. She decided not to dwell on it and moved on. Soon, they led the mule back to the small valley. Since it was inconvenient to walk through the cave with the mule, they took a longer route down the mountain. Fortunately, this path had been repaired by old Lu and others, with vines and trees cleared away, making it easy to walk with the mule, even if it took an extra 15 minutes. However, 15 minutes wasn't a problem for them. With the mule, they didn't have to carry baskets down the mountain, and it might even be faster than usual. When Zhao Dashu and the others saw the mule, their faces lit up with joy. After confirming the helpers, they were full of energy, promising they would deliver goods to the restaurant properly and would ensure that Xiao Zhang and the others wouldn't reveal the method for making konjac. Seeing the seriousness on their faces, Jang Yimian nodded and reminded them a few more times before unloading the ducklings and piglets from the cart. Zhao Xing'a looked at the 10 lively ducklings with delight. She hurried them into the grass shed and happily gave Jang Yimian a coin, saying, "Yimian, you picked some great ducklings. Once they grow a bit more, they can find food in the creek by themselves." She had many rabbits in her grass shed, but only 2 chickens, both laying hens, which she kept to collect eggs. Every time Lu Xiaoyan saw the flock of chickens at her neighbor's house, she felt envious. Unfortunately, her family only had hens, and the eggs couldn't hatch into chicks. Plus, she didn't have the patience to raise them, so she gave up on the idea of keeping chickens. She dreamed of buying some ducks to raise instead, thinking the small pond and stream would be wasted otherwise. Sadly, she hadn't found any ducklings for sale until today. Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Fengqin exchanged smiles, eager to help settle the ducklings. A few families joined together to build a simple straw shed in Zhang's yard to house 2 piglets. Fortunately, there were many people in the small area, and the firewood they had cut down recently was still unprocessed, along with several woven straw beds in the cellar that could be used right away. After a busy day, they finished the straw shed just as it was getting dark. After dinner, Jang Yimian suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. Seeing Lu Cijian about to leave, she called out, "Wait a moment." Lu Cijian paused, looking curiously at the person who had rushed into the house, patiently waiting for her. Jiang Yimian quickly ran back outside, holding a bundle of dark clothing. As she got closer, Lu Cijian realized it was a neatly folded piece of clothing. Raising an eyebrow, he noticed a hint of something unusual in her gaze. Jiang Yimian didn't notice his reaction and handed him the winter coat. "This is a coat my mother made for you. It was meant for winter, but since you weren't here, it stayed at home.
I just remembered it now.
Try it on. My mother said it can be adjusted if it doesn't fit." She almost forgot about it, and if she hadn't remembered today, she might have completely overlooked it. When Lu Cijian took the coat, his fingers accidentally brushed against Jiang Yimian's soft hand. He paused, hiding his emotions, and put on the winter coat, looking at Jiang Yimian. However, Jiang Yimian was studying him, speechless for a moment. To be honest, the coat wasn't very attractive. It was just a simple, gray, coarse fabric short jacket that made Lu Cijian look a bit silly. Yet, he seemed completely unaware, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with hidden joy, and his usually stern face softened, which caught Jiang Yimian off guard. Only then did she realize why she suddenly remembered something she thought she had forgotten. As she watched the thin figure slowly disappear into the night, she felt a wave of loneliness, reminiscent of the time Lute Cijian left, filled with sadness. One person arrives, another departs, and someone goes off to face the unknown. It reminded her of her past self, wandering alone, unable to trust others, and never giving her heart away. Lute Cijian noticed the dazed expression on her face and chuckled softly. "Please thank Annie for me, and thank you too." He appreciated that someone remembered him during the cold winter days. He thought no one would care where he went or if he was cold. Jang Yimian was pulled back to reality by his pleasant voice and quickly waved her hand, regretfully saying, "It's a pity winter is almost over. You won't be able to wear this short coat." Unexpectedly, Lute Cijian's smile deepened. "We still have many winters ahead." Jang Yimian paused, then smiled back. "That's true. It's not just this winter." She left the task of making konjac to Zhao Dashu and others, and with the help of the Zhang couple, Jang Yimian didn't need to worry. She decided to stay on the mountain for several days, focusing on making soap. With Wang Fengqin and others helping to render lard, burn shells, and crush them, she only needed to mix some colors and occasionally create visually appealing soap designs. Although Hua Chuntang did not agree to her request, she was determined to continue making beautiful soap and planned to discuss other selling methods with them next time. If ordinary soap could sell for a high price, she believed these prettier ones could too. After finishing several batches of soap in the new square boxes made by Chen Taizhu, Jang Yimian stretched and decided to visit the village. Though she had left the konjac making to Zhao Dashu and the others, she still cared and wanted to check in. Having not gone down the mountain for a few days, she saw from afar that the blue-tiled houses at the foot of the mountain had been completed, and the piles of bricks and tiles at the entrance had been cleared away. Jang Yimian glanced at the brand-new house, feeling it stood out among the thatched and mud houses. Li Yishe looked at the houses with satisfaction and said, "Lu, how about this? These 5 houses are quite nice. The money you gave me was enough to build a big courtyard. If I hadn't reminded you, our village would have had several small estates. Fortunately, I took the liberty to change it. Instead of a large house with over 10 rooms, we now have these 5 smaller ones. Look, it's perfect. You only need a place for yourself. These 5 are enough for you." As he spoke, he expressed his foresight, completely unaware of Lute Cijian's gradually darkening expression beside him. If it weren't for being tied up with other matters back then, he wouldn't have asked the village chief to help with the house. Now, what was supposed to be a large house for over 10 people had turned into a small courtyard, and he didn't know what to say. The village chief often boasted about his foresight and came to him seeking praise, which only made him feel a twitch in his forehead. Seeing that Li Yishe was about to continue, Lute Cijian interrupted with, "Thank you," and went straight into the house. Li Yishe, oblivious to the suppressed anger in Lute Cijian's voice, cheerfully replied, "No problem, we're all from the same village. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Lute Cijian had generously given him several pieces of silver for the house, so he felt he had to do a good job and not let him down. When the door of the house closed in front of him, Li Yishe finally relaxed and prepared to leave. Another day of perfectly meeting the villagers' needs had passed. Jang Yimian had just come down the mountain when she ran into Li Yishe. She smiled and greeted him, "Village chief." Li Yishe responded with a smile, looking quite pleased. Jang Yimian didn't pay much attention and glanced at the newly built house before turning to leave, but at that moment, the previously closed door opened. Lute Cijian looked serious, his mood seemingly not very good. Jang Yimian noticed his tightly pressed lips and casually remarked, "The house is built well. The village chief really put in the effort." She had heard from Xiaozhang that the village chief had specially invited the best masons from nearby villages, and the bricks and wood were all top quality, with no shortcuts taken. Lute Cijian looked at her in surprise, his previously tight lips slightly curving. His voice was cool but carried a hint of barely noticeable anticipation. "Would you like to come in and take a look?" After thinking for a moment, Jang Yimian nodded, "Sure." The two entered the main room one after the other. Perhaps because it was newly built, there weren't many furnishings inside. The main room only had a large table in the center and a few chairs around it. But it had to be said that the house was indeed well built. The lighting was excellent, facing south, and both rooms in the front yard could bask in warm sunlight, making it very comfortable in winter. In summer, they could stay in the 2 rooms in the backyard, which were cool and shaded. Seeing the genuine satisfaction on Jang Yimian's face, Cijian hesitated before speaking. Would you all like to move down here? Although he really wanted to live with the Jiang family, he knew it would lead to misunderstandings. The gossip in the village could be hurtful, and he didn't want the Jiang family to be in that situation. He quickly explained, I meant Xiao Yi and Shu. Jang Yimian nodded in understanding and casually said, I don't plan to move down for now. Whether that would change in the future was uncertain. Cijian didn't say anything further. At that moment, a sweet voice called from outside, tinged with a hint of shyness. Ge, are you there? Cijian frowned. Jang Yimian smiled and teasingly asked, aren't you going to check? Cijian's frown deepened as the voice continued to call out. He had no choice but to step outside, his gaze cold as he looked at the person before him and said in a low voice, Is there something you need? Li Chunhua stood still, relieved to see that the big dog was not around. She had heard from the villagers that a mason was afraid of the dog and didn't dare to come, so Cijian had sent it away. She had doubted it at first, but now it seemed true. She brushed her long hair over her shoulder, putting on a gentle demeanor, and smiled. Ge, I made these rice cakes myself and brought them for you to try. Cijian frowned and said flatly, If you have nothing else, Miss Li, please go back. After saying that, he turned to go inside. In a moment of panic, Li Chunhua stepped forward and reached out to grab him, but Cijian immediately pulled away, avoiding her touch. Her repeated actions only made Cijian more displeased. His voice, once indifferent, now carried a hint of coldness. Please, Miss Li, have some self-respect. Li Chunhua was taken aback, her eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of dissatisfaction. It seemed she hadn't expected him to be so unyielding. She quickly lost her patience and, gritting her teeth, lunged at Cijian. She couldn't believe that with such charm, he could remain unmoved. He was just a slightly wealthy commoner. Surely, he couldn't be indifferent to her. Even the rich young men in town were easily swayed by her. However, instead of landing in a warm embrace, she felt a sharp pain that made her cry out, "Ah!" She fell to the ground, and the carefully done makeup on her cheeks was now covered in dirt. Her eyes turned red with anger as she said, "Brother Liu, I just felt a little dizzy. Please don't misunderstand." But all she received was a cold response from Cijian. If Miss Li is unwell, she should see a doctor. Hurt and embarrassed, tears filled Li Chunhua's eyes, and her face turned red and pale. Just as she was about to defend herself, she suddenly heard a laugh. Jang Yimian couldn't help but admire Cijian. While the girl was trying to charm him, he told her to see a doctor. Li Chunhua, angered by the laughter, noticed Jang Yimian was present. Her previously flushed face turned serious as she glared at her and snapped, "What are you laughing at? Who do you think you are to mock me?" She was just someone with the same intentions as her, yet she dared to laugh. Ignoring her earlier embarrassment, she got up and aimed to strike Jang Yimian. However, the next moment, she slipped and fell again, her face landing in the sticky rice cake on the ground, covered in dust. It was a messy sight, almost as if it were mocking her. Jang Yimian glanced at her and said lightly, "That joke isn't very funny." This made Li Chunhua furious. She wiped the sticky rice cake off her face, unable to hold back her tears. With a fierce glare at the two, she ran away in embarrassment. She would remember this grudge, whether it was against Cijian, who looked down on her, or Jang Yimian, whom she despised. Neither of them would have it easy in the village. As she left, Jang Yimian looked at the scattered rice cakes on the ground and sighed, "What a waste." At this time, many families in the village likely had little food left. If Li Chunhua had the time to make rice cakes for Cijian, she must have had some genuine feelings. She studied Cijian's handsome face, His sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and high nose gave him a unique charm, and it was no wonder he caught attention right away. After a moment, she said, "You might as well give in." Before she could finish, Cijian's expression darkened, and he didn't hear the rest of her words. He shut the door on her, ruining her good mood. Jang Yimian looked at the tightly closed door, feeling a bit innocent as she touched her nose. She was just speaking casually. Why was he angry? A man's heart is as deep as the sea. Ms. Zhang just came out of the nearby thatched house and immediately saw Jang Yimian, happily waving at her. "Zhang girl, you're finally down the mountain." She hadn't seen her for several days and was quite worried. Although Zhao Dashu and the others said they were doing well as a couple, she still felt a bit uneasy, fearing that Jang Yimian might not be satisfied with them. As she spoke, she noticed Jang Yimian standing at the door of Cijian's house, which startled her. She nervously said, "Zhang girl, come here quickly. Why did you go there? Lu Xiao brother looks fierce and scary. You should avoid him. Everyone in the village says he." Before she could finish, the door that was tightly shut suddenly opened from the inside, making Ms. Zhang quickly retreat back into the thatched house, not daring to show her face. Cijian stepped out, looking at Jang Yimian with a faintly displeased expression. "I'm not going to Zayawadi for lunch today." With that, he closed the door again. Jang Yimian. What does this guy mean? Confused, Jang Yimian went straight to the thatched house next door. As she opened the door, she was met with a pair of frightened eyes. Ms. Zhang peeked out cautiously, ensuring Cijian was gone before she sighed in relief and patted her chest in fear. Jang Yimian found it amusing and explained, "The big wolf dog at Cijian's house isn't here, so you don't need to be scared." She didn't expect someone who loved gossip and was so feisty in arguments would be afraid of that big wolf dog. However, Ms. Zhang just waved her hand. "I know. I'm just a bit scared of Lu Xiao brother. People in the village say that big wolf dog wasn't sent away. It was eaten by Lu Xiao brother." If such a scary big wolf dog was eaten, she certainly didn't want to provoke him. Jang Yimian and Zhao Dashu burst into laughter, exchanging glances, finding the rumor amusing. Seeing that Ms. Zhang's fear seemed genuine, Jang Yimian patiently explained, "Cijian isn't a bad person. He's just a bit cold. You don't need to be afraid." She really didn't expect that in the eyes of these village women, Cijian would be seen as a fierce villain. He wasn't that kind of bad guy at all. Fortunately, the people in the village that Ms. Zhang referred to were just a few young women, and others clearly didn't take the matter seriously, so Cijian's reputation wasn't completely ruined. Although Ms. Zhang didn't fully believe Jang Yimian, she didn't say much more. After chatting for a bit, she went back to grinding the konjac. Feeling bored, Jang Yimian helped by adding firewood to the stove. In a house that originally had only 2 stoves, there are now 2 more and each pot is cooking konjac. With 4 pots working at the same time, the speed of cooking konjac has increased significantly. Moreover, the 3 Zhao brothers and the little Zhang couple are also quick at grinding the konjac, and soon they prepare enough for tomorrow. Little Zhang finally feels like talking. She smiles and says, "Zhang girl, did you know that Scholar Zhang teaches the village children to read every night at the village drying yard?" Jang Yimian is surprised and curiously asks, "Really? Are many people going?" Last time Scholar Zhang mentioned it, she thought he would still be teaching at her home, but she didn't expect him to go to the drying yard. The village drying yard, as the name suggests, is where grain is dried. At this time of year, since the harvest hasn't come in yet, there's no grain to dry, so the place is empty and spacious, making it a good spot for teaching. Little Zhang shakes her head. Not many. Usually, that place doesn't have many people even when they're drying grain, let alone at night. After a long day, when night falls, every household goes to sleep. So who has the energy to go there to learn? If it weren't for Sun Xiaohu coming to call her son a few days ago, she wouldn't have known about it. Jang Yimian nods, finding it not surprising. Learning to read takes time, and since there's not much work to do at night, if more people can keep going, it could be a good thing. While they are talking, Sun Xiaohu runs over from a distance, holding a small bucket, swaying it carefully as if afraid the contents might spill. When he finally reaches Jang Yimian and Little Zhang, he puts down the bucket and is about to run away, but suddenly remembers something and shyly says, Jang sister, this is milk from my family's ewe. My grandma asked me to bring some to you. After saying that, he runs off without looking back, his steps light and clearly happier than when he arrived. Jang Yimian looks at the bucket in front of her, which is mostly filled with fresh sheep's milk, and it has a faint, pleasant smell. Little Zhang is surprised and says, Old lady son is really generous, even sending sheep's milk. Jiang girl, why did Xiaohu bring you sheep's milk? She remembers that in the past, when a woman in the village was pregnant and wanted some sheep's milk from old lady son, she wouldn't part with it. Why is she sending it to Jiang girl today? Jang Yimian is also puzzled and uncertainly replies, maybe it's because of son Xiaohu, though she says that she still feels confused inside. A few days ago, when Grandma's son bought ducklings, she had someone speak on her behalf, but it was clear that the other person still didn't like her. Now, looking at the bucket of goat milk in front of her, she suddenly felt uncertain about what the other person meant. If it was meant as a thank you, it didn't seem necessary, since the teacher was Mr. Zhang, and he wasn't really connected to her. Not wanting to think about it anymore, she divided a bowl for little Zhang and also gave her some prepared konjac tofu to help deliver to Grandma's son. Then she joined Xiao Yi and the others to head back to the small valley, planning to make some milk tea with the hard-earned goat milk. As they passed by a house at the foot of the mountain, Jang Yimian spotted a young man in the yard carving wooden arrows. The boy was focused, carving slowly with a tense jaw, surrounded by a low pressure that suggested he was still upset. Feeling a bit awkward, Jang Yimian rubbed her nose, hesitating whether to greet him when Dog Sheng excitedly ran over. Brother Cijian, let's go eat. I haven't practiced archery with you today. Hurry, let's get up the mountain and try it out. While speaking, he reached out to pull him along. These past few days, besides learning to read during the day, he had been practicing archery with Lu Cijian at night, and it felt fulfilling. However, Lu Cijian didn't move. He lifted his eyelids and coldly glanced at the girl standing not far away. Jang Yimian was taken aback by his seemingly resentful gaze. Feeling a bit guilty, she cleared her throat and said, Grandpa said he needs your help with something. Lu Cijian didn't respond. He simply stood up from the bench, put away the wooden arrow, and said, let's go. The group then headed up the mountain, with Dog Sheng and the other kids chattering about recent events in the village. They talked about a lost dog from the Zhang family, then about the Li family's newborn lambs, and finally about Mr. Zhang's family. Sister, several friends have come to Mr. Zhang's house these days. Little Nuan really likes them, and son Xiaohu doesn't seem to dislike her either. He even helped her catch bugs. Little Nuan's eyes sparkled with joy, her chubby face beaming. Jang Yimian smiled and pinched the little one's cheek, saying, so Little Nuan has made several new friends. Little Nuan nodded vigorously, looking very happy and completely forgetting her earlier grievances. When they returned to the small valley, Wang Fengqin and a few other women were still drawing various patterns on the stone slab with charred branches, including fluffy little animals and blooming flowers. Jiang Yimian looked over in surprise a few times, then remembered that Wang Fengqin could already do embroidery, and some of the designs were her own drawings, so it made sense that she could create some simple things too. Lu Xiaoyan and Zhao Xing'er were also learning nearby. Those who were originally uninterested suddenly became eager to learn when they heard they could make soap. Jiang Yimian felt a bit touched. During the day, she had said she would handle the more complicated designs, not realizing that her mother and aunts quietly noted it down, wanting to help her and not let her struggle alone. They all started learning to draw some simple patterns. When they returned, Wang Fengqin quickly said, "You're finally back. We can eat once your great-grandfather and Uncle Lu come home." Jiang Yimian smiled and replied, looking at the patterns on the stone slab, "Mother's skills are still as good as ever. The designs look so nice. It seems I won't have to work alone anymore." Wang Fengqin glanced at her and said playfully, "You sure know how to flatter." Despite her words, she was clearly happy to be able to help her daughter. Lu Xiaoyan and Zhao Xing'er laughed nearby, their moods clearly bright. Recently, there weren't many tasks in the small area. Aside from occasionally helping with konjac or soap, the women often gathered to chat and laugh, enjoying a peaceful and pleasant life. Seeing it was still early and not yet dark, Jang Yimian took out some paper and charcoal from the house and began drawing cute cats and various small animals, focusing on making them adorable and simple. Her drawing skills weren't very refined, so she could only create some basic animals and plants. She didn't plan to push herself too hard. She just wanted to draw small animals. As for portraits, she decided to skip that since she couldn't manage them. The patterns that could be made on the soap were limited, allowing only for simple landscapes and small animals. More complex designs would be hard to express, but these were enough. With a different style from this era and rich colors, plus the rarity of the soap, she could sell it at a high price, just waiting for the next opportunity to visit the rejuvenation hall again. While she was busy, a shadow fell over the stone table. She frowned and said, "You're blocking the light." Looking up, she realized it was Cijian standing beside the table. She paused, remembering that he was still upset, and just waved her hand without saying anything more. Cijian, however, asked in a strange tone, "What are you drawing?" Jang Yimian didn't look up and casually replied, "A soap sketch." "You've never seen one, right? Isn't it nice?" Cijian let out a light laugh. Jang Yimian felt a bit annoyed, looked up and glared at him, saying crossly, "What are you laughing at? You draw." She didn't believe it. Although painting wasn't her strongest skill, it shouldn't be something to be laughed at. She had seen Lin Yan in surprise when he looked at the design on the soap. These were just rough sketches, of course. Cijian raised an eyebrow, but didn't refuse. He took the charcoal pencil from Jang Yimian's hand, looked at it for a moment, and then casually drew a few strokes on the paper, seeming to adjust to the difference from using a brush. Jang Yimian stood by with her arms crossed, clearly ready to laugh out loud. Without a sketch, this guy might not even draw better than her. But Cijian didn't give her a chance. With just a few strokes of the black charcoal pencil, he sketched a landscape painting on the paper, a distant waterfall, houses at the foot of the mountain, and chickens and ducks in the yard, all vividly depicted. The scene looked very familiar. Aside from the big waterfall, the rest seemed like a small valley. Jang Yimian glanced at the landscape painting a few times and then looked at her own messy and rather odd drawing, which she had worked hard on. She stood there for a moment, finally managing to say, "It's just okay. Although I can't draw as well as you, I can make the soap look nice." After saying that, she snorted and went to watch Dog Sheng shoot arrows. There were plenty of people who could draw better than her, so she didn't care. What was there to show off? Cijian watched her sulking back, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He continued drawing, adding a slender girl who seemed to be angry in the middle of the picture. He stared at the figure for a while, feeling it wasn't enough, and added another girl next to her, smiling brightly. Unknowingly, several figures appeared in the painting. Some were angry, some were sitting at a stone table thinking, and others were smiling cheerfully. The originally simple landscape painting seemed to come alive with the addition of this girl, almost capturing a day in her life. He was lost in thought, staring at the figures in the painting, when he was interrupted by Wang Fengqin calling them to eat. Just then, old Lu and Lu Daong returned from the pond. Both were smiling and in good spirits. "Yimian, the fish fry and loach fry are doing well in the lotus pond. You don't have to worry, I didn't see any being eaten." Jang Yimian quickly replied, "That's good." A few days ago, she had seen the fish fry and loach fry grow quite a bit, so she had released them into the pond with everyone else. She had been observing them for days, worried that the larger fish in the pond would eat them. After a few days of watching, she finally felt reassured. On the other side, Sun Xiaohu ran home with a big smile and said, "Grandma, I delivered the goat milk to Sister Jiang, and she accepted it." Old Lady Sun nodded, thinking it was good that they had settled things with the Jiang family. Last time, when they were falsely accused of stealing meat, she didn't feel too bad about it since the whole family had apologized. But after hearing Xiaohu say that the girl not only didn't hold a grudge against him but also encouraged him to ask Scholar Zhang if he would teach him to read, she felt a bit guilty. Not all refugees are vengeful or mean. It seemed the Jiang girl was decent, At least she didn't target Xiaohu after the last incident. While she was thinking, the third daughter-in-law said impatiently, "Mother, how could you really give that goat milk to the Jiang family? Have you forgotten how they treated us last time? We had to apologize to those kids, and that girl isn't kind. Why give her goat milk? You might as well give it to me." Just thinking about how that big bucket of goat milk went to the Jiang family made her uncomfortable. That girl was so unreasonable, not giving them any respect, and she didn't understand what her mother-in-law was thinking. They only had one goat, and yesterday they had sent milk to Scholar Zhang as a gift, and now it had gone to that girl. She felt uneasy about it all. Old Lady Sun shot a glance at her daughter-in-law and said irritably, "Don't think I don't know. You go drink the goat milk every day. If I hadn't given it to the Jiang girl, you would have sent it to your family instead. I haven't forgotten about the meat incident." Mentioning the meat made Wen shrink her neck and mumble, "My family isn't a stranger." Old Lady Sun ignored her and turned to Sun Xiaohu. "Are you going to the drying ground to listen to lessons later?" Xiaohu's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly yes. He had been attending lessons with Scholar Zhang for the past few days and learned many characters. Unfortunately, he still couldn't catch up to Xianwan and the others. To keep up, he went to the drying ground every evening with other village kids to listen to lessons. Old Lady Sun agreed and was about to head to the kitchen to cook when she heard Wen complain, "Mother, Xiaohu is just curious. He won't keep it up for long. Let him go listen at night like Erlingzi. Why does he need to go during the day? There's no one at home to gather firewood, and only Erlingzi is doing it. He's so tired." She had heard her son complain about being tired several times, even though he used to not have to gather firewood at all. Grandma Sun frowned and said, "Xiaohu used to gather firewood alone. Now he wants to learn to read. What's wrong with him going to gather firewood? If he doesn't want to do that, he can learn to read, or you can go instead." She treated all three of her sons equally, and even after the deaths of her eldest son and daughter-in-law, leaving only Xiaohu, she didn't show him any special favoritism. However, her third daughter-in-law constantly fussed over small matters, which annoyed her. When Mrs. Wen saw her mother-in-law getting angry, she immediately stopped talking, shot a displeased glance at Sun Xiaohu, and left the Sun family's yard. Although she didn't like Sun Xiaohu much, she didn't dare to cause too much trouble with her mother-in-law around. Unfortunately, her son stubbornly refused to learn to read, and she felt helpless. Just as she left the yard, Mrs. Zhang approached her, smiling as she handed over something. "This is konjac tofu that Jiang girl sent for you, to thank Grandma Sun for the goat milk." After saying this, she turned to leave. Mrs. Wen's eyes flickered as she looked at the item in her hands, and she quickly grabbed Mrs. Zhang's arm and whispered, "Mrs. Zhang, do you really get paid for helping at the Jiang family?" A few days ago, she heard people in the village say that Mrs. Zhang was getting paid for her work at the Jiang family. At first, she didn't believe it, thinking the Jiang family didn't seem like business-minded people, just village gossip. But after seeing Mrs. Zhang and her husband leave early for the Jiang family's rundown cottage and stay for most of the day, only returning for meals, she began to feel both envious and suspicious. Mrs. Zhang looked at her and replied, annoyed, "What? Do you want to take my job? Not a chance. Let go, I need to go. The work at the Jiang family is partnered with the tavern, and I have to go early tomorrow." With that, she ignored the person behind her and happily went home. All the way, she felt relieved that she had sensed Jiang girl was special early on, which led her to a good job. Others could try to take it, but they had no chance. Seeing that she didn't get the answer she wanted, Mrs. Wen was frustrated and muttered under her breath, "With the Jiang family situation, how much can they earn? You'll be crying soon enough." She didn't believe the Jiang family could pay much, just a few coins for a long day's work. Even if they begged her, she wouldn't go. With that thought, she felt a bit better. Just as she was about to leave, the door next to her opened, and Chen Guixiang peeked out, looking around cautiously. When she saw that Xiao Zhang had disappeared, she hurried over with a smile and asked, "Wen, what did Xiao Zhang say to you?" Wen glanced at her and casually replied, "She brought me some things." Chen Guixiang's face lit up with excitement as she leaned in to look at what Wen was holding. Her eyes sparkled. "Is that what the Jiang family is selling? Can you give me a little bit?" She was determined to figure out how to make the konjac business hers. After all, the Jiang family had bullied her and her daughter, and she was eager for revenge. The Jiang family would be in for a surprise. Wen quickly tucked away the items in her hands and said sharply, "Don't get ahead of yourself. If you want something from the Jiang family, go ask them yourself." This was something her mother-in-law had traded for with goat milk, and it was definitely something she wanted to try herself. Chen Guixiang felt frustrated but suddenly thought of something and lowered her voice. "Aren't you curious about how the Jiang family does this business?" Wen paused, intrigued, and glanced at her. "Do you know how they do it?" Chen Guixiang nodded and looked around before lowering her voice again. "I've been watching those thatched houses for the past few days. They make konjac balls, but I'm not sure what else they add. If you give me some and I figure out the recipe, we can do business together. What do you say?" Wen's eyes brightened, but she quickly looked at Chen Guixiang with suspicion. "If you really know the recipe, why would you tell me? You should be willing to pay with coins." She didn't believe that Chen Guixiang would be so generous. If she truly knew the recipe, she wouldn't come to her for help. Seeing that Wen didn't believe her, Chen Guixiang felt anxious and finally said, "Fine, I'll give you the coins, but you have to help me by checking what they add to the konjac." Wen thought for a moment and replied, 30 coins. Chen Guixiang's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "Don't be unreasonable. If I can make konjac, I won't forget your help." That was 30 coins. Her husband worked all day at the dock for only 40 coins. Wen pretended to turn away, saying, "If you're not willing to pay, then go look yourself." Frustrated, Chen Guixiang had no choice but to grab her arm and whisper, 20 coins, and you help me find out what they add to the konjac." If it weren't for the fact that every time she went over, Mrs. Zhang would chase her away immediately, she wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Only then did Mrs. Wen reluctantly agree, taking the 20 copper coins handed to her by Chen Guixiang, and gave the other person a small piece of konjac. When Chen Guixiang went back inside, Mrs. Wen's gaze fell on the grayish item in her hand. She frowned slightly. "What is this? It doesn't look special at all. I don't understand what those restaurants are thinking to accept this." However, she earned 20 copper coins today, which was easier than what Mrs. Zhang would make. Thinking about this, her steps home felt lighter. The next day, since Zhao Dashu went to the restaurant early to deliver goods and didn't have time to bring the grain for Scholar Zhang, Jang Yimian had nothing to do and decided to go down the mountain to take a look since it was still early. She had something to discuss with the village chief. In a few days, the rainy season would start. The houses on the mountain were manageable. Old Lu and Lu Deong would occasionally make repairs, so they could withstand the rain. However, the thatched houses down the mountain were a different story. They were old and barely livable, only made somewhat habitable by Zhao Dashu and other simple repairs. The windows were just covered with wooden planks and some straw mats. On sunny days, it was fine to stay there, but if it rained, it could turn into a downpour outside and a drizzle inside. Not to mention strong winds could easily blow off the roof. Recently, Zhao Dashu had been staying in the thatched house down the mountain almost every night due to the konjac issue, and she couldn't let him stay in a leaking house. So, even if it was comfortable on the mountain, there needed to be a place to stay down below. If a thunderstorm hit, it wouldn't be convenient for the children to go down alone. Building a house should be prioritized, and as for the fields on the mountain, the busy farming season only lasted a few months. They could work together then to resolve it more quickly. Once she got down the mountain, Jang Yimian delivered the grain to Scholar Zhang and left a bamboo tube of red date milk tea she had specially made that morning before heading straight to the village chief's house. In the yard, only a middle-aged woman was feeding chickens. It was the village chief's wife, Zhang Cijian. "Auntie, is the village chief home?" Jang Yimian asked with a smile. The village chief's yard was as tidy as the last time she visited, with firewood neatly stacked beside it. Seeing Zhang's girl, Zhang Cijian quickly greeted her with a smile. "Oh, Zhang girl, what do you need from the village chief? He has gone to the town and probably won't be back until dark." Jang Yimian responded and didn't hide anything. She handed over a bamboo tube of milk tea and smiled, saying, "Annie, I want to buy some land, specifically the piece next to our thatched house, along with the surrounding area." Zhang Xuelian was taken aback and hesitated before speaking, but the area near the thatched house is all wasteland. It looks like over 20 acres, but it's not easy to grow crops there. "Zhang girl, why do you want to buy so much land?" Even though it was wasteland, it was still 2 taels per acre, and over 20 acres would cost more than 40 taels, which is not a small amount. Jang Yimian just smiled. "I plan to build a house, and I have other plans for the remaining land." The piece of land by the thatched house was a bit far from the village center, making it quiet, which would be more convenient for her in the future. Seeing that she was serious, Zhang Xuelian didn't try to stop her and smiled. "When the village chief returns, I'll tell him. You don't need to give me this." Although she didn't know what milk tea was, it sounded like it wasn't cheap. She thought it would be easy to pass on the message. Jang Yimian smiled and said, "Auntie, just accept it. It's not anything valuable. It's made with goat's milk, and it tastes good. You should try it." Zhang Xuelian hesitated for a moment, looked at the bamboo tube in her hand, and after a while, she opened it and took a sip. Her eyes lit up. "This milk tea is really delicious." The rich flavor of goat's milk combined with a hint of tea made it taste much better than drinking goat's milk alone. Jiang Yimian smiled again, chatted with Zhang Xuelian for a bit, and then walked toward her thatched house. As she got closer, she heard voices inside, including the Zhang couple, Arai, Xiaohong, and a slightly unfamiliar female voice. "Hey, how much do you sell your konjac for? Is it enough to just grind it into a paste? Do we need to add anything else?" When asked while trying to squeeze into the kitchen, but was stopped by Mrs. Zhang, "What are you doing? This is not a place for fun. Hurry up and go out. We're busy and don't have time to entertain you." Wang Xiaohong also looked displeased and frowned. "Annie, if you have nothing to do, you should go back. We're all busy and can't host you right now." They had let her in by mistake, thinking she was just curious, but she immediately started asking questions and looking around, clearly not having good intentions. Wen seemed to ignore the displeasure of the others and cheerfully said, "Aunt, aren't you just curious? Do you need more hands for this work? I can help too. We're all from the same village, so don't stop me." As she spoke, she tried to push her way into the kitchen, but Xiao Zhang firmly held her back, making it impossible for her to move, which only made her more frustrated and anxious. She realized why Qin Guixiang didn't come herself. She just wanted to peek into the kitchen, but everyone stepped in to block her, not giving her a chance, ready to act if she tried to run off. Zhao Ariai's face darkened completely. He wiped his hands and came out of the kitchen, saying coldly, "This is not a place for you to watch. Hurry up and leave, or I'll take action." If he was unsure of her intentions at first, he now understood that she was there to see how konjac was made, likely hoping to learn the process. Wen was startled, but didn't want to give up easily. She continued to smile and said, "Don't misunderstand. I just came to join the fun. I'm not causing any trouble. Isn't Jiang girl around? I came to find her. Don't worry, I won't wander off. I'll just wait for Jiang girl over here." She thought if she left now, she wouldn't have a chance to come back again, and it would be impossible to gather information or get close to them. Jiang Yimian raised an eyebrow at her words and said calmly, "And if you have something to discuss with me, just say it. Don't delay their work." Wen was taken aback. When she turned around, she met Jiang Yimian's scrutinizing gaze and took a moment to react, staring at the wall of people in front of her before reluctantly leaving the room. "What do you need from me, aunt?" Jiang Yimian asked once they were away from the thatched house. Wen rubbed her nose and after a while, smiled and said, "I just thought the konjac you had Xiao Zhang bring yesterday was really delicious, so I wanted to see how you make it. I can help too." Jiang Yimian glanced at her with a cold tone. "Aunt, it seems you care about my business, but I already have enough help. I don't need anyone else. I remember you still have work to do on your uncultivated land. Or are you thinking of clearing another 2 acres? Wen was taken aback and quickly waved her hands in denial. If old lady Sun found out she was eyeing Zhang's business, she would surely scold her, and she didn't want to face her mother-in-law's wrath. After a couple of awkward laughs, she had no intention of staying any longer and left directly. Once she was far away, when spat on the ground in annoyance. Humph. What's so great about it? It's just a small business. Why hide it?
Who cares to know?
If she wasn't afraid of being found out by her mother-in-law, she wouldn't have run away so hurriedly. She would have gone to find out what was happening. Just then, Chen Guixiang walked over, pulling her to the side of a haystack and whispered, "So, did you see clearly?" When said with a glance, "What's there to see?" Those people were covering their work tightly. I only saw a few of them grinding the konjac into paste. I didn't see anything else. If you want to know the details, go see for yourself. I can't do it. If she dared to go again, the Jiang girl would definitely not let her off easily and might even tell her mother-in-law. Today, she had sneaked out instead of helping with the fieldwork, and if she went again, her mother-in-law would surely scold her for being lazy. Chen Guixiang was immediately unhappy and said fiercely, "You took my coins, so if you don't find out how it's done, you need to give them back to me." With that, she started searching Wen. However, Wen was strong and pushed Chen Guixiang away, saying irritably, "I already gave you the coins. You think you can just take them back?" Chen Guixiang was furious and tried to hit Wen, but Wen grabbed her arm, making her face turn pale with anger. Wen, feeling a bit of a headache, finally said, "I did see some things. I think I heard them mention something about wood ash. You can try that later. If this gets out, the Jiang girl will definitely complain to the village chief, and you might get punished for not working in the fields." After saying this, Wen quickly ran home, planning to stay inside for a few days to avoid Chen Guixiang, who wouldn't come knocking on her door for the coins. If this blew up, it would be Chen Guixiang in the wrong, not her. Seeing her disappear, Chen Guixiang was so angry that her hands were shaking. That was 20 coins. How could she have been so foolish to give them to Wen without asking anything and end up losing her money? Since the Jiang family was in the food business, they could add wood ash too. What a foolish person Wen was. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The thought of the Jiang family making money made her even more upset. That girl was bullying her and her daughter, and the village chief was on their side. Even if she didn't know the recipe for konjac, she would find a way to ruin the Jiang family's business. Just then, she saw a large horse-drawn cart approaching the village. From a distance, she could see the tall horse with its reddish-brown coat, clearly not from an ordinary family. Chen Guixiang's eyes lit up. It was her first time seeing a cart in the village, and she didn't know who it was for. She immediately forgot her anger and ran over. Lin Yan'an sat in the carriage and lifted the curtain to look outside. All he could see were mountains and thatched houses, with hardly any people around. He frowned and said, "Xiao Fu, are you sure this is the place Zhang Qingchuan mentioned? This village didn't look very appealing. It was better to stay in the small valley." He wondered why Miss Jiang chose such a place to settle. Xiao Fu, while driving the carriage, replied, "Young master, this is definitely the place. This village is much better than the few we saw before. Those other villages looked burned down. Although this village is poor, the houses are intact, so it's good for Miss Jiang and her group." Thinking of the villages they passed and the nearby bandits, Lin Yan'an understood and didn't ask further. He simply said, "Go ask Miss Jiang where they're staying." Xiao Fu quickly agreed and drove the carriage into the village. Unfortunately, the few people they saw were busy in the fields and didn't notice them. They were too far away for those people to hear his calls. Just as he was about to knock on a nearby door, a woman ran over, panting, her eyes fixed on the carriage. Chen Guixiang looked at the carriage in front of her, her heart racing. This carriage was quite large, easily fitting 10 people, and looked much nicer than the ordinary ones in town. It must be expensive, and she wondered who was inside. As soon as Xiao Fu saw her, he cheerfully asked, "Auntie, could you please tell us where Miss Jang Yimian lives?" Chen Guixiang had been staring at the carriage, but when she heard Jang Yimian's name, she became agitated and raised her voice. "Are you looking for that girl from the Jiang family?" Xiao Fu was startled and hesitated, nodding at her fierce expression. "Is there a problem?" Lin Yan'an, hearing the commotion outside, lifted the curtain and saw her fierce face. He became curious and asked, "Do you know Miss Jiang?" Chen Guixiang's face changed colors, and after a moment, She suppressed her annoyance and hesitated. What do you want with that girl? I do know her. Not just know her. She would be furious even if that little brat turned to dust. Lin Yenin noticed her displeasure and became even more curious. Jang Yimian wasn't very likable. She had tricked him out of money and caused trouble for the county magistrate. It seemed no one in the village liked her. If he could change the impression of the villagers, Jang Yimian might directly agree to his request, without worrying about the other party raising the price. The more he thought about it, the more he felt this method could work. He shook his folding fan and said, I need to discuss some business with Miss Jiang. Could you please show me the way? Chun Guixiang was taken aback. Business? That meant he was with the people from the big restaurant in town. She was immediately pleased and laughed. So, little brother, you're the one doing business with Miss Jiang. But do you know that the Jiang family has a bad reputation? They've done all sorts of shady things in the village. She couldn't believe that someone would continue to do business with them, knowing their true nature. Lin Yenin frowned, feeling something was off. After a moment he said, Auntie, there seems to be a misunderstanding about Miss Jiang. She may not be a perfect person, but at least she is honest and trustworthy. Stealing is out of the question for her. Jang Yimian might be a bit cunning, but with her ability to take down a wolf, she wouldn't need to steal chickens in the village. It seemed there was a deep misunderstanding between Jang Yimian and the villagers, and he needed to think of a way to help her change that impression. Thinking this, he continued, Let's talk more about Miss Jiang, Auntie. Chun Guixiang's eyes lit up, feeling that this method could work. She quickly said, If you want to know about the Jiang girl, you've come to the right person. It's still early, so why don't you come to my house for some water? I'll tell you everything. She was determined to ruin the Jiang family's business today. Lin Yenin nodded. The carriage started moving again, heading into the village, with Chun Ho-Hot following behind. As noon approached, most people were just returning from the fields and encountered the large carriage. When they saw such an impressive carriage, their eyes widened, and they stared for a long time before noticing the people following it. The carriage soon stopped in front of Chun Guixiang's house, and several women began to gossip in surprise. That carriage is as grand as the one from the wealthy family in town. It's truly impressive, right? Who are the people inside, and why are they going to Chun Guixiang's house? Does she have such powerful relatives? Who knows? Let's go take a look. Before long, news spread throughout the village that Chun Guixiang had a relative with a carriage. Xiaozhang was about to go home for lunch when she saw a crowd gathered in front of Chun Guixiang's house. After hearing the reason, her eyes nearly popped out in shock. Chun Guixiang has relatives from a wealthy family? She looked shocked and grabbed Zheng Xiulian, asking curiously, Sister Xiulian, what's going on? Does Chun Guixiang have such impressive relatives? Zheng Xiulian waved her hand. I have no idea. I heard he was a young man who wanted to propose to Li Chunhua before, but I don't know the details. I have things to do and can't join the gossip. Xiaozhang was skeptical, but since the person had already left, she had no one to ask and felt anxious. Seeing Jang Yimian come out of the house, she pulled her and said, Let's go see the excitement. I heard a wealthy young man came to propose to Chun Guixiang. If it works out, Chun Guixiang will be bragging in the village all day. Jang Yimian wanted to refuse, but Xiaozhang was too eager and dragged her all the way to Chun Guixiang's house. As they squeezed into the crowd, they heard someone ask Li Chunhua, who was standing at the door. Hey, Li's girl, who is the person in the carriage? Why are they at your house? Isn't it obvious? They must be here to propose. Didn't we always hear Chun say her daughter was going to marry some young master from the town? It was delayed because of the famine, and now they're finally here. Is that true? Didn't we just hear that she wanted to marry Lu Xiaobrother? Of course. Although Lu Xiaobrother can build a big house, he can't compare to a wealthy young master from the town. It's not hard to choose between them. Oh wow. Does that mean Li's girl will become a wealthy lady? Naturally. Just look at that grand carriage. This young man must come from a good family. Lu Xiaobrother can't compete. Hearing this, Li Chunhua felt all the pressure she had from Lu Cijian and Jang Yimian disappear, and she stood a little taller. The explanation she was about to give changed direction, and she put on a shy expression, saying softly, "Aunties and uncles, what my mother said about marrying into the Liu family was just a joke. Please don't take it seriously. A girl's reputation is very important, so I hope you won't mention it again." It wasn't that Liu Cijian looked down on her. It was that she looked down on him. He was just a little rich, muddy-footed boy, not at all comparable to the handsome young master inside, who also had money. The crowd stopped mentioning Liu Cijian as they couldn't provoke that fierce person. Instead, they became curious about the identity of the young man inside, and several women kept asking, "Chunhua, which young master is this? Yeah, when are you getting married? You must invite us to the wedding." Li Chunhua lowered her gaze and remained silent, as if she were shy. Seeing her like this, everyone assumed that she was really going to get married and began to congratulate her. In the crowd, Xiaozhong spat. "Ugh, these two mother and daughter are so shameless." Although Liu Xiao brother looks fierce, when did he ever say anything about marrying into the Li family? It sounds like he wants to propose, but she doesn't want to accept. If she hadn't climbed up the social ladder, she wouldn't even be near Liu Xiao brother. If she hadn't seen Li Chunhua getting close to Liu Cijian a few times, she might have been fooled by those words too. Jang Yimian frowned, feeling sorry for Liu Cijian. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet he became famous in the village because of Chen Guixiang's words before he even arrived, and now he was being bothered by this mother and daughter duo. Not only did he have a fierce reputation, but now he was also seen as someone Li Chunhua disliked, which was truly unfair. Turning around, she noticed that Liu Cijian had arrived and was standing right behind her. The tall young man blocked the crowd pushing forward, and from her angle, she could only see his tense jawline. She frowned and said, "Your reputation is ruined." Liu Cijian paused and quietly asked, "Do you care?" Jang Yimian quickly shook her head and replied, "It's all just rumors. I don't believe them." Besides, she wasn't marrying Liu Cijian, so his reputation had nothing to do with her. Of course, she didn't dare to say that out loud, remembering how Liu Cijian had gotten inexplicably angry last time. "That's good," Liu Cijian said, a slight smile forming on his lips, and his tense jaw relaxed a bit. She felt a soft touch on her chin, like feathers brushing against him. He helplessly ruffled his fluffy hair and reminded her, "Just watch and don't move around." Jang Yimian froze and immediately stopped moving. Li Chunhua noticed the tall figure in the crowd, who merely shot her a cold glance before whispering to someone nearby. This made her so angry that she clenched her fingers, her nails digging into her skin without her noticing. Hearing the congratulatory voices around her, she relaxed for a moment. After all, he was just a village boy. If Jang Yimian wanted him, she could let her have him. She was going to be the lady of the house. As long as she secured the person inside today, who would care about these village folks. Thinking about it, she proudly lifted her head and said with a smile, "When I get married, I won't forget all of you, aunts. Let's call it a day. The young master doesn't like crowds." As she finished speaking, she was about to close the door. However, the curious crowd outside pressed in, eager to see inside. "Which young master is it? Let us take a look." "Yeah, it's the first time someone from our village is marrying a young master from town." Seeing the crowd pushing against the door, Li Chunhua felt anxious and a bit frustrated. "What are you doing? You can see him another time. Don't crowd." But the crowd was even more curious after hearing her words and refused to leave, shouting loudly, "Chen Guixiang, which young master is your daughter marrying? Tell us." "Yeah, such a big deal, and you didn't say anything." Lin Yenin, listening to the shouts outside, frowned and said, "Xiao Fu, go check what's happening outside and ask where Miss Zhang's family is." Xiao Fu sighed in relief and stood up to head outside. He realized that this woman was just causing trouble, constantly criticizing Miss Zhang while bragging about her own daughter's looks and character. It was clear she had her eyes set on his young master. Seeing him about to leave, Chen Guixiang quickly stood up from her stool and blocked Xiao Fu, saying, "Oh, it's fine, little brother, sit and rest. My daughter is outside. She'll send them away soon." Xiao Fu was stuck and didn't know how to get past Chen Guixiang. Lin Yenin, however, was tired of listening to her nonsense and walked outside. He had hoped to hear some secrets about Jang Yimian or help her out, thinking it might benefit him in business later. But instead, this woman kept talking about how bad Jang Yimian and her family were while indirectly boasting about her own daughter. At first, he didn't understand her intentions, but now it was clear. What a waste of his time. As soon as Lin Yenin stepped outside, the crowd exclaimed, "Oh, he's here. Is this the young master who came to propose to Chanhua? He's quite handsome." Indeed, Chanhua is lucky. Li Chuanhua's face turned pale, and she anxiously said, "Why aren't you leaving? I already said the young master doesn't like crowds. Hurry and go." But now that the crowd finally saw someone, they weren't going to leave easily, all looking at Lin Yenin with curiosity and asking questions. "Hey, young man, which family do you come from? When do you plan to marry Chanhua?" "Yeah, Chanhua has grown up in front of us. Don't think you can bully others just because of your family background." Everyone laughed and joked, but Li Chanhua almost fainted. Just as she was about to explain, she heard an unhappy voice say, "What marriage? I'm just passing by." Lin Yenin frowned at the crowd, feeling a bit impatient. He regretted coming back with that woman. He had no intention of marrying anyone. When he said this, everyone was taken aback. After a moment, a woman spoke up, "Young man, aren't you here to propose to Chanhua today?" Lin Yenin's eyes widened in surprise as he finally understood why that woman wouldn't let him leave. He glanced at Li Chanhua with disdain and coldly replied, "I don't even know you. Why would I propose? Besides, doesn't your family have a mirror?" With that, he ignored her and frowned at the crowd, asking, "Is there someone named Jang Yimian in your village? I'm from the Huachuntang, here to discuss business with her." Jang Yimian was still in shock and hadn't recovered when she heard Xiao Zhong cheerfully say, "Hey, young man, Zhang girl is right here." Lin Yenin turned towards the voice and finally spotted the familiar figure, feeling relieved. "You really made me search for you. Where do you live? I don't want to stay here any longer." Saying that, he walked straight towards them. He must be crazy to believe what that woman said. The crowd made way for them just in time. Jang Yimian snapped out of her shock, realizing he was probably there to discuss soap business, and lost interest in the commotion. She said, "My home is just ahead. Let's talk in detail there." With that, she led the way. Lin Yenin lost interest in taking a carriage and instructed Xiao Fu to bring the carriage over, then followed the group. Before leaving, Xiao Fu shot a fierce glare at Li Chanhua, and the onlookers gradually began to understand, their gazes towards Li Chanhua becoming strange. "Oh, I thought it was real. Turns out it was just nonsense. That young man is here to talk business with the Jiang girl, not for you." Exactly. What a big face to make up stories in front of others. Right. I say, how could a crow ever turn into a phoenix? Li family girl, if you want to find a good match in the future, stop doing such foolish things. Not only do you ruin your reputation, but you also embarrass yourself. Chun Guixiang had just come out of the house when she heard this. She immediately rolled up her sleeves and shouted, "How dare you? My daughter is not making things up. You should stop looking down on us and leave right now." If she had known what her daughter had said outside, she would never have let those two leave. Now, not only had the Jiang family's business been disrupted, but her daughter's reputation was ruined as well. The few women who had been the most excited at first couldn't take the insults anymore and began to shout back. "How dare you say we look down on others? It's clear your daughter is the one lying, saying she wants to marry a rich person. Well, now she's been exposed. How could someone like, a wealthy person?" "Exactly. I even congratulated you earlier, but it was all a lie." Li Chanhua stood pale and silent on the side, finally saying, "I never said the person I was going to marry was that man. You misunderstood. I was always going to marry someone from a wealthy family in town. Why would I be interested in someone from the village? You'll see on my wedding day." As she spoke, she glanced at a few people walking not far away, but the tall, slender figure among them showed no sign of turning back, which made her slam the courtyard door in frustration. The people outside thought Li Chanhua was joking and laughed a few more times before leaving. When Jang Yimian and the others returned to the thatched house, she curiously looked at Lin Yanin and asked, "Why did you go to the Li family?" Normally, if someone went to ask for directions, they wouldn't end up being tricked like that, especially after the earlier incident. When she saw Lin Yanin coming out of the Li house, she was so confused that she almost thought he was really going to marry Li Chunhua. Lin Yanin cleared his throat, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose. After a while, he managed to say, "I was tricked. That woman said she knew where you lived and asked me to wait at her house, so I went." He didn't dare to mention his original plan, otherwise, he would either be laughed at or taken advantage of. He thought that woman was just trying to help Jang Yimian, hoping to make the business deal go smoothly, but instead, he almost got caught up in it himself. Jang Yimian looked at him suspiciously. When did this rich young man become so naive? He was tricked by just one sentence? Although she found it hard to believe, she didn't dwell on it and instead asked, "What did you come here for?" Lin Yanin adjusted his red robe and glanced at the thatched cottages in front of him. He didn't respond but instead looked outside at the person talking to Zhao Dashu and curiously asked, "Who is that young man? I've never seen him before." He looked clean and fair, clearly a pretty boy unlike him, who was not only handsome but also capable. Jang Yimian wouldn't have been fooled, would he? Surely he could have gotten some money from him instead of being tricked by a pretty boy. Jang Yimian looked at Cijian, who was standing not far away, and casually said, "He used to live with us on the mountain. Now he is settled in Qingshi village."
What?
"How come I've never seen him?" Lin Yanin exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise, and his voice unintentionally rising. Jang Yimian shot him a sideways glance and asked, "You only went to the small valley once. Isn't it normal not to have seen him? What's the matter? What was wrong with him?" Was he really shocked by the earlier commotion in the village? Realizing he had been too excited, Lin Yanin quickly calmed down, waved his folding fan, and sighed, "It's nothing." It seemed he was right. Jang Yimian had indeed been fooled. That young man must be experienced, knowing to follow Jang Yimian to settle in Qingshi village. He needed to warn Jang Yimian not to be deceived. After all, she was the only business partner he admired. Thinking this, he lowered his voice and said, "Jang Yimian, you should pay more attention to me." If she looked at his handsome face more, she wouldn't be fooled by a pretty boy. He was just as good-looking, if not better. Jang Yimian. This guy must be out of his mind. Fortunately, Xiao Fu, who was standing nearby, quickly reminded him, "Young master, weren't you here to discuss business with Jang Yimian?" His young master was acting foolish again. Lin Yanin then cleared his throat and said, "Seriously, Jang Yimian, I want to know what you mentioned last time. Can it really help our Hua Chuntang's reputation improve?" Recently, due to the soap, Hua Chuntang had gained significant fame in several nearby counties, but it wasn't enough. Since Hua Chuntang hadn't been around as long as Baozatang, which had been established for a century, and given that the latter had been in business for many years with a loyal customer base, many people were still hesitant and slow to accept this new product. Especially among the wealthy families, although Hua Chuntang's soap was novel, it wasn't considered luxurious. Those upper-class people looked down on such trinkets, thinking they were just a passing novelty to buy and play with, only to be discarded soon after. Jang Yimian nodded and replied softly, "Of course, those soaps were not originally made for the wealthy upper class. What comes next is..." She had thought it through from the beginning. Initially, she planned to sell pattern soaps for 100 coins each to the Hua Chuntang, but later realized that this approach was too hasty. While that price was quite high for her, it was actually quite common for the wealthy, which would waste a good opportunity. Lin Yanin's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "What is the method?" Since the soap business took off, his parents finally accepted that he could manage the family business well, and he was now in charge of the Hua Chuntang branches. If Zhang's method worked, he would bring honor to his family. Jang Yimian simply said, "Do you remember the 10% profit I mentioned last time, Lin Xiaoya?" Lin Yanin pouted and took a moment before responding, "Of course I remember. Since I'm here, I have thought it through, and I agree to give you 10% of the soap profits." Although it was a bit risky, he was willing to trust her for the sake of the Hua Chuntang's future. After he spoke, Jang Yimian nodded, and he was taken aback, looking at her with some doubt. You agree just like that? Jang Yimian found it strange. What, are you having second thoughts? No, it's just that since you agree, let's take a look at the contract. Lin Yanin quickly took out 2 pre-prepared contracts from his pocket, while Xiao Fu hurriedly brought a set of writing materials from the carriage and placed them on a nearby stone table. They moved quickly, as if afraid Jang Yimian would change her mind. She smiled at them and casually said while looking at the contract, "Don't worry, I have no intention of raising the price." Although she had thought about it at first, she realized that she would have many future dealings with the Hua Chuntang, and being too aggressive this time would make it difficult to continue business later. 10% of the soap profits was enough. Lin Yanin felt a bit guilty and awkwardly waved his folding fan. He had come prepared for Jang Yimian to raise the price, which is why he had been deceived by that woman at the start, nearly ruining his reputation. Now that he was exposed, he felt a bit embarrassed and hesitated before saying, "If your method truly helps the Hua Chuntang improve, I will cover all the materials and labor costs for the soap in the future." This was his way of making up for his earlier doubts. Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow and said, "Words alone aren't enough. Let's make it official with a written agreement." She was feeling sleepy, but someone brought her a pillow. She hadn't planned to continue causing trouble, but since this person offered help, she decided to accept it. Without caring about the skeptical look from the other person, she called out to the one outside, "Cijian, please help me write a note." Lin Yanin, looking displeased, glanced up and saw the young man entering. He snorted and casually said, "Don't trust just anyone. He wouldn't help if things went wrong." Cijian paused, shot him a cold glance, and calmly added, "That's true. A note is indeed necessary." Lin Yanin almost lost his temper. This young man dared to challenge him, which was surprising. He waved his folding fan for a while to calm down and looked at Jang Yimian, who was discussing the note with the young man. Jang Yimian tilted her head slightly, showing a relaxed demeanor, seemingly trusting the person next to her. He felt a sense of regret. It seemed Jang Yimian had already fallen for him, and she might be easily deceived in the future. The note was quickly completed, and Lin Yanin signed it without any issues. After the contract and note were signed, Jang Yimian finally shared her method with him. Cijian's eyes shifted slightly as he looked at her thoughtfully. Her method was indeed feasible, unexpected yet reasonable. To attract buyers willing to pay high prices, an eye-catching approach was needed. Lin Yanin widened his eyes, looking at Jang Yimian with curiosity. "Jang Yimian, your method is truly unheard of." Even with his experience, he had never heard of such an approach and found it a bit unreliable. "Jang Yimian, the business at Hua Chuntang is still good. If you do it this way, how can you ensure the profits? If you only make 1,000 coins in a day, won't Hua Chuntang suffer?" Jang Yimian just smiled. "You underestimate how much people love to join in. Besides, this is just the beginning. If you follow my advice, there will be opportunities for you to earn money later. If you're worried about the risks, you can try it out at the shop in Qingshui County first." Although Lin Yanin was still skeptical, he hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, I'll trust you for now, but you need to come with me to the shop." Jang Yimian nodded. Of course. She would need to handle the specific implementation, as any mistakes by the shop staff could affect future developments. Lin Yanin finally sighed in relief and continued, "Besides this matter, there's another issue. The soaps in several shops have sold out in just 3 days. Apart from the goods due today, you need to produce another batch, at least 2,000 pieces, to be delivered in 3 days." This batch was meant for the capital, and since the journey was long, they needed to leave early. Last time, he sent a few hundred pieces and heard they sold very well. The shopkeeper there had already been urging for more. Jang Yimian was surprised and stared wide-eyed for a moment before responding. It seemed they would need to work overtime to meet the demand. Last time, she made over 1,000 pieces, and with help from the locals, it took almost 3 days. Now, they needed to make 2,000 pieces in just 3 days, which felt rushed. She reminded him, the soap saponification process takes at least half a month. If time is too short, it could be harmful. Lin Yanin nodded. "Don't worry, I remember." The journey to the capital is long, and transporting the goods takes time. Once we arrive, we'll need to rest before selling, so the timing should work out. Jang Yimian felt relieved and instructed Zhao Dashu and others to move the soaps that had been delivered a few days ago from the thatched hut. After settling the accounts, she planned to get back to her work. However, Lin Yenin approached her, glancing at someone watching him from a distance, and quietly warned, "Miss Jiang, remember my words. Try to see me more often, and don't be easily deceived." At least he wouldn't lie. If Miss Jiang looked at his handsome face more, she wouldn't be easily swayed by charming men. Jang Yimian stared at his enlarged face, feeling speechless. If it weren't for his fair and handsome features, she might have lost her patience. Just then, someone stepped in front of her. Cijian glared at the frivolous young man and said coldly, "Since young Master Lin is here to discuss business, and the business is done, you should leave quickly. Be careful not to upset any young ladies." Lin Yenin frowned immediately and retorted, "Which young lady have I upset? Stop talking nonsense." What did this pretty boy mean? He always kept to himself and never got close to any young lady, so how could he cause any heartache? But this guy, with his pretty boy looks, might have deceived many. Now that he had his eyes on Miss Jiang, he wouldn't let that happen. Cijian remained calm and feigned confusion, saying, "Have you forgotten what happened a quarter of an hour ago?" The Li family's young lady seemed quite upset. Lin Yenin was so angry that he jumped up and said, "What does it have to do with me? Can I help it if I'm charming and attract attention?
Stop spreading rumors about me."
Jang Yimian thought, "Who will take care of this confident young master with too much money and not enough sense?" Seeing the tension between them, she reminded him, "Young Master Lin, you should quickly think about what you can use from the shop. This opportunity is rare, so make sure to seize it." Lin Yenin glared at Cijian and got into the carriage, leaving behind a comment, "I'm staying in Qinghe town recently. Miss Jiang can find me anytime." As the carriage drove away, Jang Yimian felt puzzled about what Lin Yenin meant. Why would she go find this young master? There was no chance to get money from him. Since it was still early, she asked Zhao Dashu to take the mule cart to town to buy supplies for making soap. Zhao Arii and Wang Xiaohui stayed behind to work on the konjac. She planned to return to the small valley, where there were still some lard leftovers from last time. Time was tight and there was a lot to do, so she needed to hurry back. Seeing this, Cijian quickly followed her and said, "I'll help you." Jang Yimian agreed, and didn't refuse. They traveled in silence until they reached the small valley, where Cijian finally said, "That young Master Lin speaks lightly. It's best for you to have more people around when discussing business with him. Like him." Jang Yimian was taken aback, recalling her encounters with Lin Yenin. She hadn't found him to be light-minded, but she certainly noticed his foolishness. Besides discussing business, it was better to avoid him, as foolishness could be contagious. Thinking this, she nodded and said, "You're right. If there's nothing important, I won't seek him out." After saying this, she walked straight into the house, not noticing the smile that appeared on Cijian's face as his earlier gloom vanished. For several days, everyone in the small valley was busy making soap, with large pots boiling lard that filled the air with the scent of pork fat. Mimi also stayed home for several days, excitedly running around the yard. If it weren't for her fear of Jang Yimian and Cijian teaming up against her, she would have rushed straight to the pot. Jang Yimian watched the big tiger pacing anxiously in the yard. She tossed some meat and sparrows to it, and Mimi immediately shook her head and went aside to eat happily. Especially when passing by Cijian, she looked quite proud, but when he shot her a glance, she quickly settled down, looking pitiful. Wang Fengqin found it amusing, saying, "This greedy cat is quite cheeky." Everyone laughed at Mimi's antics. Although they had been busy for days, no one put down their work, not even Chen Taizhu, who was still recovering. He had been sticking to his rehabilitation and could now slowly walk with a cane. If he kept it up, he would likely be fully recovered soon. It was clear that Lu Xiaoyan and Gosheng were much happier, as if the dark clouds over their heads had disappeared. Zhao Dashu and the others also found time to help at home. Luckily, the Zhang couple was busy down the mountain, allowing them to focus on their work in the small valley. With everyone's teamwork, after 3 busy days, they finally delivered the goods. Looking at the boxes loaded onto the cart, Jang Yimian sighed in relief. She had never thought making soap was such hard work, but this time she truly felt it. The large pots of lard needed to be stirred and cooled, and with so much to do, it required a lot of effort. Thankfully, she had kept up with her exercise, which helped her endure, and with everyone's assistance, they successfully made 2,000 bars of soap. Just as she was reflecting on this, she noticed Lin Yan'an had no intention of leaving. She curiously asked, "Aren't you going?" It had only been 3 days. Surely she hadn't prepared everything he needed. Lin Yan'an glanced at the watchful person beside him and casually waved his folding fan, saying, "I want to explore the village. You can show me around." Since Jang Yimian didn't come to find him, he had to come to Qingshi village to let her see the true nature of that pretty boy. Jang Yimian looked at the evening sky, where the red clouds were beautifully reflected. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "All right, let's go to the drying field." She had heard that Scholar Zhang had been teaching there for several nights, and she hadn't gone to see it yet, so today was a good opportunity. As they were about to leave, a cool voice said, "I'll go with you." Cijian calmly separated the two, maintaining his usual expression, and said in a flat tone, "Many children have been attending classes these days, and they seem quite serious." Jang Yimian was a bit surprised. She vaguely remembered that this person had just said he would go back to help old Lu, but now things had changed in such a short time. Staring at his seemingly colder, handsome face, she said, "That's good. It doesn't waste Scholar Zhang's good intentions." It was a good thing for the village children to have the awareness to learn to read. Even if they couldn't pursue the imperial examination, knowing some characters could help them do other things, and they didn't have to stay in the village to farm. Qingshi village had little good land and a lot of wasteland, and the crops produced were not enough to pay taxes. Having other paths to take was certainly beneficial. She didn't consider herself a great person, but when she saw Sun Xiaohu and a few children listening to lessons through the door crack, she felt a bit moved. Cijian lightly responded with an and mentioned Xiao Yi and the others. They have been very obedient these past few days and have learned a lot. They always come to show off when they find me. Jang Yimian just smiled. Those kids were always like that. Only Xiao Yi was a bit more composed, while the others couldn't wait to write Scholar Zhang's praises on their foreheads, feeling quite proud. Lin Yan'an watched the two talking beside him and felt completely left out, feeling a bit frustrated. He tried to speak a few times, but was interrupted. Finally, he could only leave with a huff, saying, "Miss Jiang, in 3 days, I will send someone to take you with me to Qingshui County." With that, he left, looking quite displeased. He realized that as long as that pretty boy was around, he couldn't expose him. Well, he would deal with it after finishing the matters at Chuntang. He could see the pretty boy's intentions. He was determined to help Miss Jiang. Now that the troublesome person had left, Cijian relaxed, and his tightly pressed lips curved into a smile, visibly in a better mood. Jang Yimian found it amusing and paused, looking at him curiously. "You don't seem to like young Master Lin very much?" Last time, when they clashed, she thought it was because of the written agreement that upset Lin Yan'an, but today it seemed different. One of them was naturally aloof and indifferent to everyone, while the other, though not cold, came from a wealthy family and appeared approachable, but was actually hard to get along with. Yet neither of them showed their emotions openly, making things awkward. It was indeed strange for them to clash twice in a row. Cijian only focused on Jang Yimian and said, "Yimian is mistaken. It is young Master Lin who doesn't like me." Jang Yimian. How did she hear a hint of bitterness in that aggrieved statement? Fortunately, the two had already arrived near the drying ground. The sky was gradually getting darker, with a round moon hanging in the heavy sky, seemingly waiting for night to fall and shine its light over the drying area. Many children were sitting around the drying area, with a few adults scattered on the outskirts. Everyone was quietly listening to the person standing in the center, who was teaching simple literacy lessons. Sun Xiaohu, De Mao, and Air Mao were sitting in the front on small benches, listening very attentively. It was much better than she had expected. She thought there weren't many people in the village interested in learning to read, but it seemed otherwise. There was no fee to pay, and it didn't interfere with their daytime work, so these people were willing for their children to learn a few words. After watching for a while, they were about to leave when the village chief hurried over to greet them. "Hey, young girl, didn't you want to buy land last time? Have you really made up your mind?" He thought Zhang's daughter was joking when he heard about the 25 acres of wasteland. Buying it would be a significant amount. Jang Yimian nodded and said, "Village chief, I really want to buy it. How much silver do I need? I can give it to you now." She was serious this time, unlike her previous casual intention. After 3 busy days making soap, she realized that besides building a house, there was another important task: to set up a soap workshop. If they faced another urgent task next time, they wouldn't have enough hands in their small area and needed to plan ahead. Li Shi was surprised and stared wide-eyed for a while before saying, "That wasteland isn't good for growing crops. If you really want to buy, you can get better land in other villages." He was worried that she was just caught up in the moment and that some wasteland would be hard to sell later. Jang Yimian understood he was looking out for her and smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Li. I know what you mean. I'm not buying the land for farming. I have other plans." Li Shi reluctantly nodded. 25 acres will cost 50 taels of silver. This land is under the name of Qingshi Village. I just need to go to the government office to get the paperwork done. Jang Yimian agreed, handed him a 50-tael silver note, and gave the village chief a tael of small silver, smiling. "Thank you for your help, village chief. I might not be in the village for the next few days, so if Deshu and the others have any trouble, I hope you can look out for them." She planned to discuss the house and workshop matters when she returned, but since she met the village chief today, she wanted to settle the land purchase first. Li Shi looked at the few pieces of silver and quickly waved his hand, saying, No, this won't do. I usually handle the paperwork for buying land, so you don't need to be polite." Jang Yimian smiled and said, "You misunderstood, village chief. I need your help with something else. Could you help me find some bricklayers?" She wanted to build a house and a workshop, so bricklayers were essential. Having the village chief's help would make things much easier. Seeing that she wouldn't take no for an answer, Li Shi smiled and said, "Don't worry, Zhang girl, I'll take care of it for you. Just look at Lu Zio brothers' house. I handled everything for that, and it turned out well." Cijian chuckled to himself but noticed that the people around him were genuinely satisfied, so he didn't say anything more. While they were talking, Wenshi approached with a surprised look and said, "Hey, Zhang girl, your family is building a house. That's impressive. You must be doing well in business. Is that young master, who came yesterday and today working with you?" Wenshi's voice was loud, quickly attracting the attention of many. Most people had finished their meals and were strolling in the moonlight. Upon hearing this, they gathered around, chatting with curiosity and envy, but without any malice. "Really? Zhang girl, will you be looking for workers in the village? My husband can help. My husband can too. When are you planning to build?" At this time of year, spring planting was about to begin. If they went to the town for work, they would have to return soon. Most men were still at home waiting for spring planting, thinking they would look for work after it was done. So, when they heard someone in the village was building, they quickly gathered around. Jang Yimian didn't refuse and thought for a moment before saying, "If I need help, I will let everyone know." Upon hearing this, everyone began to congratulate her, occasionally asking about Jiang family's business. It was clear that their curiosity was genuine and not malicious. Chun Guixiang stood outside the crowd, watching the people gathered inside, feeling frustrated and muttering, "What a show." A woman next to her heard this and replied, "Chun, Jiang girl is providing us with work. Why are you being so negative?" Chun Guixiang scoffed and said loudly, "Anyone can talk. If she really pays, that's another story. Don't come crying if you don't get paid later." Her voice was loud and clearly aimed at the crowd, causing everyone to exchange glances, momentarily stunned. Although they wanted to help their men find work, they also wanted to earn some money. They couldn't just work for free. Seeing that everyone was hesitant, Jang Yimian calmly said, "Don't worry, everyone. Since I want to build a house, I have enough money for it. You don't need to worry about the payment. We can discuss the details later. But rest assured, I will keep my word and won't make false claims or mislead anyone about their intentions." After saying this, she cast a cold glance at Chen Guixiang and left. The others felt relieved and stopped worrying about the payment. However, they began to look at Chen Guixiang strangely. Everyone in the village knew what had happened a few days ago, and since Chen Guixiang hadn't shown up recently, her sudden appearance today and her wild claims were starting to annoy them. "Chen Guixiang, do you think everyone is like your Chunhua? You dare to talk about marriage casually. Be careful you don't end up unmarried." "Exactly. That young master from Lin has come to the village twice, and he hasn't paid any attention to you. I can't believe I fell for Chunhua's nonsense before. You should focus on your own family and stop worrying about others." As the crowd began to talk about her, Chen Guixiang became furious. Watching Jang Yimian's departing figure, she muttered, "Humph, all she does is talk. Acting all high and mighty, teaching her kids to read and running a business. I want to see what kind of house she can build. Don't come crying to me later. Isn't she just making money from konjac? Anyone can do that." She was just waiting to see if Zhang's goods would sell, and if they wouldn't, she'd see how proud they remained. 3 days passed quickly. Jang Yimian informed her family and then took a carriage to Qingshui County. Strangely, she hadn't seen Lu Cijian since last night, and he was also missing this morning. The door was tightly shut, as if he wasn't home. She wondered if he had gone hunting, or if he was like last time, appearing and disappearing suddenly. Thinking about his recent behavior, she found it quite normal, as he hadn't mentioned leaving. Not wanting to dwell on it, she lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the scenery outside. It was spring, and various shades of green grass and unknown little flowers were blooming from the ground, creating a colorful view. Although it was a common rural scene, Jang Yimian thought it was a unique kind of beauty. The journey to Qingshui County wasn't too long. It took about 2 hours by carriage. "If it's just to buy a few things, I can return in a day, but I also need to check the situation at the clinic, and will have to stay in the county for at least 1 night. Lin Yan'an guessed that preparations were being made at the clinic, so she only sent Xiao Fu to pick her up. The two chatted occasionally along the way, and the 2 hours passed quickly. As the carriage gradually entered the county town of Qingshui, Jang Yimian sighed heavily upon hearing the lively shouts and the occasional sound of hooves. After 2 hours of bumpy travel, her body ached all over. If the journey had been any longer, she felt like she might fall apart. Fortunately, Xiao Fu soon stopped the carriage and smiled, saying, "Miss Jiang, we've arrived." As Jang Yimian stepped down from the carriage, she saw a large shop in front of her, covering at least 4 acres and having 2 stories. The decoration was much more impressive than anything in the town. Inside the clinic, there were quite a few people, some there for medical treatment and others to buy soap. "Excuse me, has the soap arrived? My lady reserved it early," one customer asked. "Yes, my lady did too," another added. Seeing her curiosity, Xiao Fu led her upstairs while smiling. Ever since the soap became popular among the ladies, many come to buy it every day, even from other counties. The clinic had been bustling like this every day lately. Jang Yimian nodded, but didn't say much. They quickly reached the 2nd floor, where Jang Yimian noticed there were also many people, still for medical treatment, but with small partitions clearly meant for patient privacy. Not wanting to linger, she followed Xiao Fu through the corridor to a quiet room. Just as she was about to knock, the door opened from the inside. A fair and graceful girl stepped out, her lively demeanor shining through. She wore a green dress that accentuated her charm. As soon as she saw Jang Yimian, her eyes lit up, and she approached with a smile, linking arms with Jang Yimian. "You must be Sister Jiang. I'm Lin Zhaozhao, his sister." Lin Zhaozhao pointed to the people inside the room, her gaze still fixed on Jang Yimian. At first, when her brother mentioned that a farmer's daughter made the soap, she imagined it was an older woman. But seeing Jang Yimian today, not only was she surprised by her age, but also by her beauty and grace. Her exquisite features and elegant demeanor certainly did not resemble that of a farmer's daughter. she could easily stand among the refined ladies of the city. The purple dress made her look even taller and more beautiful, saying she was as lovely as a flower wouldn't be an exaggeration. Lin Yan'an was sitting by the window, looking outside. When he saw the two enter, he smiled and said, "Miss Jiang, you finally arrived. I've prepared everything you mentioned. Should we start now or wait until tomorrow?" He had been busy at the rejuvenation hall these past few days, eager to implement Jang Yimian's methods as best as he could. Seeing her made him a bit impatient. Jang Yimian smiled and replied, "Let's start now." She hadn't planned to stay in Qingshui County for long, so starting earlier meant finishing sooner. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan'an quickly instructed Xiao Fu outside the door. He then led Jang Yimian and Lin Zhaozhao out of the room, standing at the railing of the corridor. From the center of the second floor, they could clearly see what was happening on the first floor. Lin Zhaozhao, a chatterbox, was quite curious about Jang Yimian and excitedly asked her many questions about village life until she heard Lin Yan'an say, "It's starting." She then closed her mouth and looked down at the main hall. On the side of the first floor, a counter had been set up to sell soap, and a few young attendants were there. One tall, thin attendant took out a wooden box and smiled at the customers waiting to buy soap, saying, "Today, we have a new product at the rejuvenation hall. If you have time, come and check it out." The people in line were getting impatient. "What's going on? We came to buy soap, and now we have to wait again." "Yeah, I've been here several times and couldn't buy any last time."
Don't waste our time.
Hearing the growing complaints, the attendant remained calm and cheerful, saying, "Don't worry, you'll all be interested in this new product." With that, he took out a delicate brocade box from the counter and opened it for everyone to see. Inside the box were 3 square bars of soap, each decorated with a cute raccoon. The raccoons looked different on each bar but were all adorable, making people instantly like them. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and a bold woman asked curiously, "Is this also soap?" The attendant smiled and replied, "Yes, this is also soap. It's even better and prettier than what we usually sell." As soon as he said this, the people in line became interested. "How much is it?" "This soap looks great. I'll take one." "I want one too. The raccoon design is really nice." "I'll take 2. "I'll take all 3. As the atmosphere became lively, the attendant sighed in relief and continued with a smile, "These soaps are not for sale, but if you want them, you can enter a lottery. It costs 10 coins per draw. The first prize is these 3 bars of soap, the second prize is 3 regular bars of soap, and the third prize is a bottle of medicine for colds." Hearing this, the woman at the front asked curiously, "Do we only win if we draw one of those 3 prizes?" Everyone else perked up to listen. The attendant replied, "Everyone can win. If you don't draw one of those 3 items, you can still get mosquito repellent. Just by participating, you get a reward, and there's even a chance to win the first prize right away." As soon as he said this, the people in line brightened up, realizing he had a point, and they started clamoring to give it a try. If someone could win the first prize in one draw, they would make a huge profit. A regular bar of soap costs 70 coins, and a more attractive one would naturally be more expensive, not to mention the challenge of actually buying it. Many of them had come to the shop several times and left empty-handed. 70 coins might seem like a lot to an ordinary family, but to them, it was just a small amount. However, those 3 bars of soap with the raccoon design were different. They were not only beautiful but also more effective, making them feel eager to try. Seeing their excitement, the attendant pointed to a wooden box on the counter, tightly sealed except for a small opening at the top, and said, "This is the lottery box. There are 3,000 tickets inside. Anyone who wants to play can give it a try, for 10 coins. Even if you don't win a big prize, you can still take home a bottle of mosquito repellent. Plus, the first prize soap is unique. There's only one set, so don't miss out." After hearing this, those who initially thought 3,000 tickets were too many became excited. The idea of a unique prize was undoubtedly more appealing than ordinary soap. And with 3,000 tickets, if luck was on their side, they could still draw the first prize from that big box. Some who had only come to watch, with no intention of participating, also joined the line just for fun. After all, even if they didn't win the grand prize, getting a bottle of mosquito repellent was still a good deal. Although it wasn't summer yet, it was already mid-March, and mosquitoes were starting to appear, making mosquito repellent a useful item. The woman at the front glanced at the 3 bars of soap with a raccoon design on the counter and felt very pleased. Her young lady had recently complained that the soaps were too plain, only in simple colors, and wished they had designs. Little did she expect that today, the shop would offer this opportunity. If she wins the first prize, the young lady at her home will surely be overjoyed, and she might even reward her with something. If she doesn't win, she can buy a few bars of soap to take back, and since she has mosquito repellent, she won't lose any money. It's a good deal either way. Thinking this, she said, "I'll draw 3 times." She handed over 30 copper coins and reached into the wooden box. Carefully, she took out a wooden stick and saw that it had no markings. She wondered, what kind of stick is this? The attendant replied with some regret, "It's a regular stick. The first to third prize sticks have writing on them." The woman acknowledged this, feeling a bit disappointed, but knowing it was unlikely to win right away. She drew 2 more sticks, both regular ones. Frowning, she asked, "Are you sure there are only 3,000 sticks in there? We don't know how many sticks there really are. How do we know you're not tricking us?" Others around her started to look at the attendant as well. He cleared his throat and calmly said, "If you don't believe me, you can watch from the side. I won't put the drawn sticks back in, so you can count them later." With this reassurance, the crowd felt more at ease and urged the woman at the front to continue. "Are you going to draw again? If not, make room for us." "Yeah, my luck is definitely better than yours. I'll surely win the first prize." Seeing the people behind her urging her on, the woman felt a bit annoyed, huffed, and stepped out of line. She wanted to see if the attendant was telling the truth. Several people drew sticks, and they all ended up with mosquito repellent. The crowd felt both disappointed and excited. The more the people at the front drew, the greater the chances for those behind, making them even happier. Lin Yenin watched the ever-growing line from upstairs, his eyes wide in surprise. "Miss Jiang, your strategy is truly impressive." At first, he thought it was impossible, considering there were 3,000 sticks. If the last one was the winning stick, it would cost 30 taels of silver. 30 taels for 3 bars of soap seemed a bit too much, even if the soap was beautiful. Beside him, Lin Zhao also widened her eyes, looking at Jang Yimian with admiration. "Sister Jiang, aren't you worried that these people won't come to draw?" Jang Yimian smiled and replied, 10 coins aren't much for these people, and with the mosquito repellent as a backup, they'll naturally want to try their luck for a big prize. To draw all 3,000 lots, it costs 30 taels. The people below understand this, but they all think that if they could win with just 1 lot, any of the third prizes would be worth it. As long as this thought is in their minds, they will definitely draw, and this feeling is like gambling, which can be addictive. While 3 people were talking, an excited voice came from below. "Hey, I won! I won! Third prize, I won with just 1 lot!" A young man exclaimed, holding his lot with excitement. Others looked on with envy and jealousy. Those who were hesitating about whether to draw for a big prize became even more excited. Before long, half of the 3,000 lots were drawn, but these people did not have the same luck as the first winner and ended up with a bunch of mosquito repellent. However, the remaining people still had plenty of enthusiasm, especially since the young man who won with 1 lot was boasting nearby, boosting everyone's confidence. As the drawing continued smoothly, Jang Yimian was about to tell her siblings what to do next when she heard a cold sneer from below. When did the Hua Chuntang start playing these deceptive tricks? A young man in a crescent white robe walked in, accompanied by a pretty young girl. However, the arrogance on the girl's face made her seem more intimidating. Everyone looked at the newcomers and recognized them as the young master and miss of the Song family, pausing in surprise. The Song family is a prominent family in Qingshui County, equal in status to the Lin family. The 2 families had little business interaction and generally kept to themselves, but the young masters of both families had a significant rivalry, leading to many rumors of them fighting in the streets. Everyone in Qingshui County knew about this, and the staff at Hua Chuntang were naturally aware as well. Seeing the newcomers made them feel a bit scared. This young bully had a reputation for being violent, and they dared not provoke him. For a moment, they were stunned, and the words they wanted to say were instantly blocked by Song-chi.
What?
Did I say something wrong? Do you dare to say there are first and second prizes among these lots? He stopped playing such tricks after he turned 5. Only that fool Lin Yenin would still use them to deceive people. Song Miaoing laughed at this. What? Hua Chuntang isn't saving people, but instead deceiving them? I might have to let the authorities come and ask about this. What crime is deceiving for money? The people in line hesitated upon hearing this. Lin Yenin was very angry, glaring at the people below and rolling up his sleeves to shout, "That scoundrel Song-chi is back again, causing trouble at the clinic today. Xiao Fu, get someone to drive them out." Xiao Fu quickly agreed and was about to go down when Jang Yimian stopped him, saying, "I'll go check it out. Zhao Zhao, keep an eye on your brother and make sure he doesn't interfere." Lin Zhao Zhao nodded quickly, feeling relieved. For some reason, she trusted Jang Yimian without question. Even if they couldn't solve the problem right away, Jang Yimian was better than her brother. Her brother was only clever in business. Otherwise, he was not much help, especially when he saw those two people below. He would definitely rush to chase them away, which would only create more trouble. Lin Yenin watched Jang Yimian leave, feeling frustrated. "Zhao Zhao, what are you doing? Let go of me. That scoundrel Song-chi is not someone Jang Yimian can handle alone. Since he's here, he won't leave easily and will definitely cause a scene in the shop." He understood Song-chi all too well. Last time, when Song-chi accidentally fell into the water, he had laughed at him for months. This time, he was here to regain his pride and wouldn't leave quietly. Lin Zhao Zhao felt helpless and quickly said, "Brother, wait a moment. If Jiang's sister really can't handle it, then we can go down. If Song-chi sees you, he might escalate things and create even more trouble. If we don't resolve this today, Jiang's sister won't be able to do what she plans later." Hearing this, Lin Yenin calmed down. If he went down now, the lottery event would definitely come to a halt. If Song-chi spread rumors outside, it would be nearly impossible to continue. He needed to stay calm. This business was not just about the clinic, but also about Jang Yimian. She had thought of a solution for so long, and he couldn't ruin it. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, "Let's wait and see." Seeing her brother finally calm down, Lin Zhao Zhao sighed in relief. In the hall, several young attendants were furious at the aggressive words of the Song siblings, but those two didn't give them a chance to explain, simply claiming that the clinic was a scam. This made many people in line start to doubt. Jang Yimian looked at the arrogant Song siblings and calmly said, "Do you have any evidence that the clinic is a scam? If not, you're just slandering us. The young master of the Song family shouldn't behave this way." Jang Yimian's voice was not loud, but her strong words reached everyone's ears, calming those who had doubts. "Yes, young Master Song, you can't cause trouble in someone else's shop just because you have a personal grudge with young Master Lin. Doesn't that affect business?" "Exactly. You claim that Hua Chuntang is cheating. Do you have any evidence?"
You can't just say things like that.
Hua Chuntang offers free consultations on the 23rd of every month and has helped many people. We don't believe Hua Chuntang is cheating. Right? I don't believe it either. Just a moment ago, someone won third prize. That bottle of medicine is worth quite a bit even when sold regularly. Seeing that everyone was supporting Hua Chuntang, Song-chi was furious. His gaze landed on Jang Yimian, and a brief moment of admiration flashed in his eyes. He scoffed and said, "Who do you think you are? I only talked to Lin Yenin. Where did he go? Is he hiding like a turtle?" Finally having a chance to regain his dignity, he was determined to make Lin Yenin look bad today. He would make sure Hua Chuntang couldn't continue its business. Jang Yimian simply chuckled lightly and replied, "Young Master Lin has his own matters to attend to and won't waste his time on something trivial like this. Since young Master Song doubts the fairness of the lottery, why not join in and see for yourself? There are still 1,500 sticks inside. You can personally check what they are." Song-chi sneered and shot Jang Yimian a glare before saying, "Why should I try? You think I would fall for such a trick?
Dream on."
Beside him, Song Miaoing tugged at her brother's sleeve, wanting to say something but hesitating. Song-chi was convinced the lottery was a scam and refused to try, which made her anxious. They had come to buy soap but ended up waiting outside the shop a bit longer after hearing about Hua Chuntang's new offering, wanting to join in the excitement. Aside from the lottery, she really liked the 3 raccoon soaps. They were cute and unique. She had heard they were one of a kind, and if she had one, she could show it off to the other ladies. Jang Yimian pretended not to notice their interaction and raised an eyebrow at Song-chi. "What's wrong? Since you say this trick is a scam, why are you afraid to try it? Is it because you're scared?" With everyone in the hall watching, Song-chi snorted. He had intended to expose this little trick and had no intention of backing down now. "What a joke. I'm not afraid of anything. Today, I'm going to reveal Hua Chuntang's scam." With that, he pushed past the first person at the counter, casually tossed down 15 taels of silver, and said coolly, "I'll buy this stick. I want to see if there are any first or second prizes inside." As he spoke, he reached into the box and randomly pulled out several sticks, but none were first or second prizes. He let out a cold shout and continued to draw. Beside him, Song Miaoin watched the box and the people behind the counter closely, afraid someone might cheat. The crowd that had been waiting in line gathered around, staring intently as Song-chi repeatedly drew from the box. After he had drawn 300 sticks without seeing a first or second prize, Song-chi grew anxious, and doubts began to rise among the others. However, in the next moment, he pulled out a stick marked with the number 1. The crowd immediately erupted in excitement, and the noise in the hall became lively. "Oh wow, a first prize! You won! There really is one. It's a pity that young Master Song paid 15 taels directly. If he had taken his time, he could have gotten it for less than 4 taels. What a shame. Yeah, young Master Song should have drawn slowly. That raccoon soap looks really nice. We won't have a chance now." Hearing the excitement around him, Song-chi felt confused, staring at the stick in his hand. He never expected to draw a first prize so easily, and the teasing words he had planned to say were stuck in his throat. While he was still in shock, Song Miaoin was overjoyed. "Brother, you're so lucky." She was thrilled that her brother had won the first prize, and the new raccoon soap would be hers. Jang Yimian, noticing Song-chi's silence, reminded him, "Young Master Song, you haven't finished drawing yet. Are you not going to continue?" Song-chi gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated as the people around him kept praising his luck, leaving him with nowhere to vent his anger. He had come to expose a scam. What was this? Song-chi glared fiercely at Jang Yimian. "I'll keep drawing." Seeing that he decided to continue, the crowd's excited shouts gradually quieted down, still closely watching the box, curious about how many draws it would take to get a second prize. However, the silence didn't last long before another wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. "Oh wow, 10 sticks, and you got a second prize. If you had drawn slowly, you could have made a fortune. Who says otherwise? Young Master Song, you're not trying to cut in line on purpose, are you?" "Exactly. You're the ones accusing the Rejuvenation Hall of cheating. It's actually you too. If you hadn't butted in, that reward would have been ours." Thinking about the possibility of winning a second prize with just 10 sticks, the crowd grew increasingly dissatisfied. 3 ordinary bars of soap cost 210 coins, while 10 sticks cost 100 coins. This means they saved 110 coins. Although it's not a lot, they were happy to get a good deal. Seeing the crowd around him becoming unhappy, Song-chi's face darkened with anger. He wanted to shout but held back. His actions not only failed to expose the tricks of the Hua Chuntang but also landed him in trouble. Meanwhile, Song Miaoin was fixated on the raccoon soap, which made it clear that the siblings were trying to cut in line. Furious, he pointed at Jang Yimian and shouted, "You tricked me. The lottery box must have been tampered with. You are cheating." At first, he didn't understand, but hearing the crowd's dissatisfaction made him realize that this person was deliberately provoking him to draw. Not only did it prove the fairness of the lottery, but it also cost him 15 taels of silver. Jang Yimian blinked innocently and said, "What are you talking about, young Master Song? You already won the first and second prizes. Are you regretting that 15 taels of silver?" Song Chi truly regretted it. He had assumed there were no winning sticks in the box and only now realized he had been tricked. Not only did he lose his silver, but he also helped Hua Chuntang clear its name, leaving everyone with the impression that anyone could win the first prize. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the crowd grew dissatisfied as well. Young Master Song, are you being unreasonable? You doubted the lottery box, and now you've proven Hua Chuntang's honesty, yet you still can't let go of that 15 taels of silver. Exactly. If you hadn't come to Hua Chuntang and caused a fuss, that first prize would have been mine. Now, thanks to you, it's gone.
Right.
Is a member of the Song family going to go back on their word and be dishonest? Song Chi was furious, but didn't want to say anything more, fearing it would embarrass the Song family. He grabbed Song Miaoyin and tried to leave. Song Miaoyin quickly took the 2 prizes from the counter and happily left, her earlier arrogance replaced by delight as she admired the raccoon soap in her hands. 3 unique bars of soap that so many others missed out on greatly satisfied her vanity. As the siblings left, Jang Yimian continued to reassure the crowd with a smile. Don't worry, everyone. The lottery will continue tomorrow with different soap designs. If you want one, remember to come early to line up. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd, who had initially felt a bit disappointed, became cheerful. Many attendants quickly left, clearly heading back to report to their masters. As Song Chi exited the rejuvenation hall, he kicked the attendant standing nearby in frustration, filled with anger. The attendant fell to the ground, but didn't dare to make a sound. He got back up and respectfully stood to the side again, as if he was used to it. Song Chi's feelings of gloom and anger were still not released, but he hesitated to act out in public. Just as he was about to get into the carriage, he noticed Jiang Yaguang standing nearby, still looking back at the rejuvenation hall, with a complex expression of surprise and disbelief. Irritated, Song Chi said, "What are you looking at? Are you also interested in this trick?" If it weren't for his father and sister liking this person, he wouldn't bother with this country bumpkin, who was rumored to have come from a refugee camp. Just because he had some talent, he had caught his sister's attention, tricking their father into wanting to marry her off to him. Jiang Yaguang quickly snapped back to reality and respectfully replied, "Young master, you misunderstand. I was just momentarily confused, thinking I saw someone I knew." He thought he had seen his cousin from the main family. She looked somewhat similar, yet not quite, and he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Surely, all those from the main family should be dead by now. A sickly woman with 3 children would either have been killed by bandits or starved to death. How could she possibly be here? He must have been mistaken. Seeing Jiang Yaguang being scolded, Song Miaoyin, despite being happy to receive the soap, stepped forward to hold the thin man's arm and said, "Brother, why are you being harsh on Brother Yaguang? He just made a mistake. You're the one who went to the rejuvenation hall looking for trouble. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself, and don't take it out on Brother Yaguang." Song Chi was very annoyed by his sister, especially seeing her holding onto Jiang Yaguang's arm. His brows furrowed even more as he coldly said, "You two look ridiculous out here. Get in the carriage. We're going home." Song Miaoyin made a face at Song Chi's back and then smiled as she pulled Jiang Yaguang into the carriage. At this moment, on the 2nd floor of Baozatang, a middle-aged man listened to the attendant's report and scoffed lightly, a trivial skill. Do they think they can outdo Baozatang like this? The people from the rejuvenation hall underestimate us. The attendant laughed in agreement. The shopkeeper is right. Baozatang has been in business for so long that those shops are naturally no match for us. However, the middle-aged man quickly stopped smiling and asked, "So, what's the update? Who is behind that soap?" Although he didn't think that Hua Chuntang could threaten Baozatang's position, he was indeed interested in that soap. For many years, whether in the capital or nearby small countries, people used bath beads or some cleansing powders. No matter how much they bragged outside, the formulas inside were actually the same. Not only were the effects poor, but they were also expensive. If it weren't for the admiration of the noble ladies in the capital, they wouldn't sell for such high prices. This was the first time he had seen this soap, and if he mastered the formula, it would surely catch the attention of that important person. Bao Zitang could also make a significant profit. The young servant hesitated for a moment and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this soap formula was likely provided to Hua Chuntang by a farmer girl from Qinghe town. It seems that this formula was also thought up by her today." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. "Interesting. A farmer girl knows such a formula. Go, tell someone to keep an eye on her. I want to see what other talents this farmer girl has." The young servant quickly agreed. When Jang Yimian returned to the second floor, Lin Zhaozhao happily linked her arm with hers and said, "Sister Jiang, you are truly amazing. You easily dealt with the slander from the Song siblings and even turned it to your advantage. I believe that within 3 days, this beautiful soap will become the favorite of those ladies." The Lin family was in business and naturally knew how to capture people's hearts, especially since she owned several jewelry and cosmetic shops, making her even more aware of how to attract those ladies. However, seeing Jang Yimian's method today left her in awe. She could never have thought of such a novel idea. The suggestion to bring out the soap at the flower appreciation event was also her brother's idea. It must be said that the two had some similarities, both able to come up with unconventional ideas. Jang Yimian simply smiled. "It won't take 3 days. At most, by tomorrow, Miss Song will help us spread the news. It would surely be better than they had previously imagined, and future promotions would be fun. With the ladies chasing after the soap, they wouldn't have to worry about high-priced orders." Lin Zhaozhao was taken aback, but then thought of something and covered her mouth with a laugh. That Song Miaoyin was never good at keeping secrets. As the first person to get the raccoon soap, she would definitely show off in the entire Qing County. By then, without her needing to remind anyone, those at the flower appreciation event would naturally ask questions. With her around, there was no worry about the soap's reputation not spreading. Thinking about it, she recalled what Jang Yimian had told the others and curiously asked, "Sister Jiang, is the new soap really better than the old one?" She had already used regular soap and found it pleasantly fragrant and more comfortable than bath beads, so she was quite satisfied. At that time, she thought the staff's comments were just for show. Jang Yimian nodded, "Of course." The new soap not only had new designs, but she also improved the formula. The scent lasted longer, the foam was finer, and it felt much better to use, definitely better than the ordinary kind. It was not just a pretty package. Lin Zhaozhao was immediately delighted, her eyes shining brighter as she smiled and said, "Sister Jiang, you're amazing. How did my brother meet you?" She was surprised that her somewhat foolish brother could know such a remarkable girl. Feeling a bit offended, Lin Yan'an waved his folding fan and said seriously, "Of course, it's because I'm also impressive. Not only do I have money, but I'm also good-looking." Lin Zhaozhao rolled her eyes and pulled Jang Yimian to walk ahead, whispering, "Sister Jiang, my brother is just silly, don't mind him." Jang Yimian just smiled and didn't respond. However, she thought Lin Yan'an wasn't that silly after all. He had managed everything she asked him to do without missing a detail, even handling the hidden box for the lottery tickets very well, discreetly mixing in the 3 grand prize tickets. Even if she hadn't come today, the lottery would have gone smoothly, except for the unexpected situation with the Song siblings. Everything else went well. Some of the strategies were even better than she had expected. It seemed that he was truly sharp when it came to business. Lin Yan'an must have put all his talents into being born and doing business. Seeing the two enjoying their conversation, Lin Yan'an felt happy and said with a smile, "Let's go eat. Today, I'll treat you." He was thrilled to see Song Qi struggling. Moreover, inviting Miss Jiang was not just about discussing future business. He had something more important to clarify. With the pretty boy finally out of the picture, he needed to explain the dangers of that guy to Miss Jiang. The 3 went straight to a restaurant, sat down in a private room, and after discussing business matters, they fell silent and quietly ate. They ordered a lot of dishes, all specialties from Qingshui County, which were delicious and beautifully presented. Unable to bear the silence in the room, Lin Zhaozhao looked at Jang Yimian and curiously asked, "Sister Jiang, are you planning to go back early tomorrow? Why not stay here a few more days?" Although today was the first time she met Jang Yimian, she often heard about her from her brother, so there was no awkwardness. It felt like they were old friends. Lin Yanin thought of something and nodded, saying, Miss Zhang, why not stay a few more days? Don't you want to see how things develop? Jang Yimian waved her hand casually and replied, I have a lot to do at home. I need to go back and check on things. Before long, she would be busy with farming. She needed to resolve the construction of her house and the workshop first. There were too many tasks, and wasting even one more day in Qingshui County felt like a loss. Besides, there wasn't much fun to be had alone in Qingshui County. She preferred being with her family. Seeing this, the Lin siblings didn't insist further. However, Lin Yanin frowned, cleared his throat, and said earnestly, Miss Zhang, please be careful. There are people around you with bad intentions, and you should deal with them early to avoid trouble. That man looked cold and occasionally showed a hint of hostility. Staying close to Miss Zhang must have some ulterior motive. Whether it was for money or something else, his gaze fell on Jang Yimian's fair and lovely face, and unexpectedly, he met her bright eyes, which made him pause for a moment. Miss Zhang seemed truly beautiful. He had previously thought she was a cruel person, but seeing her easily drive away Song Qi and her reasonable profit request last time made him realize she was actually quite kind. If she had asked for a bit more profit, he would have likely agreed. Clearing his throat to hide his surprise, he quickly looked away, more convinced that the man must be interested in Jang Yimian. Jang Yimian thought Lin Yanin was just warning her to be cautious of the villagers in Qingshui village, so she responded casually and didn't think much of it. Instead, Lin Zhao glanced at Lin Yanin with interest. The next morning, Jang Yimian boarded the carriage back to Qinghe town. Lin Yanin couldn't come due to a last-minute issue. However, Lin Zhao came early to see her off and brought her some local specialties from Qinghe County, including snacks and little trinkets. She was still accompanied by Xiao Fu on the way back. The carriage quickly left the county seat of Qingshui and entered a narrow path. Suddenly, 10 strong men rushed down from the mountain path and blocked the carriage. Xiao Fu was startled and quickly tightened the reins, stopping the horse. He frowned at the men on the path and said irritably, What do you want? The men, however, ignored him and stared directly at the people inside the carriage. Jang Yimian lifted the curtain to look at them and raised an eyebrow. This place is remote and far from the county town. If something happens here, no one would know. These people are so familiar with their usual path that they must have investigated it secretly. The leader of the group looked at Jang Yimian for a moment and said, You're the one who provides soap to Huichun Hall, right? Hand over the soap recipe, or cooperate with Baozateng, and we will let you go. Otherwise, this will be your final resting place. Although Huichun Hall does not have the influence of Baozateng, the recipe in this man's hands is valuable. The people from Baozateng said that as long as they can get the recipe, they don't care about any injuries or deaths. Jang Yimian just smiled and replied coldly, Baozateng's request for cooperation lacks sincerity. At her words, the men laughed mockingly and drew short knives from their waists, showing their attitude and completely disregarding her. The leader only coldly said, We are not seeking cooperation. If you don't want to die, quickly hand over the recipe. No one can stop Baozateng from getting what they want, and a simple farmer girl is not worth their effort to negotiate. If the recipe weren't so precious, they wouldn't bother to bully an unarmed girl. Xiao Fu was terrified and didn't expect Baozateng's people to be so bold. Just as he was about to grab the horse cart and run, he saw Jang Yimian jump down from the cart and charge at those with knives, making him even more frightened. After a moment of hesitation, he raised the whip and struck it hard, causing the horse to neigh and charge straight at the group blocking the road. He thought they would be scared and move aside, but one of them swung a knife at the horse instead. The knife plunged into the horse's body, causing it to go wild and run off into the distance. Xiao Fu clung tightly to the side of the cart, afraid of being thrown off by the frantic horse. Jang Yimian glanced at the panicking horse racing down the mountain path and frowned. This mountain road is relatively flat and wide due to frequent merchant traffic, but the left side is still a steep slope. If someone falls, they could be seriously injured. She quickly disregarded the knives aimed at her and rushed toward the cart. As the car was about to tumble down the slope due to inertia, Xiao Fu was terrified, feeling as if his soul was leaving his body. The wild horse had already tossed him around in the cart, and now he was losing strength, sliding toward the edge of the slope. Jang Yimian was trapped in place by a few strong men. She frowned, not caring about the danger, and lunged at the nearest person with her curved dagger. The runaway carriage had finally been thrown down the slope by the horses. Xiaofu screamed in fear and nearly fainted. However, in the next moment, he felt a tight grip around his neck, and he was lifted off the ground. Lute Cijian grabbed him and tossed him to a safe spot, then rode toward Jang Yimian, who was surrounded. The strong men were startled by their fallen comrade, but, realizing the situation was dire, they abandoned the fight and ran away. The horses stopped in front of Jang Yimian, who calmly looked at the person sitting on the horse and asked, "What are you doing here?" She hadn't seen him since early yesterday and didn't expect him to come to the county town. Lute Cijian didn't reply. He dismounted and assessed her, noticing her calm demeanor and clean clothes, with no signs of injury. He said, "I came to Qinghe County to handle some matters." Jiang Yimian glanced at him, clearly skeptical, and laughed. "You didn't follow me here, did you?" It was too coincidental to run into her while saving someone. Lute Cijian cleared his throat, looking a bit uncomfortable, but didn't explain. He just looked at the body lying on the ground and said, "I'll take care of the body first." With that, he picked up the lifeless body and walked toward the hillside. Xiaofu was still in shock, seeing Lute Cijian carry someone like a rag doll, and nervously asked, "Miss Jiang, what is he doing?" Jiang Yimian noticed his fear and reassured him, "Don't worry, this is all because of Bao Zitang. They won't make a scene." However, it was clear that the people behind Bao Zitang were not ordinary. She quickly added, "You should hurry back and tell Lin Yanin and the others about this. Be careful in the next few days and don't leave the county alone. Who knows if Bao Zitang would target others?" The people who came today were just trying to scare her. They were ordinary thugs and didn't intend to kill. If it weren't for the urgent situation, she would have just fought them off. But now, having taken one down, the rest would surely be frightened. In the future, if Bao Zitang wanted to act against her again, they would think twice about whether it was worth it. Xiaofu quickly nodded but then realized something and hesitated, saying, "Miss Jiang, why don't you come back with me while we're still not too far from the county? Without the carriage, how will you get back to Qingshu village?" He had come to send someone off, but unexpectedly, the carriage was lost before he could finish his task. Qingshui County is not too far from Qingshu village, but it takes 2 hours by carriage. If they walk back, it would take at least a day and a night. Jiang Yimian was hesitating when Lute Cijian came down from a hillside. His voice was cold, but his tone was firm. "I will take Yimian back. We can't stay here long." He had anticipated that someone would try to stop them when Jang Yimian agreed to come to the county with the Lin family, but he didn't expect them to be so ruthless. If Jang Yimian were an ordinary girl, something terrible would have happened today, and there was no way to protect Fangzi. Seeing this, Xiaofu nodded. "You two should hurry back. My young master will handle the matter with Bao Zitang." With that, he quickly ran toward the county. Jiang Yimian looked at Lute Cijian and then at the horse grazing nearby, raising an eyebrow. "Is there only one horse?" Lute Cijian nodded, hesitating, "If you mind." Before he could finish, Jiang Yimian skillfully mounted the horse. Seeing him standing still, she curiously asked, "Didn't you say we should leave soon?" Lute Cijian was taken aback, but said nothing more and quickly got on the horse. The horse soon galloped down the mountain path, but Lute Cijian tightened his grip on the reins, feeling a bit uncomfortable with Jiang Yimian's soft body in front of him. The bumpy road occasionally brought her closer, and the unique fragrance of the girl filled his senses, making his heart race and his ears turn red. Jiang Yimian, however, was unaware as she was focused on the tasks she needed to accomplish upon returning. However, the warmth from behind made Jiang Yimian's back feel a little hot. She suddenly realized that their position seemed a bit awkward and was about to create some distance when the bumpy road made it difficult. She bumped into Lute Cijian's chest, and he let out a soft grunt. At that moment, a large hand covered her waist, and Lute Cijian said helplessly, "Don't move around. It's bumpy on the road, and you might fall off the horse." Jang Yimian paused for a moment, responded casually, and truly did not dare to move again. She relaxed and leaned back comfortably against the person behind her. After all, the saddle was pressing against her thigh, causing pain with every movement. She was too lazy to think about anything else at that moment. Cijian watched the person in his arms for a while before he slightly smiled, and his tense body unconsciously relaxed. Finally, after traveling for more than 2 hours on the mountain road, they saw the neatly arranged houses in the distance and the smoke rising from cooking fires. Jang Yimian breathed a sigh of relief and got off the horse before entering the village. A few women chatting at the village entrance quickly approached when they saw Jang Yimian return. "Oh, Jang girl, you're back. I heard you went to do business with the Lin family. That's impressive." "Of course. I noticed a lot of timber and bricks have been delivered to the foot of the mountain. It hasn't been long, and you all will be able to live in houses with blue bricks and tiles. When do you plan to start construction?" "Yeah, how did so much get delivered? Aren't you just building a few houses? It looks like there's enough bricks and timber to build 2 large courtyards." The women gathered around Jang Yimian, asking curiously. Winsher was curious about something else. "Jang girl, what kind of business are you doing with that young master from the Lin family? Didn't we hear you were doing business with a tavern in town?" She had wanted to ask for a long time, but didn't know how to start. Seeing the delivery of so many bricks and tiles today made her very curious. With those bricks and tiles, they could easily build a large house, yet the Jang family was still having more delivered, clearly with other plans in mind. Jang Yimian just smiled and didn't say much, heading straight with Cijian to the thatched house at the foot of the mountain. It was just past noon, and Zhao Dashu and the others, who had been busy all morning, were about to eat when they saw Jang Yimian and Cijian return, leading a tall horse. Wang Xiaohui's eyes lit up as he approached to pet the horse for a while, then curiously asked, "Sister Mian, brother Cijian, come eat. How did you both come back together? One had gone to the county and the other was missing yesterday, so they were worried. Who would have thought they returned together today?" Zhao Dashu and Zhao Erii were also very curious. Cijian, however, remained calm and said lightly, "We ran into each other and came back together." Jang Yimian glanced at him, but didn't say much. She sat down to eat and began asking about things at home. Zhao Dashu chuckled, "Sister Mian, don't worry. Everything at home is fine. Uncle Daong is overseeing the house construction, and it's going smoothly. The village chief is responsible. He found a mason early this morning and plans to start work tomorrow." Jang Yimian nodded and asked about some tasks where the villagers could help. Zhao Dashu just smiled and said, "Sister Mian, don't worry. The village chief and Uncle Daong have already chosen the workers. They are probably going to notify the men in the village now. They are offering 40 coins a day without meals, and everyone is quite happy with it." Jang Yimian nodded again and didn't say more. With Lu Daong and the village chief helping, she didn't have to worry much about the house construction. For several days, Qingshi village was bustling, mainly busy with building the house for the Jiang family. Since the house construction and the workshop were happening at the same time, besides the masons hired from other villages, most of the men at home in the village were helping the Jiang family, except for the Li family. On her way back from the Jiang family, Wenshi was happily humming a tune, smiling brightly. Before heading to the Sun family, she turned and went directly to the Li family. In the Li family's yard, only Qin Guixiang and Li Chunhua were there, both with red hands, scratching them and looking uncomfortable, not sure what they were doing. She peeked in from outside the yard and saw a few messy piles of firewood, only hearing some chickens clucking, but didn't find anything related to making konjac. Curiously, she asked Qin Guixiang, "Weren't you going to make konjac? How is it going? Did you finish it?" Qin Guixiang's frown instantly relaxed when she saw someone at the door, saying, "Aren't you supposed to be at the Jiang family watching them build the house? Why are you here looking for me?" Wenshi just smiled and said, "I want to see how big the Jiang family's house is and to estimate how much money my husband can earn."
But what about you?
Why didn't you let your husband go help? The pay from the Jiang family was quite good. At first, she hesitated because her husband was sent by Grandma Sun to help, and she wasn't too happy about it. Who would have thought he brought back 40 coins on the first day? which made her very happy. Seeing the people from the Jiang family was much more pleasant now. The one who brought her coins deserved to be treated well. Chen Guixiang scoffed. My husband wouldn't go do that exhausting work for the Jiang family. If they're offering so much pay, they must treat the workers like animals. We don't need that little bit of money. If her husband went, who knows how the Jiang family would find fault with him. Besides, her family had enough to do. They didn't need to earn those few coins. Wenshi was taken aback, studying Chen Guixiang and her daughter for a while before suddenly leaning in and whispering, "You didn't actually make that konjac, did you?" She didn't believe Chen Guixiang's words about not needing the coins. At this time, every household was struggling. Having something to do and earning money was something everyone in the village would want. The Li family must be foolish not to help the Jiang family. Chen Guixiang glanced at her and replied irritably, "What do you want me to make it with? Why don't you ask for the recipe? Go on, go. Just seeing you reminds me of my coins. You need to return those few coins to me." Wen heard this and immediately stopped asking. She turned around and went back to the Sun family. Once she left, Chen Guixiang spat softly on the ground. Humph, what a joke. A few coins and the Jiang family has bought them off, just like these people in the village, all clueless. Li Chunhua looked at her swollen hand with some dissatisfaction. Mom, my hand is so itchy. You and Dad can finish the rest. If she had known making konjac would be uncomfortable, she wouldn't have come to help at all. Seeing her daughter's once fair hand now marked with red lines, Chen Guixiang felt heartbroken and said, "My poor girl, you've worked hard. Rest now. I'll finish the rest with your dad. Tomorrow morning you can come with me to sell in other villages." Li Chunhua nodded obediently and thought for a moment before saying, "After we sell everything, Mom, you need to give me some coins to buy some ointment in town. My hand has been suffering from making konjac these past few days." Chen Guixiang smiled and agreed. "Of course, I've earned some money these days, and I'll buy the best ointment for Chunhua." Li Chunhua was satisfied and went straight into the house, feeling quite pleased. Just thinking about how the Jiang family's business would one day belong to the Li family made her want to laugh in her dreams. These past few days, their family had been making konjac and selling it in nearby villages, earning about 60 to 70 coins a day, which was good for those small villages. Tomorrow, she would go with her mom to a larger village, where they would surely sell over 100 coins. Once the timing was right, they would also learn from the Jiang family and deliver goods to the town's taverns. As long as they were cheaper than the Jiang family, those taverns would naturally accept them. By then, Jang Yimian would have nowhere to cry. As for Cijian, who knew how he would react when he found out the Jiang family had lost their business. She would find a good family to marry into and make these people regret it. Meanwhile, Cijian was accidentally splashed with water by Mimi, who had fallen into the lotus pond. Cijian frowned and gave Mimi a light slap on the head. Instantly, the excited tiger, who had been shaking its head and splashing water everywhere, became dejected and let out a whimper. Jang Yimian, seeing the water droplets on Cijian's face, handed him a handkerchief with a smile and said, "Mimi must be tired from running around. It's hot today, so it came to the lotus pond to cool off. The poor fish in the pond have all been scared away." Cijian took the handkerchief from Jang Yimian's hand. His cool fingertips touched her warm skin, and he paused for a moment before quickly pulling back his hand to wipe the water from his face. Jang Yimian watched as Mimi swam happily in the lotus pond. Even though the fish had been frightened away, none had been eaten, which made her sigh in relief as she looked at Cijian. Cijian casually wiped his face, feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze. He glanced at her and, with a slightly tense voice, asked what's wrong. Jang Yimian focused on the droplet of water on his jawline, which slowly traced down his throat. She instinctively reached out to wipe it away. However, he froze, and his throat moved slightly as the droplet rolled down. Jang Yimian hesitated, ready to pull her hand back, but Cijian held her wrist firmly, his dark eyes fixed on her without blinking, raising an eyebrow with a light laugh. "What does Mian Mian want to do?" Hearing him call her Mian Mian made her eyes widen, and she tried to pull away, clearing her throat casually. I was just helping you wipe the water. Nothing else. The boy responded with a drawn-out "oh," sounding a bit disappointed, yet amused. His gaze was intense as he said playfully, "Then I'll have to make Mian help me wipe it." After saying this, he nervously tightened his grip. Jang Yimian looked at the handkerchief he put back in her hand and didn't hesitate to reach out and wipe his damp hair, staring at his handsome face for a while before asking, "Did you go to find her family last time you left?" Seeing Cijian silent, she quickly added, "We're familiar enough now. You should tell me some things about yourself." Otherwise, whenever he suddenly wasn't home, she would worry that he had left again. Cijian smiled, feeling inexplicably good, but still asked, "How are we familiar?" Jang Yimian shot him a glance and replied seriously, "We've shared a horse, so we must be familiar." After all, the last person she shared a horse with was a close companion, a much younger girl. Cijian was taken aback, and the scent from yesterday lingered in his mind. The sensation of holding her returned to him, and his ears turned red again. Jang Yimian chuckled softly, noticing the blush on his sharp features. She suddenly leaned closer and whispered, "You've called me Mian. How can we not be familiar? ACI?" Lucy paused for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, "Yes, I'm familiar with it, but I don't have family. I will have some in the future." Those people weren't really his family. Jang Yimian was taken aback, clearly not expecting that answer. Seeing that he didn't seem too bothered, she sighed in relief and smiled. "That's okay. My family will be your family too, and everyone in Xiawadi will be your family." Lucy smiled and said, "All right." Just then, they heard Dogsheng's voice from a distance. "Sister Yimian, brother Cijian, come quickly. Dad made something." The two snapped back to reality and immediately walked towards Dogsheng. Seeing their owner leave, Mimi also lost interest in playing in the lotus pond and quickly jumped out to follow them. Once they arrived at the Qin family's yard, Qin Taiju waved at them and smiled. "Yimian, come see if this is what you need." In their hands, they each held a bamboo tube and a bamboo item with round ends and a narrow middle, similar to a syringe, but the openings at the bottom varied in size. Jang Yimian nodded with a smile. "This is exactly what I need." She went to the pot of soap that old Lu had mixed into a paste and filled the bamboo tube with some soap paste. Once it was full, she inserted the piston at the top and slowly pushed it out. The soap flowed smoothly from the bamboo tube in neat lines, similar to a piping bag. Her worries about revealing the piping bag were finally lifted. She smiled and said, "It's very useful. Once the workshop opens, we can put it to work." Cleaning up would be easy while the soap was still soft. Hearing that it worked well, Dogsheng became excited. "Sister Yimian, my dad is really amazing. Just wait, with my help, we can make hundreds in just 2 days. The workshop can use them." Lu Shaoran shot him a glance and said, "Today is a break, but tomorrow you need to go back down the mountain to learn your letters. Don't think about slacking off." Dogsheng immediately shrank his neck and said quietly, "I'll come back at night to help Dad." Chun Taiju watched with amusement, standing up with his cane, and casually said, "You don't need to help. I can do it myself." He slowly walked towards the woodshed. Although it was difficult and he needed to lean on his cane, stopping to rest occasionally, he was able to walk on his own, which was a big improvement from before when he couldn't stand at all. Old Lu stirred the pig fat in the pot and laughed. "So, the fish in the pond should have grown quite a bit, right?" He and Dogsheng often checked on the pond and occasionally fed the fish and loaches, which had indeed grown a lot. He estimated that in a few months they could be taken to town to sell. Jang Yimian quickly smiled and said, "Yes, both the loaches and fish have grown a lot, and the barriers to catch the fish are still intact, not washed away by the water." Dogsheng proudly replied, "Of course. The barriers were my dad's idea, so they're solid." Old Lu pretended to be unhappy and said, "Didn't I help at all?" Dogsheng paused and quickly added with a smile, "My dad and great-grandpa made them, so they are definitely sturdy." Old Lu was satisfied and stroked his beard with a hum. While everyone was joking around, Zhao Deshu returned with a mule, but his face didn't look good. Seeing this, Old Lu joked, "What's wrong? Did you not meet that girl while delivering goods to the restaurant today?" Zhao Dashu paused, his face turning red. His dark complexion made him look even darker when he blushed. A few women laughed and teased him. Oh, Dashu is shy. Which girl? I can help you ask her family. Jang Yimian noticed Zhao Dashu hanging his head, unsure of what to say, and curiously asked old Lu, great-grandpa, which girl. She didn't expect Zhao Dashu to have a shy side. He usually seemed so carefree. Old Lu stroked his beard and smiled. I heard from Xiaohei that it's a girl from town who sells tofu. I'm not sure which family she belongs to. Jiang Yimian raised her eyebrows and looked at the small basket in Zhao Dashu's hand, smiling but not saying much. No wonder they had been eating tofu at home lately. She thought her family had developed a taste for it, but it turned out there was more to it. Feeling a bit embarrassed from the teasing, Zhao Dashu quickly explained, "It's a misunderstanding. I just saw Miss Xiao Tao going to town to sell tofu every time I passed by Daliu village, so I offered her a ride with a mule cart. The tofu is her way of thanking me." Understanding the situation, everyone stopped teasing him. As Zhao Dashu got down from the mule and carried the pig fat, he looked worried and said, "Mianjia, something happened down the mountain." Hearing this, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at him anxiously. Zhao Dashu sighed and said seriously, "I heard from Miss Xiaodao that someone in the nearby villages is selling konjac. It's strange. I wonder who it is, and if it will affect our business." The konjac business was manageable, but that was only if no one else knew about it. If the recipe got out and someone went to the town to undercut prices, it would be hard for them to continue this trade. Zhao Xinger frowned and said, "I hope no one has leaked the recipe." It wasn't that she was suspicious, but she had never seen the method for making konjac before. It was taught to them by Yimian. Logically, others shouldn't know how to make it unless someone shared the recipe. Zhao Dashu frowned and after a while said, "That shouldn't be the case. The people who know how to make konjac are all family. The Zhang couple who help us from down the mountain don't seem like the type to share this information." Although the Zhangs like to gossip about village matters, they knew what to keep to themselves and wouldn't jeopardize their own livelihood.
Jiang Yimian thought of someone.
The people in Qingshi village weren't many, and most were busy with their own affairs, only occasionally visiting each other. She had heard the Zhangs mention that the Wen family came to see them, and she had even seen it herself once. The other party seemed very interested in the konjac recipe, but whether it was the Wen family making it was still uncertain. Thinking about it, she said, "Don't worry about it. Just keep doing what you're doing. We'll see what happens when that person actually goes to the tavern." Making konjac wasn't difficult. Anyone could try it after hearing a few methods. It didn't require much skill, so she wouldn't be surprised if others started making it too. She hadn't planned to do this business for long anyway, as spring had arrived and konjac took a year to mature. Their stock was already gone, leaving only some konjac powder. At this time of year, the konjac was too small, it was a hassle to make and didn't taste as good as the mature ones, so she wasn't worried about competition. Seeing Jiang Yimian's calm demeanor, Zhao Dashu hesitated but nodded. Although he was unhappy, he said, "Sister Mian, don't worry. If we accidentally leaked the recipe, I will definitely talk to Xiaohei and the others." They still needed to be cautious, otherwise they wouldn't be able to keep the recipe safe and continue their business. Jiang Yimian waved her hand and asked about the workshop down the mountain. When it came to the workshop, Zhao Dashu smiled and said, "It's almost ready. In a couple of days, we should be able to use it. There are masons from Qingshi village and other villages, and the workshop is being built very quickly. Aside from the windows and roof tiles, it is almost finished." Jiang Yimian was a bit surprised and said, "I'll go take a look." She also wanted to check on the Wen family. After all, she felt uneasy not returning after playing a trick on her. When Jiang Yimian went down the mountain, it was already close to evening. Lu Cijian was still in the small valley, practicing martial arts with a few others. She first went to see the house that was already having its walls built on the foundation. The house was located behind a few thatched cottages, and just looking at the foundation, she could tell how big it would be. Initially, she planned to build a new house for several families, but later worried that old Lu and the others might not want it, so she decided to build one large house instead. It would be convenient and impressive, and even with over a dozen people living there, it wouldn't feel crowded. Everyone would have their own small courtyard. After all, with 20 acres of land, she could do whatever she wanted. If old Lu and the others wanted to build their own houses, they could, but if they didn't, there would still be a place to stay in the village. The workshop was not too far from the house, but there was some distance in between, allowing space to plant vegetables for easy access to food later on. From a distance, the workshop was nearly complete, except for the windows and roof tiles, and it was taking shape. As Jang Yimian was observing the workshop, Xiaozhang approached her, both nervous and happy, and asked, "Jang girl, what are you planning to do with this factory?" Seeing the factory built in just a few days made her feel both happy and uneasy. She was happy because such a large factory meant Jang Yimian must have earned a lot of money, ensuring she could continue her work. But she was also worried that someone stronger in the village might take her job, and then she wouldn't earn any money. Thinking about this, she hadn't slept well for several days, and Jang Yimian hadn't come down the mountain, which made her even more anxious and unable to eat. Jang Yimian didn't hide anything and said, "It's for making soap. You came at the right time. Please help me look for reliable people in the village over the next few days. Once the workshop is finished, we can start working." With Xiaozhang helping her scout ahead, the interviews would be easier later on. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhang was overjoyed and said, "Yimian, don't worry. I'll take care of this for you, and I'll make sure it goes well." Even though she didn't know what soap was, as long as it didn't affect her work, she was fine with it. With the heavy burden lifted from her heart, she felt much more relaxed and pulled Jang Yimian to her house for dinner. Jang Yimian felt helpless and only made an excuse to refuse the other person. Xiaozhang was a bit disappointed. As they were talking, they saw Wenshi coming out of Chen Guixiang's house from a distance. Xiaozhang immediately widened her eyes, thinking she must be seeing things. Without bothering to speak to Jang Yimian, she went straight over. When she got closer and saw what Wenshi was holding, she exclaimed, "Where did you get the konjac?" From afar, she thought she might have been mistaken, but now it was clear that it was indeed konjac. Wenshi was startled and quickly tried to hide what she was holding behind her. However, Xiaozhang grabbed her firmly and said with a stern expression, "If you don't explain yourself, you're not going anywhere today." The konjac they had made recently was sent directly to the restaurant by Zhao Deshu, and they hadn't given any away, so no one had come to buy it. Jang Yimian also looked at Wenshi and raised an eyebrow, asking, "When did you learn how to make konjac?" Wenshi was taken aback and felt guilty. She quickly lowered her voice and waved her hands, saying, "I don't know how to make konjac. This is what Xiaozhang sent last time that I didn't finish." After saying that, she tried to run away, but Xiaozhang was surprisingly strong and held her back tightly, not letting her move. Xiaozhang was furious and said, "Stop lying. Last time you only got 2 pieces, and it's been so long that you still haven't finished them. They must be spoiled by now." Jang Yimian also looked at her, feeling guilty under their gaze, when Wenshi finally admitted, "I got this from Chen Guixiang. I really don't know the recipe." If she knew the recipe, she would have made it herself instead of watching Chen Guixiang and her daughter profit. For the past few days, she had been secretly observing the mother and daughter. Today, she finally caught them. She originally intended to ask for money, but unexpectedly, Chen Guixiang's husband had kicked her out, refusing to give her even a penny. Left with no choice, she had taken a piece of konjac from the barrel on her way out. Jang Yimian looked at her coldly and said, "I'll ask you one more time. Do you know the recipe?" Wenshi was frightened by the cold gaze. Thinking about her husband still working at the Jiang family and relying on Jang Yimian for wages, she immediately revealed what had happened between her and Chen Guixiang in recent days. Xiaozhang was furious and shouted, "Wenshi, do you have no shame? Taking the Jiang family's recipe to sell to Chen Guixiang is no different from stealing. I must tell the village chief about this." With that, she started walking towards the village chief's house, startling Wenshi. She quickly grabbed hold of Mrs. Zhang and looked at Jang Yimian, pleading, "Zhang girl, please don't tell the village chief. We just finished clearing a few acres of land, and if this gets to the chief's ears, the Sun family will be in trouble again." Moreover, her mother-in-law had warned her not to have conflicts with the Jiang family. She was already not favored by her mother-in-law, and if she found out about this, she would definitely take action. Jang Yimian glanced at her and casually said, "Since you know that Chen Guixiang learned the recipe, you should also know that she has been selling it in nearby villages." Mrs. Wen nodded, regretting going to Chen Guixiang. Now, she had been caught by Jang Yimian. If the other party stopped her husband from helping the Jiang family because of this, how many coins would they lose? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. She quickly dropped the konjac in her hand and promised, "Jiang girl, please don't stop my husband from working at your house. This was my mistake. I will do whatever you want." At worst, she would help the Jiang family for a few days without pay. Mrs. Jiang was furious and glared at her before saying, "What can you do? If you go to the Jiang family, you might just sell Jang Yimian out." The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She quickly said, "Jiang girl, if you don't tell the village chief, I will tell old lady Sun to manage her daughter-in-law properly." What kind of behavior is stealing from others? Thinking about how her work might be affected because of this person made her want to tear Mrs. Wen's face off right then. Mrs. Wen was terrified and quickly stopped Mrs. Zhang, pleading with Jang Yimian, "Jiang girl, I know I was wrong. Please don't let Mrs. Zhang report this." Jang Yimian glanced at her and said, "You can keep Mrs. Zhang from reporting, but you need to stay at the village entrance for the next few days. If anyone comes looking for Chen Guixiang, make sure to send them to the Li family." Mrs. Wen nodded repeatedly, promising to stay at the village entrance, and hurried home. Mrs. Zhang was furious and cursed a few times before saying worriedly, "Jiang girl, what about Chen Guixiang? She knows how to do it now. If she steals our business, we will have helped her for nothing." That shameless person actually thought of this way to get the recipe, and she had been on guard against her all along. Now, it seemed she had still been caught off guard. Jang Yimian smiled and said, "Aunt Zhang, don't worry. This business won't be taken." Mrs. Zhang was taken aback, wanting to ask more questions, but seeing Jang Yimian walk away, she could only respond, "The Jiang family's girl is really wonderful. If she were part of the Jiang family, she would definitely cause a stir at the Li family. They shouldn't think they can take advantage of this business. No one should steal their hard work." For several days, apart from eating and sleeping, Jang Yimian was busy in the workshop, worried that the rejuvenation hall would send word needing a large batch of soap. To her surprise, after several days, there was no news at all, which puzzled her. Even though the patterned soap had an issue, the demand for regular soap should still be high. It was strange that no one had come by yet. Tomorrow was the pickup day, and if they didn't come, she would have to go to town to check on things. While she was arranging the large table in the workshop, Zhao Dashu and Wang Xiaohui brought over several small stamps. Wang Xiaohui curiously asked, "Sister Mian, what are these stamps for?" He looked at the neat characters on them. They looked nice but were a bit strange, and he couldn't tell what they said. Zhao Dashu slapped his forehead and said impatiently, "Of course, they're for stamping soap. Can't you see the reversed character for Jiang? It looks nice. It must be from Brother Cijian." He smiled at Lu Cijian, who was recording something at the table. Lu Cijian didn't even look up and replied calmly, "You haven't been practicing your characters with Scholar Zhang these past few days, have you?" Zhao Dashu was taken aback and met Jang Yimian's disapproving gaze. He quickly grabbed his two brothers, saying, "Let's go move things," and hurried away. Jang Yimian felt a bit annoyed and said, "You knew they hadn't been studying properly. Why didn't you tell me?" It was her fault for focusing so much on the workshop that she forgot to remind the three brothers to study. Lu Cijian looked a bit innocent and put down his brush, saying, "Mian Mian, you misunderstood. I didn't know." Jang Yimian shot him a glare, not wanting to engage, and her attention returned to the list of supplies and costs she was noting down, feeling quite satisfied. Just then, Zhao Dashu rushed back, looking excited. "Sister Mian, you've got to see. There's a crowd at the Li family's door. Something seems to have happened." Jang Yimian raised an eyebrow, surprised that it took this long for someone to show up, but it wasn't too late. She smiled and said, "Let's go see what's happening."